Chapter 321 The Third Prince of the Xiaoyu Dynasty. Chiyun Danzan Wanli Ningzhenjuan wake up. Chiyun Danzan Wanli Zhenjuan wake up. When Su Yin learned about Sister Sierra's schedule and was about to return to Xiaoyu, he was reluctant. But there was nothing he could do. Su Yin couldn't stay here alone. Although he felt regretful, Su Yin returned to his dormitory and started beating gongs and drums to call out Zai Longnu, who was hiding herself, and informed Zai Longnu that his delegation was ready to go back. Wrapped in a sheet to isolate her from the investigation. Xiao Longnu quietly poked her head out of the drawer of the treasure cabinet, looking at Su Yin, who was standing on the square table beating gongs and drums and calling her, and said, "I'm here. Just take it when you go back." Su Yin looked at Xiao Longnu, who poked his head out, and asked in surprise, "Why did you sleep in the drawer?" "Ah." Xiao Longnu did not answer Su Yin. The extended drawer retracted without the influence of external force, which made Su Yin's forehead black line. Not knowing what to say. Squeak. After finding Xiao Longnu, Su Yin walked out of the dormitory to find Aunt Qi. Although Sister Sheer notified that she was going home, she was not going to leave immediately. Sister Sheer still needed to say hello to the leader of the Moon Rabbit clan. It was expected that the departure would not start until at least in the evening. Su Yin went to find Xiao Longnu in advance, but he was worried that Xiao Longnu hid too well and delayed the departure. Then everyone would have to stay in the Moon Rabbit tribe for a feast, which would be a very bad situation. Yeah. Okay. I'll go over in 2 days to see what the situation is. It should be fine. How could such a big fox fail all of a sudden? Su Yin walked out of his own courtyard and came to the front of Aunt Diqi's courtyard. As soon as he saw it, he saw Aunt Diqi sitting in the wooden pavilion in the courtyard with her legs crossed, looking at the sound transmission jade slip with interest and answering. Su Yin looked around with a little curiosity, not quite sure what big fox Aunt Diqi was talking about. Diqi also saw Su Yin coming, smiled and waved to Su Yin, and hung up the sound transmission jade in his hand, and asked Su Yin, "What's the matter? You ran to Aunt Qi's yard early in the morning. Is there something embarrassing that you are embarrassed to say to Aunt Qi in a low voice? Or do you miss the style of 100 Fruit Street and want to reminisce?" "Well, I'm not that lustful. I just went there to say goodbye to Aunt Qi's sister. Sheer said she was going to send us home on the way back. She has something else to do." Su Yin didn't beat around the bush and told Aunt Diqi the reason for his visit. Sister Sheer still had something to do, so he and the princess had to return to the Xiaoyu dynasty first. So soon? Diqi looked regretful when he heard this, raised his hand and touched Su Yin and said, "It's a pity. I originally wanted to take you to fight 100 Fruit Street again. It just so happens that Aunt Qi also has to go there to deal with some small things today. What about the fox in 100 Fruit Street?" Su Yin thought for a while and asked. "Well, that fox has offended many people. The other day, it was pecked by a bird while bathing in the wild. It ran to the old ancestor's arms crying and whimpering. The old ancestor asked us to go over and see who is causing trouble over there." Diqi smiled with a gloating look on his face. "It's none of my business. There are so many demons who don't like that fox. Who knows who the fox offended? The sun golden crow is the king of birds and the lord of daylight. That pure fox has an illegitimate origin and climbed up the ladder. There are so many bird demons who hate the pure fox. A bunch of demons who don't want to recognize her. And female beasts who admire the lord of daylight may do something to the pure fox. And she likes to show off on weekdays, saying how great she is, the sun golden crow, and how the sun golden crow makes her serve him so and so, and how comfortable she looks. Who knows who held her down and beat her up?" In addition to investigating, Diqi went there this time to add insult to injury, and see if the fox's mouth is really harder than the beak of the three-legged golden crow. "Stay for a meal? We came all the way here without a proper greeting. And we asked you to help draw the blueprints and do the repairs. No. 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 It's really not necessary. His Majesty sent a message to let us leave immediately. The imperial order cannot be disobeyed. Let's talk again on the day when the Moon Rabbit tribe's land is rebuilt and a banquet is held." Sister Sheer smiled as usual, blocking the Moon Rabbit tribe chief's attempts to stay and refused to see her off, and unnoticeably delayed the banquet until the Moon Rabbit's interior was rebuilt and a banquet was held. Anyway, it wasn't her turn to come at that time. She was really scared of the Moon Rabbit's cooking skills, and didn't want to eat the tasteless boiled white sour meat cooked by the Moon Rabbits. "Goodbye." Su Yin and Princess Wuxi stood on Sister Sheer's left and right. After seeing Sister Sheer and the Moon Rabbit tribe chief's polite conversation, They also raised their hands and respectfully bowed to the Moon Rabbit tribe chief, and followed Sister Sheer to leave. Sister Sheer, let's go to Juching again. There were still some spirit stones that were not open yesterday. I think my cultivation should be able to improve after opening them. Su Yan, who was wrapped in a black robe, looked at his current outfit after leaving the Moon Rabbit clan and passing through the Poison Flower Plain. After looking at his current outfit, he looked at Sister Sheer and said, "The toxin of the wind-releasing flower can penetrate through the skin. There is no antidote. The only way to detoxify is to hide the whole body under a black robe or paper umbrella without sunlight, and then find a water source to drink a lot of water and soak in water. The toxin of the wind-releasing flower dissolves in water and becomes ineffective when it comes into contact with water. Since we have to find a place to drink water later, why not go to the Wanhua Pavilion in Juching?" Su Yan still had a few spirit stone media that were not open yesterday. If they were fully opened, his cultivation would be very likely to be promoted to the middle stage of the golden elixir. In recent days, with the help of the courtesans of the Wanhua Pavilion, Su Yan has opened more than 60 media. Although the increase in cultivation is not as good as the Moon Rabbit plaster, he has also gained nearly 500 years of life out of thin air. It is more practical to gain lifespan by cheating others with the life-borrowing spell than to ride on the yellow back. Okay, let's go to Juching to rest for a while. Sister Sheer nodded and agreed to Su Yan's request, and took the 3 children to Juching to rest for a while. Su Yan ran into the house with ease, and began to bathe and drink water to wash away the poison of the wind flower. By the way, he picked up Xia Longnu, who was sleeping like an eel, and put her in the wooden basin to let her soak in the water to detoxify. I want to go back to the princess's mansion later. Princess Wuxi looked at Sister Sheer and said that she wanted to go back to the princess's mansion on the fiefdom. Huh? What are you going there for? Didn't your grandfather take that place to raise a pet? Sister Sheer was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Princess Wuxi with a strange face and said, "I have something to find Grandpa. I want to discuss it with him before taking the next step," the princess said with a serious look. Princess Wuxi usually lives in the Imperial City, and she doesn't care about the fiefdom awarded by Emperor Wuxing at all. She didn't even go there twice before renting it to the 3rd prince and his father, letting them raise pets on their fiefdom. Princess Wuxi went back this time to talk to her grandfather about Su Yan's matter. "Well, this little fox, the county horse master, I got drunk and messed up in the Yueta tribe, and I took care of it for him. And then I found that the county horse master had caused trouble outside. Grandpa, can you help the county horse master settle it? If you settle it, I will settle it and never make trouble again." What a ghost! The left and right protectors are all found. Now we just need to lie dormant for a while to accumulate strength, and we can rebel against the Xia Yu dynasty and start to establish our own sect power. Princess Wuxi thought with pride. Assist the left protector Su Yan to solve his family affairs, and he will be able to move freely in the world of cultivation. At that time, he will rebel against Xia Yu, run to the Moon Rabbit clan and kidnap a few moon rabbits out of the mountain, and we will be invincible. When Xia Yu was founded, it was not necessarily that it had such a rich foundation. Chapter 322, Thieves have their own code. Come! 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 Mr. Su, please come this way. After Su Yan finished bathing and changing clothes, and removed the toxins of the windproof flower in his body, the old procuress of Wanhua Pavilion smiled and took Su Yan's arm and led him outside the house, leading Su Yan to find the medium of the life-borrowing spell. Stepping out of the door of Wanhua Pavilion, turning left and walking straight for about 300 meters, you will see the servants with the clothes embroidered with the Wanhua Pavilion's golden silkworm costumes, setting up a cordon on a corner of the road, surrounding a group of gold ingots on the ground. About 20 tails of gold ingots were placed on the ground, and the servants and thugs raised by Wanhua Pavilion were stationed next to the gold ingots, preventing the demon cultivators and human cultivators from coming forward to touch the gold ingots. For this reason, Wanhua Pavilion even invited the law enforcers in the city, the plant monsters, to calm the situation. The plant monsters discriminate against humans and demon beasts equally, but the plant monsters do not discriminate against the sparkling spirit stones. Quick! Quick! Make way for the young master. The madam who held Su Yan's arm smiled and raised the round fan in her hand to signal the servants to make way for Su Yan to enter. Su Yan was not surprised to see this. He took out a chisel and a hammer from his storage ring and smashed the gold ingot on the ground. Crack! The gold ingot, which should have been soft, cracked directly when Su Yan's hammer hit it. A stream of spiritual energy transformed from lifespan flowed into Su Yan's body and began to cleanse his tendons and strengthen his body, improving his cultivation. The madam also smiled and picked up the gold ingot, threw it to the servant of Wanhua Pavilion, picked up the note hidden under the gold ingot, took a look, and congratulated Mr. Su. You are really a kind person. This life-borrowing spell medium is going to rob you of 10 years of life. Thank you for your kindness and virtue. It's another day to eliminate harm for the people and destroy the evil magic that kills and harms people. The madam twisted her body, spoke softly, and praised with a happy face, as if Su Yan was doing something great to save the people. But the madam of Wanhua Pavilion was terrified by Su Yan's behavior. She prayed with a bitter face, "Oh, young master, you should be gentle. If you continue to do this, the two demons in the firewood room of Wanhua Pavilion will not be able to bear it. Their life and death are determined by fate, and their wealth is determined by God. I haven't earned enough." On the first day, the madam felt puzzled by what Su Yan did, but she didn't ask. She routinely praised Mr. Su for his bravery, strength and power. But when she returned to Wanhua Pavilion and saw 8 Nightmare Town members in the firewood room, 3 of them died suddenly, and 2 of them turned from young and strong men into old men. She immediately knew that Su Yan was a thief who practiced the Nightmare Town method to break the magic of his peers and plundered the life and soul of the Nightmare Town members through the backlash. The madam doesn't care about the life or death of the Nightmare Town's followers. She only cares about how much she can earn from it. She still needs more than half of the turnover for this quarter. If she fails the assessment again, she may really have to go to Chunri Street to solicit customers. Su Yan's counterattack method is really powerful. In 3 days, he cursed and killed 2 Yuaning stage, 4 Jindan, and 2 Foundation Building stage Nightmare Town followers. The madam couldn't catch their superiors for a long time, so she couldn't continue to replenish Su Yan's supply. She still counted on Su Yan to impact the turnover. Sitting in the Wanhua Pavilion and drinking tea, Sister Sheer heard a scream and looked at the backyard of the Wanhua Pavilion with a little surprise. The girls who were playing instruments froze slightly, exchanged glances, and the courtesan-level monks hurried to the backyard. "Please." The courtesan who served Sister Sheer smiled sweetly and explained, "We in Wanhua Pavilion have always been engaged in assassination, spies, and intelligence business. The scouts we captured not long ago were quite prepared. It is normal to hear some screams in the backyard occasionally." The courtesan lied without a draft, and tried to fool Sister Sheer with a random lie. Sister Sheer nodded in response, as if she accepted the courtesan's explanation, and continued to look at the price list of Wanhua Pavilion services in her hand, without paying attention to the scream. But out of curiosity, Sister Sheer's consciousness still sneaked into the backyard of Wanhua Pavilion, and sneaked in when the courtesan opened the ban on the firewood room. Another one died, and the other one seems to be about to collapse. There was nothing in the woodshed. 2 old men were tied to 2 wooden chairs. One of them was bleeding from all 7 orifices and incontinent, and he was lying on the side. The surviving Jindan Taoist next to him was trembling all over. The Jindan Taoist had a haggard face, opened his cracked lips and moved slightly, and said in a dry voice, Send me to Luoxing City for public execution. I don't want to be killed by the backlash of the nightmare method." The courtesan's face was full of lamentation. She raised her hand and summoned 2 emerald green worms from the corpse. Then she looked at the only remaining Jindan Taoist in the woodshed and said, "Hold on for a while. The assessment of spring sales is imminent. If we fail again, the punishment from the higher-ups will be merciless. Just thinking about it makes my butt and chest numb. Whoa! I don't want to fall into the dust. Daoist friend, please hold on a little longer. I will use the secret method to burn your soul and activate your vitality." The Jindan Taoist begged the courtesan, and the courtesan of Wanhua Pavilion cried and began to kowtow to the Taoist. The courtesan lifted her long skirt, and the snake poison hidden inside the skirt pounced out fiercely, biting the Taoist's neck and injecting a large amount of paralytic toxins. Then took out several emerald green worms from her sleeves and stuffed them all into the mouth of the golden elixir Taoist. Ugh! The golden elixir Taoist's body was filled with heat, and his old and withered face quickly became younger. In the blink of an eye, the old man directly rejuvenated and returned to his youth. He looked at the courtesan of Wanhua Pavilion with a wide-eyed look and resentment, feeling weak all over. Poisonous woman. Vicious woman. Sister Sierra looked at the courtesan, and then at the Nightmare Town disciples who were attacked by the Nightmare Town method, and a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on her face. "I understand. This Wanhua Pavilion is a black shop. ready to cheat Wei Lingshi. I was wondering why they have so many mediums. It turns out that they have tied up all the Nightmare Town disciples behind the scenes, and used the method of self-production and export to trick us into paying Lingshi. So shady. Sister Sierra was still wondering before. Is this Juchin the headquarters of the Nightmare Town sect? The girls of Wanhua Pavilion found more than 70 mediums for the life-borrowing spell in 3 days. There were no mediums in the headquarters of the Nightmare Town sect. But the madam asked the girls to tie up the Nightmare Town disciples, use the poisonous technique to force the Nightmare Town disciples to cast spells, and use the poisonous insects to control the Nightmare Town disciples to cast the soul-burning secret method to forcibly increase their lifespan, and precisely control each medium, limit the life-borrowing spell to a small amount, and ensure that a member of the Nightmare Town can withstand more than 5 backlashes of the spell. The Wanhua Pavilion madam and the members of the Nightmare Town are now in a situation where the evil hits the ruthless. The madam ate the members of the Nightmare Town until there was nothing left. Slurp. Sister Sheer took a sip of tea, glanced at Princess Wuxi, who had just changed her clothes, smiled, raised her hand and rolled up the property of Princess Wuxi, Xia Longnu and the girls of the Wanhua Pavilion, and turned into a yellow wind and swept directly towards Su Yin. The thieves eat the thieves. Isn't it beautiful that the madam cried and fainted? The naked girls of the Wanhua Pavilion looked at the yellow wind that disappeared in an instant, with a look of surprise on their faces, and then burst into screams. The fast customer is refusing to pay. No! She is robbing our Wanhua Pavilion directly. Go and inform Mom. Chapter 323 Jingyu Jinshan. What is this? A strange yellow wind swept past, sweeping away Su Yin, who was trying to continue chiseling the medium of the life-borrowing spell. The Wanhua Pavilion madam next to Su Yin was stunned. And then the servants who stayed in the Wanhua Pavilion ran out naked, shouting with a mournful expression on their faces. It's terrible. Our business was exposed and discovered by Mr. Su and his gang. Everything in our pen was swept away. Not even the floor and the girl's belly band was left for us, including the smoked animal meat hanging in the backyard. The madam's face was dull when she heard this, and she subconsciously reached out to touch her waist belt. The magic pipe was gone. The storage ring on her left hand was gone, and she didn't know when her belly band and underwear were also taken away. Now the madam only looks glamorous on the outside, but in fact, there is nothing left of her century-old property. The madam felt dizzy. The cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul stage was so angry that she fell to the ground. Go. Go. Inform the Eastern State headquarters and send the portraits of those stinky foxes. Say that they looted the property of the Wanhua Pavilion in our city and didn't even leave us a piece of cloth to cover our bodies. The madam, who fell to the ground, raised her hand tremblingly and pointed at the servant, who ran to report the news. After giving the order, the madam's eyes rolled back and she fainted from the blow. The family property of hundreds of years, along with the magic tools, was taken away by that group of monks who specialized in robbing others. The most infuriating thing was that they took away not only the property, but also the belly bands and underwear that were obviously worthless. They were clearly humiliating themselves. How dare those stinky foxes do that? Do they really have no conscience? Even if our Wanhua Pavilion has no merit, at least we have worked hard. You are so cruel. We just cheated you of 30,000 kilograms of spirit stones. You, whoa, at least swept away 200,000 gene of my spiritual stones. Woo. The madam and the girls of Wanhua Pavilion were all angry and anxious because of Sister Sierra's move. But their own cultivation could not catch up with the yellow wind that swept thousands of miles away. So they could only cry blindly on the spot and ask people to report their experiences. Swish, swish, swish. A gust of yellow sand swept across the border, and after the yellow tornado fell to the ground, a group of people appeared outside the city near the south of the eastern state. I'll give you all these things. Sister Sierra, who had reappeared in her form, raised her hand with a smile and shook off a pile of storage rings, and said with a smile, I just picked up these in Wanhua Pavilion, and they are all things I don't need. You can share them. Sister Sierra didn't spend money on food and drink in Xiaoyu, so she didn't have the habit of wearing silver. After leaving the Xiaoyu dynasty, because she didn't have the habit of wearing silver, she naturally didn't have the habit of paying after consumption. So after robbing the Wanhua Pavilion, Sister Sierra directly gave the storage ring to Su Yin and the princess to play with. You robbed the Wanhua Pavilion? Seeing the colorful storage rings, Su Yin and Princess Wuxi were surprised. Yes. Sister Sierra nodded naturally, and said with a little anger, who let those women lie to me? They obviously caught the Yinjin people who stole the lifespan. but pretended not to catch them. They complained to us all day about how hard it was to find the medium, and asked for more money. They are so heartless. So I will certainly fight back with some conscienceless means to show them. Su Yin and Princess Wuxi were stunned when they heard this. And now they knew how Wanhua Pavilion cheated people with such conscience. Princess Wuxi thought for a while. And then her face was furious. And she said angrily, "Damn unscrupulous people. They even dared to cheat me of my spiritual stones." Princess Wuxi was a person who didn't care about money. She had so many spiritual stones that she couldn't spend them all. Princess Wuxi wouldn't care if the price was a little higher. She sat there all day and did nothing. The fiefdom awarded to her by Emperor Wuxing could generate about 120,000 kilograms of spiritual stones into her pocket every day. But the deception was like a joke. Those old ladies fooled her like a fool. How could Princess Wuxi not be angry? Su Yin. Princess, Wanhua Pavilion is not necessarily as reliable as you say. Although he is reliable, he lacks great virtue. Forget it. Seeing that Princess Wuxi wanted to go back to find trouble, Sister Sierra stopped her with a look of confusion. I have other things to deal with later. Let's send you home now, and talk about other things later. She did have things to deal with later. And Princess Wuxi did not plan to go home. So, Sister Sierra had to send Su Yin back to the territory of King Qi first. And then send Princess Wuxi to Jingshan, which was the fiefdom awarded to the princess by Emperor Wuxing. The princess fiefdom mainly produced gold, jade, iron ore, and river seafood. The Jingshan fiefdom was built on the mountain, so it was also known as Jingyu Jingshan. It was a little remote there, and Sister Sierra was worried that Princess Wuxi would go there alone. So she planned to send her to Princess Wuxi's mansion in person before leaving. If Princess Wuxi turns back now, Sister Sierra believes that it will take at least 3 to 5 days to deal with the case of the Wanhua Pavilion's madam deceiving the princess. 3 to 5 days later, the two sisters of life and death will be able to fly into the air, one on the left and one on the right, and strangle her throat fiercely. Take the teleportation array to Xiaoyu territory, and then transfer to the teleporter of the appraisal pavilion to return to the Chiwang territory. Remember to report to Master Jean later. Otherwise he will report me to His Majesty and exaggerate my image as a rice borer in front of Emperor Wuxing. After sending Su Yin back to the Chiwang territory, Sister Sierra repeatedly reminded Su Yin to remember to report to Master Jean, and also complained about Master Jean by the way. Compared with other Jiuyo sisters, Sister Sierra is a very happy type. She does not have any duties. She wanders around when she is free, and takes the time to deal with things when she encounters them. Because Sister Sierra had eavesdropped on Master Jin's affairs, Master Jean would report Sister Sierra to Emperor Wuxing when he saw that Sister Sierra was idle. Such a high-end combat force could do nothing in the Xiaoyu dynasty on weekdays, and not contribute to the prosperity of Xiaoyu. Is there any rationality in this matter? It is unreasonable. So Sierra should go to work. If Sister Sierra was not eloquent and knew how to argue, Master Jean might really send her to work. Okay. I was thinking about it too. I was going to report to the dean first, and then hand in the storage ring. Su Yin nodded and said, in the next period of time, there should be nothing that requires me to run around the cultivation world. So Su Yin planned to temporarily hand in his storage ring, and honestly squat in the flower city to do business. Not only do we need to develop the economy at home, but we also need to monopolize the economic expansion of southern Xinjiang and southern states. Su Yin has gradually understood the significance of Master Jin's deliberate arrangement of this outing in the academy. A 6-month outing is obviously not enough for the students to make a career in the territory. Half a year is at most to stabilize power and organize people in the city to build a preliminary economic development layout. Obviously, this is what Master Jin wants. He has no hope for the students, and he will not expect them to make any political achievements in the counties. It is the greatest achievement that they do not make trouble. Master Jin lets the students take power to test whether they have the understanding, whether they can understand the operating mode of the bottom layer of the Xiaoyu dynasty framework, and whether they can understand why Xiaoyu can stand firm and the people are rich. The outing is a selection competition. The winner can get the prize of Master Jin and follow Master Jin for a period of time. During this period, it is allowed to make money or get to know the top of Xiaoyu. What Grand Master Jin needs is a smart guy. A guy who can't figure out something in half a year, no matter how strong his cultivation is meaningless to the current Xiaoyu dynasty. With the Fairy of Medicine, Xiaoyu doesn't have to worry about lack of talents. Su Yin thought about the purpose of the outing in his heart, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You can still laugh and play in the previous second, but you may be thrown away if you don't show your value in the next second. Right? But you won't tell you this on the surface. And you will secretly squeeze out all the surplus value. The Red King is greedy. But he is also the king of a different surname, who can best understand the thoughts of the Wuxing Emperor. He has been practicing aggression and proliferation by provoking the relationship between the southern border and the flower area, openly dumping weapons and armor on both sides. And when he can't squeeze out oil and water from both sides, he will send troops to directly cripple the ruling groups of both sides and occupy them. After the occupation, it is the rule of the people, and began to throw all the surplus things of Xiaoyu to the opposite side, and continuously send merchants to sell them in the occupied areas. The profits earned by merchants need to be handed over, and then the people headed by Wuxing Emperor will redistribute them, thus influencing the business logic of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Wherever Wuxing Emperor invests spiritual stones, merchants will run there. As for the business guild established by the Red King, it is believed that there should be the existence of the three masters or the Wuxing Emperor behind it, rather than the folk legend that the Red King, as a big businessman, will naturally attract a large number of merchants to follow. Bang bang bang. Come in. On the pavilion on the top floor of Luoheiju, there was a sudden knock on the door. The Grand Master Jin, who was sitting in the private room, slowly put down the instrument in his hand, looked at the door, smiled and asked Su Yin to come in, and said jokingly, "I just came back from the Moon Rabbit clan. I don't think you will come to me to ask for leave to go out and play again. Right? Chapter 324. You better think it over before you speak. You kid. You wouldn't come to me to ask for leave again just after you came back from the Moon Rabbit tribe, would you?" Looking at Su Yin, who walked in from outside the door, Grandmaster Jin smiled and put down the hammer of the chime in his hand, and said teasingly, in Grandmaster Jin's heart, Su Yin should be considered a troublemaker. He came to him to ask for leave twice in just over a month since he came to the Red King territory. The first time was to attend a funeral, but in fact he went to a wedding. The second time was even more righteous. He joined the delegation to accompany Princess Wuxi and she to visit the disaster-stricken Moon Rabbit tribe. In less than 2 months, he took a total of 2 weeks off, and his life was more comfortable and leisurely than his own. Of course, Grandmaster Jin didn't think there was anything wrong with Su Yin's behavior. His many invitations also proved that Su Yin, a fox, had a wide network of contacts. He knew people from the royal nobles to the demon sects and demons. The only thing he was not satisfied with was that he had to come to him to ask for leave all day long. And his life was very carefree. What are you talking about, Dean? Faced with Master Jin's complaints, Su Yin had no intention of responding. The old dragon's words clearly meant that he was dissatisfied with his frequent leave. Su Yin had no choice but to change the subject. As soon as I came back from the Moon Rabbit tribe, the first thing I did was to hand over my storage ring and bring you some rare fragrant tea from the eastern state. The Xiaoyu dynasty had a strong tea culture atmosphere, and it was originally a tea-producing country. Even bandits like my aunt, who had lived in Xiaoyu for a long time, knew how to drink tea and even talked about Xiaoyu's tea culture. Su Yin didn't dare to say how precious his fragrant tea was in front of the dean. The main point was a filial piety. Oh! Teacher Jin took the storage ring from Su Yin, and took the tea Su Yin gave her as a gift. She looked at the name of the tea house engraved on the can, waited for a while, and said with a smile, "It's a pretty good scented tea. It's okay. The scented tea is fresh and fragrant. The flavor of aged tea is not good. Scented tea is warm and fragrant. It is suitable for driving away the cold evil accumulated in winter, and helps the human body to rejuvenate. Although the tea garden is not of high grade, it is also an old tea house in the demon clan's territory. The craftsmanship is guaranteed. Su Yan's gift for the festival is also thoughtful. By the way, Dean, I have something to ask you." Su Yin saw that the topic had almost been diverted, so he changed the subject again and said, "It's like this. We have just taken over the government affairs of Flower City, and are not very familiar with it. In the past, the flower area was mainly sugarcane and fruits and vegetables. But now the flower area has given up its autonomy and officially merged into the territory of Xiaoyu. So, our county officials increased the planting of sugarcane and introduced beet seeds during the spring plowing period, preparing to keep a part of the land for self-production and self-sale. Most of the land is prepared to be used to produce beet sugar and sugarcane sugar, and then gradually transition to beet sugar production in large quantities." Listening to Su Yin's story, Master Jin narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Yin to look at him. This fox boy really makes the best use of everything. Cane sugar and beet sugar are different. Sugarcane has a lower sugar content and is quite labor-intensive to plant. It is also troublesome to drive away pests. But beets are different. Beets have a high sugar content and are relatively easy to plant. However, after a round of beet planting, the fertility of the land will be significantly reduced. The sugar content of beets planted in the second year will not be as high as that produced in the first year. Moreover, planting beets requires large-scale irrigation. Because of the blessing of the soil in the flower area, there will be no problem of declining fertility. In addition, with the problem of abundant water sources in the south, large-scale planting of beets for sugar production is indeed a very good idea. It can be said that all the factors of time and place are used, and some jobs can be arranged for refugees. The amount of sugar produced in the flower area will explode next year. So, I want to say, can the dean introduce Master Chi Wang to the students? The flower area will need to find a place to sell the sugar production next year. Su Yan asked a question to Master Jean. Su Yan felt that he was more euphemistic, but he had fully expressed his thoughts. But when Master Jean heard this, he felt that the taste of Princess Wuxi was coming. Su Yan's way of doing things was really very much like Princess Wuxi. It was a taste of both, and more. The smell of Princess Wuxi was so strong that Master Jean couldn't help but wave his hands to dispel it subconsciously, and recalled that when Princess Wuxi participated in the outing at the academy, she organized a militia and an officer corps to annex by county, and used the forces of the two counties and the Qinhuang army to capture a small country. She perfectly implemented the brutality of the doctrine of taking things without any gentle and elegant style, and came to rob openly. It was also because of Princess Wuxi that the internal affairs of the 5 neighboring counties were in chaos, and the counties organized corps to carry out foreign wars, causing all the civil officials there to be suppressed by the arrogant military officers. It was precisely because of Princess Wuxi's barbaric behavior that the academy outing trip was reduced from a year to only about half a year now. After causing trouble in Qinhuang territory, Princess Wuxi patted her butt and finished her studies and went home, leaving behind a lot of land and population that had been captured but no monks to govern. King Qing was also quite troubled by this. He had never thought that saving the emperor would lead to a war, and that the territory he ruled would have a male beast shaped like a beast. As soon as Su Yan opened his mouth, Master Jean smelled the barbaric and brutal breath of Princess Wuxi. Introduction is not a problem. You can just go and talk to King Qi directly. But how can you be sure that King Qi will give you the benefits? These things originally belonged to King Qi and were directly occupied by him. Anyway, I will stay here for half a year, and all the industries established will be given to King Qi afterwards. Su Yan answered with a matter-of-fact look on his face. Half a year is only enough to do some basic things. Su Yan just wants those industries to do the accounting so that the data on the books will be beautiful when he closes. What does other things have to do with him? You can't expect a fox that has just been weaned to establish a business guild, right? Upon hearing this, Grandmaster Jean did not speak. He saw what Su Yan was thinking, and picked up the hammer on the table for striking the chimes and weighed it in his hand. What about the follow-up? No follow-up plan? For example, the layout plan of the sugar industry? Su Yan was able to pat his butt and leave easily, but the mess left behind needed to be dealt with. The Red King's handling was obviously to start over and use his own business logic to occupy it. But wouldn't the spiritual stones that Su Yan had invested in it be wasted? This was a completely bad debt, and no one dealt with it, so it naturally fell on Grandmaster Jean, who organized the outing at the academy. Last time, it took Master Jean and King Qing nearly 3 years to deal with the mess for Princess Wuxi. If Su Yan couldn't say 1, 2, 3, the hammer that struck the chimes might hit his head. Just as Su Yan and Master Jean were drinking tea, and Master Jean was urging Su Yan to write a future planning report, Sister Shir and Princess Wuxi also came to Princess Wuxi's Jingshan fiefdom from King Qi. A green mountain rose from the ground, and Jingshan City was built on the mountain steps, one layer after another, until the top of the mountain was flattened because of the battle between monks. The more you look at Jingshan City, the more majestic it is, and there is a sense of terrifying oppression, as if a giant object is standing. TSK. I stepped on the mud again. Princess Wuxi took a step, and her white shoes with green embroidery were stained with mud. Princess Wuxi looked at the Jingshan soldiers, who were responsible for guarding the safety of the teleportation array beside her. Didn't I order that the city should be kept clean? How many years has this layer of mud and dust on the ground of the city been accumulated? The soldiers of Jingshan City said with embarrassment, reporting to Lady Wuxi. The city is now being cleaned in the morning, noon and evening. This layer of mud was actually scattered when the mountain was opened half an hour ago. In another half an hour, it will be time for evening cleaning. Now! Immediately. Arrange people. Princess Wuxi directly scolded. Although the monks are strong, long-term inhalation of dust will still cause irreversible lesions in the organs of non-earth monks. Those lesions are not simple pneumoconiosis, but the organs in the body will be rocked and weathered. These symptoms are no different from ordinary people when they are not manifested. Once they occur, there is no medicine to cure them, and they can only wait for death. Princess Wuxi has already ordered that the soldiers of Jingshan City must find water monks to sprinkle water when they are excavating mountains and digging earth to suppress the dust containing spiritual energy floating around. But some mine owners think it is troublesome and think that sprinkling water in the sky will cause rainwater to flow into the development of the mine pit, delaying the project. So the amount of water sprinkled is very small. Therefore, a small amount of water mixed with dust will cause the mud in the low part of the city to accumulate on the ground, instead of pressing the dust directly on the ground with heavy rain and washing it away. Therefore, when she just came to her fiefdom and saw the mud on the ground, Princess Wuxi got angry. Dog things! You come to me again to pretend to obey. I will issue a ticket and punish you to death later. Chapter 325 Third Master. Where are the two old men in my family? Inside the Jingshan City government office. After issuing a ticket to the mine owner who violated the regulations and ordered all the mine owners to stop business for 3 days and go to the government office to learn about safety production, Princess Wuxi looked at the county magistrate who was flattering on the side, reporting to the princess. The third master is cultivating himself in the manor on the top, and the prince seems to have gone out of town to find some exotic flowers and plants. The county magistrate answered the princess' words with a flattering face, not caring about the ticket issued by the princess at all. Jingshan district is located in the northwest of Xiaoyu, which is a fertile land rich in gold, silver, jade and stone that was conquered by Emperor Wuxing himself. The land is owned by the royal family. The mine owners in Jingshan are just guys who have obtained mining rights, not real landowners. Princess Wuxi will not cause any trouble even if she finds them until they go bankrupt. Just some guys who have a little family background and like to take risks to earn spirit stones. Nothing will happen. The Princess Wuxi in front of her is the real master. The land of Jingshan belongs to the princess. If she fails to serve the princess well, it will be more terrible than the sky falling. Okay. After learning that her grandfather is in Jingshan City, not in the mine of Jingshan, the princess breathed a sigh of relief. Arrange a van to the manor. Although the third prince does not care about the government affairs of the court, the Xiaoyu dynasty is more than just the government affairs of the court. If the third prince is not in Jingshan Manor, but goes to the mine or other places, Princess Wuxi will basically go for nothing. And she has no idea when her grandfather will return to Jingshan Manor. Therefore, when she learned that the third prince was at home, Princess Wuxi was obviously relieved. Although the journey to the top of Jingshan is not far, it still takes a little time inside because of the rugged road. The van goes along the mountain road all the way and arrives in front of the manor through the Mufa plant elevator. There are no other buildings besides the Princess Manor on the top of Jingshan Mountain. The white mist inside is curling and spreading in the botanical garden and forest, creating a hazy and unreal dreamlike feeling. The night view of the top of Jingshan Mountain is not beautiful. If the sun shines directly at noon, the misty water vapor will reflect colorful light and shadow, making the Princess Wuxi Manor look luxurious and beautiful like a fairyland on earth. Princess Wuxi took a look and was not interested. She got off the van and walked straight into the manor. She had no intention of stopping to appreciate the vegetation and greening that had been carefully built along the way. She said to the servants beside her, "Go and inform the third master that I am here. Wait for him in the tea room now." Yes. The servants did not say much. After bowing to the princess and leaving, they went to the hot spring pool to find the third prince and told him that Princess Wuxi had come. Well, I know. Before the servants stepped into the hot spring pool, the third prince, who was bathing inside, had already dressed and came to the door of the bathhouse to wave to the servants, indicating that he knew that his granddaughter came to Jingshan to visit the lonely old man. The third prince's delicate face like white jade showed a bright smile, and he adjusted his sleeves slowly and walked towards the tea room that Princess Wuxi mentioned. He was quite interested in Princess Wuxi's visit. The granddaughter had an extremely awkward personality and was strong-willed. When there was nothing to do on weekdays, she acted as if she had lost her father and mother in her early years and didn't mention her parents at all. Thinking back to the last time Princess Wuxi came to Jingshan to find him, It seemed to have been more than 10 years ago. That time seemed to be her coming-of-age day, when her parents were absent during the coming-of-age ceremony, and she came to complain. Later, Princess Wuxi never came to Jingshan again, and just stayed in Xiaoyu to give some suggestions on Jingshan management every year. Little Fox. A thin figure gradually emerged in the mist and thick clouds outside the tea room. The light clothes on her body were slightly exposed due to the water vapor in the hot spring pool. Under the light, the third prince slowly walked into the tea room, with his long hair hanging down, and said to Princess Wuxi with a smile, "Did you encounter any troubles, and come to Grandpa from afar to complain?" Although the third prince spoke in an old-fashioned way, his face looked no more than 24 years old, and his skin was white and rosy and very delicate, without any resemblance to a rough man. If you simply look at his back from a distance, you can even have the illusion of seeing a beauty. Your life is still so exquisite. When Princess Wuxi saw the third prince coming in, her eyes and eyebrows twitched slightly, and she complimented him. "Hey." The third prince raised his hand to stop Princess Wuxi from talking, sat down at the main seat at the tea table, and said, "I just inherited my mother's skin quality. You also know how busy Grandpa's life is on weekdays. He only has some time to rest when the pets go out for a walk." Princess Wuxi's seemingly flattering words were actually a mockery of the third prince, who was idle every day scratching his lice, dressed himself up so exquisitely when he had time, but was unwilling to return to Xiaoyu City to see his granddaughter. The third prince knew that Princess Wuxi was resentful, but he was really busy with business. Now he has time to return to Xiaoyu to see Wuxi. But Wuxi may not like him now. "Right? Tell me, what do you want to talk to Grandpa about? You shouldn't come to me if there is nothing." The third prince shook his head gently and said, "As long as it's not about rebelling against Xiaoyu, I can still say a word or two about other things. I'm getting married," Princess Wuxi said with a serious look on her face. The third prince froze while holding the teapot, raised his head, and looked at Princess Wuxi, and said slowly, "Let's talk about why your grandfather's skin is so white and tender, and how he maintains it on a daily basis." "Grandpa, don't make a fuss. I'm serious. I went to the Moon Rabbit tribe some time ago, and after getting drunk at night, I saw a fox traveling with me who was so handsome. I couldn't help but ravage him all night." Princess Wuxi spoke as if it were true, telling her grandfather that she was going to get married. "Didn't you start the trouble?" The third prince threw the teapot back on the table, leaned back on the wide chair, put his hands on the armrests, and looked at Princess Wuxi, saying, "You are so immature to talk to me about someone else's wife. Even if something really happens, just give her money to get rid of her. If you have any evidence that falls into the hands of that thief, I will order someone to beat him to death and never reincarnate. Seriously, if you don't say anything, I will order someone to catch the fox and ask him myself." The third prince has seen all kinds of storms, although he hasn't seen his granddaughter for a long time. But he can still distinguish some things. Please act normal when you lie, when talking about those things with your elders. There is no shyness of a girl on her face, but a sense of cunning. Why do you feel that your grandfather is now blind? You told me these nonsense right away. You or he may want to gain something, but your deception skills are not up to par, the third prince said, and his eyes stayed on Princess Wuxi's cheek, observing her expression, blood flow rate, and heart rate, to observe whether his granddaughter wanted to deceive people, or was threatened by the fox who was recording her. There are many things that can happen to the fox. The fox may secretly use the crystal to record the princess bathing, or it may secretly record some things that are difficult for her to say. This is what the third prince can imagine. And there are more worse things. But he did not intend to continue thinking about it at this moment, but let the princess speak. "Okay. I admit that I lied." Being stared at by the third prince and exposed, Princess Wuxi's toes in her embroidered shoes curled slightly, and a trace of embarrassment that was difficult to conceal appeared on her cheek. Chapter 326 Flirting. "Okay. I admit I lied." Faced with the third prince's revelation, Princess Wuxi admitted to lying at the speed of light after a brief embarrassment, and quickly launched another speech, saying, "But it's not completely false. Generally speaking, it should be that I like his ability and want to recruit him as one of my right-hand men. Then you can directly recruit him." The third prince frowned and said, "Xiaoyu's definition of private soldiers is very vague. He did not say how many soldiers a certain class can have, but a family, regardless of whether it is high or low, can only have 2,000 private soldiers. And the Xiaoyu dynasty basically doesn't bother to care. A king of a different surname can have 80,000 soldiers under his command. And the prince and the titled princess also have the right to raise soldiers. Like herself, no one can gossip about raising 30,000 to 50,000 soldiers under her. So, if Princess Wuxi wants to recruit a cultivator as her right-hand man, why should she lie that she is going to marry the fox who is traveling with her? The third prince looked at Princess Wuxi with confusion. His identity is rather special. It's a mixed-blood nine-tailed fox. So what? The third prince was not interested in guessing and asked Princess Wuxi to speak directly. Most mixed-blood nine-tailed foxes were not valued by nine-tailed foxes. As a half-human and half-fox, the third prince had a deep understanding of this. It's the child of Ao Renlin and Su Qing. I plan to take him under my command, Princess Wuxi said. Wow! The third prince was shocked when he heard this. He clapped his hands on the armrests of the white chair. He immediately understood why his granddaughter was beating around the bush for so long and said, "Your idea is so unorthodox. The child of Su Qing and Ao Renlin is a big pit. Qingqiu clan doesn't know about his existence for the time being. If they knew, they would definitely want to get rid of him. Their two children are simply slapping Qingqiu clan in the face." If Princess Wuxi hadn't spoken, the third prince actually didn't know about Su Yan's existence. Although he didn't know Su Yan, he understood very well what Qingqiu clan thought about Ao Renlin and Su Qing getting married. In one sentence, it can be summed up as, "Hack you. You dragons want to pollute our nine-tailed fox bloodline. That's why I want to discuss it with you, Grandpa. To see if I can tell my great-aunt," Princess Wuxi said with a little embarrassment. "Impossible." The third prince sat back on the wide chair, pointed his finger at it, and shook his head. "The one sitting on the throne of the emperor of the Xiaoyu dynasty is not your great-aunt. Her full name is Wuxing Wenyan Wubian Shikong. In short, he is not that valuable. Even if you really marry him and have a child, what can you do? We Xiaoyu are not divorced. At most, she is a widow. Widows are much more popular in the upper market of Xiaoyu than those young girls." The third prince shook his head and rejected the stupid proposal made by Princess Wuxi, the one who now sits on the throne of the emperor, with the face of no life, no thoughts, and boundless emptiness. Is the existence created by the emperor's sister to maintain the eternal glory of the Xiaoyu dynasty. He judges the world with a vision of no thoughts, no desires, and no emotions. He is not a heartless and insensitive creature that can be persuaded by a few words. There is a loophole in the Xiaoyu system structure, and the existence of the face of no life and no thoughts is to make up for the loophole. It has no emotions, and does not know how to be partial. All the benefits and redistribution of the Xiaoyu dynasty from bottom to top are solely the responsibility of the Wuxing emperor. Rewards and punishments are clear, and there will be no emotional situation. For things that have no value, even the royal family will be directly swept out. Don't you see that the royal family of Xiaoyu is more introverted than one another? Even Zhou Yu, who wants to wander around the world and write a book to be passed down from generation to generation, cannot get any actual support from the Xiaoyu royal family and the royal family, unless there is something that the Wuxing Wenyan Wubian void aspect cannot handle. The real Wuxing emperor will not appear in front of the world. When the third prince saw that Wenyan Wuxing thing, but pretended to be kind and happy with the people, he couldn't help but feel a numbness in his heart. Looking at it, you can have nightmares for 3 days. Don't you have any solution? Princess Wuxi frowned and asked. The pursuit of Qingqiu clan is expected. I also know from Su Yan's words that some elders of the Su clan are prepared to favor Su Yan. But before that, Su Yan needs to be castrated. He also has the ability to control water. Can't we ask the North Sea Dragon clan to mediate? The third prince pondered and said nothing. He also felt that the matter suddenly thrown to him by his granddaughter was difficult. Of course, it was just difficult. Not that there was no way to solve it, but it didn't seem worth it to go through so much trouble for a mixed-blood nine-tailed fox. How about I find you 2 mixed-blood nine-tailed foxes or a pure-blood one? The third prince thought for a while and offered Princess Wuxi 2 better options. I want this one. Princess Wuxi raised her hand and slapped the table angrily. I don't want any other. The seemingly best choice provided by the third prince is completely meaningless to Princess Wuxi, whether it is a mixed-blood or pure-blood nine-tailed fox. They all obey the third prince, and will not completely obey her. When she escapes outside Xiaoyu, those stinky foxes will probably be the first to stab her. Okay. The third prince saw that Princess Wuxi had a resolute expression on her face, and knew that if he continued to talk, his granddaughter might really do something crazy when she got angry. So he did not continue to try to use rational thinking to infect Wuxi. There is a way, but even I have to pay a high price for the benefits. Hi. You should understand what I mean by high. Right? Don't talk about other things. I can guess what you are thinking. You just want to learn from your great aunt to go out and make a big career. But is it worth my trip? Why is it worth it? The third prince sat up and looked at Princess Wuxi, completely restraining the smile on his cheeks, looking at her with a serious expression, and asked Princess Wuxi, "Is the fox really worth the high price he spent to save it? Is it worth it? Can the investment see a return?" "Worth it," Princess Wuxi said in a deep voice. "Now, that's enough." The third prince interrupted the princess's next words, shook his head and said, "Since you said it's worth it, you should have made your own judgment. So I believe you. Since Princess Wuxi has made a judgment, it means that her granddaughter thinks that there should be something on the fox that is worth her investment." The third prince does not need Princess Wuxi to explain anything. He just needs her to answer whether Su Yin is worth his effort. Since Princess Wuxi said it was worth it, let's go there and look forward to his growth. Let's see if this deal will be a loss. After agreeing to his granddaughter's matter, the third prince did not stay in the tea room any longer. He only left a message for Princess Wuxi to wait for a while. And then he turned around and left the tea room after explaining some things. Seeing the third prince leave, Princess Wuxi, who had a solemn face before, had a drop of cold sweat on her cheek. The solemn face could no longer hold back the painful expression on her face. What the H am I talking about? Why did I get so angry? The princess originally planned to lie to her grandfather and ask her great aunt to speak to the nine-tailed foxes. But it was very obvious that the third prince could not convince the Wuxing emperor, who was now the emperor. If he wanted to solve the grievances and entanglements behind Su Yin, he would have to pay a high price with the identity and power of the third prince. Moreover, it must be a very big move. At present, Su Yin has not shown his double-edged sword, nor has he shown the power of the Empress Dowager in his body. For Princess Wuxi, the most worthwhile investment in Su Yin is that Su Yin seems to have some ability to make money, knows how to socialize, and is relatively honest, and will not stab himself. Not stabbing himself is extremely important to Princess Wuxi. But it is very obvious that Su Yan's advantages alone are not worth the third prince's big move. The third prince agreed to take action based on Princess Wuxi's judgment. The matter has been arranged. Be patient for a while. About half an hour later, the third prince changed into a black uniform and walked back from the door of the tea room, with a warm smile on his cheeks. He sat back at the main seat of the tea table and began to make tea. "Master C came here as a guest 2 days ago and happened to give me some Mingqian tea. Let's open it and taste it today. What's the situation over there? Will there be any action?" Princess Wuxi asked the third prince. "Nothing." The third prince shook his head and didn't say anything about those things. Instead, he began to instruct Princess Wuxi. "Anyway, I have already arranged the matter. It will take some time to prepare for the lovemaking. But you must be careful to keep a distance and stay away from that guy." Princess Wuxi slowly asked a question mark. She felt strange about the inconsistency of the third prince. He had obviously spent a high price to protect Su Yin and helped him to deal with the obstacles inside the nine-tailed fox. Why did he ask her to stay away from Su Yin, who had been saved at a high price? Seeing Princess Wuxi's confusion, the third prince also had a confused expression on his face. "Didn't your female official teach you that the nine-tailed fox actually has signs of false pregnancy? Your grandfather, don't want to spend a lot of spirit stones and then give my granddaughter away. Signs of false pregnancy are literally what they say, referring to the body showing signs of pregnancy even though it is not pregnant. Nine-tailed foxes, including many dogs, will show an extremely obvious false pregnancy phenomenon when they are stimulated at certain times, or when they are in heat and receive intimate massage stimulation from male animals. Pregnancy may be false, but various signs of pregnancy, including a bulging belly, cannot be false. Therefore, the third prince complained earlier, implying that he had made a loss this time. But from the reaction of Princess Wuxi, her granddaughter didn't seem to know that nine-tailed foxes would actually show signs of false pregnancy. The nine-tailed fox clan has suffered a lot from this. It is often seen that the nine-tailed foxes who are married for the first time mistakenly think that they are carrying blood. But after a period of happiness, except for being able to drink 2 cups of milk tea, no stuffing was seen. The couple often looked confused. Until now, the nine-tailed foxes will notify other relatives, friends and friendly forces to come to the feast after giving birth to little foxes. We, nine-tailed foxes, can be like this? Princess Wuxi looked at the third prince with a look of astonishment. with a slightly horrified expression on her cheeks, and quickly reached out to touch her abdomen to explore. Huh? What are you doing? Could it be true that I said it casually? Looking at the actions of Princess Wuxi, the third prince also showed a horrified expression on his cheeks. It should be okay to sleep in the same bed, right? No. Ahem. Come here, Chuanxia. There are some things I can't say. You say it. The third prince didn't say anything, turned around and looked outside the door, and asked the maid who usually served him to say it. Chuanxia whispered to Princess Wuxi, and Princess Wuxi showed a relieved expression on her cheek. Huh? Grandpa was almost scared to death. It turns out that the prerequisite for false pregnancy is that the female beast is in heat, and has been touched and massaged by the male beast during the period, which can stimulate the female beast to have a false pregnancy. Su Yin and I are very normal. At most, Su Yin and I are rolling in the same bed in the form of little foxes, which does not constitute any prerequisite at all. Nothing happened? Nothing happened. Just when Princess Wuxi and the third prince finished negotiating and the atmosphere was a little relaxed while drinking tea, Su Yin on the other side also stepped out of the private room of Master Jin, walked out of the pavilion on the top floor of Luoheju with a face full of complaints, and flew to the official office of Flower City in the way of flying in the air. Master Jin asked Su Yin to write an industrial layout. How could Su Yin figure it out in an instant? Su Yin said frankly that it would take some time, and it would definitely not be possible to write it in just a few words. Master Jin put down the chime hammer in his hand and asked Su Yin to write out the detailed goods dumping and follow-up plans as soon as possible. After talking about those things, Master Jin also explained some things to Su Yin. Since he could understand Xiaoyu's set, he must also understand the set of identification and assimilation. Right? When he implements dumping in southern Xinjiang, don't forget to create a common identity for those guys. Otherwise they will never be Xiaoyu's subjects. There are some things Su Yin should understand, so he doesn't say much. Xiaoyu is not a single ethnic group. The ethnic groups in Xiaoyu City are even more diverse, including human race, demon race, sea race, mixed blood demon race, and plant demon race. But everyone agrees that the nine-tailed fox is a lucky existence. Even if it is not recognized now, it will be recognized as a lucky existence after hundreds of years or 2 generations. This is the common understanding. Those who do not believe in the nine-tailed fox or are hostile to the nine-tailed fox are all aliens. Believing that the nine-tailed fox is a good omen is a general statement. This belief is actually directed at the Emperor Wusheng. Master Jin's words mean that when Su Yin loses his conscience and makes money, he should not forget the main business. Assimilate the local natives into Xiaoyu people, and create a common understanding. What are you doing? Su Yin landed in the backyard of the government office, thinking about what Grand Master Jin said. He was originally going to go back to the bedroom to take a shower, change clothes, and have a good sleep. But as soon as he arrived at the backyard of the government office, he saw Douyu, Wanming County Master, Feng Shiqi, and Qingya, who did not manage the government affairs of Flower City, gathered in the pavilion to look through the Xiaoyu law and local laws. Yo! Zhou saw Su Yin coming back, raised his hand, greeted Su Yin, and said, "It's nothing big. It's just that we encountered a case without precedent. So we looked through the law to see how to judge it." "What case is so complicated?" Su Yin squatted down in the backyard, touched the little fox he adopted in the government office, and said curiously, "It's just a landlord. He married 3 wives and concubines, and had 4 daughters. This shouldn't be illegal, right?" Su Yin asked. The lady of Wanming County shook her head and said, "Of course not. As long as the tax is paid according to the amount when taking a concubine, it is legal. The real problem is behind. The old rich man is so mean. He let his concubine pretend to be a widow and run to the wine shop to deceive those young people who are greedy for beauty and money to go to the fields of the landlord to turn the soil and cultivate. After that, the landlord jumped out again, saying that those young people seduced other people's wives and violated Xiaoyu's law, and threatened to throw a few taels of silver to get rid of those young people. Those young people were so angry that they came to our office in the afternoon and said that they would seek justice even if they were stripped naked and paraded in the streets." Su Yin was stunned, and it took a long time for him to say from his teeth, "Operation Slutty. This landlord is also a talent. Xiaoyu's law has only been implemented here for a short time, and most people have not even read Xiaoyu's law. The old rich man can think of such a slutty idea to defraud young people. It must be said that he is really a talent." It would be a waste of talent if I didn't come to the Flower Bureau to apply for a job as a legal advisor. The relationship is too complicated, and we don't have a good standard for punishment at the moment. There are more than 20 people involved in the case, including 8 people from the landlord's family. Not only his concubine, but even his daughter went out to deceive people and came back to farm. The young people are also preparing to claim compensation for lost work. Zhou said with a look of amazement. Chapter 327 Great Xia rises. Wuxing Emperor. How to sentence? It must be a heavy sentence. The old rich man's behavior is a provocation. Its nature is so bad that he should be given a heavy sentence as a model to warn those who want to cheat and play tricks. After listening to Zhou and Luoming County Lord's explanation, although Su Yan admired the landlord's wit and knew how to study Xia Yu's laws and find loopholes to benefit himself, Su Yan still felt that he should be sentenced to a heavy sentence. The young man who peeped at someone else's wife was sentenced to parade in the streets. And the married woman who lied about being widowed to seduce a young and strong man should be sentenced to caning directly. And the daughters of the landlord must be sentenced to fraud and a large fine, because Xia Yu's laws belong to the bottom line. And as a county magistrate, that is, a parent official, he not only needs to consider the things in the law, but also the public opinion storm caused by the landlord's incident. Now that Xia Yu's laws have just been implemented, you are directly giving me loopholes. Right? After calculating the cost of fraud and the cost of hiring tenants, Su Yan came up with this bad idea. It was a win-win situation. He felt that if he didn't give a heavy sentence, this matter would inevitably cause some small thoughts among other big landlords, who would use fraud to trick young people into farming on their fields. Anyway, the cost of breaking the law is low, and it's neither profitable nor loss-making if the government imposes heavy penalties after the incident is exposed. As long as the fraud succeeds once, it's a bloody profit. It's very satisfying to make money without conscience. We think so too. But the real problem lies here. We should give them a heavy sentence to show the rigor of our Xia Yu law. The lady of Luoming County said helplessly, but the rich old concubine took the initiative to take all the responsibility and took away the landlords. We didn't rest most of the night just to find the right law and drag out the landlords, who took away all the money, and give them a heavy sentence. They thought similarly to Su Yan, and believed that this case should be judged as a model. In addition to the laws promulgated by Emperor Wuxing, Xia Yu also has some local laws. As a parent official, the county magistrate not only needs to judge according to the law, but also needs to be sympathetic to the people and pay attention to local laws, and make a judgment based on various factors, rather than just beating the person to death. Otherwise, if the public resentment boils over and the demon suppression division is brought in, the county magistrate will be subjected to a more severe trial. A person who knows the law and breaks it will be punished on the head, and he will not know how to die. Well, if you enforce the law with humanity, and you have no humanity, the people may attract a more brutal demon suppression division, which will kill the previous county magistrate on the spot and make way for the adjutant. What we are worried about now is that anyone with a clear eye can see that it was the landlord who instigated the concubine to commit the crime. But there is no handle for us to use to sentence him. Zhou said with a displeased face, if it doesn't work, we can just accuse him of a crime and beat him up to stop the people's resentment. Su Yan pondered for a while after hearing this, and said, we don't actually need to accuse him of a crime. I will go directly to his house to check his account books and taxes. No. Of course I know that a guy like him must be cautious in doing things. But we don't need to find any crimes. When we have nothing to do, let the yamen runners come to his house to check his account books. When checking the account, let all the workers and tenants in his family stop their work. A small check every 3 days, and a big check every 5 days. It doesn't matter whether we find anything or not. Just treat it as a place for our yamen runners to take a vacation to drink tea and eat fruit in the summer. Su Yan couldn't help but sneer as he spoke. As the official office of Xia Yu stationed in the Flower region, it didn't have much power in the past because of clan autonomy. But now the Flower office is different from the past. It can investigate you if it says so. And you don't even need to produce any evidence. Go against the official office? Can you fight against the 300,000 Red King army that the Red King illegally expanded? Or can you kick the Wuxing Emperor off the throne? Before the court tomorrow, let's say a few words to that rich old man. If he doesn't want our office to go to his house every day to check his account books and use the crystal to record his nighttime happiness with his wives and concubines, let him honestly admit his crimes. Sit in jail for 3 to 5 months, and then pay a fine of spiritual stones to get out of jail. Are you being arrogant? Luoming County lady had a black line on her forehead. Aren't you afraid that he will appeal? Su Yin waved his hand and said, It's okay. If the landlord really appeals. I'm familiar with the Minister of Justice. Poochie. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yu couldn't help but laugh. He thought Su Yin had some way to make the landlord voluntarily admit all the charges, and not go to the main city of Xiaoyu to appeal afterwards. It turned out that this was how it was solved. This time, the evil ones really have their own evil ones to deal with. And the local hooligans met the mountain bandits. Since the problem has been solved, don't look at those broken books. Judge according to the current situation in court. If the landlord is not honest and acts like a scoundrel, I will go to his house and make trouble with him. Luoming County lady closed the book. It was really difficult to find a flaw and drag him to the court for trial without some tricks to deal with these treacherous people. Thinking of this, Luoming County lady couldn't help but sigh. It was the first time for a public trial. She was still thinking about judging the landlord seriously through the law. Unexpectedly, she still needed to use some tricks in the end. Everyone should rest early. Before the public trial tomorrow morning, we still need to replace the gate seat in front of the government office with our nine-tailed fox statue of Xiaoyu. The flower area believes in the Holy Spirit and the mountain god. The Holy Spirit is responsible for the good weather and good harvest. And the mountain god is responsible for making the soil fertile. In front of the doors of the landlords and gentry in the flower area, there is basically a pair of Holy Spirit and mountain god gate seats. And most of the gate seats are buried in the ground to support the doorposts, revealing the Holy Spirit in the shape of white clouds and the mountain god in the shape of trees. In this way, the town's home is safe and sound, and it can also bless the coming year with good weather and good fortune. But in this way, Xiaoyu took full control of the flowers, and the holy mountain gods and the like could be placed. But they must not be placed in front of the official office that symbolized Xiaoyu's face. As Xiaoyu's official office, two majestic nine-tailed fox statues must be placed. Su Yin returned to the bedroom. First put the little dragon girl, who was sleeping like an eel in his arms, on the bed, and then went to bed to rest after taking a bath and changing clothes. Of course, Su Yin still maintained his human form. When he slept in the Moon Rabbit clan's land before, he was bitten a little when he maintained his little fox form. The swelling for several days made Su Yin alert, worried about encountering crazy mosquitoes again. So he turned into a human form and put on a light dress to sleep. With the arrival of the Lord of the Night, Su Yin slept dreamlessly all night until the next day. The Lord of the Night looked at the sky before dawn, looked outside the door with a puzzled look on his face, and went into the void. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Su, are you up yet? We need to prepare to invite the nine-tailed fox statue to our house. Xiaoyu's voice was heard outside the door. The auspicious time for placing the nine-tailed fox statue was about to arrive. But Su Yin had not come out of the dormitory yet. Xiaoyu took the initiative to knock on the door of Su Yin's dormitory, asking him to get up and prepare. Su Yin opened his eyes in a daze, responded to Xiaoyu's call outside the door, yawned and said, Well, a golden nest or a silver nest is still not as comfortable as my own fox nest. Su Yin slept very comfortably, and did not even notice that the sky was getting brighter. He almost forgot the important matter of placing the statue this morning. Su Yin simply washed up and ran to the door of the government office to watch the placement of the nine-tailed fox statue. There were tributes and some incense sticks on the altar in front of the government office. Two nine-tailed fox stone statues had been placed in front of the flower office. The two foxes were sitting on the stone seat in a squatting posture. The nine tails behind them were not erected, but curled up beside them in a casual and relaxed manner. The heads of the two nine-tailed foxes were tilted towards the door, as if looking at the pedestrians coming and going in the government office. Overall, the nine-tailed fox stone statues have a lot of curved shapes, deliberately reducing the fierceness that the nine-tailed fox's face and body may present. But when people see them, they can feel that the two nine-tailed fox stone statues are relaxed and leisurely, as if holding a feeling of looking down on the world. Let's prepare to burn incense. The Luoming County Lord picked up the altar incense and candles and began to distribute incense to the county magistrates and yamen runners, preparing to worship together later, which would be a simple completion of the process of offering incense to the nine-tailed fox stone statues. I won't burn incense. Su Yin looked at the two stone statues more than 2 meters high, with a little expectation on his face. He refused the incense and candles handed over by the Luoming County Lord, took 2 steps at a time, ran to the shoulders of the nine-tailed fox stone statue, and took a deep breath. When the incense was at its peak, Su Yin suddenly opened his mouth and shouted like a fox. Daxia is prosperous. Wishing Emperor. At such a suitable time to play with memes. Su Yin really couldn't hold back his eagerness, and ran to the shoulders of the nine-tailed fox to play the harmless old meme. Wyoming County Lord and Zhou Yu were stunned. But after thinking about it, they felt that the word Su Yin said seemed quite appropriate. So they led the Yamen runners to shout the word Su Yin said while burning incense. Daxia is prosperous. Wishing Emperor. Daxia is prosperous. Wishing Emperor. The nine-tailed fox stone statue is located in front of the government office, representing that Xia Yu officially included the flower area in his sphere of influence. Chapter 328 Fox Business. Swoosh. After worshipping the nine-tailed fox statue in front of the government office, the government office returned to its normal working process. The government officials went to the backyard martial arts field for morning exercises. After the exercises, they sat in the cafeteria in a row waiting for breakfast. Su Yin and Zhou Yu stood in front of the government office, talking about something leisurely, and then saw the landlords and the rich Dai family coming with hired lawyers. As a landlord in the flower area, he still has some privileges. Before the county magistrate has pronounced his guilt, he and his family do not need to be detained in the cell to await trial, and can go home. The government office is not afraid that the Dai family will run away, because their family's fields and industries will be confiscated, thanks to the nature of Xia Yu's law that is dead for money. Most illegal and disorderly behaviors can be settled with spirit stones. After Su Yin saw the Dai family, he whistled at him to attract the attention of the Dai family. Hey Magistrate Su. I'm sorry. When the landlord Lao Dai saw Su Yin, he was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and bowed to greet him. When Su Yin and Zhou Yu first came to Flower City, they often went to the countryside to investigate the farming situation. The land in the flower area was basically held by the landlords and some clans. After a few visits, Su Yin and Zhou Yu basically met most of the landlords in the flower area. Although they were not particularly familiar with each other, they could say hello when they met. Old Dai, you said that you were in trouble. Su Yin did not speak in front of the door. He raised his hand and gestured to Old Dai to move to the inner hall to talk. We have decided to use your case as a model for public trial. Landlord Old Dai was stunned when he heard this and said, What are you talking about? Magistrate Su? I didn't break the law. My wife is at most a fraud. I understand. I will pay 3 times the fine to Xia Yu with the actual benefits. If the illegal income from Xia Yu is found, it is necessary to pay 3 to 5 times the fine to Xia Yu. Old Dai has calculated it all. He said that his wife deceived more than 10 people to work in the fields. The salary of the helpers was no more than half a tael of silver per person per day, and 3 times 1.5 taels per day. Compared with renting out the fields to tenants in the past, the income he obtained far exceeded Xia Yu's fine. At most, he would pay some fines to save his wife from caning and imprisonment. No. You don't know what a model is or what a public trial is. Su Yin raised his hand to interrupt Old Dai, pointed to his regular clothes and said, I haven't changed into the county magistrate's clothes yet, so I'll explain to you briefly. The meaning of the so-called model and public trial is to be severe and strict, and it will only appear in some events that may cause public outrage, whether it is Xia Yu's law or local law. In some cases, it cannot resist the word public opinion. And what we are emphasizing now is humanity. Even if you pick up a small thing like a copper coin, as long as it will cause public outrage, you will be sentenced to death no matter how big or small it is. An exclamation mark popped up on the head of the lawyer, and he raised his hand and pointed at himself. As a lawyer, you know the law and break it, so your crime is naturally aggravated. You will be beheaded in front of the market. Zhou Yu raised his hand and patted the lawyer's shoulder, saying, Write a suicide note before the public trial begins, so that your family members won't fight over the family property after you die. Lawyer. Outrageous. Are you doing this according to the law? You even killed the lawyer? Susu County Magistrate. Are you kidding? If you are short of money, you can just say it directly, and you won't raise such a small matter to such a high level to make a judgment. Right? Old Dai saw that Su Yan's expression did not seem to be fake, and he panicked a little, but he still calmed down and prepared to negotiate. Do you know the historical background of the public trial? Su Yan shook his head and said, The background of the public trial can be traced back to the accession of His Majesty the Emperor Wuxing, who established the Demon Suppression Division with the function of inspecting the powerful and nobles in the Xia Yu dynasty. Once a county magistrate in a certain place fails to govern well, it will cause public resentment and will attract the investigation of the Demon Suppression Division. If the Demon Suppression Division finds out something, The target of the dismemberment in front of the vegetable market will be our local county magistrate. The parent official who fails to manage well and acts recklessly as a parent must be sentenced to death. Otherwise it will not be enough to appease the public anger and resentment. Su Yin shook his head and said, everyone cherishes his life. So there are some unwritten rules in the court. When the county magistrate notices that something is wrong in his jurisdiction, he needs to push some guys to conduct public trials to quell the people's grievances and anger. You also know the situation in our Flower City. We have just experienced a full-scale war. The people are already resentful because of the loss of property. From the Red King to us, we are all working hard to create jobs and spend our money to relieve the people's grievances and anger. Do you think it is cheap to build roads for the people? It's not cheap at all. It's more expensive than hiring monks. And the construction speed is slower than that of monks. A high-level Earth-type monk can replace hundreds of body refining and chi refining monks when building a city. When the price is spread out, it is considered as the cost of time. High-level monks are actually more cost-effective. Old die. This time it's really you who's going to die, or we who's going to die. You said you're going to do this. Su Yin sighed and said, after we die, we'll have to check your family's account books and make sure your tenants and workers and other shops have enough to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. Old Dai was threatened and frightened by Su Yin. And for a moment, he was a little undecided and looked at the lawyer he hired. The lawyer was also panicking now. What Su Yin said was based on classics. And he even described the history of Xia Yu's public trial and the reasons. It was so real that the lawyer himself felt a little weak. The things Su Yin said were not within the scope of the lawyer's knowledge, but some unwritten rules between officials at all levels in the court. How could he, a lawyer who had only studied for a few years, know those things? But the lawyer calmed himself down, looked at Su Yin and asked, I don't know. Magistrate Su, why did you tell us all these things? Because I'm afraid of trouble, and because I'm short of money. Su Yin said, as if it was a matter of course, it's extremely difficult for us Xia Yu to get promoted. I may reincarnate several times and your majesty is still the Wuxing emperor. And the third master is still the third master now. So I want to blackmail you and take advantage of your current disaster to earn some tribute to the higher-ups. Old Dai and the lawyer. Good guy. So you want to take advantage of the fire. In the inner hall of the government office, Su Yin and the landlord Old Dai discussed the Lingshire transaction and gave him some pointers. It's brother Su who is hurt by lying. And it sounds like the truth. Looking at the sack of spiritual stones on the ground, Zhou Yu looked at Su Yin with a surprised look on his face and said, whether it is the human race or the demon race, there is a factor of seeking benefits and avoiding harm in their instincts. I told Lao Dai to confess his guilt and accept punishment voluntarily, and he would definitely not agree. But when I threatened him with killing his whole family, he would obviously be more likely to accept the confession and punishment. Right? Su Yin smiled and said, if Su Yin really emphasized the strict and severe sentencing during the public sentencing later, and used the cause of public grievances and public anger to set the main tone, and ignored the ethics of some county magistrates and sentenced the Dai family to death, it would not be difficult. But why bother? The death penalty will only cause panic among the wealthy businessmen and landlords in Flower City. The public grievances will be calmed down, and the wealthy businessmen and landlords should also be ready to run away. In the end, the financial performance of Flower City will also be the victim. Just sentence Lao Dai to parade through the streets, fine him, and donate money to build bricks and tiles for Flower City. The people of Flower City should not have experienced the experience of throwing rotten eggs at the dignitaries. Right? I'll notify everyone later so that all the people can experience the feeling of playing physical landlord. By the way, Brother Zhou, remember to organize the officials to set up stalls to sell throwing objects and guide the people on how to use them. We must not let others spend this money in vain. Wouldn't it be great if we could earn it back and build a private brothel? Su Yin, who was about to go back to the house to change into his official uniform, looked at Zhou Yu and said, a few taels of silver do you also earn? Although I don't care. We are now the county magistrate in charge. And we can earn a little bit. A little bit here and there will add up to a lot. Chapter 329. Su is concerned about the country, the people and the world. Bang! The gavel rang. And the lady of Wuming County, squatting in the court, shouted, bring the woman Dai Lin. Don't wear it. Don't wear it. County magistrate. After the detailed explanation in the back hall, the landlord Dai saw the villagers in the government office and the words they cursed him. And he immediately understood that these villagers were most likely the same villagers as the young people who were deceived by him to work for free. recalling what Magistrate Su said about the public trial and the significance of the public trial as a model. Old Dai panicked. When the gavel of Wanming County Lord rang, Old Dai used his cultivation to squeeze through the crowd and threw himself directly to the court with a slightly fat belly, crying, "Mr. Magistrate, I am guilty. I should not have coveted the loss of silver and disappointed the sincerity of my fellow villagers. I really deserve to die." Seeing that the situation was the same as Su Yan expected, Old Dai now completely believed what Su Yan said, and followed the words Su Yan told him to jump to the court and cry wildly, confessing his guilt to the county magistrates in the court, because it was a public trial. Su Yan, Zhou Yu, Wanming County Lord, Feng Shiqi, and Qing Yao were all there, all wearing green and silver silk embroidered court robes and sitting in the court. "Tell me what you did." Su Yan waved to the yamen runners in front of the door, and brought the young man who sued the landlord Lao Dai, Lao Dai's wife, concubines and daughters, and also brought the lawyer who wanted to pretend to be dead to the court. "Master, you have to make a decision for the common people." As soon as the young men arrived in the court, they began to tell the story in anger. Lao Dai's concubine was coquettish, and seduced them to work in Lao Dai's fields. They plowed several acres of land a day for Lao Dai to plant sugarcane and beets. As a result, more than a dozen young men worked for half a month, and they were about to finish the plowing and take the beauty home. Lao Dai jumped out and wanted to get rid of himself with a few taels of silver. How could they bear it? It was agreed that whoever plowed more fields could marry into the Dai family. When the young man started talking, other young men also started to curse the Dai family for not doing anything. Let the concubine bring people back to work for nothing. Let the daughter bring people back to say that they would marry into the Dai family. In the end, for just a few pieces of silver, Old Dai even threatened the young man that they had broken the law. Peeping at other people's wives and girls, who had not yet reached the age of marriage, was against Xia Yu's law. Su Yan and his men had long understood the course of the case. It was actually a normal process for the plaintiff and the defendant to appeal the case in court. After the two parties and the people outside the court had almost finished arguing with each other, the lady of Wanming County raised the gavel again and slammed it heavily on the table, causing a harsh sound wave, forcibly calming the arguments in the court, and said, "I have understood the course of the case. Now do the lawyers of the Dai family and Dai Changji have anything to say? He is the mastermind." The lawyer pointed out Old Dai without thinking, trying to clear himself, but Old Dai was not joking and also pointed out the lawyer. It was this guy who was familiar with Xia Yu's law and sold him the idea, saying that he could earn hundreds of kilograms of spiritual stones every year. "Do the criminal Dai Changji and his wife and concubine plead guilty?" Su Yan asked. "Dai pleads guilty. But I want to make amends. I want to donate money to government offices to repair the garden landscape so that people can smell the fragrance of flowers when they open their flowers, improve the living environment, and block the hot summer sun. I want to compensate the young people who were truly hurt 3 times their wages. And I also want to distribute clothes to the people." Old Dai quickly pleaded guilty and, as Su Yan said, voluntarily paid money to build facilities that benefit the people. Su Yan looked at the appeal officer, who quickly paid money to appease the people's grievances so that the county magistrate would not be pushed out to take the blame. Verdict. After the county magistrates temporarily returned to the back hall to discuss, Feng Shiqi took out a piece of paper and pronounced the verdict aloud. Dai Changji and his wives and concubines used fraud to lure young people into working for free, because they confessed their guilt frankly and sincerely, and were willing to spend their property to repair public facilities. The following verdict is made. Dai Changji must compensate the victim 3 times the wages in addition to compensation, because his despicable behavior caused public outrage. He was punished to parade naked in the city, and was imprisoned. Although the offending woman was an accomplice, she also had improper conduct and fraud, and was caned 20 times and imprisoned. The young people's verdict is as follows. According to Xia Yu's law, both the deceased husband and the deceased wife need to keep vigil for 1 year. The young people are subjectively suspected of peeping at other people's wives and girls who have not yet reached the age of marriage. According to Xia Yu's law, they should be fenced off for 3 days before the market. Feng Shiqi pronounced the verdict of the county magistrates aloud, and then looked at the more than 20 people in the audience and said, "Any objections?" The young people received 9 times the market price of wages from Lao Dai and the lawsuit. After thinking about it, this is already about 1.5 years of wages. Although he was unwilling to not take the coquettish woman home, if he raised any objections, he might not even get compensation, and would have to donate all of it to the government office. So he agreed with the judgment made by the county magistrates. Lao Dai and Su Gun had bitter faces but no objection. After the verdict was announced, the young men were hung with signs that read, "I am greedy for other people's wives. I am lowly," and were forced by the yamen runners to the front of the market gate. They were put in a circle drawn in a shady place, and ordered not to leave within 3 days. The Sankan government office would be responsible. If they crossed the line, they would be paraded in the streets, and confined for 15 days. Lao Dai and Su Gun also came to the back hall. The yamen runners stripped them of their clothes, leaving only their shoes and pants. They were shackled and hung with fraud and crime papers on their chests. They were ready to walk around the city for a day in a miserable manner. "Hey, old Dai." Su Yin walked into the back hall and looked at old Dai, who had just been shackled, and the lawyer, and said, "Next week, our flower office is going to sell the rental rights of the prosperous shops. Do you have any interest in bidding? The flower city used to belong to the clan. But now that the clans have fallen, the ownership of the flower city belongs to the government. In the past, the clans rented the land and let the merchants bid to rent the shops for business. But now the world has changed. Su Yin has just recovered more than 30 prosperous shops. Su Yin added a bidding fee before renting them out. And the land rental period has been changed from 3 years to 10 years. Whoever wants the rental rights of those prosperous shops can bid. As for who rents it or not, the government has no management interest, as long as the tax is paid on time." Bidding? Old Dai was stunned when he heard this, and frowned and said, "You, Magistrate Su, are not fair. There was no such thing as bidding before." "Before? In the past, if you did something like this, the Hua family should have dragged you to the ancestral hall and beaten to death. And your wife, concubines and daughters should have been sent to the pig cage. That's all." Su Yin waved his hand and said, "Now it's open and fair. Starting from 1 or 2 spirit stones to bid for tenure lease rights. Bid to obtain the lease rights, and pay the lease fees to the government office on time." Old Dai felt that Su Yin was robbing, and the bidding fee was just a cover. It was obvious that Magistrate Su made up a pretext to rob the landlords and businessmen, and then put the bidding fee into his own pocket. "Just tell me whether you want to rent it or not. After renting it back, as long as you don't do anything illegal, you can divide it into a few rooms. Rent the first floor to a fruit and vegetable seller, the second floor to a rouge seller, and the third floor to a brothel owner. The turnover rate will go up, and you can rent each floor at a higher price. The rental price is also lower for merchants." "Isn't that the truth?" Su Yin said. "Then you can lie at home and make a lot of money, while our government office doesn't make any money. Isn't that a big loss?" "Old Dai, you're meaning. Do you mean that I can continue to build on the original building? In this case, it seems that paying an extra bidding fee is not a loss. Well, you can build more or not. Anyway, you need to apply to the government office for approval when you build, and then pay a tax and labor cost." Of course, Su Yin was thinking this way, but he didn't tell old Dai now. First, he coaxed them into the trap to earn a bidding fee from them, and then slowly fooled these local rich people to spit out some money. Now that the flowers are damaged, everyone is sad. If we don't trick the landlords into giving us money, can we expect the villagers to give us money as tribute? Being a county magistrate is too difficult. We have to protect people's livelihood and manage the cleanliness and public security of the city. These are all silver. If the landlords don't donate, do we expect the Red King to allocate funds? After Su Yin returned to the government office, he ignored everything and focused on attracting investment, running to the landlords to paint a rosy picture for them and describe a bright future for them. The stinky ditch and the broken hut were all described as riverside manners. Chapter 330 Black Dragon Daddy. The little guys nowadays are really working hard. More than half a month had passed. Sitting in Luoheiju, Master Jean looked at the homework of the students from the academy collected by the Red King army from all over the country with an interested expression on his face. He could hear the Red King's complaints. The academy's outing places were all in the Red King's territory. But some of the students made the Red King feel sick. In just 2 months, the order of the counties in various places was messed up. The county magistrate should have collected some extra fees from the wealthy merchants in various places, part of which was used for the tribute at the end of the year, part of which was invested in the county, and the remaining part could fall into his own pocket. Anyway, as long as the wealthy merchants came to the government office to do business, they had to pay a tea fee and a labor fee. The single amount might not be large, but there were so many traveling merchants. As a result, those young and inexperienced people abruptly pushed away the silver. With a righteous look as if they were some great masters. Later, when they found that the government treasury was in deficit, they wrote to the Chiwang mansion to apply for funding. Chiwang was so angry that he was shaking all over. I really don't know what books those guys read. It's okay that the city can't be self-sufficient. But now they are asking for city construction funds. Ha ha. Master Jean smiled as he listened to Chiwang complaining that the students in the academy were inactive, eager to learn, and learn some great and glorious things that caused the city to have a loss in the account, and also offended the local natives who were willing to pay. They were happy to fight landlords and natives. But now they don't give silver to the government. Every year, people spend a lot of spiritual stones to buy privileges that do not cause public resentment and anger, and also boost the local economy. As a result, as soon as those students came up, they deleted all the privileges that they bought with silver. Damn. They are even more unruly than unruly people. There is no need to care about them. And there is no need to allocate funds to them. Let them solve it themselves. If they can't solve it, let the angry people drag them out and beat them up. They should be able to understand the truth that everything in this world is not black and white. Grand Master Jean spoke to appease the Red King, and pointed out what the Red King wanted to express in a roundabout way before. To sum up, the Red King's words are that he firmly disagrees to allocate funds to those students. Not only do they not make money, but they have the nerve to come to him to ask for money and property allocation? Grand Master Jean agreed without thinking too much. The outing trip to the academy was originally a platform provided by the Yongla Academy. The students competed for the victory based on their own abilities. They all said that they were based on their own abilities. How could Grand Master Jean and the Red King allocate funds? Clean up the mess caused by those students. This report is interesting. Teacher Jean raised his hand and threw the homework in his hand in front of Chiwang for him to browse the contents. This homework came from Flower City, which was the daily work of Su Yan and his partners in the past half-month. Chiwang picked up Su Yan's homework and began to flip through it casually. But the more Chiwang read, the slower the movement of flipping the book in his hand gradually became. He frowned and said, "This guy is really shameless." In the report written by Su Yan, the words between the lines revealed the false pretenses, robbery, and deception. First, in the name of cooperation, the original Hua family and the Demon Clan by General were brought over. And then they respectively built workshops with the Hua family for reprocessing. And then outsourced the flower field and city security work to the Demon Clan. After winning over the two local bosses, Su Yan tried hard to target the flower merchants and landlords, and tried hard to trick them into investing in the city construction, saying how much the rate of return was, and talking about the future prospects of the flower city. Then, Su Yan took the funds for the construction of the city from the Red King and began to directly operate and build brothels, wine shops and casinos in the name of the government office. The brothel was not a proper brothel. It was clearly written in the documents that the purpose of this brothel was actually to provide for landlords and wealthy businessmen. If you want to discuss anything with the government office, you can come here. The price of dishes and drinks inside is 5 times higher than that of the outside world. Whether the negotiation is successful or not, you can earn a sum of money in the government office account book. Su Yan's strategy can be described as a little bit of money here, a little bit of money there, and a little bit of trickery here. And he made a lot of money in the name of the government office and invested it in the construction of the city. Then he intercepted the funds from the Red King. Su Yan did not write the purpose of this huge sum of money in his homework, and the Red King frowned when he saw it. That big liar will come to your house to discuss this matter with you in a while. Taishu Jin looked at Chiwang with a frown on his face, as if he was thinking about something, and said with a smile, "The boy came to give me cakes 2 days ago." Which means that the funds that were intercepted in the workbook were all embezzled by him. That capital also became the capital for the boy to deceive the flower landlords. He, raising funds from the middle level of Flower City, saying that we should not stop at flowers, but should look at South Xinjiang and the southern states. Does he have any shame? I conquered South Xinjiang, and now he is raising funds in the name of a joint venture business. Chiwang thought about Su Yan's plan for a while. He should use the name of developing the South Xinjiang area to fish. Let the flower landlords hand in a letter of surrender, and then let them get on the car and jointly develop the business in the South Xinjiang area. The so-called letter of surrender should refer to the construction of the city, and some more detailed exchanges of interests. Su Yan, who has a huge amount of funds and has won over the Hua family and the Flower Demon Clan, should come to him to discuss the development of the southern Xinjiang area. It doesn't matter whether the Red King agrees or not. If the Red King doesn't agree, Su Yan will use funds to open the way, bribe or assassinate to occupy the actual control of the cities in the southern Xinjiang area and dump goods locally. The Red King can't move him because of Xiao Yu's law. And he can't use any means because Master Jean is watching. Su Yan doesn't fight with the Red King for anything. Just with a huge amount of cash and force, like a gust of wind. Buying and selling valuable assets at a low price, and then forcing the locals to buy his things. The strength of southern Xinjiang is different from the past. Those hard bones have basically been gnawed by the Red King. The strength of southern Xinjiang is completely unable to match the strength of the current Flower District. After rolling over one city after another. By the time the Red King drives out the monks, who Su Yan has corrupted with spirit stones, the shameless guy has already run away with the cash he has cashed in. That white-haired fox actually plotted against me. After figuring this out, the Red King couldn't help but curse Su Yan for making the best use of his resources, using his name to make a lot of money, grabbing the benefits he deserved, and then using the Xiaoyu law and Master Jean to counter him. Such a despicable student of the academy should be placed under my command. The Red King said to Master Jean, such a despicable and shameless guy should be placed in the Red King's palace, so that we can eliminate unstable factors and expand the territory of our Xiaoyu dynasty. He. Master Jean shook his head and said with a smile, he can't take those things away. They are just trying to make data on paper for me. After the outing is over, they should go back to Xiaoyu City. Su Yan imitated the strategy of Princess Wuxi, revealing the wild style of a bandit inside and out. Qi Huang likes such ambitious people. These guys are simply capable ministers for maintaining stability when they are used to expand territory. Therefore, Qi Huang thinks Su Yan is very useful and wants to give up part of the interests in southern Xinjiang to exchange Su Yan with Master Jean. But Master Jean rejected Qi Huang's proposal, because Su Yan's greatest value is not in himself, but in the Queen Mother Su who is nurturing the ghost in Su Yan's body. If Su Yan is left with Qi Huang, God knows how much time it will take to find the old woman. Now she doesn't have long legs. Once the 9 ghosts of the old woman can get away from Su Yan, it will be troublesome for Master Jean to find them one by one. After the outing, the things that belong to you will still belong to you. He can't take those away. At most, he can take some spiritual stones from the government warehouse. Just when Master Jean was still laughing with King Qi about Su Yan's shameless behavior, Su Yan in the Flower City was sleeping soundly on his bed, and the Lord of the Night was sitting beside him, watching Su Yan compiling a book. From time to time, he put his arm on Su Yan's head and entered Su Yan's dream to ask him about some troubles about children's growth. On a night that should have been peaceful, a gust of wind suddenly came from outside the dormitory door. The Lord of the Night noticed that someone was approaching the dormitory, raised his hand, and waved the charcoal pencil in his hand. And the black charcoal pencil shot into the gap in the space and hit the head of the person outside the door. When the Lord of the Night came out of Su Yan's dream and used his spiritual sense to detect the person outside the door, he was stunned on the bed. Afterwards, the Lord of the Night slightly tidied up the books on the bed, entered the gap in the space, and left Su Yan's dormitory. Bang! A charcoal pencil stuck in his head, about 5 meters tall, with white eyes, fell backwards heavily in the backyard of the government office with a loud noise. Who? The black dragon fell in front of Su Yan's door. Su Yan woke up from his sleep when he noticed the loud noise outside the door, and ran outside to see what happened. Su Yan saw a black dragon, with starlight flashing on its scales. Seeing this, Su Yan was completely stunned and looked at the black dragon lying on the ground. After careful identification, he realized that it was not his father, and then shouted into the dormitory, saying, "Little dragon girl, come out quickly. Your father is seriously injured and fell in the backyard of the government office." Su Yan couldn't tell whether he was injured or not, but Su Yan could see blood spurting from the head of the humanoid black dragon. Although the blood flow was not large, it was very high, and it should be about 3 meters high by visual estimation. Su Yan had never treated a black dragon before, and didn't know how to judge the black dragon's injury. He could only call Xiaolong out to see what was going on. What happened? Xiaolong yawned as she walked out the door. When she saw her father lying on the ground, she was stunned and hurried forward to check his injuries. Did the charcoal pencil break the defense of the dragon scales? Xiaolong flew across the void to the dragon father's forehead, looking at the charcoal pencil stuck in the dragon scales with a shocked face. Xiaolong stepped forward and pulled out the dragon scale that had been pierced from her father's forehead. Pulling out the dragon scale revealed the wound underneath. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A slightly pink scale quickly grew out of the wound, expanded and turned black. Xiaolong looked at the dragon scale in her hand, and then looked at her father, who was unconscious, with a complicated expression on her face. Who on earth was that guy who actually used a charcoal pencil to give a full-grown black dragon a concussion? Go get the medicine quickly, and get some western pepper. Xiaolong was silent for just a moment, and then immediately ordered Su Yan and others to get things to forcefully wake up the unconscious black dragon father. She suspected that her father might be being hunted down, and that he came here at night to save her, but ended up falling in front of Su Yan's bedroom with serious injuries. If her guess was right, it would be troublesome. She and her group might need to evacuate the office and go to Qiwang territory to seek the protection of Qiwang and Grandmaster Jin. Chapter 331: The latest movement of my young father. Little dragon girl, your father has fallen to the ground. Black dragon father fell in the backyard of the government office, and after Su Yan found him, he didn't know how to judge the injuries and treatment methods of the dragon clan. So he turned around and called little dragon girl, who was sleeping in the dormitory, to check the situation. After a preliminary examination, little dragon girl pulled out the charcoal pencil stuck in black dragon father's head and cleared away the abnormal spiritual power carried by the charcoal pencil. With the powerful recovery ability of the dragon clan and the earth immortal, black dragon father instantly healed the wound on his forehead. But because the charcoal pencil contains huge energy, black dragon father, who was hit by the energy shock, fell into a coma and could not wake up so quickly. Seeing that her father was in a fighting state, little dragon girl suspected that her father might have just experienced a battle, or even be hunted down. So she did not hesitate to order Su Yan and others to get healing pills and pepper produced in the western state. Achu. 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 After Xiaolong gave the black dragon father the elixir, she raised her hand to call for a trickle of water to sweep up the peppercorns and crush them, and then rushed directly into the giant dragon man's nostrils with a trickle of water. The black dragon father, who was about 5 meters tall, sneezed while lying on the ground of the government office, spraying out the pepper water that Xiaolong had poured into his nostrils. Then, it seemed that the sneezing would not stop. Amid the sneezes, gusts of wind blew in the backyard of the government office. The wind, accompanied by a sudden rain, spewed out from the mouth of the black dragon father, and the surging waves flooded the backyard of the government office. Su Yan realized that something was wrong, and quickly changed from a human form to a little fox form, and climbed straight up to the doorpost quickly. The 4 little fox claws popped out from the pads and scratched the doorpost with nails, and were not submerged by the water spewed out of the black dragon's mouth. As for the princess of Luoming County, Zhou and others, because they were not familiar with the water flow of the dragon clan, they did not dodge to a high place like Su Yan when they saw the black dragon about to sneeze. Unfortunately, they were swept by the strong wind from the sneeze and thrown into the air. When they were about to dodge, they were swept into the trickle of water spewed by the black dragon and rolled with the waves. After the wind and waves subsided, the water flow attracted by the black dragon father completely submerged the government office. A large amount of trickle of water escaped from the wall of the government office, making the streets outside the government office feel like a flood. Pain. The black dragon father covered his nostrils, opened his mouth and breathed in the air, using the water flow to wash away the remnants of western pepper in his nasal cavity. What happened? The little dragon girl slowly fell from the air, looked at the old man who was rolling around with his hands covering his nostrils, and spoke. Among the forms of the North Sea dragons, the black dragon form is the largest and most destructive. The human form is more concealed when manipulating magic, and the dragonman form combines concealment with the destructive power of the dragon body, and is the best form to seize the initiative when encountering a strong enemy, and to escape quickly when the enemy cannot be resisted. When Xiaolong saw her father's dragonman form, she realized that something might be wrong, so she used some rough means to forcibly wake up her unconscious father. Nothing happened. The black dragon father shook his huge dragon head, rubbed his aching head, looked at little dragon girl and asked, "I was running away. How did I return to the Red King's territory?" The charcoal pencil thrown by the Lord of the Night was obviously a bit difficult for the black dragon father to handle, and even some of his memories were temporarily lost. Run away? Little dragon girl frowned and asked, "Did you really encounter a strong enemy chasing you?" "It's not a strong enemy. Just that perverted Ao Renlin." The black dragon father's figure gradually shrank back, raised his hand to make a lifting motion, and all the overflowing water in the office gathered on his palm, forming a huge water ball above the office. and threw it into the sky, and the office returned to a dry state. On the way to escort Bai Zhe, we met Ao Renlin in the southern state. That guy is now mixed with a group of demons from the Nightmare Town. If it weren't for the fact that the South China Sea Caterpillar and I ran fast enough, he would have almost been in a wheelchair. The Black Dragon Father, who had regained his human form, let out a long sigh and briefly explained what happened. Of course, when explaining the cause of the matter, the Black Dragon Father did not forget to complain about the South China Sea Dragon clan. The 4 Sea Dragons, the North Black Dragon, the East Green Dragon, and the West White Dragon are all covered with scales. But the South China Sea Dragon clan has red fur on its body, which seems to be somewhat out of place when standing with other dragons. Therefore, the South China Sea Dragon clan often attracts complaints from other dragons. Is the Dragon Clan traitor Ao Renlin so powerful? Su Yin just slid down from the doorpost and heard the news about his young father in his ears. His mind moved, and he asked loudly with a look of surprise on his face. Since the Su family raided his house, Su Yin completely lost contact with his father. It was only when he met the incarnation of Fox Mother that he vaguely knew that his father was doing something big. Something that could break the pursuit of the Nine-Tailed Fox and the Dragon Clan. As for what it was, Fox Mother did not say. Just said that Dragon Father was working hard in the universe, which should involve some ancient tombs of powerful people. Right? Of course. These are just Su Yan's guesses, and the real situation is unknown. Therefore, when Black Dragon Father said that Ao Renlin was mixed with the people of Nightmare Town, Su Yan deliberately showed surprise on his face and asked Black Dragon Father if the Dragon Clan traitor Ao Renlin was really so powerful, and asked about the news of his young father indirectly. If he wasn't any good, how could we offer a huge reward to him? The old Black Dragon sneered at Su Yan's question and said, Ao Renlin was a pervert. Before he defected from the North Sea Dragon Clan, he was highly regarded by the Black Dragon King. To use the position of a human clan as an analogy, he was a close disciple. You didn't even win the encirclement? Little Dragon Girl asked with a strange expression on her face. The matter of Ao Renlin was a taboo topic in the North Sea Dragon Clan. The young dragons only knew that they needed to inform the Dragon Clan and let the elders of the Dragon Clan capture him when they saw Ao Renlin. When talking about Ao Renlin, the older female black dragons would show regret on their faces. Little Dragon Girl felt that those aunts and uncles, including her mother, seemed to be interested in the dragon traitor. If we could have won the encirclement, I would have taken that pervert back to the Dragon Clan to ask the old Dragon King for the reward. Black Dragon Dad waved his hand and said, It's impossible to win. If that pervert hadn't set his sights on Bai Zhe, it wouldn't have been so easy for me and the red-haired worm to come back. As he spoke, Black Dragon Dad spread out his palms to let his daughter look at his hands. Whether it was the engagement ring or the storage ring, Ao Renlin had taken them all. Nothing was left for Black Dragon Dad, so he couldn't call on the elders of the Dragon Clan for support. Why do you call the Dragon Clan traitor a pervert? Su Yan was slightly curious, ran to the side of the little dragon girl and looked at Black Dragon Dad with her, and asked again. Chapter 332 Dragon Clan's long-cherished wish. Why is Ao Renlin a pervert? Because he is indeed a dead pervert. Black Dragon Father was looked at by Xiao Long and Su Yan. After saying something as a matter of course, he thought about it and continued to add to his previous speech. Well, we dragons are all people of temperament, and we are all optimistic in character. Ao Renlin is a person who is born with knowledge. When he came out of the egg, his face was black and his temperament was extremely cold. When we were discussing the female beast Fengrun, he came over and said indifferently, Idiot. We have never seen such a pervert. The people who are born with knowledge mentioned by Black Dragon Father are often seen among the blood of the Demon Clan. In simple terms, they are born with the knowledge and power of their parents, or direct blood relatives of higher generations through blood inheritance. Innate magical powers belong to the power of innate knowledge. Just like Su Yan was born knowing how to control water. Su Yan couldn't explain the principle of water control, but he just felt that he could control the water molecules between heaven and earth. And then, he controlled some water molecules with a thought. But what the Black Dragon Father said about being born knowing is to describe that Ao Renlin not only inherited strength, but also inherited knowledge through blood inheritance. So that he had a deep memory of the world when he was born, and knew some secrets that ordinary dragons did not know. The cold evil dragon Ao Renlin was the name, before he defected from the Dragon Clan. He was born with the ability to control the power of frost. And he also understood the meaning of freezing. It was also a teasing name for Ao Renlin's personality, that was incompatible with his fellow tribesmen. Ao Renlin was born different. In just a few years after his birth, his strength had surpassed some of his fellow tribesmen, which made the Black Dragon King look at him sideways. It's so outrageous. When Su Yan heard this, he could no longer suppress the surprise on his cheeks. He subconsciously lowered his head to look at his fox paws, and then recalled the description of his young father by the Black Dragon Father. He couldn't help but have black lines on his forehead, and complained in his heart. It seems that in terms of choosing reincarnation, my vision is still narrow, not as fancy as my father. Su Yan's talent for cultivation is already very good. With the physical fitness of the demon race, he can be comparable to the genius of the human race. He can even swallow a large amount of pills to improve his cultivation. And he has not suffered the common situation of meridian damage and needing to rest for half a year. But Su Yan's father is different. He has powerful magical powers when he was born. The magical powers of the North Sea Dragon clan also have different levels. The most common one is the power of controlling water, which can do some delicate operations that some water-related cultivators cannot do. The next level is the power of the bitter cold winter. And the most powerful magical power of the North Sea Dragon clan is the freezing power evolved from the power of the bitter cold winter. When Black Dragon Daddy said that Ao Renlin was a dead pervert, there was no false propaganda involved. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Ao Renlin was a dead pervert in both psychological and physiological terms. After Su Yan finished looking at his own claws, he turned his gaze to the little dragon girl beside him. As Black Dragon Daddy said, Ao Renlin was called a pervert for psychological and physiological reasons. Then, does the little dragon girl, who is also extremely unsociable in character, also have something unusual about her? No. Xiaolong raised her hand and pressed it on Su Yan's face, and said with a firm face, I am definitely the most normal dragon in the North Sea Dragon clan. The abnormal dragons should be the other heartless dragons, who are happy to play. I still don't understand why those old dragons seem to be in estrus all day long. Xiaolong felt that she was a very normal member of the dragon clan. Before doing anything, she would think about whether this matter would be beneficial to her, how to operate it if it was beneficial, and how to refuse it if it was not beneficial. On the other hand, other real dragon members were either pressing on female beasts or on the way to press on female beasts, like mad beasts without any emotions. Therefore, Xiaolong concluded that she was the most normal dragon in the dragon clan, who knew how to think rationally and the meaning of thinking about things, and belonged to a very serious dragon clan. If she had to make a metaphor, she felt that she should be a rational dragon like Xia Yuang Jin Taisher. Hearing Xiaolong complaining about the dragon clan, Black Dragon Daddy's face suddenly showed a serious expression, saying, We are not always in estrus. We are just working hard for the dragon clan's long-cherished wish. If it weren't for the fact that he was really powerless, Daddy wouldn't have married so quickly to ignite the last glory for the dragon clan. As he said this, Black Dragon Daddy's face was full of pain, and he couldn't help rubbing his cheeks with both hands, trying to dispel the female dragon in his mind that was thousands of meters long. Xiaolong sneered and said, You just said something about disliking your mother. I will convey it to your mother in an exaggerated way. What long-cherished wish? Glory? And hard work? You are kidding. Everyone in the dragon clan doesn't know that the final destination of the old dragon, who has settled down, is to marry a female dragon from the same clan, in order to avoid getting married and escape from the clutches of the female dragon. You two are all working hard to output frantically. Not really. The Black Dragon Father shook his head and said, I shouldn't talk about these things. But since the topic is at the level of my life, it doesn't matter if I say it. Faced with his daughter's backstabbing, the Black Dragon Father decided to have a good conversation with her, lest his daughter really exaggerate and say something after returning home, causing his female dragon to go crazy and pinch her neck and go back to her room. In fact, if we really want to talk about it, why our dragon clan is so sexually promiscuous and causes disasters, we may need to trace it back to the early days when all races were fighting for resources and territory. The ancestor of the dragon clan is one of the original holy spirits, named Ingshering, the Ingong dragon's ancestor. The ancestor of the dragon and other holy spirits gave birth to 3 major tribes, one of which is the 4 great dragons, the ancestors of our 4 seas dragon clan, and the 10-headed phoenix that has disappeared, and the 5-element unicorn that was exterminated. The original holy spirits were rare, and later the holy spirits gave birth to various tribes named after gods and men. The original fairy world was based on the godman race, which evolved into the myriad races over a long period of time. Later, Due to resources and internal conflicts within the Godman race, the myriad races started fighting, and the roots of the original fairy world split were planted. Of course, Black Dragon Daddy did not talk about the split of the original fairy world. He might not know about it. He just talked about the fight between the ancestor of the dragon race, the Godman race, and the myriad races. The split of the original fairy world was roughly what Su Yan deduced based on what Black Dragon Daddy said and the information he knew. The Holy Spirit gave birth to gods, and gods gave rise to all races. The races fought over resources and conflicts with their gods. The Holy Spirit, who sat high in the sky, felt disgusted and led the split of the original fairyland. He threw away the warring tribes and the opposing Holy Spirits like garbage, leaving behind the most fertile land and resources, which formed the fairyland legends that the cultivators in the world of cultivation talk about today. Are we on the right side with the phoenix? Listening to the old man's story, Xiao Longnu's face showed obvious surprise. At the beginning of the war among all races, weren't we the first to fight with the phoenix and the phoenix? So pay attention to my words. 10 heads. The 10-head phoenix is our dragon clan's brother. Now the phoenix has no idea what choming old chicken is died and flying in the sky, chirping and barking. The black dragon father sighed and said, "We dragons and the 10-head phoenix and the 5 elements Kirin are in an offensive and defensive alliance, forming a bond with blood in the melee, and fighting those red-haired old chickens. Then, all the good brothers are gone, and only our 4 Seas dragon clan has a few thousand heads. We have the same blood flowing in our bodies, and our dragon clan cannot let down our former brothers, as long as our dragon clan reproduces quickly enough. Sooner or later we will be able to produce blood mutants and blood returners, so that the disappeared 10-head phoenix and 5 elements Kirin clan brothers will reappear." Hearing this, Su Yan and Xiao Longnu looked stupid. Xiao Longnu was surprised by the childishness and innocence of the dragon clan, while Su Yan was completely shocked by the dragon clan's layout and ambition. Based on the history of the gods and humans breeding all races, and the theory of the abandonment of the Holy Spirit, the behavior of the dragon clan can be viewed. It can be clearly found that the dragon clan seems to have been accumulating strength, silently waiting for the seal of the Jedi Tiantong to disappear, preparing to find the former allies, and go back to severely punish those holy spirits. In this way, Su Yan felt that he should be able to suspect that the dragon clan may have the possibility of keeping the Nightmare Town sect behind the scenes. Otherwise, why is the dragon clan so sure that they can breed the 10-headed phoenix and the 5-element Kirin clan? Is it really based on the so-called common blood? Su Yan does not believe that the 4 Seas dragon clan, which has been able to stand for so long, would have such a childlike and lovely idea in their hearts. Then, what should be the hidden story behind the extinction of the 10-headed phoenix and the 5-element Kirin? Chapter 333 Brother. I'm afraid you can't bear it. 10-headed phoenix and 5-element Kirin. Su Yan's face showed an expression of enlightenment. Obviously, the so-called long-cherished wish of the dragon clan cannot be achieved simply by relying on the dragon clan's own efforts, mutations and atavism. It must involve the use of the method of Nightmare Town. Otherwise, with the number of real dragons in the dragon clan, it is obviously impossible to produce so many bloodline mutants and bloodline atavism. A certain degree of artificial intervention in the directional breeding process must be carried out. This can also explain why the Black Dragon Father said at the beginning that when he and the South China Sea Red Dragon were spies on Bai Zhe to the border of the southern state, they were chased by the Dragon Clan traders and the Nightmare Town. Ao Renlin and the Nightmare Town Su Yan can probably guess what their father is trying for now. Either work hard to cultivate the magic skills, and I will kill whoever stops me from taking back the child's mother, so as to rescue my wife. Or they are working hard to revive the 10-headed phoenix and the 5-element unicorn tribes, in order to coerce the 4-sea dragon tribe to negotiate with the 9-tailed fox tribes, and to get Fox Mom back no matter what. This is probably what Fox Mom said. Dragon Dad is busy marrying us back home in a formal ceremony. Right? Su Yan subconsciously rubbed his head, and still had many doubts about Dragon Dad's plan. But Su Yan couldn't find Dragon Dad to ask now. The ticket to the universe Starry Sky requires the cultivation of the nascent soul. But the cultivation of the nascent soul is just a ticket. The universe Starry Sky, as the cemetery of the thugs and powerful cultivators in the cultivation world, and the sleeping place of the holy spirits in the cultivation world. There is no doubt that you will die if you try to go there without strong strength. It is a veritable lawless place. And it is cute to sell 2 more caddies of spirit stones in the universe Starry Sky. So, it is our dragon clan's long-cherished wish to find the 10-headed phoenix and the 5-element unicorn again. Our dragon clan youths of all generations have been working hard for this. The Black Dragon Father had a serious face. And then, as if he thought of something, he let out a sigh of relief, and said with a dull face, "Then I'm tired. I'll go back to the clan and let your mother abduct me to the Dragon Cave, unload the Dragon Clan mission, return to the family, and start retirement life." At that time, his body length was only 300 meters, belonging to an extremely upright young dragon, and the little dragon girl's mother was nearly 1,000 meters long, and she could lift her with one hand when she manifested her true body. When he was young, the Black Dragon Father, who returned home, did not receive the epic treatment of a hero. Instead, he was assigned by the elders to the female dragon's nest of the same clan, and continued to shine and burn himself for the authentic bloodline of the North Sea Dragon clan. The Black Dragon Father couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was not as young as Ao Rinlin, who laughed at him, and even said in secret with disdain that he was absolutely a homosexual. In his youth, he went out to reproduce with the long-cherished wish of saving the good brothers of the Dragon clan. In the end, he was so tired that he couldn't rest peacefully. The strong and beautiful female beasts lined up from inside the attic to outside the attic. Until now, after the Black Dragon Father formed a family with a female dragon of the same clan, he has begun to envy Ao Rinlin's life. Damn the long-cherished wish of the Dragon clan. The Black Dragon Father now doubts why the other brothers are so hard-working. Is it because if they don't work hard to reproduce the offspring of each clan, they will marry the female dragon of the same clan? So they work so hard to give birth to cubs. There is no such thing as freedom of marriage in the Dragon clan. You can do whatever you want when you are young, even if you kick a widow's door at night. Our clan elders will cover you. But after playing enough, the final destination of all dragons is the same clan. Black Dragon Dad felt that he had had enough. So he ran away and went home to prepare for marriage, wanting to give himself a vacation. However, what greeted Black Dragon Dad was a supergiant female black dragon arranged for him by the clan elders. After grabbing his small body and bringing him back to the Dragon Cave, the two of them worked together to create the little dragon girl. After the Black Dragon Father was sad for a long time, he lowered his head and looked at the little dragon girl in front of him, who looked like a loach. He couldn't help but show a trace of pity. This child is exactly like her mother. She is also a supergiant individual in the Dragon clan. I don't know which young dragon who returns home in the future will be so lucky. By then, I should have a lot of common topics to talk about with my future son-in-law. Right? I am not afraid of embarrassment when I am alone. I just don't know if the future son-in-law can stand my daughter's weird personality. So the reason why our dragon clan's reputation was damaged and named as lewd is because the male black dragons are afraid of marriage with female black dragons. So they are willing to shoulder the long-cherished mission of the Dragon clan and keep messing around outside. The little dragon girl pondered for a while, eliminated the complaints and lamentations in her father's words, summed up a sentence, and then asked, "Did the Dragon clan traitor chase us?" Ao Rinlin is a freak in the North Sea Dragon clan, and his father and the uncle in the South Sea can't beat him. And his father was severely injured by Ao Rinlin, so he fell to the ground when he fled to the government office and was rescued by himself. Why did that pervert chase me? He doesn't have any homosexual tendencies. After he beat us away, he ran to intercept by Zay. When Black Dragon Father said this, he vaguely felt something was wrong. The short-term memory that was lost due to the severe head injury in his mind vaguely emerged. Wait. If it wasn't that pervert, why was there a charcoal pencil stuck on my forehead? No. Before I fled to the Red King's territory, I was very sure that I had no wounds on my body. Black Dragon Father looked at the dragon scales on the ground. A charcoal pencil was stuck on the edge of the black dragon scales, and blood was faintly visible on the tip of the charcoal pencil, proving that this ordinary charcoal pencil shattered his scales, flesh and blood, and caused his brain to suffer a concussion, causing short-term amnesia. Black Dragon Father and Little Dragon Girl frowned, looking at the unlabeled charcoal pencil on the ground, and they couldn't guess who attacked Black Dragon Father. The cultivator who can do this must be stronger than the Black Dragon Father, who is at the peak of the fusion stage. The cultivator who attacked the Black Dragon Father must be at least at the refining void stage, in the territory of the Red King. The only cultivators who can do this are Master Jean and the Red King. Even the Red King is unlikely to be able to sneak attack like this. Forget it. Forget it. If I can't think of it, I won't think about it. Maybe I offended the old monster somewhere. So he threw a charcoal pencil as a warning. The Black Dragon Father thought for a long time. but couldn't find the cultivator who attacked him. So he didn't think about it. Anyway, he is alive and well now. And that guy didn't continue to sneak attack him. He should just want to warn him not to do anything offensive. He had seen many cultivators like this who were too naughty. He had seen a female beast pull out the dragon scales from his crotch after being intimate with him, and said she would take them home as a souvenir. Don't. When Su Yin finished, he stopped listening to the Black Dragon Father and Little Dragon Girl analyzing the attackers, and stopped Zhou Yu, who was in high spirits. Although this guy had heard of the name of the Dragon Clan, he probably had never come into contact with the real Dragon Clan. After hearing the Black Dragon Father talk about the Dragon Clan's long-cherished wish and the Dragon Clan's marriage allocation system, he was already impatient to take out a booklet from his chest and record what the Black Dragon Father said in person with a cursive brush stroke. He also used charcoal to draw the figure of Little Dragon Girl, as if he wanted to record the conversation between the father and daughter today and their expressions in his masterpiece. Su Yin hurriedly stopped Brother Zhou from committing suicide. The Dragon Clan's marriage allocation system had never been spread, and it was obvious that the Dragon Clan didn't want everyone to know. Brother Zhou Yu, have you ever imagined being raped and murdered by the Four Seas Dragon Clan like my father? I'm afraid you can't bear it. Chapter 334 Little Dragon Girl leaves. Let's get ready to go. Go back and notify the elders to come and capture that pervert. Dad Black Dragon sat in the backyard for a while, and after resting, he looked at his daughter and slowly spoke. He was originally entrusted by the Nanhai brothers to follow Bai Zhe back to the Earth's return to the ruins, intending to explore the various secrets inside the Earth's return to the ruins. As a result, he was intercepted by Ao Renlin before he even reached Nanhai. After meeting Ao Renlin, Dad Black Dragon's first priority changed from helping to follow to forming a horse to notify the elders to come and capture the Dragon Clan traitor, Ao Renlin. Dad Black Dragon's attitude towards Ao Renlin can be said to have changed from disdain at the beginning to gradual understanding. And now there is only naked jealousy. How can you, a guy who betrayed the glory, responsibility, and mission of the Dragon Clan, live such a happy life? You also married the most beautiful nine-tailed fox lady in the world. You also come back to taste our beautiful dragon lady. No, I won't go back. It's quiet enough here. The Little Dragon Girl shook her head and turned around to go back to Su Yan's dormitory to sleep. She didn't want to return to the Dragon Clan and torture her ears. Those young dragons talked about stupid topics all day long. It's quiet if you don't go back, but your father's life will be miserable. The Black Dragon Father flew over and hugged the sad and miserable Wanli Ningzhenjuan, who was about to turn around and leave. He said with a serious face, "Your mother has never experienced the pain of your father. In her heart, the survival of the Dragon Clan is more important than my life. If you don't go home, I will die." Because when the Black Dragon Father is at home, if he feels tired, he will ask his baby daughter to act coquettishly beside her mother to gain some leisure time. If there is no third party at home to interfere with the Little Dragon Girl's mother after the Little Dragon Girl leaves home, then the old woman may directly enter the super combat mode and quickly have a second child while the Little Dragon Girl is not at home. After Black Dragon Father experienced an earthquake and gave birth to his precious daughter, Little Dragon Girl, he now couldn't hide the panic on his face when he was alone with Little Dragon Girl's mother in a room. Little Dragon Girl looked at the panicked father, slapped her forehead with her little claws, and said, "You too. You can't say no. If you say no to your mother, at most you will make her angry. If I say no, she may suspect that I want to betray the Dragon Clan and kill me." Black Dragon Father's face was full of pain. She likes this. Little Dragon Girl. After Black Dragon Father's desperate plea, Little Dragon Girl finally agreed to his request and followed him home to delay her mother's desire to have a second child. "Okay. When I have free time in the future, I will come to Xiaoyu to find you as a receptionist." Little Dragon Girl looked at Su Yin on the side, and slowly spoke to give the highest comment on Su Yin's service. If she has time next time, she will definitely come to Su Yin to continue to be her receptionist in Xiaoyu. This little fox dragon is really good at finding himself a variety of top-notch dormitories. Although he seems a little down and out when he came to the border of Xiaoyu, his professional skills are still online. At least she likes the quiet environment very much. Okay. See you next time. My home is in the fence of Xiaoyu City. You should know that. Next time you come to Xiaoyu to play, just look for me. I guarantee that I can arrange a perfect trip for you. Su Yin stood up in the form of a little fox and patted his chest hair confidently to make a promise. Su Yin dare not say that other people come to play perfectly, But the requirements of the sad and miserable Wanli Ningjinjuan are very simple. That is, the environment needs to be quiet and undisturbed. And 3 meals a day can be delivered at regular times. Which is not difficult. If Xialongna comes to play again, she will definitely be arranged. Yeah. Xialongna nodded, swam back to her father, and scratched his long hair. Black Dragon Father also nodded to Su Yin and his party. After greeting, his body began to expand, and turned into a huge black dragon soaring into the sky, heading to the Red King's mansion to prepare to quickly return to the North Sea Dragon Clan through the teleportation array to notify the Black Dragon Clan elders to come to the southern province to capture Ao Renlin. Bring him back to contribute to the continuation of the Dragon Clan. Looking at your expression, you seem to be particularly concerned about that little fox boy, leaping high into the sky. The Black Dragon Father raised his eyes slightly, and looked at the little dragon girl, who was sitting on his head, covered with a heavenly dog fur and preparing to take a short rest, and said, "Our Dragon Clan does not practice interclan marriages. Be careful not to let your mother nag you when you go home." Ah, the little dragon girl responded, but didn't say anything. Just turned from lying on her side to lying on her back, and looked at the sky. Su Yin should be one of the 9 sons of the Dragon Clan, and the bloodline of the North Sea Dragon Clan. Right? It is actually very difficult to distinguish between different branches and descendants of the same clan. The reason why the little dragon girl can judge that Su Yin has dragon blood is that Su Yin treats some unusual things as daily. The 4 Sea Dragon clans all have the ability to control water, but only the North Sea Dragon Clan is immersed in this way. In the other 3 dragon clans, the ability to control water basically plays an auxiliary role, or is used to stimulate it, not the main means of combat. The true dragon gave birth to the 2nd generation of dragons, which belonged to the 9 sons. The 9 sons of the dragon belonged to the main force of the Dragon Clan. Their ancestors were heroes who followed the Dragon Clan to participate in the war among all the clans. The 9 sons were recognized by the Dragon Clan. They could be directly included in the family tree when they were born and taken care of by the Dragon Clan. All the 9 sons of the North Sea Dragon Clan had records. For those who were not recorded, their mothers would come to take back the glory and resources they deserved for their children, and live a good life with their children. Su Yin was a fox quadruped beast classified as Jiuzi. There was no record of the fox-shaped Jiuzi. No matter how you think about it, there should be only one possibility, right? Otherwise, why could his golden elixir be so big? Even just 2 circles smaller than his own dragon ball. After such a period of contact, Xiao Longnu had actually determined some things in her heart. But Xiao Longnu was too lazy to say it, especially when she learned that the Dragon Clan traitor Ao Renlin was born so against the sky. She was even more reluctant to provoke this rather complicated cause and effect. If you don't do it right, there may be a family change. Although my auntie and my mother didn't mention Ao Renlin in detail when they talked about the dragon traitor, Xiao Longnu could see that they should all have an interest in him. As for his innate bloodline or other things, Xiao Longnu didn't know. Hey, why are you not talking? Don't worry. Daddy won't tell your mother. You can rest assured to tell Daddy the truth. The corner of Black Dragon's mouth slightly raised a malicious arc. Xiao Longnu glanced at him, and said lightly, "Su Yin is one of my connections. His relationship with Xiao, you can even let me live in the Emperor's harem. But Daddy, you said bad things about my mother, disliked her rudeness, and disliked her body. I will exaggerate and tell you. Just wait for mother to press your head, and then go back to the womb and be born again." The intention of Black Dragon Father to do something bad was written on his fat face that was drunk too much. Xiao Longnu could see the little thoughts in his heart. He wanted to catch the handle of her words, so he forced her to help delay her mother's desire to have a 2nd child. However, Xiao Longnu caught the handle of Black Dragon Father. If she really told her mother the truth, then Black Dragon Father would be the 2nd child. Either reincarnate quickly or work hard. Ha ha ha. My daughter is so cute. Hearing Xiao Longnu's words, Black Dragon Father smiled awkwardly and said a word of praise. Chapter 335. I care about a matter of just 2 or 3 inches. Tear it off. Tear it off for me quickly. Watching the Black Dragon Father and the little dragon girl leave, Su Yin turned around and snatched the booklet from Zhou Yu, trying to tear off all the Dragon Clan content Zhou Yu had recorded in the booklet. What the Black Dragon Father just said was basically gossip and rumors inside the Dragon Clan. Some things can be said to have good intentions, but in terms of the results, others find it very strange to hear. Such as the 4 Seas Dragon Clan preparing to revive the 10-headed Phoenix and the 5-element Unicorn Clan. Originally, the three clans were good brothers. But the Dragon Clan became the father of the good brothers with this trick. You can't say that the Dragon Clan is bad. The Tin-Headed Phoenix and the Five-Element Unicorn should be considered exterminated. The Dragon Clan is now saving the former good brothers. Compared to becoming sons, it is better than having no blood left in the world. There is also the Dragon Clan's arranged marriage system, which has not been circulated in the cultivation world until now. It is obvious that the Dragon Clan deliberately concealed the Dragon Clan's long-cherished wish and marriage system, and was not prepared to make it known to the world. There are even rumors that if you defeat a real dragon, you can marry a real dragon. White, rich and beautiful. Zhou Yu's booklet is equivalent to a draft paper. After repeated revisions and corrections, Zhou Yu will record the contents on it in the illustrations he is composing. His behavior is like writing someone's black history in a newspaper and publishing it directly. Su Yin finally understood why Zhou Yu was dragged around the mountains and forests by the plant monster's big hand holding a pair of lychees when he was interviewing the flower fairy. He really knows how to kill himself. If the Dragon Clan sees the illustrations he published, it would be strange if they don't kill him. They sent the beasts of the Nightmare Town sect to humiliate and kill Zhou Yu first, after a round of negotiations. Although Zhou Yu did not completely delete the dragon gossip, he also followed Su Yan's advice to delete the gossip content above, and deleted the deeds of the Black Dragon father, who could not bear the heavy wife, and also polished the Dragon Clan's long-cherished wish, focusing on the friendship between the Dragon Clan and the Brother Clan, and deleted the content of the marriage distribution system and the young dragon's escape from the female dragon. Such content is not true at all. If it is written in a book like this, I feel that my soul will not be at peace after death. Zhou Yu looked at the content rewritten by Su Yan, and complained about the content in the book with a face full of resentment. It's just that your soul won't rest in peace after death. If you really describe the situation truthfully, I'm afraid that you may not even have a soul left after death. Su Yan sat in the pavilion, looking at the sky at 5 o'clock in the morning, while peeling a loquat the size of an egg. He stopped Zhou Yu from complaining and said, "This is just the Dragon Clan. Aren't you going to write a true atlas of all clans? If you really describe it in a completely true way, I'm afraid that your future grave will not be at peace even if you are buried in the starry sky of the universe." As far as Su Yan knows, the customs and habits of each tribe of the Demon Clan are more fancy than the other. The reproduction of the mosquito Taoist, the miserable winterworm, the suspected masochistic barking beast of the whole clan, the arrogance and blood discrimination of the nine-tailed fox of the Qingqiu clan, the arrogant insects who only care about giving birth but not raising, the lazy fishes who can even seduce the handsome young men on the passing ships for a convenient life, and the largest Demon Clan stable in the cultivation world, the Spring Day 100 Fruit Street. If you really write them all down, there will definitely be a long line in front of your grave in the future, and powerful thugs from various ethnic groups will definitely carry your soul to light lamps. You actually still want peace, and your soul will be summoned to you even if it runs to the netherworld. Buzz buzz buzz. When Su Yan wanted to scold Zhou Yu, the jade slip on his waist suddenly vibrated and interrupted him. Su Yan, who was tasting the old tree loquat, lowered his head to look at the 1,000-mile sound transmission jade slip on his waist. When he saw the contents of the jade slip, he even paused a little while peeling the loquat. Little Dragon Girl, the North Sea Dragon Clan is dominated by water virtue. Among the 4 Sea Dragon Clans, only the North Sea Dragon Clan uses the ability to control water as the main means of killing. Be careful. Little Dragon Girl, who had left the Red King's territory earlier, sent a message from the sound transmission jade slip to Su Yan, reminding him that if he really wanted to hide his identity, he needed to pay attention to some daily things and not take things he was accustomed to for granted. The water-type monks use their magic power to transform water, and use it to create trickles or bring about clouds and rain. The Dragon Clan's ability to control water is to directly condense the water around them to form a trickle quickly. The Dragon Clan uses the ability to control water differently. Su Yan's ability to control water is obviously the way of the North Sea True Dragon. After Su Yan saw the information on the jade slip, his expression was slightly stunned. After coming to his senses, he wanted to send a voice transmission to Xiaolong to thank her for her special reminder. But the message could not be sent out, because Xiaolong had left the range of the 1,000-mile voice transmission jade slip. She should have sent a voice transmission message to Su Yan before the teleportation array. She and her father returned to the North Sea Dragon Clan this time to ask the elders and other dragons to capture Ao Renlin. At that time, a large number of true dragons, second-generation dragons, And other subdragons may disband on the spot after deciding on things and wander around for a year or two, looking for beautiful female beasts in the southern and central states to communicate. Xiao Long reminded Su Yin not to reveal his Dragon Ball condensation method and water control ability in the near future. Otherwise, other dragons would catch him and find that none of his fathers matched his, and his true identity would be exposed. Ah! After checking the sound transmission jade slip, Su Yin sighed for a long time, and then put the peeled loquat flesh in his hand into his mouth and chewed it. Sometimes it is not a good thing for the offspring to have too strong cultivation and too deep background. It is okay if there is nothing on weekdays. But once you offend some big forces, or equals to seek revenge, the offspring can only watch things happen. And there is nothing you can do about what is about to happen. Fortunately, what happened to me was not a matter of deep hatred, so I didn't have to watch myself fall into the hands of the enemy and be slaughtered. It was just a matter of 2 or 3 inches. At most, I could ask you to, or Fairy E to connect a bamboo shoot. Su Yin joked to himself in his heart. Okay, let's practice after eating while we have something to do. After eating the loquat, Su Yin stood up from the chair in the pavilion and walked to the lawn in the courtyard, ready to start practicing the Dragon Ball condensation method, and the world also has 2 perfect methods taught by the fairy sister. The ability to control water may not be used recently, so the world also has 2 perfect methods should be changed from a trump card to a commonly used method. The Dragon Clan's method of condensation belongs to the method of magical power, and also belongs to the method of breathing practice that is extremely characteristic of the Dragon Clan. The emphasis is on a powerful brick flying, and the Dragon Ball and the body are tempered by the golden elixir through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Brother Su, have you changed your nature today? You are so diligent in practicing breathing techniques. I was thinking, do you want to go fishing by the lake early today? Zhou Yu saw Su Yin strolling to practice, glanced at the sky at 5 o'clock, and said with regret, today, the flower office is different from the past. After everyone's collective efforts and backed by the Red King, the local clans are divided, attracted and suppressed, and the power of the office is getting bigger and bigger. When it's time to go to work, you have to handle official business. And you can't go around like when you first came to the flower area. You're still fishing? Aren't you afraid that the old loach in the river will drag you to the river to get married in one go? Feng Shiqi glanced at Zhou Yu and said, so I went fishing in the lake instead. It is said that there are spiral turtles and carp in the lake. So I thought, no, you don't want to. You have to take turns to judge cases in the government office. The Luoming County lady chuckled and spoke. Chapter 336 Demonic Cloud. The sky gradually brightened. It was the day for the lady of Luoming County to take a day off today. And the lady did not hesitate at all. After throwing the official seal and record book to Zhou Yu, who was on duty, she took Feng Shiqi to the street to go shopping, preparing to have a good time in the brothel directly operated by the government office at noon. Now it is different from the past. If you want to drink a cup of wine, you don't even have silver. Now there are more than 40,000 kilograms of spiritual stones, more than 10,000 taels of gold, and countless silver and unrealized jewelry in the government's warehouse, not counting the public funds such as taxes. In less than a month, the government office has gone from tightening its belt to becoming rich and powerful, and has taken back the operating rights of brothels and gambling houses. If you want to open brothels and gambling houses in Flower City, you need to apply. If anyone dares to set up a gambling house privately, Su Yin will go there, and they will disappear automatically. The right way is to operate legally and in compliance with regulations. If you do not comply with regulations and do not pay taxes, you must ban it. Hey, master, go and ask Brother Su to come over. There is a business coming, and he needs to receive it. Zhou Yu looked relaxed, with his feet on the long table of the county magistrate, polishing the article in his hand. He glanced outside the door and saw some rich old men. He turned his head and looked at the monkey squatting on the long table, grinding ick and said, "Gee." The monkey named Master responded, then turned and ran to the backyard to call Su Yin, who was really practicing. The number of monkeys in the government office increased greatly, from the 5 given by my aunt at the beginning to 25. 15 were responsible for clerical duties, staying in the study to manage the account books and tax calculations of the Flower City, while 3 monkeys were responsible for front desk record work, such as finding the corresponding Xiaoyu law and local law when judging a case, and recording the text records of the judgment process. The remaining 7 were responsible for daily life, such as washing clothes and folding quilts. What's up so early in the morning? Su Yin straightened his collar and walked into the back hall, looking at some unfamiliar and familiar faces, and asked, "Ha ha ha. Nothing big. Just two of my friends want to invite Master Su for tea. I wonder if Master Su has time to go to the brothel next door for a small gathering." Old Dai, who had previously sentenced Su Yin to parade through the streets, has been released from prison after paying a bail of 300 kilograms of spiritual stones. After being released from prison, Old Dai turned over a new leaf and attached himself to the flower office to become a broker. There are some things that the county magistrate is not easy to say, so brokers like Old Dai are needed to speak up, telling the direction in which the flower area's strategy will shift next, so that the brokers can attract enough funds and vendors for the office. Su Yin smiled and accepted the invitation of everyone, and moved to the brothel on the street opposite the office. Old Dai directly asked the talented women inside to grind the most tedious tea. Grinded tea is now matcha, which is made from the tender buds of spring tea and is made into tea powder. The brewing process is complicated and is often used by scholars to compete in tea brewing skills. In addition to ground tea, there are also more common types of brewed tea and brewed tea in the brothel. Old Dai directly ordered ground tea, which is actually a signal besides the high price. He was telling Su Yin that the strangers in front of him were all rich people who wanted to make more money. If they slowly grind the tea, they can squeeze more tribute to the government. Ordering brewed tea means that the visitor wants to ask for something, but it is not necessary for the government to come forward. Making tea is just a common exchange of ideas. There are not so many things to discuss. It is just a way to build relationships. After the broker has passed the information to the host will know how to negotiate with the visitor in front of him. Ahem. Magistrate Su, I heard from Old Dai that our government office is planning to develop the southern Xinjiang district recently. Not long after sitting in the box, one of the strangers directly explained his purpose and wanted to ask Su Yin about the development of the southern Xinjiang district. Regarding the planning of the southern Xinjiang district, he had actually heard about it from Old Dai a long time ago, and he was very clear about the details. He was also prepared to invest a sum of spiritual stones in it. But what Old Dai said could not be confused with what Su Yin personally promised. He wanted to get a guarantee from Su Yin. Unlike our flower plains, the southern Xinjiang region is mostly mountainous and forested, and the fields are mostly terraced structures, which are not very suitable for large-scale planting. Su Yin said slowly, "Then you should have heard from Lao Dai that the business we do is a one-time business. Taking advantage of the frequent wars in the southern Xinjiang region, we went to buy the bottom, which is to bet that the industrial value of the southern Xinjiang region will rise after it is incorporated into Xiaoyu. People talk about what they want. The stranger in front of Lao Dai is obviously a businessman from the flower area or the Red King's mansion. What they want is visible returns, not long-term interests. Therefore, after judging the intention of the stranger in front of him, Su Yin did not talk to him about the business and workshop, but told him what money he could make from it. He also explained the risks of investment and where the profit points in the future are. It is up to them to decide whether to pay the boarding fee, and Su Yin did not force them. With the support of the Hua clan and the Demon clan, Su Yin has now begun to infiltrate the southern Xinjiang. When the merchants are almost extorted, just go to the Chiwang mansion and make a report. Anyway, Master Jean also agrees with his plan. First, go to various places in the southern Xinjiang area to cooperate with each other to seize a round of low-priced land. Part of it will be used for the layout of the future sugar workshop, and part of it will be sold when the Chiwang declares the occupation to stabilize the situation, so that the later Xiaoyu merchants can take over and recover funds. If there is land suitable for large-scale planting, Su Yin will introduce it to the landlords. They prefer the stable feeling of long-term flow of water to quick money. Feeling. The stranger looked thoughtful, and was a little unsure about the business matter Su Yin said. So he turned his head to look at Lao Dai with a hint of difficulty, indicating that he should speak. Master Su is like this. My brother and I are like-minded and like stability. Don't you have anything good to introduce to him? My good brother used to have his head tied to his pants. Old Dai said with a smile on his face. As a broker who knows both sides, he rejected the business that Su Yin mentioned. As a price, the stranger needs to pay further tribute to the government office before he can get some guarantees from Su Yin. Of course, there are stable businesses, but those businesses require a large amount of cash to be accumulated. Not every business can afford such a large amount of cash. Su Yin smiled lightly and was about to brag about the good things for long-term investment. However, a gust of evil wind outside the window and the sky that suddenly darkened interrupted Su Yin's speech. making him unable to help but look back. The evil spirit and pressure spread to the city. Su Yin stopped his speech directly and ran to the windowsill and stuck his head out to look at the scenery outside. A dark blue demon cloud was floating from the southern Xinjiang region to the flower region, heading north. The demon cloud would only appear when a group of demons gathered. There were more than 100 or 200 demons in that dark cloud. Moreover, for the demon cloud to appear, there needed to be a powerful demon beast leading the group of demons to swim quickly, which would make the other demons excited and unable to control themselves, so that the demon power around them would leak out and form a demon cloud. Chapter 337 Ao Renlin reappears. The dark blue clouds that covered the sky, accompanied by gusts of demonic wind and pressure, quickly moved to the sky above the flower city. Su Yin, who was originally negotiating business in the brothel, seemed to sense something. He leaned out from the third-floor window of the brothel and looked at the clouds in the sky with a frown. It feels a little wrong. How can there be so many demons gathering here? This is not the eastern province, the base camp of the demons. Su Yin had never seen the demon cloud with his own eyes. He only knew that in order to gather the demon cloud, at least a demon king level, that is, a great demon corresponding to the earthly immortal of the human race, and thousands of demons gathered together to form such a unique movement method as the demon cloud. The demon king took the lead in leading the demons to patrol, so that they could move quickly without missing a single demon beast. Is my father in there? After being shocked by the appearance of the demon cloud, Su Yin suddenly had an idea in his heart. Su Yin is very familiar with the southern province. His hometown is a place where demons run rampant. Little demons will be slapped if they pass by people's doorsteps. There has never been a large gathering of demons in the southern province. The demons who can stand up in the southern province must be either strong in themselves, or they are like Su Yin, who has the support of a demon king level demon and enjoys the shade under a big tree. The southern province does not have the conditions for the appearance of demon clouds. If we talk about the large-scale gathering of demons, Su Yin naturally thinks of the early morning when Black Dragon Dad said that his father led a group of Nightmare Town followers to attack Bai Zhe. In addition to the behind-the-scenes factors of the Dragon Clan's long-cherished wish, Su Yin felt that the Dragon Clan actually also raised and supported the Nightmare Town sect. Therefore, when he saw the demon cloud appear, Su Yin naturally had a strange idea in his heart. Could my father be in it too? What happened to Master Su? Old Dai and the stranger saw Su Yin sitting on the windowsill, as if he was thinking about something. In addition, there were waves of strong and gloomy pressure from the sky, which made them think that it might be the witches from the southern Xinjiang region who were attacking. No, nothing happened. The southern Xinjiang Taoist sect has been besieged by the Red King's army. You don't have to worry. Su Yin looked at the dark and blue clouds that were gradually moving away and approaching the Red King's mansion. He turned around and looked at Old Dai and the three strangers and said, "It's just that compared to the southern Xinjiang region, things in the sky seem to be more troublesome now. You can drink tea and have lunch first. I will discuss business with you later." After Su Yin said that, he jumped directly from the windowsill of the brothel to the street, rushed forward, flashed back to the government office to prepare to grab weapons, and followed the demon cloud to the Red King's mansion to investigate the situation and see if his father was mixed in that group of demon clouds. "So we're talking about tea?" The stranger looked at Lao Dai, then at the other two people who came to the government office to apply for brothel and gambling house licenses, and asked them whether they were going to run or have tea. Let's have tea." Lao Dai glanced at the sky. The demon cloud had moved away from the flower city and headed for the Red King's territory. With a firm face, he invited the three people to sit in front of the tea table and chat, saying, "The dark clouds in the sky must be disaster clouds. It must be that the Red King had done too many evil things in the past, and God is ready to take him away. God has taken away the Red King. Will the Red King's army in the southern border area mutine and occupy the mountain to become the king? What are you talking about? The death of the Red King is not the death of our Supreme Emperor Wuxian. Sit down and wait for Master Su to come back. Whether you can make money or not is up to Master Su. What's the difference between being alive but not making money and being dead?" Old Dai sneered and began to comfort the three people. The sudden stirring of the demon cloud also attracted the attention of the clans in the flower area. The three earth immortals of the Hua family, the demon clan and the mountain god thought about it at the same time, and left their homes reluctantly and slowly. The demon cloud was obviously directed at the Red King or Xiaoyu. The three immortals were unwilling to cause trouble without any reason. Especially this time, they were going to help the Red King settle the matter. But they had no choice but to go in the current situation. If the Red King really died here, no one could bear the blame from the Wuxing Emperor. The three immortals can choose not to play or just sit back. But they must be present at the scene. Otherwise it will be hard to explain. The demon cloud was also noticed in the Qi mansion. And the Qi adjutant quickly notified the Qi who was counting the spirit stones in the secret room. The Qi thought about it, picked up his storage ring without saying a word, and turned to run to the top floor of Luoheju. Master Jin looked at the Qi with a confused face, and said with a slightly embarrassed look on his cheek, "That's the Dragon Clan up there. They came to find you when you started fighting. You know, the Qi mansion just experienced the Baizhe disaster, and was rebuilt not long ago." Master Jin waved his hand and said, "I can't demolish your house. There are just some things to discuss." The Qi had never provoked the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan passed by so powerfully. The only thing the Qi could think of was that the Dragon Clan came to trouble Master Jin. Master Jin. Master Jin. Although the name is called that, the full name of Master Xiaoyu is Ao Jin. Calling by name instead of surname is also to avoid suspicion. The Xiaoyu dynasty recruited talents and divine beasts from all over the world. But it was only for individuals who were willing to join Xiaoyu, not for the tribe. Those who joined Xiaoyu naturally had to give up their past. The surname Ao belongs to the dragon tribe only in the monster tribe. Other monster tribes do not have such names. So in formal occasions, Grandmaster Ao Jin would only call himself Grandmaster Jin. Roar. The giant dragon with black and shiny scales and faintly shining star frost poked its head out of the clouds, roared, and stopped the Nightmare Town monster tribe that followed it. The black giant dragon broke through the monster cloud layer, and its body gradually shrank back to a young man of about 1.6 meters. The black robe was whistling in the high-altitude wind during the rapid descent. The body was wrapped in the cold wave and fell directly to the pavilion platform on the top floor of Luoheju. "You stay in the box." After seeing Ao Renlin, Grandmaster Jin turned his head to the Red King beside him and told him to stay in the box. Grandmaster Jin knew Ao Renlin's purpose, and the things to be discussed next could not be peeped by outsiders. Even in the Dragon Clan, only the senior officials and the elders could know. On the other side, in the flower fields, "Would you like to try the loquat fruit?" The spiritual fruit. Su Yin returned to the government office, took out the small ferry boat used for urgent letters from the warehouse, and was rushing to the Red King's mansion at a high speed. But on the way there, he happened to meet three immortals who were preparing to paddle in the flower area. Seeing that the official immortal boat was moving slowly, the three immortals boarded the boat to take a ride. "Old mountain god, aren't you a big orange tree?" Su Yin watched as the old mountain god took out a bright orange loquat emitting spiritual energy fluctuations from his head, and a question mark slowly appeared on his head. Last time, Su Yin got some tangerine peel tea produced by the old mountain god from the head of the Hua family. But this time, the old mountain god took out a loquat from his own crown. "Don't mind the fruit. It's just a hairstyle." The old mountain god smiled and turned his head to take out an apple from his green crown, saying, "Not only oranges, apples, and loquats, but also lychees and longans will be available in a few days. But those seasonal fruits are not for you to eat." Su Yin. "Good guy. Old mountain god. You grafted the branches of the fruits you like to eat onto the branches of your own crown so that you can eat them yourself. Right?" Roar. Just as the old mountain god was showing off his skills, a shocking dragon roar erupted above the Red King's mansion, attracting the three immortals and Su Yan's group on the boat to look over. A huge black dragon emerged from the clouds, and quickly retracted and landed on the landmark building of the Red King's mansion. Hack. When Su Yan saw the huge black dragon, he shouted unconsciously, "The one inside the demon cloud is really his father." Chapter 338 5 Elements Kirin. It seems that nothing happened. The ancestor of the Hua family watched the black dragon land, and the demon cloud in the sky stopped moving forward, smiled and said, then untied the invisible shackles that bound the small ferry boat, allowing the small ferry boat to increase its speed. The Demon King in the Demon Cloud is a dragon clan. Judging from his behavior of heading towards Luoheju, the black dragon should come to visit Xiaoyu's Jin Tai Shi. Right? As long as he doesn't cause trouble. The ancestor of the Hua family doesn't want to help the guy Qi Wang. When he thought of Qi Wang's greedy and lewd face, the ancestor of the Hua family felt sick. Whether there is something or nothing, we all need to go there. And we must not lose the etiquette, Zhenhou Bai said lightly. When he was hostile to Qi Wang in the past, Qi Huang did not use many tricks to anger the three immortals in the Flower District, so that he could directly accuse him of treason. The three immortals were basically cursed with trash, like selling the Hua family ancestor to a brothel and forcing General Bai to sell his wife and daughter. Even more extreme things happened more than once or twice. Now, the auction price of the Hua family ancestor's bellyband is still hanging in the Qi Huang territory business. The Hua family ancestor hated the Qi Huang to death. If it were not for the interests of the clan and the legitimacy of autonomy, the Hua family ancestor would have fought to the death with the Qi Huang. Where are you going, little fox? The small immortal boat came to the sky above the Qi Huang mansion, but did not rashly approach Luo Heiju or the Qi Huang mansion. After Su Yan arrived, he directly flipped out of the immortal boat. The Hua family ancestor quickly grabbed Su Yan. Although the Hua family ancestor disliked the Qi Huang, he still had a very good feeling about Su Yan. When he was managing the government office on weekdays, he never thought of eating alone. When there was a big meal, he still did not forget to bring the neighbors of the Flower City. He never held up the name of the Qi Huang to eat alone. Therefore, when seeing Su Yan flip over and jump down, as if ready to go to Luo Heiju, the Hua family ancestor deliberately stopped Su Yan to prevent him from breaking into Luo Heiju and violating any taboos. I have something to discuss with the dean. Su Yan looked back at the Hua family ancestor, lied without changing his face, and then flew to the top floor of Luo Heiju, and ran from the stairs to the pavilions and towers where Luo Heiju entertained special guests. But there was a barrier in front of the door, preventing Su Yan from going inside. Su Yan knocked on the barrier in front of the door, and the barrier hesitated a little but still put Su Yan into the pavilions and towers. The Lunming County Lord and Zhou Yu who followed Su Yan also knocked on the door in imitation of Su Yan's action. But the barrier in front of the door did not move at all, leaving Lunming County Lord and Zhou Yu with a lot of questions in their heads. Is the dean here? The student came to save him? Zhou Yu said tentatively. However, the barrier in front of him did not move at all, and there was no intention to let him go. Dean! After passing the barrier, Su Yan came to the pavilion. He saw the back of Master Jean and his father, who he hadn't seen for a long time. They were sitting in front of the open-air stone table in the pavilion. There was no tea on the table. Master Jean leaned back in the chair with his legs crossed. He looked back at Su Yan, who was trying to break into the door, and said, "Be cautious when doing things. We are discussing some things. If we can reach an agreement, we will be at peace. If we can't reach an agreement, there will be no living creatures within 1,000 miles. When the immortals are discussing things, it is extremely dangerous to approach them without reaching a certain level of cultivation. Any aftermath of magic can cause devastating disasters to the surrounding areas." Su Yan ran to the Red Prince's mansion so rashly. No matter what the considerations were, it was not too wise. Fortunately, the meeting between Ao Renlin and Master Jean was led by the third prince, and both sides had a bottom line on the matter to be discussed. And there was no extreme behavior. Otherwise, if Ao Renlin led a group of demons and evil spirits here, Master Jean could have treated him as a provocation. Long time no see, little fox. Ao Renlin turned his head slightly and looked at Su Yan standing in front of the door, nodded slightly, and greeted him with a little smile. Su Yan forgot what he was going to say after Master Jean scolded him. He took a detour without a trace and ran to his father's side. He didn't say anything and stared at his father silently. No need to hide anything. When I passed through the Xiaoyu dynasty, I asked the old dragon to take care of you, Ao Renlin said softly, in terms of seniority. Master Jean should be considered your uncle? Master Jean nodded and agreed with him. The seniority in the cultivation world is quite confusing. Only in the clan, there is a ranking for the names of elders. In other places, they just call each other roughly. Basically, the seniority is proved by the cultivation level, and the first to achieve is implemented vividly. Master Jean and Su Yan's grandfather belonged to the same generation. The Dragon Clan calls each other brothers. Master Jean is really the great-grandfather in various senses. I passed through Xiaoyu before. Su Yan showed a slight surprise on his face and said, "Did you beat the father of Chou Yuncan and Wanli Ningzhenjuan?" Su Yan lived in Xiaoyu City and had never heard of any Dragon Clan passing through or Dragon Clan traders. The only time he heard news about the Dragon Clan was when Xiaolongnu's father had a fight with his own clan in the imperial city of Xiaoyu, and was beaten by a black dragon of the same clan, and was bedridden for several days. He barely managed to catch his breath and drink a few sips of strong liquor to moisten his throat. Ao Renlin looked at Master Jean and said, he had no grudge against that stupid dragon. The last time he beat Xiao Longnu's father violently was just because of a deal that Master Jin made privately, so that Master Jin would take care of Su Yin in Xiaoyu City. Hee. Master Jin smiled and did not explain anything, but continued, I can agree to it. After all, it can be regarded as solving a problem for me. But can things really go smoothly as you wish? No matter what the attributes of the 5 elements Qilin are, it knows the destiny. Do you have any practical plans? If you don't think it through, it's hard to say anything else. The 5 elements Qilin is a lucky beast, and its racial innate magical power is knowing the destiny. Different from Baize's knowledge of the world. The power of the 5 elements Kirin's divine power of knowing destiny is to spy on destiny. And the power range of the divine power can be accurate to a moment. In human terms, your every move is within the 5 elements Kirin's expectations. When you take the first step, the 5 elements Kirin will know your next step and what you are going to do afterwards, and monitor your every move in real time. If any magic power cannot hurt the 5 elements Kirin, then other things are meaningless. Grandmaster Jin asked Ao Renlin to give a clear answer before talking. Otherwise it would be troublesome for him. He had already withdrawn from the Dragon Clan. If he interfered with the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan at will, it would be fine if things succeeded. But if he failed, the Red Dragon King would come to his door. Grandmaster Jin did not want to face that cruel and inhumane Mother Dragon. Grandmaster Jin was intelligent, ruthless, and powerful. If she did not return to our South China Sea Red Dragon Clan to give birth to 3 or 5 children, she would simply be ungrateful to her ancestors. There are only 2 difficulties. One is that the sleeping Holy Spirit may be awakened, and the second is to block the venue. Ao Renlin said slowly, and you only need to fix the blockade in my magical power. You don't even need to appear on the field. I can get the blood essence of the 5 elements Qilin. Su Yin stood aside and looked at his father, and then looked at Grandmaster Jin, confused, and had no idea what they had talked about before. Didn't the 5 elements Qilin have been exterminated? How could it be possible to get its blood essence? Chapter 339 Really? Convinced? I don't believe it. Since you have figured it out, there is no need for me to come forward in person. For good things like this, I am naturally very happy to help. Master Jin pondered for a moment, glanced at the monsters entrenched in the sky, and smiled as he agreed to Ao Renlin's proposal. Then we should be considered to be an alliance now. Right? Great hero? Ao Renlin nodded lightly with a calm expression. If he wanted to use the power of the Xiaoyu dynasty to accomplish things, it would be impossible not to pay a price. Xiaoyu's request was also very simple. That is, he needed to form a unilateral alliance after the matter was accomplished. Xiaoyu had foreseen the day of the change of the sky, and was slowly accumulating all the power he could use, so that he could still exist forever when the sky changed. Master Jin is now investing in Ao Renlin, and because the 3rd prince is assisting him, Master Jin did not ask Ao Renlin for anything. First, the 3rd prince's face is there. Second, the 3rd prince paid out of his own pocket, which meant that the Xiaoyu dynasty did not need to pay any compensation. As long as Grandmaster Jin went there in person, there was a chance that the 4 Seas Dragon Clan would unconditionally support Xiaoyu. The promise might be used, or it might not be used, but it was better to have it in hand than not at all. Since our business has been settled, let's wait until you have solved all the troubles before taking action. Grandmaster Jin teased Ao Renlin with a smile on his face. Ao Renlin was different from Grandmaster Jin. Grandmaster Jin had made great military achievements with the support of Emperor Xiaoyu in the past. Even now, when the dynasty changed, he was still protected by Emperor Wuxian. He did not need to worry about the Dragon Clan attacking and kidnapping him home for breeding. But Ao Renlin did not have such an opportunity. He was able to become a partner of the top forces. He had just exposed his whereabouts not long ago. The North Sea Dragon Clan and the South Sea Dragon Clan would definitely come to hunt him down. As for the matter of the 5 elements Qilin, let's wait until he has some free time. See you later. Ao Renlin ignored Master Jin, looked at Su Yin and said something, then stood up from his seat, reappeared in the form of a giant dragon, leaped into the sky, merged into the demon cloud, and began to move to the west of the continent. Dean, what were you talking about just now? Seeing his father leave, Su Yin did not feel any surprise, or the loss of his questions that were not answered in his heart. His father said he would see him later, which meant that he would definitely come back later. In the past, he said that his father would come back, and he would definitely come back home within 3 days at the fastest, and 10 days at the slowest. If he didn't say it or said he would come back when he was free. It meant that he would not be seen for at least a year and a half. Talk about business. Talk about conditions. Talk about history. Master Jean waved his hand gently and said, "If you want to know the secrets of the Dragon Clan, you should ask your father. If I say it, it would be like me offending people for no reason. I know something about the Dragon Clan," Su Yin said. "Can you guarantee the truth of what you know? Are you sure that no one is letting you know it on purpose?" Grandmaster Jean smiled and looked at Su Yin and asked, "How do you know if it's true or not? You may know about Ingshering de Ingong, the ancestor, but do you know about Jiutian Xuannu? If it doesn't involve Jiutian Xuannu, then it's fake news." Su Yin was stunned by what Grandmaster Jean said, and he didn't react at all. All the information he knew about the long-cherished wish of the Dragon Clan and the Brother Clan came from Black Dragon Daddy, who said these when he was educating his daughter. Logically speaking, the source of information cannot be false. Guess how true and how false what I said is. Maybe true or false? Maybe 3 true and 7 false? Grandmaster Jean reached out his hand slowly, took out dried fruits and candied fruits from his storage ring, and put them on the table, and took out the teapot and tea set and said, "As you often write in your homework book, who is a good person will say everything in his heart. Knowing how to fool and deceive is just the first course in life. Preventing fraud and fraud is what you need to learn all the time." Grandmaster Jean didn't say anything more, and dispersed the restrictions around the pavilions and towers, allowing the Luoming County Lord and his party, who had been waiting at the door, as well as the Red King who was waiting in the box, to come out. The long-cherished wish of the dragon race is not that simple. One of the most direct causes of the chaos among all races is the death of the ancestor of the dragon race, the Holy Spirit of the dragon race, Ingshering de Ingong. Before the death of Ingshering the dragon, he had a meeting with Jiutian Xuannu. After that, Ingshering the dragon never appeared again until the ancestor dragon life jade in the Dragon Clan's worship hall was shattered. Faced with such a situation, the gods under the dragon ancestor naturally needed to ask Jiutian Xuannu for an explanation. After a while, the gods and humans fought, and the war spread to other races, squeezing out the living space of those vulnerable races and triggering a chaos among all races. The history that the dragon race knew was also simplified by itself. Only a small number of rational dragons could get in touch with the things about the dragon ancestor. On the one hand, it was to avoid the reemergence of war, and on the other hand, it was because the truth of the death of the dragon ancestor had not been truly investigated until now. It can only be confirmed that the dragon ancestor and the 4 dragon gods have indeed fallen. Even the 9 heavens mysterious lady died in the war, and the mystery of the dragon ancestor's fall has become an unsolved case. The main suspect involved has fallen, and other tribes of the Dragon Clan have also paid a painful price. Almost no tribe has benefited, and everyone is very miserable. The reason why the human race can stand out from the great war of all races is that they are really too fertile. So when Su Yin said that he already knew some things about the Dragon Clan, Master Jean smiled and asked Su Yin if he was sure that what he knew was true. What Su Yin knew was just what the high-level officials of the Dragon Clan wanted their people to know. Now everyone is calmed down, and the suspect has also fallen in the middle of the war of all races. So they no longer talk about what happened in ancient times, and they are all quietly recuperating to prevent the bloodline of their tribe from being cut off here. The 4 great dragons and brother tribes of the Dragon Clan have all paid a painful price for starting the war of all races. Some died, some were exterminated, and some disappeared. The Dragon Clan was also seriously injured. When the passion and anger faded, he was also worried about the pain. The history of the Dragon Clan is inseparable from the history of the wars among all the clans. If Su Yin wants to understand the Dragon Clan, he may need a long time to learn about this aspect. Su Yin, right? Because the Dragon Clan might come? Master Jean asked Su Yin to stay in Luoheju for a while to see where the Dragon Clan would come from. Sitting at the outdoor tea table, the Red King looked at Su Yin and said, "You are really despicable. Are you interested in coming to my command for a few years? I can write a letter of recommendation for you. Once the second in command of the Ministry of Personnel or the Ministry of Works is removed, you can directly take the position, saving 400 or 500 years of detours in life." The Red King had seen Su Yin, but the previous few times he saw Su Yin, he was either working in the fields or fighting fires when the southern border was invaded. The only time he saw Su Yin in a glamorous state was during the post-war reconstruction mobilization. Now that the government has power, Su Yin has shown his characteristics of a fox that attracts money. He really does things in line with silver and gold. and has set his sights on the Red King's head, and has used Xia Yu's law and Master Jin to pin him down. Although he is not experienced in doing things, he is also despicable, and even arranges a way out for himself. After being recruited and trained a little, he can serve as a member of the plundering group. Ah? Su Yan looked at King Qi with surprise, then looked at Grandmaster Jin and said, "Can you still be an official? Didn't you say that if you win, you can learn to cultivate immortality under the Dean?" Chapter 340 Fox Father and Son. Faced with the invitation of the Red King, Su Yan began to act dumb and looked at Grand Tutor Jin, pretending to be surprised. After the outing in the academy, not only can he enter the court to serve as an official, but he can also enjoy wealth and honor. These things have been said before the outing in the academy. The winner can also learn from the Grand Tutor, and other losers can also get some rewards. But Su Yan has no intention of entering the court to serve as an official. Because what is the difference between being an official in the court and being a salted fish? In the previous life, he studied and worked from 9 to 8 in the morning. And in this life, he went to the cultivation world to attend the court at 5 o'clock and retired at noon. And returned to the government office in the afternoon to work until the afternoon. Right? Unless he could obtain a transcendent status by serving as an official in the court. Like Grand Tutor Jin, who was leisurely, drinking tea and reviewing a batch of memorials when he had nothing to do, as if he was financially free. Otherwise Su Yan would never go to the court. Su Yan participated in the outing trip to the academy, just to learn the dragon skills from Master Jin, not to become an official in the court. If you don't want to do this, why force it? Master Jin looked at King Qi and smiled. King Qi had previously told Master Jin that he hoped that Master Jin would assign Su Yan to the academy when he graduated. Master Jin had already rejected him. But King Qi was obviously a little resentful, thinking that Su Yan following him to plunder was the right way in the world. Master Jin was unwilling, so King Qi personally asked Su Yan's willingness. As a result, Su Yan directly kicked the ball to Master Jin, and Master Jin, of course, rejected him bluntly as before. It's also a hard-earned melon. King Qi smiled and echoed, as if he was not the one who invited Su Yan. Teacher Jin kept all the county magistrates of the Flower Bureau under the pretext of incomplete work and asked them to make up for their work in the Red King's mansion for 2 days, until the spy reported to Master Jin about the latest movements of the Dragon Clan. Master Jin threw all Su Yan and his party out of Luoheiju. The North Sea Dragon Clan and the South Sea Dragon Clan gathered together in the southern province and chased Ao Renlin to the western province where he fled, without any intention of coming to Xiaoyu. There were many old dragons from the Dragon Clan, especially after learning that Ao Renlin had condensed the demon cloud. They even notified the West Sea Dragon Clan to help intercept Ao Renlin and his group, since the Dragon Clan was not coming to Xiaoyu. Master Jin naturally had no intention of keeping Su Yan and his party, and threw them out of Luoheiju to avoid disturbing his peace. Squeak! 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 Su Yan, who had been tortured for 2 days, and studied the law in the name of remedial classes, returned to the flower office with his sore waist muscles and hands aching from writing. After revealing his true form, he laid down on the green lawn in the courtyard. At this time, a monkey ran over, holding a letter, and squeaked something. There was a letter from the southern province, which was sent to Xiaoyu City, and then forwarded to the flower office. Ah? Su Yan's face showed a puzzled look, not quite sure how there could be a letter from the southern province. Although his hometown was in the southern province, his friends didn't know that he came to the Xiaoyu dynasty. So how could they send a letter to him? With a puzzled mentality, Su Yan opened the letter addressed to him and read the contents of the letter. Hack. How thoughtful. As soon as Su Yan saw the letterhead, he clearly realized that there was something wrong with this letter, because this letter was a family letter, written by Ao Renlin to Su Yan personally, with hundreds of words, saying that he had recently passed through Xiaoyu and came to visit Su Yan to see if his son's study journey in Xiaoyu was going well. The family letter was written in a very formal way, and its meaning was probably the rationality of arranging Ao Renlin's appearance. Otherwise, a father suddenly appeared for no reason, which would cause some unnecessary doubts and explorations. What happened? Sitting in the pavilion nearby, Wanming County Master and Zhou, who were slumped on the table, heard Su Yan's exclamation and subconsciously looked over to ask what happened. Could it be that Master Jin was not satisfied with the beauty of the homework font and was going to ask the group to go back and copy it again? Ah, nothing. I just received a letter forwarded to me by my aunt. My father may come to Xiaoyu for something in a while, and come to see how I am doing in Xiaoyu. Su Yin sat up and looked at his friends, and continued, from the time the letter was sent. My father should take the teleportation array from Xiaoyu to the flower official office to visit me in the next 3 or 5 days. Right? Ah? Luoming County Lord Zhou Yu, Feng Shiqi, and Qing Yao all looked at Su Yin in astonishment, because in their memory, Su Yin had never talked about his family. When they knew Su Yin was already living in a brothel. It seems that there is only one relative, an aunt, and that aunt and Su Yin are not creatures of the same race. The aunt also said that she adopted Su Yin, seeing that he was dirty when he fled from the famine. She picked him up and raised him. Everyone has always thought that Su Yin is an orphan. But now a biological father suddenly appeared, which naturally made Luoming County Lord and Zhou Yu look astonished. Is your father still alive? Feng Shiqi looked surprised and said, could the letter be sent by a Xiaoyu liar? You are also well known in Xiaoyu City. In the past, the first place in the fox tasting meeting was deceived by a liar in the name of blood recognition. What are you talking about? Su Yin said with a black line on his forehead, my parents are naturally online. But later because of the ethnic relatives and living environment problems, I came to live in Xiaoyu. Then you yawning and your aunt said that you were picked up. What's the situation? Zhou Yu said puzzledly. I set out from the southern state and came to Xiaoyu to take the exam. The journey is long, and I don't know what will happen. Naturally, I will save as much as possible. After arriving in Xiaoyu, I will go directly to my aunt. My mother and my aunt are sworn sisters. Su Yin explained helplessly, so I call you aunt. Big Fox? Feng Shiqi asked Su Yin with shining eyes. The fox tribe is famous for its handsome appearance. The higher the cultivation of the fox tribe, the more handsome it is. Su Yin's father and mother can give birth to such a handsome little fox. Logically speaking, they must be exceptionally handsome. Su Yin turned his head away subconsciously, not daring to look directly at Feng Shiqi's expectant eyes. Foxes are foxes, but there seems to be no significant connection with the big ones. Ao Rinlin's body is indeed huge, but he is only slightly taller than Su Yin in human form. When he came to visit, he naturally couldn't show his body, and his face should be slightly disguised. Su Yin couldn't say anything about his body shape. Therefore, Su Yin could only be vague, and the letter didn't say what height and appearance his father would appear. Yes. No. I don't recommend you to touch my father in any form or way. He has a bad temper. When the Xiaoyu people talk about foxes, they naturally touch them. Su Yin occasionally sees some evil creatures who wipe their hands and mouths on the fox's fur in the name of touching the little fox. Among them, the snow fox is the most popular. Especially the girls like to print lipstick on the snow foxes, saying that doing such things is particularly fulfilling. It's like the demon tribe marking their territory. If you want to pet a fox, come and pet me. My parents are obviously not in the petting range. Su Yin recalled the original bodies of his mother and father in his heart, and complained with a heart full of complaints. What kind of thugs can be so crazy as to pet a fox as big as a mountain, and then turn around to pet a famous, rebellious, and cold-faced old dragon in the Dragon Clan? The people of Nightmare Town are not so crazy. Right? I am the only one who is like this. Right? The little fox is very worried about your safety. Chapter 341 Furry? Not furry. I don't know what you are thinking, but I am very sure that you will not get what you want. Su Yin put away his father's letter and looked at the expectant Luoming County Lord and Feng Shiqi, secretly complaining about their wild imagination in his heart. How could his father let people rub the scales? He estimated that he had never heard of such an outrageous request since the day he was born. Who would be so idle as to rub the scales of a black dragon with his palm? But Luoming County Lord and Feng Shiqi didn't seem to see the complicated expression on Su Yin's cheeks. They kept discussing the shape and feel of Su Yin's father, and even Qing Yao participated in their discussion. What kind of super large, furry, cute and beautiful fox that will make you moan when you stroke it, and then stretch your whole body? Amid the discussion of the crowd, time slowly came to noon. Because of Master Jean, the government office has been on vacation in recent days, and cases and business negotiations have piled up. The flower office maintains basic security patrol and registration functions. Master Su, your father. When we were registering people entering the city, we met a young monk who looked extremely noble. He claimed to be your biological father. Master Su. Just after lunch, a yeoman runner in charge of registration at the city gate crawled and rolled from the front yard of the government office to the backyard, sweating and panting, and raised his hand to point to the gate of the Flower City. The visitor's cultivation was unfathomable. He slowly floated down from the sky to the ground, registered to enter the city, and asked the gatekeeper a question. The demon clan, White Fox, named Su Yin. When the man finished speaking the key words, the gatekeeper immediately thought of his master, County Magistrate Su, who was slightly alert, and asked the visitor what he wanted to do with a fox demon named Su Yin. After a conversation, the gatekeeper learned the identity of the visitor, but he was not sure. So he sent a strong gatekeeper back to the office to ask Su Yin if his family had come to visit. So fast? Su Yin was surprised when he heard this. He had just received the forwarding letter forged by his father. Unexpectedly, his father came to him directly after a short rest. Notify the gatekeepers to let you go. Please come directly to the office, Su Yin said. Yes. The panting yamen runner was slightly stunned after hearing Su Yin's words. With a slightly strange expression, he responded and took out the official voice transmission jade to inform the brothers in front of the city gate to entertain Mr. Su's father. Mr. Su's biological father is also young enough. I'll go prepare snacks. The sudden visit of Su Yan's father caught the friends in the office off guard. Feng Shiqi hurriedly got up from his seat and walked out, rushing to the street outside the door to buy some snacks. Everyone has not been in the office in recent days. The snacks originally placed in the office have been thrown away, leaving only some dried fruits, such as melon seeds and candy fruits. In the absence of the host, the monkeys will naturally not prepare expensive snacks. But the level of snacks to entertain their friend's father must not be low. So Feng Shiqi hurriedly ran out to prepare high-end snacks. Su Yin also stood up from his seat and walked towards the government office with a little curiosity on his face, ready to personally welcome his father's visit, and at the same time very curious about what his father would look like here. Hey, sir, please slow down. Don't bump into anything. In about 2 cups of tea, the van used for reception in the Flower City government office drove back to the government office from the city gate. A handsome young man with fair skin and a slightly cold expression walked out of the van. The yamen runners, who had confirmed that the visitor was Master Su's father, helped him cautiously, fearing that this dragon immortal would trip over his left foot and fall to death when he stepped down from the van. The yamen runners surrounded the steps of the van, looking nervously at Ao Renlin as he walked out. Ao Renlin ignored the yamen runners beside him, stood in front of the steps of the van, looked around, and only stepped down when he saw Su Yin in front of the government office. As Ao Renlin walked out, the stuffiness in the air began to fade, forming a strange scene that offset the coolness around him. A bit weird. When Zhou Yu saw Su Yin's father, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Although he could not tell the depth of Su Yin's father's cultivation, he could clearly see that Su Yin's father was not tall and had a young face. But he had a very strong aura, and every move was extremely elegant. It was completely different from the image in Zhou Yu's imagination. Although the word aura sounds far-fetched, aura is a real thing. It is a mysterious energy field emitted by the combination of spiritual energy, past experiences and actions. Just like when people see a butcher, they can feel that his face seems to be a bit fierce at first glance. And the face of Su Yin's father, combined with the aura, is completely a sense of déjà vu of a person in a high position. The father is in a high position? No matter how you look at it, it feels very strange that the son lives in a brothel. Feng Shiqi and Qingyao saw Su Yin's father, and their faces were obviously astonished. They originally thought they would see a big fox. The big fox should look like a jade, tall, with a kind and handsome smile on his face, and a gentle and quiet temperament. But Su Yin's father didn't match any of them. There was even a chill around him. The indifference and cold expression in his eyes made him look like he was telling people not to approach him. Long time no see, little fox. Ao Renlin smiled and slowly greeted Su Yin. When I went out before, your mother complained that I didn't care about my family, so I came to visit you when I passed by the Xiaoyu dynasty. Some time ago, Su Yin met Fox Mom in the southern state and spent a short time together. Later, Fox Mom's incarnation went to the universe to find Su Yin's father. Fox Mom must have said something to Dragon Dad, so Dragon Dad would meet Su Yin on purpose. Otherwise, Dragon Dad would not have deliberately come to disturb Su Yin's peaceful and stable life, because he himself is the epitome of trouble. First, he was wanted by the whole clan of the 4 sea dragons, and then he was hunted by some powerful female beasts. If there is nothing serious, Ao Renlin does not want to bring trouble to his family. Please come in. Please come in. Seeing his father, who is the same height as himself and has a slightly immature face. Su Yin showed a little strange expression on his cheeks and asked his father to come into the government office. There are many ways to disguise. Although Su Yin is not too proficient in this, he has seen pigs run away. His father did not do any disguise, but simply reduced his age and body shape. Compared with the appearance of 18 or 19 years old seen before, it has been reduced to about 13 or 14 years old. At a glance, Ao Renlin seems to be younger than Su Yin. Su Yin can't understand this at all. Who disguises so perfunctorily and casually? Chapter 342. The Acquaintance of Fox Mom and Dragon Dad. Your father is quite young? Inside the warehouse, Luoming County Lord looked at Su Yin and said with a strange face. Su Yin's father does not look like Su Yin. Only the face shape, mouth shape and body shape can be said. The other facial features are mainly like Fox Mom. In the past, Luoming County Lord thought that the reason why Su Yan's body was so young might be because he was engaged in a special profession and imitated Wuxi County Lord, deliberately using secret methods to keep his body in the cutest stage. The size of the monster increases with age and cultivation. Su Yin, who is in the Jinden stage, should not be so small. But after seeing Su Yin's father, Luoming County Lord felt that she might have guessed wrong. Don't ask me these. I don't know either. Su Yin did not turn his head back, and continued to look at the various spiritual tea leaves on the warehouse shelf in thought, and casually complained about the strange questions raised by Luoming County Lord. Su Yin himself complained about the problem of Long Dad's human form being too immature. But no one could answer it, because Long Dad's body shape was pure nature, born like this. Of course, because of the existence of Fox Mom, Su Yin didn't care too much about these. Anyway, he took after his mother. Fox Mom's body shape looked tall, and he should be able to reach a height of about 1.8 meters in the future. Right? Su Yin took the tea leaves from the shelf and walked out of the warehouse to the pavilion in the backyard. Luoming County Lord and Zhou Yu and his party did not continue to follow Su Yin. The father and son reunited for the first time after a long time, and they might need private space. Su Yin returned to the pavilion. Ao Renlin raised his hand and drew a stroke in the void, and the azure blue water molecules condensed and formed into hieroglyphs on the void. A soundproof shielding band spread outward with the image text as the center, wrapping the inside and outside of the pavilion from the inside to the outside. The dragons have been chasing us a bit recently. Although I have led them to the western state, they have already formed a complete expeditionary army. It is troublesome, so I will stay here for a while. If you have any questions, you can ask me, and I will answer your questions. Ao Renlin looked at Su Yin and said, he has long been accustomed to the dragons chasing him. In the past, those stragglers were very easy to deal with. They would behave themselves for a while after being beaten up. However, the expeditionary army is not so easy to deal with. First, there are many of them. And second, those who can join the expeditionary army are all powerful dragons. In the past, once he noticed the appearance of the dragon expeditionary army, he would run to the universe and circle around in it to get rid of the expeditionary army. But this time, Ao Renlin did not choose to go to the universe, because the fox mother told him that the sudden change in her little fox's family was a little bit persistent. You may need to communicate with him. Otherwise, he will solve the problem in the way he thinks is appropriate. The so-called appropriate method is naturally to fight against the trapped fox mother rescued by the Sioux Nine-Tailed Fox clan. But this is totally inconsistent with Long Dad's idea. He and Fox Mom didn't tell Su Yin about these things. The most basic reason is that they don't want Su Yin to get involved in the mess of their ancestors. Now that Su Yin has established his foothold after leaving home, he knows that he wants to save Fox Mom. Long Dad feels relieved, but he really doesn't need Su Yin to worry about his own affairs with Fox Mom. If the plan works, everything will be fine. If the plan fails, they will definitely go their separate ways. Dad Long didn't want Su Yin to seek excitement, so he came to find Su Yin and explained these things. I have any questions for you. Seeing that Dad Long seemed to want to say something, the first thing Su Yin thought of was the long-cherished wish of the Dragon Clan. The long-cherished wish of the Dragon Clan in the mouth of Master Jean, and the long-cherished wish of the Dragon Clan in the mouth of Black Dragon Father are two different things. But after Su Yin was teased by Master Jean, he really couldn't tell who was telling the truth and who was lying. With Master Jin's bad character, he really had every reason to lie and fool himself. There is no need for a reason to lie to yourself. Just the word fun is enough to explain everything. If Su Yin wants to scold Master Jean later, Master Jean can also say with a smile on his face, "This is a test. You should have learned to distinguish between true and false through hard work. Right? Outsiders will lie to you. And family members will also lie to you. Have you learned anything? Su Yan is eager to know the truth about the Dragon Clan's long-cherished wish. However, when the words are on his lips, Su Yan opens his mouth to ask another question, saying, Dad, how did you and Mom fall in love with each other? At that time, there must have been a lot of people who dissuaded you too. Although the Dragon Clan's long-cherished wish is very important. What Su Yan wants to gossip about now is how the father, who made Black Dragon Dad called the cold evil dragon, and had a cold and indifferent personality, got together with his mother. Is there something big inside? As for the Dragon Clan's long-cherished wish, let's talk about it later. Anyway, Dragon Dad is sitting here now. And Su Yan is not afraid that his father will turn around and run away without saying a word. What happened with your mother? Su Yan's question stunned Father Long. And then he frowned and began to think. It was not until the cold water in the kettle beside the pavilion boiled that Father Long slowly spoke. It has been too long and I have forgotten the details. I only remember that it was in the Wanling treasure mirror. The first time I saw your mother. It was inevitable that she was beautiful. I didn't see much of her beauty and charm. I don't understand why I fell in love with your mother. But I just fell in love with her. The first meeting between Father Long and Fox Mom was not thrilling or magnificent. They met at a commodity auction organized by the Treasure Appraisal Pavilion. When Ao Renlin saw Su Qing at first sight, a strange throbbing surged in his heart. At that time, Su Qing bought a piece of jewelry that was very popular among female cultivators at that time. The maid walked to Su Qing's side to confirm her opinion on the auction and the deposit. The lighting beam hit Su Qing's body. Tens of thousands of cultivators in the venue seemed to appear only to set off her beauty. Ao Renlin was impressed at first sight. After Ao Renlin confirmed that he was not cursed and his will was not controlled by the goo worm, he went to visit Su Qing, the nine-tailed fox of the Yusu clan, the next day. Then, the process of getting along was very unpleasant. The Yusu clan foxes all hate the Dragon Clan. Dad Long pondered for a long time and continued, after I had a few polite words with your mother, she turned around and walked outside the private room and asked someone to serve tea. About a cup of tea later, a large group of various female beasts in heat came to the private room. Your mother sold me directly to those crazy guys at the price of 1 caddy of spirit stone per person. Your mother leaned against the door of the box, her face full of smiles that could not be concealed even with a round fan. And she looked at me in the box with gloating and said, you are such a shameless guy. Your Dragon Clan should be like this to appear normal. How could a pure love fox and a lustful Dragon Clan possibly spark love? The first meeting between Fox Mom and Dragon Dad ended with Fox Mom selling Dragon Dad at a low price. You should have roughly known about what happened later from Chong Cheong. Right? Dragon Dad said. The love story between Fox Mom and Dragon Dad was not romantic and innocent at all. In summary, Dragon Dad chased her. But Fox Mom was crazy about Dragon Dad's identity as a Dragon Clan, saying that his body was unclean and he must be plagued by diseases. So don't get close to me. After a period of long distance running without results, after guessing the general cause of the matter, Ao Renlin directly rebelled from the Dragon Clan and stopped being the prince. After probing his intention and determination, and bringing the famous doctor in the cultivation world, Fairy Medicine, to Su Qing for a full physical examination, Ao Renlin and Su Qing's relationship rose to the stage of good friends. The Dragon Clan didn't take it seriously at first. After all, everyone in the cultivation world knew that nine-tailed foxes had psychological cleanliness. Ao Renlin was ready to challenge the high difficulty. And the black dragons in the North Sea were also very happy. Everyone knew that Ao Renlin had a stinky face, since he was born and ignored everyone. When he tasted the taste, he should be sensible. Later, the news that Ao Renlin and Su Qing secretly got married spread in the cultivation world. And the North Sea Dragon Clan realized that Ao Renlin was not lying. But he really degenerated and defected from the Four Seas Dragon Clan for a fox with Sujio. The North Sea Dragon Clan tried to persuade him many times, but to no avail. In the end, they couldn't even contact Ao Renlin. So they issued a wanted order. Su Yan looked at his father with a stunned face, listening to his father telling about his love history with Fox Mom. I have to say that Dad is really tough. He went straight for Fox Mom after he recognized her. He was able to capture the key points. He first betrayed the Dragon Clan to prove his feelings, and then invited a famous doctor from the cultivation world. He was completely shameless to have a physical examination in front of Fox Mom, probing his innocence and reputation, and gradually disintegrating the psychological cleanliness defense of the nine-tailed foxes and finally succeeded. Although your love is not romantic, it is also enough to burn your brain and fight. From what Dragon Dad said, Su Yin could easily hear that Fox Mom definitely sold Dragon Dad as a brothel rabbit more than once. Dragon Dad was able to get away every time, and saw the point that Fox Mom disliked him, and directly sees the pain point to fight back. Your love is not romantic, nor is it necessarily magnificent. I didn't expect that the most magnificent thing was my birth, Su Yin directly complained. Dad, if you had made a mistake or let those female beasts succeed, I might not have been born until now. Chapter 343 Talking with Father. Indeed, your birth was quite difficult. After being complained by his own son, Long Dad thought for a moment and gave a positive answer. The love story of Long Dad and Fox Mom is a history of struggle to eliminate the inherent stereotypes of both parties. The Dragon Clan is a well-known lustful creature in the world of cultivation. The Demon Clan and the monks who keep themselves clean should not approach, or the monks passing by should also wrap the vital parts with iron crotch, lest the Dragon Clan go crazy and drag you back to the cave to give you a product that will benefit you for life. But Ao Renlin happened to appear in the Dragon Clan. Ao Renlin is different from other Dragon Clans. He needs to understand the long-cherished wish of the Dragon Clan and fight for it. And he wants to rest because he is tired and cannot rest. He is forced to work overtime. And finally, he has a great enlightenment and goes home to get married or sees through the world and has no desires. Ao Renlin is a person who knows everything by nature. He understands the true long-cherished wish of the Dragon Clan very well, and naturally knows that it is meaningless for the Dragon Clan to breed crazily in the world of cultivation. If we have to say the meaning, it is just to increase the probability, since it is useless. Ao Renlin's growth trajectory is naturally different from other dragons, who roll around on the bed all day. Instead, Ao Renlin's cultivation progress is extremely exaggerated. In addition to the inherited power, the more important thing is that Ao Renlin's mind is mature, and he knows what to do, and what to do early. Instead of believing in the big bluffs of the Dragon Clan's high level, Ao Renlin's characteristic of not being stained by mud is really the most important condition to impress the fox mother. The mental cleanliness of the nine-tailed foxes is not a joke. There is an explicit contempt chain among the same clan. And eventually the nine-tailed fox clan is even divided into three. The Dragon Clan, who is lustful, lewd, and optimistic, is the most despised existence of the nine-tailed foxes. Guys with countless messy genealogies, don't talk to our nine-tailed foxes with pure blood, if you are not familiar with them. I don't even want to be called a demon clan with you. Without the accidental cleanliness of Long Dad, Fox Mom would not have changed her impression of Long Dad, eliminated the stereotype, and finally got together with Long Dad. If Long Dad and Fox Mom had not gotten together, Su Yin would not know where he would be born in this life. Although he did not know where he would be born, he would most likely become a member of the Nightmare Town. Being poor and oppressed by the injustice of the world was enough to drive the unlucky guy who came from the peaceful world completely crazy. No air conditioning, no beauties, no entertainment, and even asking me to be a dog to serve tea and water? I traveled thousands of miles to the cultivation world just to be a turtle slave. Hack you. You? Kings, princes, generals. Are you a species? Gulp gulp. The kettle rack on the red spirit stone made a sound. Su Yin raised his hand to pick up the kettle beside him, and slowly poured the boiling hot water on the teapot spirit leaves. His slightly delicate and tender face was incompatible with the dark tea set in his hand, but his tea-making skills did not seem unfamiliar. After pouring hot water into the pot to wash the tea, Su Yin did not pour out the water directly. Instead, he used a strainer to filter the brown and red tea soup and put it aside. Then he poured water into the teapot and simmered it for a while to make a dark red tea soup with a strong flavor. Dad Long did not say anything, but sat on the chair and watched Su Yin's skillful operation quietly. The Xiaoyu dynasty in the central province was a major tea-producing country, and tea could be seen everywhere and penetrated into the homes of ordinary people. Ordinary people didn't pay much attention to it. Some herbs would be added to the tea to relieve heat and quench thirst. The tea-making skills were a facade. Rich people might not be as extreme as the literati in tea-making competitions, and they could even go directly to the mountains to pick spring leaves and tender shoots of plant monsters. But it was also a skill for entertaining guests. The tea-making skills could even show a person's family and cultivation. How could one leisurely brew high-end and expensive tea without money, time, or channels? Su Yin didn't drink tea at home before. He was idle and chewed a piece of ice in his mouth, or threw a handful of tea leaves into milk and added a lethal amount of sugar to say that he was making milk tea. Seeing this, Fox Mom and Dragon Dad were full of black lines, and they politely rejected the strange things made by Su Yin. Boiling tea soup with milk and adding a lethal amount of sugar. What kind of crooked and unnatural thing are you? If you make tea like this in Xiaoyu, the fox's paw will be swollen directly. Slurp. Dad Long took the teacup handed over by Su Yin, and tasted the tea brewed by Su Yin with a slurping sound. He took the tea soup into his mouth and sniffed the quality of the tea leaves. After drinking a cup of tea, Dad Long put the teacup on the stone table and said, "It seems that your life in Xia, you should be quite rich. The quality of tea leaves and the method of brewing tea are both factors that determine the quality of tea soup. Different tea leaves with different weights, water temperatures and steaming times have different tastes. There are even some particularities for what kind of tea to match with what kind of water. If you go deeper, you can also talk about the softness and hardness of water, as well as the utensils for drinking tea. These can be felt as soon as they enter the mouth, and the comparison between the two can determine the good and bad. The tea soup brewed by Su Yin is not very outstanding, but it definitely meets the entry standard. It's not bad. I make money every day, make tea for my aunt, and chat with the sad people." Su Yin didn't hear the hidden meaning of his father, but simply talked about his daily life. Although there is nothing magnificent, there is endless gossip between the ladies every day, which is also a very interesting life experience. "Dad, I want to ask, what exactly does the Dragon Clan's long-cherished wish mean? And what exactly are you planning? Is it related to the Dragon Clan's long-cherished wish?" Su Yin put down the teacup in his hand, looked at his father sitting opposite him and asked. What Long Dad is planning is not only about himself and Fox Mom, but also seems to involve some secret things of the Dragon Clan that no one knows. Before leaving, Fox Mom persuaded Su Yin that Long Dad is working hard for the reunion of the family. Su Yin does not need to worry about adults' affairs. He just needs to hide his own life well, so that the success or failure of Long Dad's plan will not affect Su Yin. From Fox Mom's tone and Long Dad's ability, what he is planning may not only involve his own family, but also involve the Dragon Clan. Long Dad intends to coerce the Four Seas Dragon Clan to use him, and use the power of the Dragon Clan to force the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan to hand over his wife. In this way, it can be confirmed that the Fox Mother said with a smile, "Your father is working hard to marry me home in style." Su Yin didn't know the power of the Dragon Clan, but he should have a general understanding of the power of the Nine-Tailed Fox. The Nine-Tailed Fox is not just 3 nine-tailed foxes, but also the combination of the Sun Golden Crow and the Jade Rabbit clan. The Sun Golden Crow and the Moon Heavenly Dog are good friends, and according to some rumors, it can be known, the Jiaochong is also one of the allies of the Nine-Tailed Fox, as well as the Xiaoyu dynasty with an ambiguous attitude. What a huge force this is, and I can find out the news myself, so my father can't be unaware of it. What exactly does he want to do in this case? Can the power of the Dragon Clan really force the stubborn Nine-Tailed Fox? Chapter 344 The Truth of the Dragon Clan's Long-Cherished Wish. The Nine-Tailed Fox is not a nine-tailed fox. When looking at them, we need to include the Golden Crow and the Jade Rabbit. The Golden Crow is a close friend of the Heavenly Dog, and the Jade Rabbit has an extremely complex network of relationships with Xiaoyu. He can even mobilize Xiaoyu's Jiuyo to come forward when his clan members are in trouble. And according to rumors, before the Queen Mother of the West fell asleep, she also brought the Jiaochong clan into the alliance. The tentacles of the Nine-Tailed Fox are almost all over the Land Monster clan. Su Yin put down the teacup and spoke slowly, expressing his views on the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The Nine-Tailed Fox is not a big deal in the Divine Beast clan. It is famous for its beauty and handsomeness. However, the Nine-Tailed Fox has not relied on the inefficient fertility rate of the Nine-Tailed Foxes since its birth. Initially, there was only one branch of the Nine-Tailed Fox, the Qingqiu clan, which was famous for its immortality. However, the Queen Mother of the West fell into a deep sleep due to the environment of heaven and earth. As time went by, the Qingqiu clan entered a state of seclusion, and due to various reasons, the Tushan clan and the Yusu clan split. Because of the Queen Mother of the West and the blood relationship, the Nine-Tailed Fox is extremely powerful. According to the values of the Qingqiu clan, Su Yan's family should not exist. If Long Dad wants to take Fox Mom home directly, Su Yin feels that according to the concepts of the Qingqiu clan, it will really start a war. It can be called a small-scale melee among all races. You worry too much, and those are not what you should worry about at your age. Dad Long listened to Su Yan's story quietly, smiled and shook his head, and complained about Su Yin, saying, "But your point of view is actually correct. If I plan to rob it, then it is not a private matter between the two tribes, but a trampling and humiliation of the dignity of the nine-tailed fox by the dragon tribe. From the perspective of the Qingqiu fox and the Jinwu tribe, they would rather die than accept such a result. And once the situation spreads, it will inevitably be a melee among the divine beast tribes." "So?" Su Yin asked. "So it's unrealistic to rob by force, and it's not a result your mother can accept," Dad Long said lightly, "but it's also unrealistic to persuade Qingqiu and Yusu. If Qingqiu could have normal negotiations, Emperor Xia, you would not have attacked their clan land. The elders of Yusu clan are open-minded. After all, Yusu foxes have always been famous for their disobedience. They are so fussy about everything that they would have died of anger long ago. But the real difficulty for Yusu clan is the clan members. It's helpless to say that the biggest obstacle to my marriage with your mother is not the outside world and family, but the reputation and prejudice of the same clan members. Ao Rinlin's origin and talent are definitely the best in the dragon clan. You nine-tailed foxes don't want to marry, and we dragons don't want you to marry. We just hope that Ao Rinlin will give birth to more. Therefore, the premise of everything is to eliminate the resistance of the dragon clan to the nine-tailed fox. Without the help of the dragon clan, even I can't do anything." Dragon Dad looked at Su Yin and said, "This is about the long-cherished wish of the dragon clan. You should also know some of these things. The long-cherished wish of the dragon clan is not a secret, but the long-cherished wish circulated in the cultivation world, including the dragon clan, is actually a byproduct of the Dragon King's plan." Ao Rinlin paused for a moment when he said here, "The real purpose of the Dragon Kings is to revive the Dragon of Time and Virtue. Of course, the Dragon of Time and Virtue resurrected by the Dragon Clan is not like our dragon ancestors, who have the ability to create the world and inherit the infinite merits of the creation of the world when the world was first born. But its power is definitely not weak. Ordinary or weaker innate holy spirits are not its opponents. The ancestor of Ingshi, Ingda, and Ingdong Dragon is a holy spirit that appeared with the heaven and earth. It is a creature that can swim in the long river of time. It is also one of the first guardians of the world and shoulders the mission of protection. As the world gradually grows, the power of the ancestor of the dragon will gradually weaken, and the laws of time and space will eventually become the nutrients of the rules of heaven and earth to perfect the world. There is no doubt that the ancestor of the dragon is powerful. Otherwise she would not be one of the beings born with the heaven and earth. The most fundamental reason why the Dragon Kings want the ancestor to revive is because of the Jedi Tiantong." Dad Long looked at Su Yin and raised his eyebrows, asking him if he knew about the Jedi Tiantong. Su Yin nodded gently, indicating that he already knew. "Since you already know, you should also know about the split of the original fairy world. The fundamental cause of the chaos among all races is the death of the dragon ancestor. Before the dragon ancestor's death, he visited the Nine Heavens' mysterious mother Saint Mu Tianzuan, and the dragon ancestor disappeared on the way back. Soon after, the dragon ancestor's life jade was broken, which means that our ancestor has fallen, which directly led to the war between the Dragon Clan and the Nine Heavens' mysterious mother Saint Mu Tianzuan's clan, indirectly squeezing the living space of other clans, and igniting a full-scale war that affected the original fairy world, whether it is the innate Holy Spirit or the Godman clan. As long as the creatures living in the original fairy world, they are all affected by the war, and dragged into the water one by one. So, the Dragon Kings tried to revive the dragon of Ingshi because they were worried that after the return of the cultivation world, the Dragon Clan would be liquidated by the enemies in the fairy world? After Su Yin sorted out his thoughts, he spoke out what he had speculated. The fairy world is not as mysterious as you think. The fairy world is special because it can accommodate the existence of true immortals, and has the soil for the survival of innate holy spirits. Dragon Dad said, "What the Dragon Kings are really worried about is that as the world fragments return, our world will reconnect with other worlds, which will cause resource disputes. They are also worried that the immortals, who have remained in the fairy world, may take advantage of our lack of strength to enslave us. Therefore, the Dragon Kings are preparing to ask the ancestors to come to the world again to protect our Dragon Clan. According to the facts I understand, it is not only our Dragon Clan that is preparing to return, but the ancestor of our Dragon Clan has long since fallen, and cannot provide us with protection in the early days of the return of the cultivation world." Dad Long took a sip of the fragrant tea and said, "What I planned is actually not complicated. It is just some despicable means based on my understanding of the general situation and the secrets, as well as the demands of the Dragon Clan and the Nine-Tailed Foxes. Intercept the preparations of the Dragon Kings and let the dragon of Inksherinda be born based on my flesh and blood. If Su Yan's birth is said to be a case of grandma not loving his uncle, then this sentence can also be applied to the marriage of Dad Long and Fox Mom. The Qingqiu Fox and the Yusa people are all preventing Fox Mom from being with Dad Long. The North Sea Dragon Clan, even the Black Dragon King, is also persuading Ao Renlin to give up that unrealistic fantasy. The end of everything they have come to is that the whole family will suffer, and there will be no happy ending. Ao Renlin and Su Qing both knew about these things, so they were pushing certain things privately. However, because of Su Yan's birth later, Fox Mom settled down and lived a relatively peaceful life for a while. Ao Renlin was not hiding all the time. He was also secretly planning to revive the dragon ancestor. However, compared with the gentle, step-by-step attempts and plans of the Dragon Kings, Ao Renlin used much more brutal methods. According to historical records, he looked for the cave ruins after the death of the 10-headed phoenix and the 5-element unicorn. In addition to the Dragon King's intention to revive the dragon ancestor, he also saved the tribes of the 10-headed phoenix and the 5-element unicorn. Ao Renlin went straight to the point and went for the dragon of Inksherinda. Even if it was like a jigsaw puzzle, he had to force the dragon of Inksherinda to be pieced out. As long as he intercepted the preparations and resources of the Dragon Kings and pieced together the dragon of Inksherinda, then Ao Renlin could take the initiative on the Dragon Clan side. It was no longer a case of grandma not loving, uncle not loving. Wouldn't my generation be doubled? Su Yan said to his father with astonishment. According to what his father said, he was going to intercept the preparations of the Dragon Kings and become an immortal in the flesh and become the ancestor of the dragon. Then wouldn't my seniority be very high? Chapter 345, Alliance and Marriage. Increase in seniority? Ha ha ha. Dad Long smiled and shook his head and said, the Inksherinda dragon created by the Dragon Clan is not the dragon ancestor. Its identity should belong to the Dragon Clan's hero and legend. So, your idea is impossible to realize. The Dragon Clan cannot accept a fox with low cultivation and young age to become their elder. Dad Long was amused by Su Yan's idea. The resurrected Inksherinda dragon does have a high status, but it is definitely not resurrected as the ancestor. The ancestor of the Dragon Clan will always be the ancestor of Inksherinda Ingong Dragon. That's probably what happened. I didn't plan to tell you these things at the beginning, but your growth really made me look at you with new eyes. Dad Long said. It seems very easy to intercept the preparations and layouts of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. But the internal operation is extremely complicated. First of all, you need to be familiar with the plans and progress of the Dragon Kings, and then derive your own theft plan based on the plans of the Dragon Kings. And you need to compete at the intersection of the plans of both parties. That is to find alternative resources and materials. Ao Renlin has been preparing for this since the wedding day of Dragon Dad and Fox Mom. During this period, he must not let the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas notice the existence of an outsider. Otherwise, Su Yan's family will not be hunted down by the Dragon Clan. But the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas will personally take Ao Renlin back to the Dragon Clan. Such behavior is completely a rebellion. This is also why Dragon Dad does not go home. And most of the time, he comes back in his incarnation. But Su Yan's growth is beyond expectations. And even Dragon Dad cannot ignore his existence. The Nightmare Town followers who follow him are not Dragon Dad's subordinates, but the dead men secretly sent to him by the third prince Xiaoyu, and told him that there are 2 Tontian blessed places where the 5 elements Qilin sleeps. By the way, he also connected Dragon Dad with Master Jean, and asked Master Jean, who had no intention of intervening. To a certain extent, Grandmaster Jean can actually represent the entire Xiaoyu dynasty. Every move needs to consider the subsequent impact and possible events. All this help comes from Su Yan. If there is no sudden intervention from the third prince, according to the experience of Long Dad obtaining the essence of 10 phoenixes in the past, he will need at least hundreds of years to see the possibility. Long Dad, who is wanted by the Four Seas dragons, has no ability to develop power. Once a traitor appears in the team, he will inevitably be hit by the dragons. The subordinates around Long Dad and several Earth Immortals are all the dead men given by the third prince to implement his plan. And all these conveniences are brought by Su Yan. The Nightmare Town under the third prince has made it clear when he found Long Dad in the starry sky that the reason why the third prince contributed money and effort is not really seeking any rewards. He doesn't care about the success or failure of things. And he doesn't even ask what Ao Renlin intends to do. The only requirement of the third prince was that Su Yan must settle down in Xiaoyu and become Princess Wux's playmate. so as to relieve Princess Wux's boring daily life. Dad Long was puzzled and shocked by this. What did his little fox do to be able to invite the younger brother of Emperor Wuxing? Moreover, it was not difficult to see from the words of the people in Yinjin that the third prince's granddaughter was also involved. It was Princess Wuxi who asked the third prince to help. Is the little fox selling herself to save her mother? Su Yin and Long Dad chatted for a long time in the pavilion in the backyard of the government office. Su Yin also knew Long Dad's plan, and learned from Long Dad about the long-cherished wish of the Dragon Clan, as well as the future events of the Jedi Tiantong and the return of the cultivation world. The key to saving Fox Mom lies in Long Dad's control of the artificial dragon of time and virtue, and using the special features of the artificial dragon and its status in the Dragon Clan to persuade the Four Seas Dragon Kings, thereby subduing the Dragon Clan who are dissatisfied with this marriage, as long as the Four Seas Dragon Kings personally come forward. Combined with the power of the artificial Holy Spirit Dragon of time and virtue, then the marriage of Long Dad and Fox Mom, which has never been blessed by the clans, will usher in a glimmer of hope. From an unblessed marriage, it has been transformed into an alliance and marriage between the clan and even the land monsters and the sea monsters. This is what Long Dad envisioned, so that Fox Mom can marry him in a legitimate way without hiding. Once Long Dad's plan succeeds, it will be a complete victory of the right time, right place, and right people. Now that the seal of the Jedi Tiantong is gradually broken, the nine-tailed fox and its allies have to consider the importance and necessity of this alliance. Queen Mother of the West is still sleeping, but the artificial Holy Spirit of the Dragon Clan has revived. What I discussed with Master Jean is the last piece of the puzzle about the Dragon of Time and Virtue. Long Dad put an end to the private conversation between father and son. When the Dragon Clan's efforts to hunt me down weaken, we will set out to forcibly awaken the Five Elements Qilin. Although the Five Elements Qilin tribe has disappeared, the bodies of the Five Elements Qilin tribe's strong men have not decayed. It only takes the method of nightmare to awaken the beast nature and survival instinct in the fallen strongman, and then give the resurrected beast some time to breathe the spiritual power between heaven and earth. It only takes a few days for the resurrected beast to regain its vitality. At that time, Long Dad and Master Jean can forcibly take the blood of the Five Elements Qilin by force. For the next period of time, I will live in the government office. If you have any questions about cultivation or things you don't understand, you can ask me. I will try my best to answer the things I know. Long Dad took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Problems about cultivation. There shouldn't be any problems about cultivation. Right? Maya taught me a very good water illusion method. And now I have also obtained the Dragon Ball condensation method from Xialongnu, as well as the world as a trump card. As Su Yin was talking, a black cloud suddenly condensed in the sky. Long Dad raised his hand and covered Su Yan's mouth directly. The dark clouds above the sky seemed to have intelligence and hesitated slightly, and slowly dissipated. Su Yan looked at his father with a puzzled look on his face, not quite understanding why he covered his mouth. Because some words cannot be said, and some magic skills cannot be spread at will. Dad Long released his arm that was covering Su Yan's mouth, looked at Su Yan with interest, and said, "It seems that your experience is richer than I imagined, and you can obtain the secret inheritance that cannot be spoken. There are some special magic skills that cannot be spread through words and objects. Once spread through words or physical media, they will inevitably be warned by heavenly thunder. Those special magic skills and magic skills are harmful to the world to a certain extent, so the laws of heaven and earth will restrict their owners." The name of the magic that Su Yin was about to say was obviously forbidden to be spread by the laws of heaven and earth. Even the name of the magic cannot be mentioned or spread. You can keep those secrets that cannot be spoken for yourself. I don't want to be struck by lightning. Long Dad took out a handkerchief from the storage ring and wiped his hands. There is such a restriction? Su Yin asked his father with a surprised face. Who knows? Anyway, some magic and magical powers have special restrictions that cannot be spoken, and those who practice to a high level will definitely die, Long Dad said, unblocking the silent restriction in the pavilion and talking about the things behind the scenes. Let's talk about some normal things. Don't continue to ask about the things about your parents and ancestors. If you know too much, you may be hostile and targeted by the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Chapter 346: The relationship between the little ant, Long Dad and Chi Ant. As Long Dad untied the barrier, the two did not continue to discuss some secret things. By the way, Dad, I actually have a question that I have not figured out. After understanding the things of his parents and ancestors, Su Yin still had some doubts. but from Long Dad's actions, it was obvious that he was not going to continue to elaborate. The means of transforming into a dragon of time and virtue, and the place where the Qilin sleeps forever. The former involves the use of the method of Nightmare Town, and the latter may involve a sleeping innate holy spirit. For some considerations, Long Dad did not say it, and it can even be said that he deliberately ignored it. The little fox has done enough. Long Dad does not want him to get involved in the next matter. The matter of appeasing the innate holy spirit and defeating the 5 elements Qilin to obtain the essence and blood can be left to the adults to solve. And everything is based on preservation, regardless of whether the plan succeeds or fails. At least the little fox has a way to retreat, instead of the whole family being caught. If you have any doubts, just say it directly. Long Dad smiled and looked at Su Yin, who was slightly hesitant, and said, "That's right. What's going on between you and your aunt? Why does it feel like your aunt hates you so much?" Su Yin had various guesses in his heart about the fact that his aunt hated Long Dad. But his aunt never answered Su Yin's doubts. She even cursed him when she mentioned Long Dad. "Chong Qiong?" Long Dad looked thoughtful and said, "In fact, it's not just Chong Qiong who hates me. The one who hates my existence the most should be Di Qi. Your aunt and I have no conflicts. It's just that because my magic and magical powers restrain her poison river, she has always disliked me. Later, I married your mother, and we became enemies. She thinks I broke up their sister group. Since leaving the Wanyao City Academy, Fox Mom, Aunt, Di Qi, and Wang Tianho have formed a sister group that travels all over the country to rob houses. Although everyone should be busy with their lives after returning to the academy. But because of Long Dad's interference, the robbery group was disbanded faster. Auntie was reluctant to go home. And when Fox Mom left, Di Qi also left and went home. In the end, only Auntie and Wang Tianho were left in the lively group. Later, Auntie followed Wang Tianho and went to Xiaoyu to settle down. As for why Di Qi hated Long Dad more, Long Dad speculated that there was something wrong with the Golden Crow. It was as if Fox Mom had turned on some switch, and he had always been reluctant to part with Fox Mom. But when he thought of the strange marriage customs of the Luan bird, Long Dad could understand why Di Qi hated him. Also, we have only one dragon. Long Dad clarified a fact and asked Su Yin not to believe Andy Chungcheong's rumors and slanders about him. So, is there really a tribe that exists in the world with 2 forms? Su Yan's face was full of question marks. You shouldn't ask these questions. You should ask about the information of beautiful female beasts. And which state female beasts are the most sexy and plump? And which state female beasts are gentle? Long Dad decisively interrupted the original topic and turned the topic that was gradually going off the track and became weird back to the right track. Although he didn't know much about female animals, he had seen a pig run and eaten pork, so he could say a thing or two about it. The little male fox should talk about something serious instead of being curious about the number of bells. In the dragon clan, if a male dragon asks about these things, he will be treated as an alien and locked up in a dark room. Time passed gradually, and it was almost dinner time in the afternoon. The Lunming County lady came over to ask Su Yin and the visiting dragon father what they wanted to eat in the evening. Su Yin thought about it and directly set the dinner in the brothel opposite the government office. Although Su Yin jokingly called the monkeys the universal cheap second party in the cultivation world, the monkeys also have regional limitations. If you ask the monkeys in the government office to make wild game, they can guarantee the quality of the products. But if you give them some seafood, they may need to turn over the book to make it. And they will develop into a fight first. And whoever wins will listen to whoever wins. The production of dishes is related to the salary at the end of the month. The monkeys are not convinced and only believe in themselves, for fear that they will be deducted from their salary if they believe the nonsense of the monkey next door. Therefore, when the monkeys disagree, they often fight each other, and whoever wins will be the boss. Su Yin thought about it, and still felt it was troublesome. So he might as well go to the brothel next door to eat. Hey! Let's go out for dinner. After discussing with the county lady of Lunming, Su Yin looked at the people in the courtyard and said, Qingyao was sitting in front of a charcoal stove with a steel wire mesh on it, baking herbs, and occasionally applying some honey bought from the mountains to make medicinal materials. Zhou Yu was the most wicked, because he offended the monsters in the river. He couldn't fish. He carried a fishing rod with a chicken leg tied in front of it, and fished for foxes in the backyard. 4 or 5 foxes that seemed to be fat were jumping up and down around the dangling chicken legs and panting. Seeing Su Yin coming, the foxes looked at Su Yin aggrievedly and whimpered, wanting to eat the chicken legs. I'm helping them lose weight. Aren't I? Zhou Yu saw Su Yan calling for dinner. So he put down the fishing rod in his hand and shrugged. Lose weight for you. Su Yan rolled his eyes, took out some meat from the storage ring, and fed it to the foxes, saying, they are pregnant now, and they can stand your jumping up and down like this. Spring is here, and everything is revived. As the female fox is in heat, the male fox smells the scent and enters the breeding state. The overweight foxes in Zhou Yu's eyes are actually pregnant foxes. But they are not really overweight. Let's go. Let's go to the brothel across the street to eat. After feeding the foxes, Su Yan stood up and said to his friends, let me introduce my father to you. He has a cold personality, but he is a very good person. Well, he is a little cold in personality. Is your father's cultivation level not low? Zhou Yu glanced at Long Dad, who was drinking tea in the pavilion, and asked Su Yan in a low voice, at a glance. I know that he is at least at the bottom of the earthly immortal realm. You could never said these things on weekdays. Su Yan's identity is getting weirder and weirder. Originally thought to be a little fox adopted by the earthly immortal shopkeeper. But now a father in the earthly immortal realm suddenly appeared. Zhou Yu has every reason to suspect that Su Yan's mother's cultivation level should not be much different from his father. Both parents have such powerful cultivation levels. They must be members of the Pure Fox clan. So Su Yan should not be a wild fox, but a member of the Pure Fox clan. Good fellow. You hit it well enough. If I, Zhou Yu, knew about this relationship, why would I be hunted down when I was drawing portraits of other demons? Take me to the forest quickly. I will directly raise the banner of the Pure Fox clan to draw portraits of the demons, and see if other demons dare to make trouble for me again. You didn't ask me. Why are you talking? Su Yan looked at Zhou Yu with a slightly strange look. Regarding the matter of Fox Mom and Dragon Dad, Su Yan would not say it if he could. With the help of his aunt, he had enough connections. It would be a waste of trouble to tell the story of Fox Mom and Dragon Dad. If it wasn't a life-threatening situation, Su Yan would not reveal his identity casually, for fear that one day he would be put in a sack by a monk and go to the Dragon Clan to exchange for a bounty. Chapter 347. Damn it. All that's left is a holographic black history. Hey. Master Su. Su Yan and his party came out of the government office and went to the brothel across the street to prepare for dinner. But when Su Yan just stepped into the brothel, he saw Lao Dai lying flat on the bench next to the door. When Lao Dai saw Su Yan coming in, he jumped up from the bench with a fat catfish, and said with surprise on his face, you are finally back. You ran away 2 days ago. The box is full. Seeing Lao Dai jump up, Su Yan was slightly stunned. And then his face was full of enlightenment and said, yes. I seem to be talking about business with you 2 days ago. The broker Lao Dai brought 3 strangers to the door, wanting to contract some business to do, and was ready to find Su Yan's relationship. But that was 3 days ago, when Su Yan left the box and stayed at Chuangling for 2 days. He met Long Ba's visit when he came back. So Su Yan completely forgot about Lao Dai and his group in the brothel. There are more than 3 people in the box now. My wife brought 4 more people later. Seeing Su Yan's face full of sudden enlightenment, as if he just remembered this matter now, Lao Dai couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. If you don't deal with those landlords and strangers, they may live directly in my house and ask me to return the introduction fee. Okay, I'll go there. Su Yan turned around and looked at Wanming County Master beside him and said, then Sister Juanxia, please take my father to the box. I should be back in about half an hour, so I will go to receive the spirit stone. When talking about business, there are fast talks and slow talks. Su Yan felt that half an hour was enough to finish the talk. Okay, we'll wait for you to come back later. Remember to hurry up. Wanming County lady nodded and agreed to Su Yan, raised her hand, and asked the maids to go to the front to lead the way. Dad Long glanced at Su Yan who was leaving, and then glanced at Su Yan's friends who were heading to the box, frowned slightly, and felt that there was some trouble. Dad Long was not very good at speaking, and the people in front of him were all Su Yan's friends. When they sat in the box later, there would definitely be a lot of small talk, but Dad Long didn't want to reveal his information. Sorry, little fox. The topic of small talk in the box later can only be led to you. Dad Long muttered in his heart. Dad Long, who has lived in the atmosphere of dragon hunting for many years, habitually does not reveal any information about himself or leave any traces. Su Yan didn't know his father's sinister intentions, and went to the box with Lao Dai, waving a sickle to harvest the spirit stones and silver in the pockets of the merchants. When Su Yan returned to his box, He saw his father and his friends sitting in front of the tea table. The lady of Wyoming County was sitting in the main seat, making tea, while Father Long was sitting in the guest seat opposite. On the tea table, there was a crystal projection for recording images. A light screen hit the void, and the crystal projection made a slightly noisy sound by vibrating the tabletop frequency. It was playing a video of Su Yin, who had just been born and whose eyes were not fully open. A chubby white little fox, with its eyes closed, was rolling on the antique bed, with its 4 legs holding a yellow yolk like a pillow. Although Su Yin looks like a fox, he did crawl out of an egg. When he just crawled out, the umbilical cord was still connected to the unabsorbed yolk. It took Su Yin 2 months after hatching to completely absorb the yolk connected to the umbilical cord. The little fox in the picture is very cute, but his eyes are not fully open, but slightly curved, and the corners of his mouth are naturally raised as if he is smiling, which is exactly the same as the appearance of Su Yin's current body. The fox in the picture did not open his eyes, obviously did not understand the meaning of his smile, but he was always smiling when he was born. Pushing open the door of the box, Su Yin was stunned to see his father playing his childhood story. "What are you doing? How can you secretly peek at my old photos?" Su Yin hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt the Dragon Dad's big show, which had already shown him running around the street, and asked Fox Mom to carry the meat on the back of his neck home and walk towards the stream in the courtyard. The next scene was the dark history of Su Yin's first encounter with the washboard at home. "I have to save my face. Don't watch the next one." Su Yin stepped forward and covered the crystal to stop it from continuing to show his dark history, and complained about his experience in his heart. "My dark history in my previous life was at most 720p. But after I came to the world of cultivation, it was changed to holographic stereoscopic projection. Hey! Why can't I watch it?" Qingya, who was shaking her fox tail, was slightly dissatisfied with Su Yin's interference. She still wanted to see what would happen next, especially when she saw Su Yin's childhood, his face full of fear and struggling wildly. She became more curious. "Well, it's pretty cute," Wyoming County Lord praised. "Are you going to take a bath and practice swimming skills later?" Feng Shichi looked at the intermittent and completely unclear images and asked about the next development. It's not that the little fox was put on the washboard by his mother and washed, and warned him that if he dared to say dirty words, he would wash his mouth with soap. Dad Long on the side slowly spoke, and at the cost of betraying some of his son's childhood fun, he successfully got closer to Su Yin's friends, and even when they were alone, they didn't seem too awkward. "Father, can these things be told?" Su Yin asked Dad Long with a black face. "Can't be told? These are all selected by your mother and kept as a souvenir," Dad Long said. Dad Long was away from home for many years because of his crime, so Mom Fox would naturally choose to record the video and keep it for Dad Long to watch and complain when he came back from the universe. With Mom Fox's cultivation and spiritual control, it is really not difficult to set up the crystal for daily recording. There are still selections? Su Yan's face was full of shock, and he suddenly took a breath of cold air and was afraid of what Dad Long said. "Stop! Stop! Stop! Let's get ready for dinner. Everyone, stop discussing the crystal." Su Yin grabbed the crystal on the table and put it in his storage ring. He turned and walked out the door to ask the maids in the brothel to serve the dishes quickly, and use delicious dishes to shut up the curious mouths of his friends. "Can I borrow it to have a look? Shichi and I are very curious about what will happen next." "How did the little fox get on the washboard?" The lady of Wyoming County, who was sitting next to Su Yin, poked Su Yin's shoulder and asked about the crystal. Su Yin shook his head with a frown on his face. "The little fox not only went to the washboard, but also went to the clothes drying rack afterwards." "How about, Brother Su? Let's exchange?" Zhou Yu asked with a smile on his face. He also has a record of the crystal, but Zhou Yu's crystal has no black history. It is all about cultivation. At the age of 4, he got up at 4 in the morning to prepare, went to the Royal Martial Arts field at 5 o'clock to practice to strengthen his muscles, bones, skin and flesh, and then went to the cafeteria on time at 8 o'clock to have breakfast, and then went to the general education class. After the general education class, he chose 3 subjects each from piano, chess, calligraphy and painting, etiquette, archery and mathematics to study. After lunch, he rested for an hour and started the practical class in the afternoon. The main theme of Zhou Yu's childhood was that he didn't have a childhood and didn't worry about being seen. The whole process was miserable class content, without even a little entertainment time. Go away. Every time in your childhood you got drunk. You complained about not having a childhood. Su Yin rolled his eyes and complained. Chapter 348 Dragon Tribe Magic. I have something to go out for. Just returned home from the brothel opposite the government office. Su Yin was ready to make tea with a smile on his face and chat with his father about his experience in the main city of Xiaoyu. But Long Dad seemed to receive someone's voice transmission, frowned slightly, and said to everyone that he was ready to leave, saying, I may not be back tonight. By the way, little fox, you should be ready tomorrow morning. I will teach you something. After that, Long Dad turned around and took a step forward. His figure instantly turned into a ball of water mist and disappeared. What happened? Su Yin looked puzzled, and saw that Long Dad's eyes showed a cold look before he teleported. He should have encountered some unpleasant things. But Long Dad didn't say what happened and turned around and left. What a young face. Feng Shiqi saw Long Dad leave the table, and said what she had been holding back all day. Dad Long's appearance is really very young. Standing side by side with Su Yin, they are more like a pair of twins, with slightly different appearances than father and son. So, my mother is in prison, facing the wall and thinking about her mistakes, and can't leave the house. Suddenly hearing Feng Shiqi's complaints, Su Yin also secretly complained in his heart. Dad Long's appearance used to be okay, and you could tell he was an adult at a glance. But now, he looks weird with his disguised appearance. The top floor of Chi Wang Mansion Luoheju. Dad Long, who disappeared from the government office, slowly appeared in front of the pavilions and towers of Luoheju. Is there a problem on your side? Do you need to change your plan temporarily? Dad Long looked at Master Jean and asked with a frown. Well, Grandmaster Jean waved his hand and said, as the idle Grandmaster of Xiaoyu, I work all the time and go wherever there is something. I just received a notice that I need to return to the court temporarily to govern. Grandmaster Jean is idle to death on weekdays, and there is nothing that needs his personal attention. Grandmaster Jean is mainly responsible for balancing the civil and military groups in the court, as well as the accounting of the income and expenditure of the 6 ministries. But these are all on weekdays. If Emperor Wuxing needs to practice in seclusion or go out for something, then Grandmaster Jean needs to exercise the power of regent to handle the affairs inside and outside the court. And Grandmaster Jean returned to the court this time because Emperor Wuxing needs to go out for a while. As for how long he will go back, Grandmaster Jean himself did not have a definite answer. So he told Long Dad and postponed the exploration plan. If you really can't wait, I can also recommend a helper to you. There is absolutely no problem in terms of ability. But if something unexpected happens, you may need to deal with it yourself, Grandmaster Jean said. Then let's change someone. Long Dad was speechless about Master Jin's answer. But he could guess that Master Jean was so eager to return to Xiaoyu. It should be because Emperor Wuxing needed to leave, or something big happened inside or outside Xiaoyu that made him so anxious. Otherwise, Master Jean would not be anxious. It should be others who should be anxious. Then you wait here for a while. I will ask him to come when I return to Xiaoyu City. After Master Jean finished talking about Long Dad's affairs, he was ready to return to Xiaoyu City. But before leaving, Master Jean seemed to remember something, turned around and looked at Long Dad and said, It may sound strange to say this, but if the situation is beyond your and their control, you might as well throw Su Yin out directly, which will have a miraculous effect, because your little fox is very lucky to be favored by an old lady in Xiaoyu. Su Yin is now in the container of Queen Mother Su, and Queen Mother Su temporarily lives in his body to warm his soul. The old lady may not do anything on weekdays, but when the container is in danger of life, she will definitely rescue Su Yin, who is in danger of life. Su Yin is also a kind of insurance, right? If there is no Queen Mother here to calm down, Grandmaster Jean would actually rather Ao Renlin wait for him to come back, and then talk about obtaining the blood of the 5 elements Qilin. But Grandmaster Jean really doesn't know how long he will be gone. Although Emperor Wuxing didn't say what he was doing outside, Grandmaster Jean could roughly guess what happened. It should be the mess of King Xian. King Xian is in poor health and is gradually retiring. But the palace of King Xian cannot be without the princes. Now the Luoming County lady is not strong enough to take over the position of the Xian Wang. But the Xian Wang mansion needs a regent to take care of the affairs for the Xian Wang. Emperor Wuxing should be going to the Xian Wang mansion to appoint a regent. Otherwise, the Xian Wang mansion has not made a decision, which may cause a sharp rise in the price of minerals in the Xiaoyu dynasty in half a year. Half of the spiritual minerals in the Xiaoyu dynasty are mined by the Xian Wang mansion in the north. The little fox is favored by the old woman? Father Long watched Master Jean leave, whispering with doubt on his face. And suddenly his eyes condensed, and suddenly recalled what happened half a year ago. At that time, Master Jean personally found him and said that he was going to make a deal, asking him to punch Black Dragon Dad so hard that he would be bedridden for 3 to 5 days. Black Dragon Dad came to Xiaoyu, but he was not here to participate in the Xiaoyu New Year celebration, but was assigned by the Black Dragon King to come to Xiaoyu to repair the suppression seal. Then why did Grand Master Jean ask him to delay Black Dragon Father's actions? It's impossible that he wanted to watch the evil Emperor Xiaoyu escape again, right? It's obvious that Grand Master Jin's idea was to take possession of Empress Dowager Su, who was sealed together with Emperor Xiaoyu. Possession? Impossible. The little fox's physique can't bear such a powerful celestial spirit. If he really wanted to take possession of the body, the old dragon wouldn't tell me what happened to the little fox. Dad Long frowned slightly, not understanding why Empress Dowager Xiao you wanted to live in Su Yin. You need a hand? Right. Grand Master Jean sent me here to help you succeed. Dad Long was sitting on the terrace of Luoheiju, half an hour after Grand Master Jean left. A tall man teleported from the main city of Xiaoyu. After looking around, he looked at Dad Long and asked, "You can call me Daohua Wanling Jinjuan. I don't know your name." Daohua Jinjuan smiled and bowed to ask the name of his father. Did he say anything else? The father did not say his name, but asked Daohua Jinjuan instead. "I really got a message." He said, "Don't think about the fox. It's harmless. It's just temporarily rented in his body for a while." Daohua Jinjuan shrugged and said what Master Jean asked him to convey to the dragon clan in front of him. Hearing this, Long's father couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows slightly. The next morning, Long's father, who had not returned home for the night, returned to Xiaoyu's office as he said before leaving last night. And Suyin finished washing up early in the morning and sat in the backyard of the office waiting for Long's father to come back. "Are you up so early?" Long's father saw Suyin lying on the lawn, crossing his legs and looking very bored, and teased Suyin with a smile on his face. Suyin is a representative of going to bed early and getting up late. When he was at home before, he would not get up until 10 o'clock in the morning. Now he woke up before 8 o'clock. The little fox who had suffered was really different. "Is it okay? The dormitory was too hot, and I got up and took a bath with a sticky sweat all over my body." Suyin jumped up with a fox, looked at Long's father with shining eyes and said, "Dad, you said you would teach me magic. Are you sure?" At this point, it's not my turn to have the final say. Chapter 349, Gathering Water with Spirit and Transforming Water with Spirit. Originally, I wasn't going to teach you. Although the 4 sea dragon tribes all have the ability to control water, only the North Sea Dragon tribe really uses the ability to control water as the main force. Other dragon tribes use water control as an auxiliary means. Dad Long took Su Yin out of the government office and took him to the market to eat something to fill his stomach. Then he set off to the wilderness of the flower area to prepare to teach Su Yin. So you just need to show it. Other interested cultivators can easily see your footsteps. But now you have learned the method of refining dragon balls, so there is no need for the dragon tribe to hide their magic from you. Dad Long was still looking for the 5 elements Qilin before, and whether he could find it was an unknown number. Naturally, he would not teach Su Yin the dragon tribe magic casually. In this way, even if there is any accident in the future, Su Yin can walk freely in the world of cultivation as long as he keeps his mouth shut. He will not be captured by the dragon tribe, and will not be troubled by the 9-tailed fox tribe. Now that the 5 elements Qilin has been found, Su Yin has also started practicing the method of refining dragon beads early, so there is no need to hide some of the dragon clan's water control ability. Before I teach you the technique, you must first know a concept. What is the difference between the dragon clan's water control ability and other water-related abilities? Dad Long sat on a tree stump, stretched out his 2 hands in front of Su Yin, and summoned 2 groups of blue water beads of the same color on his left and right hands respectively, and then asked Su Yin, "What do you feel?" "Feeling." Su Yin pondered for a moment and said, "The condensation method of the water ball in the left hand and the water ball in the right hand is different. The water ball on Dad Long's left palm was condensed from the outside to the inside, while the water ball on the right hand emerged from his palm." Dad Long nodded to confirm Su Yin's answer. Through the comparative experiment, Su Yin understood more clearly that the dragon clan's water control ability was different from the way water-related cultivators summon water. One is to gather water with spirits, which only requires a very low consumption of mana to attract a trickle, and the closer to the rich water source, the larger the trickle. But the consumption of mana is not much different. The water monks use spirit to transform water, and use their own mana to transform into water flow to defend against enemies and cast spells. It is precisely because of the spirit to transform water that before the water monks step into the nascent soul stage, the frontal combat ability of the water monks is actually very weak. The amount of mana reserves in the body means that the water monks can only play auxiliary, and they do not have the ability to raise their hands to summon a raging wave. And the method of shape-shifting that your aunt taught you is to follow the logic of spirit to transform water, and create a new method. If the quantity is insufficient, the quality will win. By injecting mana into the water flow, ordinary water flow will be transformed into water flow with the characteristics of spirit water. Therefore, you will feel that the consumption is particularly large. Long Dad opened his mouth to talk about the characteristics of the ant's water shape-shifting, and also said that the pain point of the water shape-shifting is that it consumes a lot of energy. This is a different method, although it allows water cultivators at a low level to gain very good combat power. They will not be killed by the water flow after being transformed into spirit for a long time. However, to exert the strongest power of water illusion, it actually requires the nascent soul stage. Cultivators at the nascent soul stage can use their own mana to form an area that can pry the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and can use a small amount of mana to pry the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cast spells. This is why cultivators below the nascent soul stage usually carry weapons with them, rather than using magic to bombard an area and destroy an area. It's not that cultivators don't want to, but there is a limit to the mana in the body. Once the consumption is greater than the recovery, the speed of the golden elixir's endless growth will also slow down. The lower the spiritual power in the body, the slower the recovery speed. Unless you stop outputting mana, calm down and meditate to control the endless growth of the golden elixir to speed up the recovery of spiritual power, so that the golden elixir that has faded due to being squeezed will regain its vitality. This is the disadvantage of using spirit to transform water. No matter how talented you are, if you don't reach the nascent soul stage, there will be an insurmountable shackle, so you can only make up for it with magic. This is why so many water cultivators practice water moistening magic in the early stages of cultivation and compete with wood cultivators for business. And our dragon clan uses spirit to gather water, which is a bit similar to the water cultivators breaking through the nascent soul stage. It uses the mana in the body to pry the water in nature to cast spells. Dad Long raised his palm and moved it to the grass next to the tree stump. His 5 fingers slowly tightened. The green grass on the ground began to wither and wither, and even the land showed signs of drying and cracking. The water droplets floated slowly and gathered in the palm of Dad Long's hand. Dad Long raised his hand in front of Su Yin. The water ball in his hand was shaking violently, and the volume gradually compressed and finally compressed from a slightly emerald green water ball to a dark green water droplet. Dad Long put his index finger and middle finger together, and the water drop in his palm broke a hole. He raised his hand and gently scratched it, and the rapids cut a gap on the ground. The gap was small, but the depth of the gap could not be measured by eye. Although the ability to control water is a natural instinct, you should not have figured out the method of absorbing and condensing biological fluids. Right? Dad Long retracted his palm and said with a smile. Dad Long's move just now actually used 2 different water condensation techniques. One was the method of gathering water with spirits to absorb grass and ground at the beginning. The second was that when compressing the water mass, he injected some spiritual power into the water mass through the method of transforming water with spirits. Otherwise, how could such a small water droplet cut the ground? He added materials to the water mass to make the water flow more substantial and further enhance the destructive power. Otherwise, the power of ordinary trickle compression and injection is limited. At most, it can cut some ordinary gold, silver, copper and iron, but it cannot directly cut the same level of monks into pieces. Go and catch some wild beasts now. Today, you will start practicing the method of absorbing condensed liquid. This is also the strongest water magic ability you can currently access. So, can't I extract the liquid from the enemy's body by contact? Su Yin thought for a while and asked. Not entirely. The blood of both the demon race and the human race cultivators actually contains spiritual power. Unless your heart power is stronger than his, you can't forcibly extract the enemy's blood. You can affect the blood flow in his body, and he can also suppress the restlessness of the blood through spiritual power control. But in this way, he will be distracted from the battle, whether it is to seize the initiative in battle or to interfere with the enemy. It is a very powerful ability. You only need to buy some time, and you can kill the enemy through other means. Su Yan's idea is feasible, but when performing it, You need to consider the situation where the enemy resists desperately. The Dragon Clan's ability to control water can only control water, but cannot control the spiritual power in the blood. Unless one's own strength is stronger than the other party, one can directly draw blood. Otherwise, the other party can also use spiritual power to control and suppress the restless blood in the body. Before learning to run, Su Yin should honestly understand the method of absorbing condensed liquid before talking about other things. The method of absorbing condensed liquid is a delicate operation, and the difficulty is not at the same level as the previous water control. Although the spiritual gathering of water has broken through some shackles, there are still some checks and balances that need to be compensated by skills. The ability to control water is easy to understand but difficult to master. Who doesn't know the method of flooding with water? Just pour the spiritual power to death. It takes hard work to achieve delicate operations. First understand the concept of gathering water with spirit, and then combine it with the means of spiritualizing water to spiritualize the water to enhance the destructive power. Chapter 350 Departure. 2 weeks after Master Jean returned to Xiaoyu City. In the evening, after another day of practice, Su Yin saw a young man with long black hair, fair skin, and a smiling face as soon as he got home. He looked at Su Yin and then at Ao Renlin, and said with a slightly strange look, "Wow, so he is your son? It seems that we are really destined to be together." Daohua Wanling Zhenjuan. When Su Yin saw the young man, his hair was blown up with horror, and he subconsciously took a defensive posture and looked at Daohua Zhenjuan in full battle. "Do you know him?" When Long Dad saw Su Yin's expression change drastically, he slightly blocked in front of Su Yin, frowned and looked at Daohua Zhenjuan and asked, "It's too much to say that we know each other. I only met him once at the ruins of the Beast Control Gate in the southern province." Daohua Zhenjuan smiled and shook his head and said, "We are also doomed. If I tell you, you may not believe it. I first let your son pin him to the ground and beat him up, and then let him be trapped so that he had to self-destruct his soul and pretend to be dead to escape. His cultivation has not yet recovered to its peak state. In the ruins of the Beast Control Gate in Blackwater City, there was Empress Dowager Su in Su Yin's body. She lent her power to Su Yin to help him overcome the difficulties. Later, Empress Dowager Su designed to force Daohua Zhenjuan to jump into the pit. As a result, Daohua Zhenjuan's soul was shattered and scattered between heaven and earth like falling stars, falling all over the ground. Daohua Zhenjuan had died at that time, but there was actually a giant pig-fetal dragon seed hidden underground. It was the monster created by Daohua Zhenjuan through the method of creating animals. It was hidden deep underground, collecting Daohua Zhenjuan's shattered soul bit by bit and reassembled it. Although Daohua Zhenjuan survived the catastrophe, he did not have any good fortune in the future. Instead, he was directly killed by Luoxing City's sect master, leaving only his soul in the world. Later, he was handed over to the Black Prison under the Demon Suppression Division of the Xiaoyu dynasty for soul search. A cultivator in the Tribulation Realm. A second-tier strongman in the cultivation world. Now he has become a stinky beggar. Xiaoyu dynasty said left, and he dared not say right, and asked him to roll on the ground. And Daohua Zhenjuan did not dare to stick up. In short, let's just treat the original incident as nothing happened. I don't want to continue to recall the incident of being slapped by the fox. Daohua Zhenjuan waved his hand with a bored face and said, "Now everyone is kneeling in front of Xiaoyu's door begging for food. There is no need to continue talking about the courage of the youth." Daohua Zhenjuan practiced an incomplete method of nightmare suppression, and was stuck in the tribulation realm for life, and could not be promoted to a celestial being. The only way to achieve the state of a celestial being is now in the hands of the Xiaoyu dynasty. As long as Emperor Wuxing and Empress Dowager Yusu do not obtain the secret method of the beast-taming sect, Daohua Zhenjuan will not be able to reach the threshold of the state of a celestial being. He himself does not have the ability to deduce the method of creating animals in terms of the soul, to make up for the defects of his own skills and magical powers. Dad Long glanced at Su Yin, then glanced at Daohua Zhenjuan, who looked helpless, turned around and looked at Su Yin and said, "Your attitude is very correct. You must be vigilant when facing the people of Nightmare Town. Most of them are shameless lunatics who have lost their conscience. But he is the helper found by the old dragon. He is a temporarily trustworthy guy and has value. The people of Nightmare Town are unreasonable and immoral. And we don't." Hey. Daohua Zhenjuan looked at Long Dad, who was teaching his son, and said, "What do you mean by barely credible? The pet collar is already tied to the neck. It's fine to say it casually in front of your son's door. But don't tell the Grand Tutor. If it causes me to fail the score, it will be troublesome." Don't talk about such scary topics. Let's talk about business. Dao Wazhenjuan is really scared now. Worried that Su Yan will turn around and find Grand Tutor Jin to complain about him. His current identity is very special. He is not a formal member of the Xiaoyu dynasty. Nor is he a worshipper. He is completely a temporary worker outside the Xiaoyu dynasty. Now Dao Wazhenjuan has something to ask Xiaoyu. So the Xiaoyu dynasty naturally squeezes Dao Wazhenjuan hard. People are under the eaves. And Dao Wazhenjuan, who is unruly, can only pinch his nose and accept it. Go outside. Dad Long glanced at Su Yan and Su Yan's friends, who came out of the back hall after hearing Su Yan's exclamation. Dad Long asked Dao Wazhenjuan to talk outside. There were too many people here, and it was not a good place for conversation. Go directly. Everything has been handled. I'm waiting for you to go, Dao Wazhenjuan said. It has been 2 weeks since Dad Long came to the Flower City office. It was also 10 days ago that Master Jin returned to the main city of Xiaoyu. Dao Wazhenjuan had already prepared some preparatory work for Dad Long. He came to the door today to inform Dad Long that the matter had been completed, and he was waiting for him to go to the ruins of the sleeping Holy Spirit to capture the 5 elements Qilin. Dao Wazhenjuan was also afraid that the night would be long and he would complete the task ordered by the master as soon as possible and go back to claim the reward. Dad Long looked back at Su Yan, stopped for a moment, and turned around and left with Dao Wazhenjuan. What happened? Seeing that Father Long and the strange monk left, the lady of Wuming County looked at Su Yan and asked. From the conversation between Father Long and Su Yan, it is not difficult to know that the identity of the strange monk just now is a member of the Nightmare Town. But in addition to the identity of the Nightmare Town, he is also a non-staff member of Xiaoyu. Dealing with a monk with such a complicated identity is basically not a good thing. Either he kills and sets fire, or he robs and digs graves. Su Yan shook his head and said, I don't know what happened. Well, it's not our turn to meddle in the affairs of adults. Knowing too much will affect the development of shoulder height and height. Ah? The little friend looked at Su Yan blankly, and then seemed to understand the meaning of Su Yan's words. And suddenly his head was full of black lines. Fox is exhausted from practicing in the wild for a day. Su Yan turned into a little fox again, stretched out on the rattan chair in the courtyard, and said, Did the monkeys cook anything delicious tonight? It should be roasted young chicken? I just saw the monkeys plucking chicken feathers over there. Zhou said, took out 2 wine pots from his storage ring, and said with a smile, Come? No. Those 2 pots are spiritual wine. Su Yan looked at the wine in Zhou hand, and had no interest in drinking and having fun. He was not worried about the safety of Long Dad when he went out hunting. The age of his past and present lives combined was not even a fraction of Long Dad's. With his strength, it was not his turn to worry. Su Yan was just too tired from practicing today, and he had no mood to drink and have fun. He planned to wash up and go to bed after dinner. Huff. Huh? The Lord of the Night came to Su Yan's bedroom, looking at the bathtub with a strange look on his face. Su Yan, who had changed back to the appearance of a little fox, was floating in the hot water, with a leisurely and smiling fox face. But because of the arrival of the Lord of the Night, Su Yan, who had been taking a very comfortable bath, fell asleep. The sleeping little white fox in the shape of a Thai character was gradually sinking into the bathtub. This time, I definitely came at the wrong time. The Lord of the Night rolled up the sleeves of the black gauze skirt, pulled the gradually sinking Su Yan in front of him, picked up a towel beside him, and covered Su Yan, wiping off the water stains on his body. In the past, when the Lord of the Night came, Su Yan would either sleep on the bed or sit at the table to read. But today, he found Su Yan in the bathtub, still slightly smelling of alcohol. He must have been drinking with friends until late and didn't fall asleep as usual. That's why the Lord of the Night saw him bathing. Su Fox, are you awake? The Lord of the Night asked in silence. And the 2 foxes, one big and one small, were both sleeping soundly. Chapter 351 The water of the Yellow River comes from the sky. Gulp gulp. The Lord of the Night took Su Yan out of the bathtub, wiped off the water stains on the snow-white fur, put his hands under the fox's armpits, and lifted it in front of him. Looking at Su Yan, who was sleeping soundly with his head tilted back, the Lord of the Night's cheeks showed a thoughtful look, and then looked at the bathtub, where the water temperature was still warm. After the Lord of the Night pondered for a while, he shook his shoulders slightly, and the black gauze fell to the ground, and the space in Su Yan's dormitory began to change. A new layer of space was stacked on the space where the bathtub was located. extending the position of Su Yin in the bathroom. The Lord of the Night took off his outer clothes and stepped barefoot on the slightly gelatinous white jade steps. There were 4 sculptures of strange beasts at the 4 corners of the bathtub. The gurgling water emitting hot steam flowed out from the mouth of the sculpture and fell into the bathtub, forming a meaning of returning to the source of the 4 seas. Hua la la. The Lord of the Night sat in the bathtub. There was a structure similar to steps on the edge of the bathtub. When she sat on the first step, the spiritual water just covered her chest, leaving her shoulders above the water. Su Yin, who had just been wiped dry by the Lord of the Night, fell into the hot spring pool again in his sleep. The Lord of the Night supported the fox's chest and abdomen with his left hand, and lifted it in front of him for him to lean on. It feels wrong. The Lord of the Night raised his right hand and made a washing motion. He felt a little uncomfortable. After a little hesitation, he used his spiritual sense to lift Su Yin in the pool to let him float in the air. He stood up from the bathtub and began to wash with both hands. The Lord of the Night adjusted his movements continuously and found a posture suitable for bathing the young beast. Then he raised his hand to call the servants in the bathtub. A stream of spiritual water emerged from the bottom of the bathtub and came to the Lord of the Night with bathing supplies and towels to support the bathing supplies. The props were in place, and the Lord of the Night also practiced on Su Yin. In the past, the Lord of the Night was too confident, and basically all the trivial matters about his child were left to the child's father and maids. Except for feeding. The Lord of the Night had servants to take care of other things for him. Having learned a bloody lesson, the Lord of the Night did not intend to hand over the child to his subordinates as he did last time. He was ready to take care of the child himself until he could be independent, and not die unclearly like the child's elder brother. There is basically no big difference between foxes and Tengu in their infancy. That is, the mouth of Tengu may be slightly longer, and the mouth of fox is slightly shorter. Therefore, the Lord of the Night happened to meet Su Yin bathing alone. And after thinking about it, he decided to practice his hand feeling with Su Yin, who manifested the fox body. Here. How should I clean it? The Lord of the Night started to clean Su Yin's head, applied bath gel and washed all the way to the tail, and then rubbed Su Yin's 4 feet with his palms. At the end of the cleaning, the Lord of the Night encountered a problem. That is, how to wash the fur on the belly of the male beast. Does the rattle also need to be cleaned? If so, how should it be cleaned? After pondering for a moment, the Lord of the Night did not find any relevant parenting knowledge. Instead, there were detailed tutorials and illustrations on these aspects in the filthy books confiscated from the Wanyao City Academy. After thinking for a while, and not coming up with an answer, the Lord of the Night raised his hand and placed it on the fox's head, eliminating part of the influence of his own sleeping power, allowing Su Yin to fall into a light sleep and feel the movements of his body. In this way, the Lord of the Night can also achieve true knowledge through practice by observing Su Yin's facial expressions. Pain, comfort, and indifference can all be fed back to the Lord of the Night through Su Yin's expression. But accidents always come inadvertently. The Lord of the Night just turned Su Yin over, poured the bath liquid on the fox's belly, and stretched out his hand to wash the fur on the abdomen. Suddenly, a strong energy wave of invisible and intangible swept through the sky. Strange universe? The Lord of the Night looked sideways outside the bathing space, looking towards the south of the Flower City. At the same time, muddy yellow water droplets began to seep out of the floor and walls of Su Yin's dormitory. Even the books and tea sets were gushing out yellow water. The yellow water drops dripped from the ceiling, dripping in the room like rain. In a blink of an eye, a layer of shallow yellow muddy water had gathered on the ground. Bang bang bang, Brother Su. Brother Su. Wake up! At this moment, Zhou Yu shouts, and the sound of knocking on the door rang out outside Su Yin's door. The door and bolt made of lightning struck wood were cracked by Zhou Yu. The Lord of the Night retracted his exploration of the divine sense, raised his hand, and gently covered his front, and began to return the bathing space he had summoned to its place, and washed off the bath lotion that did not belong to Su Yin's body. As the bathing space returned, the Lord of the Night disappeared from Su Yin's bedroom. Su Yin's figure was affected by the power of divine sense, and he floated into the bathtub, tilted his head, and made some subtle snoring sounds from his mouth. Bang! Zhou Yu outside the door saw that Su Yin did not respond for a long time, so he jumped up and kicked Su Yin's dormitory door away. With the sound of the door hitting the wall, Su Yin, who was lying in the bathtub, finally opened his eyes. Ah! Su Yin climbed out of the bathtub, shook the water drops that soaked into his fox ears, and looked at the dormitory space that had changed drastically after waking up with a look of astonishment. The flood is coming. Run away. Zhou Yu, who broke into Su Yan's dormitory, ran to Su Yan's bed as soon as possible, ready to wake up Su Yan, who had fallen asleep due to overwork for emergency evacuation. But Su Yan did not lie on the bed honestly, but slept in the bathroom. Zhou Yu saw Su Yan sticking his head out of the bathtub, and did not say much, but said that the flood was coming. Of course, using the word flood to describe the current situation is not very accurate, but only the word flood can quickly and concisely explain the current situation to Su Yan, who was completely confused. Zhou Yu pulled Su Yan up, flew over to knock open the window frame, stepped on the windowsill, and jumped onto the small ferry boat parked in the courtyard. The princess of Luoming County, Feng Shiqi and Qingyao were already sitting on the floating boat. The monkeys also clung to the edge of the ferry boat, looking at the muddy yellow water flow everywhere with horror on their faces. As Zhou Yu and Su Yan boarded the boat, all the staff in the government office had arrived, and the yamen runners had all gone home after get-off work and were not in the government office. What is this? Su Yan jumped from Zhou Yu's arms and jumped onto the shoulders of the tall Feng Shiqi, looking towards the direction of the southern province with a look of shock on his face. I don't know how many kilometers away. There is a muddy yellow water column spraying straight to the sky from the direction of the government office. It is impossible to visually measure the width of the water column, but the muddy yellow water column that sprays to the sky turns into rain and falls. Not only is the sky raining yellow rain, but all inorganic objects within sight, including the small ferry boat that is currently riding, are oozing yellow water droplets. Regardless of whether the objects contain water or not, they are now madly spewing muddy yellow water droplets from the inside out. Universe? Seeing such a strange scene, Su Yan's cheeks gradually showed an incredible look. Because of the current scene, Su Yan seemed to be back in the Imperial Martial Arts competition, lying on the shoulder of the Wuxing Emperor, watching her raise her hand to summon the Yellow Sand World. When the Yellow Wind and Sand World appeared, the surrounding scenery was also rapidly weathering and decaying, and then merged into the Yellow Wind and Sand World summoned by the Wuxing Emperor. Su Yan didn't recognize this move when he first saw it, but he learned it after asking Su Yan. A cultivator at the Heavenly Man realm can assimilate and create a small world of his own in the original world. Heavenly Man is invincible in his own small world. The operation of the laws of the small world is controlled by Heavenly Man, and he can even break the laws of nature and common sense. What the HLR Dad and the others doing? Su Yan looked at the torrent surging towards the sky and said something in his heart. Chapter 352 He Bo. Hua la la. In the universe of the celestial cultivators, all inorganic matter touched by the universe was being assimilated. Buildings collapsed one after another, turning into endless yellow muddy water and spreading out. Everywhere you look has become a world of muddy yellow torrents. What on earth are Dad and the others doing? Su Yan retracted his gaze from the sky-high water column and glanced at the precarious city wall of Flower City. Because of the city wall, the flood flow rate in Flower City was not too fast, but the flood outside the city wall was growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, from just above the knees to above the chest of an adult male in an instant. Although Su Yan had long known that when his father planned the blood of the five elements Qilin, he might encounter an innate holy spirit who had fallen into a dormant state. But Father Long had never told Su Yan that the place where the innate holy spirit was sleeping was actually in the southern state south of Flower City, so that the innate holy spirit's world even involved himself. Boom boom. Just as Su Yan was thinking, some changes occurred inside and outside Flower City at the same time. Fruit trees grew out of the soil and turned into platforms. Countless vines and roots grew around the city walls, completely replacing the city walls' duties to block the turbulent floods from the outside. Are you all okay? A tree grew next to the ferry boat, and the old mountain god emerged from the trunk, looking at the Flower County magistrate standing on the ferry boat, and the little foxes squatting on the boat board, and the monkeys pulling the hull, and asked. It's hard to say that nothing happened. Su Yan looked at the muddy yellow world in front of him, sighed slowly and said, we are now trapped in the small world of a certain celestial being. If a war breaks out later, we will be close to death. Although Su Yan knew what happened, he did not tell the truth about the reason for the appearance of the celestial being's world. The small world of Tianren universe is very unique. At first glance, it seems like the end of the world is coming. But when the universe is released and restored, all inorganic matter assimilated by Tianren will return to their original appearance. When Emperor Wuxing used the universe, a quarter of the main city of Xiaoyu was assimilated. Afterwards, after the universe was released and restored. Except for the area destroyed by the undead dragon. Other areas seemed to be peaceful, as if nothing had happened. But the creatures in the universe are not as lucky as the inorganic matter. Su Yin is not worried about the current flood. He is worried that there may be a fight later and stir up the torrent. Oh! So you know the universe? When the old mountain god heard Su Yin speak, his eyes lit up and he said, "If that's the case, then you should understand what I'm going to say next. Please tell King Qi that a cultivator has opened the cave where the innate Holy Spirit He Bo is sleeping, disturbing He Bo who is sleeping inside. The subjects would like to ask His Majesty Wusheng to help He Bo return to sleep." The old mountain god slowly spoke and systematically told Su Yin and his party about the current situation. The owner of this universe is He Bo. No one remembers He Bo's real name. He calls himself Uncle to He. The old mountain god grew up listening to the legend of He Bo when he was a seedling. And he has some understanding of the He Bo who fell into a deep sleep in ancient times. He Bo has not awakened now, just because someone opened his cave, causing He Bo's universe to leak out from the inside and spread outward. If the door of the cave is resealed in time, the world of the Yellow River water can disappear here. The old mountain god told Su Yin that the situation was critical. He Bo will not wake up for now, but before he falls into a deep sleep, he will unfold his universe, wrap himself up and hide in the cave, completely isolating himself from the world, ensuring that no one can discover his hidden traces and figure. But it is precisely because He Bo will not wake up that the universe that everyone is in now is actually out of control. No one controls it at all. So the final result will only be that the world of the Yellow River water will continue to expand. The universe is the power possessed by the gods. But the power of He Bo's cultivation is so strong that it cannot be simply explained by the two words gods. If the door of He Bo's cave is not closed again now, the cultivation world may fall into the world of the Yellow River. And the sleeping He Bo may also die. One of the reasons why the innate Holy Spirits have no choice but to fall asleep is that there is no space for the Holy Spirits to survive in the cultivation world. If they do not fall into a deep sleep, the final outcome of the innate Holy Spirits is that they fall into energy exhaustion and die. He Bo is the Holy Spirit believed by the flower people, and is also the parent of the old mountain god in a sense. The old mountain god was born and raised here. The water and soil here are nourished by He Bo. The plant monsters know it well, and their worship of He Bo is not weaker than that of the flower people. The situation is now very critical. Whether for the cultivation world or He Bo otherwise, the old mountain god would not be willing to tell the secrets of the flower area. But if it is not made clear, the aid from the Xiaoyu dynasty may first rescue the people affected by the disaster, instead of exploring the source of the world that released the Yellow River water. His Majesty Wusheng Emperor is out. After listening to the old mountain god's story quietly, Su Yin did not take out the sound transmission jade to inform the Red King, but instead told the old mountain god a piece of information that stunned him. First, the Wusheng Emperor went out. Then the Grand Master Jin returned to the dynasty to exercise the regent function. And then the Taoist Master Daohua came to help Long Dad obtain the blood of the 5 elements Qilin. Now His Majesty Wusheng Emperor is not in the court. Maybe even the Juyus have gone out together. Are you serious? The old mountain god asked. This is what the dean, that is, the Grand Master Jin in your mouth, told me. He has now returned to Xiaoyu to exercise the power of regent. Su Yin said, "Please have some fruit." After hearing this, the old mountain god was silent for a moment, shook his very fluffy hair, shook out some spiritual fruits from his hair crown, and gave them to Su Yin and his party as a reward, then leaped up and turned into a stream of light and flew directly to the southern state. If the Wusheng Emperor cannot be contacted, then the Xiaoyu dynasty cannot come to support immediately. The old mountain god thought for a moment and felt that he could not continue to sit here and waste time. So he went directly to the place where He Bo was sleeping, ready to try to close the door of the cave. Don't forget to notify the Red King to come and help. The old mountain god disappeared in the flower city. But the words he left before leaving echoed in the ears of Su Yin and his party. Let's let him know. Su Yin watched the old mountain god leave, thought about it, took out the sound transmission jade in his arms, and prepared to send a message to the Red King to tell him what happened now. But Su Yin secretly said in his heart, "Dad, can you still bear it over there? The 3 flower fairies and the Red King will go there later." Chapter 353 Zhou, come sit on my fairy boat. Watching the old mountain god leave, Su Yin raised his hand and touched his hair crown, took out a chopstick-sized ornament from it, and removed the seal spell that Hua Yuzhenren had cast on it to turn the ornament into a wooden box. Su Yin opened the wooden box in his hand, Release the cruise ferry boat said by Wuxi County Lord. Let himself and his friends get on the boat. And control the cruise ferry boat to float over the Flower City. Has your ferry boat not been confiscated yet? Wuxi County Lord flew under the eaves of the ferry boat. Subconsciously shook it to shake off the rain on her body. Looked at Su Yan with a little surprise and asked. Because Su Yan's ferry boat was seen by Grandmaster Jin during the last invasion of southern Xinjiang. It stands to reason that Grandmaster Jin would confiscate it and keep it temporarily. But now Su Yan took it out again. Which was something that Wuxi County Lord did not expect. The dean did say that it would be confiscated. But the last time I went to the banquet, I asked Senior Huayu to reseal it and hide it in the hair crown. I was going to sell it for spiritual stones when I was down and out. As a result, our office has a good performance. Su Yan explained to everyone briefly. Then looked at the Flower City that had been flooded by the Yellow River. He fumbled at his arms for a while. Took out the sound transmission jade and sent a sound transmission to the Red King in the Red King's mansion. However, in less than a blink of an eye, the Red King sent a message to Su Yan. Wait quietly. There was a sudden disaster in my territory. Now the Red King army has returned to help and start rescue. The order of rescue is determined by the importance of the city. Before the Red King army arrives, directly order the monks in the city to rescue. Those who refuse the order will be killed without mercy when I have time. The Red King was obviously also affected by the Yellow River universe, and was extremely busy. Even the sound transmission jade slip was set to automatically reply. So that Su Yan's message received a reply immediately after it was sent to the Red King jade slip. Faced with the sudden man-made disaster, both the monks and the people in the Chiwang territory were affected. Buzz buzz buzz. But just when Su Yan put down the jade slip, and was about to organize the monks in the city to rescue the people in Huahua City, Chiwang directly called Su Yan with a voice message. Su Yan looked at the words Chiwang on the jade slip. And after a moment of hesitation, he picked up the voice message. Chiwang's deep voice came out from the voice jade slip. You stay where you are now, and don't run around. I'm moving the warehouse now. I'll find you before I finish moving the warehouse. Remember not to fall into the Yellow River. There are some ferocious big fish in it. After saying this, Chiwang didn't care about Su Yan's situation, and hung up the voice jade slip. When Master Jin left, although he didn't say anything explicitly, he also specifically told Chiwang that Su Yan was of extraordinary importance, and asked Chiwang to keep an eye on him after he returned to the court. He almost said directly that even if the Chiwang's fiefdom exploded in the next second, he would prioritize saving Su Yan's fox life. Although Chiwang couldn't understand Master Jin's operation, Su Yan could make Master Jin pay so much attention to him. So there must be some inside story that he didn't know. Otherwise it would be impossible for the second-in-command of the Xia Yu dynasty to pay so much attention to him. Therefore, while Chiwang was busy fishing, he took the time to send a voice transmission to Su Yan, asking Su Yan not to wander around, and that he would find him later. The Yellow River Water Universe world is not just the muddy yellow ocean that is seen in front of us. There are also some strange creatures inside, and they are now besieging the strongest cultivator in the universe. Chiwang is being taken care of by the water spirits. Is there something in the flood? Su Yan looked at the voice transmission jade slip with a look of astonishment. His friends looked out from the awning of the ferry boat, and really found some muddy yellow creatures in the Yellow River water. Their bodies are the same color as the Yellow River water. And because of the heavy rain and the turbulent water, if you don't deliberately open your spiritual vision to explore the river water, you really can't see those big muddy yellow fish. They should be creatures of the water spirit, just like the creatures Su Yan summoned by casting the water illusion. However, compared to the busy Chiwang, Su Yan had the help of the old mountain god, who created walls of trees on the land of the flower area to block the big fish swimming from afar. They did not jump into the city like a fish leaping over a dragon gate. They just swam outside the tree walls, naturally bypassing the walls built by trees. Therefore, the flower city was only flooded and did not encounter the fish monsters in the Yellow River. Let's organize the monks to rescue people first. Su Yan retracted his gaze and temporarily ignored the fish swimming outside, but looked at the residents in the flower city who fell into the Yellow River. The old mountain god created a barrier and also created a platform for people to land in the city. But not all people climbed onto the platform. Those platforms were concentrated in densely populated areas. But some people lived in remote areas and did not climb onto the platform in time. Su Yan planned to organize monks to rescue first, so as to prevent the water of the Yellow River from gradually flooding the city wall and letting the fish monsters from the outside world swim into the city. Otherwise, the 2 months of efforts of himself and his friends would be in vain. All the people died. So what kind of political achievements can be talked about? The reason why there was no subsequent reckoning was because the dean could handle it. Boy! Follow me. Su Yin drove the immortal boat over the Hua family, assisted the Hua family members, and took some ordinary people and the elderly, women and children to the immortal boat, so that the monks of the Hua family could take time to assist the government in the rescue. As soon as Su Yin started the action, a firework suddenly exploded above the immortal boat, and the slightly fat figure of the Red King appeared over the flower city. Ah! Su Yin looked at the Red King with a puzzled face. Come with me to make a record. The Red King looked at Su Yin and explained, the disaster in front of us is a man-made disaster. According to the regulations of the Xiaoyu dynasty, we need to make a record and mark the location where the disaster occurred as a forbidden area. Before the Holy Spirits fell asleep, they were self-enclosed and sleeping in their own universe. The universe leakage incident of the innate Holy Spirit is not the first time in the territory of the Xiaoyu dynasty. It also happened during the reign of Emperor Xiaoyu. After Emperor Xiaoyu completed the ban, the location where the universe leakage incident broke out was designated as a forbidden area where living beings are permanently prohibited from entering. The Holy Spirits are not dead. The cultivators in the cultivation world rashly open the sleeping caves of the Holy Spirits and cannot obtain any opportunities and inheritance. There is only an unconscious universe space that can cover an area of 10,000 miles. What kind of scenery in the universe depends on the dreams of the Holy Spirits. He Bo's universe is good. He just dreamed of his birthplace, not a deadly battle with any hostile Holy Spirits. So He Bo's universe did not show any malice. Qi Wang is now ready to go to He Bo's cave and put a mark on the open door. Considering that the Holy Spirits have never suddenly awakened before encountering danger and immortal spirits, there should be no danger on the way. So Qi Wang is ready to pull Su Yin along, so that after the flood completely submerges the barrier set by the old mountain god, Su Yin, who is particularly concerned about by Master Jin, will be taken away by the big fish in the water. The big fish is weak for Qi Wang, but it is a soul-sucking messenger for the cultivators below the earthly immortal realm. Su Yin must not die here. Little niece, you all come here too. After Qi Wang took Su Yin to his side, he also pulled Wanming County Lady, Feng Shiqi, and Qingya to his side and raised his hand to push them to his adjutant in Qi Wang's mansion. Wanming County Lady is the daughter of Xin Wang. Feng Shiqi is a member of the clan of the Emperor's royal craftsmen, and Qingya's master, the fairy doctor, is a favorite of the Wuxing Emperor. They are all heavyweight figures or identities, and none of them can die. After Qi Wang and the other two, they turned into streams of light and left from the Flower City with the even more heavyweight Su Yin. Yeah. Zhou Yu stood on the ferry boat, with a face full of question marks. Chapter 354 5 Elements Qilin. We are just going to make a signpost. There is nothing worth worrying about. Su Yin, who was pulled to the side of the Red King and took off, was frightened to reveal his true form when he learned that the Red King was going to the Tontian water column. He was so shocked that he lost his voice and kept moaning. But the Red King did not seem to see Su Yin's panic, and he still explained the situation to Su Yin with confidence. Of course, the Red King did not explain the matter of the Holy Spirit to Su Yin, but directly replaced the 4 words of the innate Holy Spirit with the word Heavenly Man. But is Su Yin really afraid of the innate Holy Spirit? The answer is definitely not the innate Holy Spirit. Su Yin does not know much about the innate Holy Spirit, but he also knows that they are self-enclosed and fall into sleep because of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, waiting for the merger of the original fairyland. The innate Holy Spirit sleeping in the world of cultivation will not wake up unless there is a big thing or life-threatening situation. What Su Yin is really afraid of is the 5 elements Qilin that Long Dad and Dao Huazhenjuan are about to resurrect. The 5 elements Qilin that knows destiny. After hearing about it, Master Jin felt that it was a very difficult existence, and told Long Dad with a serious face that the 5 elements Qilin had the ability to know destiny, and clearly asked Long Dad if there was a way to deal with it. If there was no way to deal with the 5 elements Qilin, he would not take action. Long Dad was ready to sacrifice his subordinates with blood, create a large formation to besiege the 5 elements Qilin, use the advantages of the terrain to limit the 5 elements Qilin's ability to know destiny, and then work together with Dao Huazhenjuan to besiege and kill it. This process is absolutely dangerous. The resurrected 5 elements Qilin is just a physical body that has come back to life, and there is no reason to speak of. Just like the monsters of the undead group in Su Yin's cognition, they are all evil demons created by the method of nightmare. Su Yin originally hid far away and was not prepared to get involved in Long Dad's affairs. Long Dad also deliberately did not tell Su Yin what he was going to do, but directly told Daohua Jinjuan to talk outside. As a result, the Red King took Su Yin to the most dangerous and heated battlefield. Following me is the safest choice. So far, there is no place in the Red King's fiefdom that is safer than being by my side. Looking at Su Yin with a frightened face, the Red King said to Su Yin with a smile, "This fox. The more I look at it, the more I like it. Making money on weekdays belongs to the category of ability. And it would be even better if it is afraid of death. In this way, it is more convenient for me to control it. If someone tries to do something usurping, I can directly threaten to kill the whole family." In choosing civil servants, the Red King always likes to choose people who are despicable and afraid of death. They are particularly good to use. If they cause public resentment, they can be pushed out and executed. There is no need to worry about killing the wrong high reputation good official and being punished by His Majesty. The Red King is trying to show his love for talents, hoping to lead Su Yin to abandon Master Jin and return to himself. But at this moment, Su Yin has already scolded the Red King in his heart. "I don't cheat my father. And my father doesn't cheat me. But the old thief Chi Wang actually dragged me to cheat my father. What are you doing, old man?" Although Su Yin was full of complaints and grievances, he couldn't say it now, nor could he stop Chi Wang from moving forward. It's not that he is afraid of the Red King. It's because Su Yin can't expose his relationship with Long Dad. So he can't tell Chi Wang about the danger ahead. Long Dad's plan is very straightforward. He uses the simplest and crudest plan to do the most risky thing. If Long Dad succeeds in his plan, he will naturally become an immortal and marry Fox Mom home to turn the rumors into immortals. But failure means offending the Four Seas Dragon King to death. Long Dad has made plans for possible failure and has never revealed that he is a child. He would rather teach Su Yin the Three Lights divine water that can only be used in the earthly immortal realm than teach Su Yin the Dragon Clan magic that he can use immediately at that time. Everything is a way out for Su Yin. If the plan fails in the future, it will not drag down the mother and son. Now he teaches Su Yin the Dragon Clan magic, just because he secretly taught himself the method of refining Dragon Balls. Long Dad had no choice but to teach Su Yin the Dragon Clan water control magic to complete Su Yin's magic system. This is easy. A 4-foot-tall beast with black jade scales, a sheep's head and long beard, and hair growing from wolf's hooves and wrists. Like a red cloud, with red eyes, stepped on a fallen giant tree. The four-legged claws were accompanied by high temperature while walking, and the burning bark of the giant tree made a sizzling burning sound. The giant tree that collapsed on the ground was burned by the red cloud under the Qilin's feet and groaned in pain. The various fruits on the green treetops fell into the flood. Most of the treetops were shaved by the Qilin, leaving only a small part of the treetops to cover the burns of the old mountain god, who fell to the ground. "No, don't come over. Run away." Although the old mountain god had been defeated, he was only defeated because his strength was not as good as the 5 elements Qilin. The consciousness related to the soul was not affected. He sensed 2 familiar breaths in his perception range. The old mountain god warned Chi Wang and Su Yin, who were rushing over to him through his slightly dull consciousness. Something ran out of Yibo's cave. It was extremely fierce and powerful. No cultivator in the refining void stage could defeat it. "Run away! Roar!" But the old mountain god's reminder was too late. The 5 elements Kirin that was stepping on him seemed to have noticed something, raised his sheep's head, and burst into a loud roar. The mane extending from the back of his head to the tail was blue, and the surrounding yellow river water suddenly became turbulent. "Evil beast!" The Red King pulled out the long sword in the storage ring, slashed through the air with a blue sky-burning, sea-covering sword energy, and the sword light swept across the 5 elements Kirin that was about to attack. The deep blue flame was swaying in the air, forcing the 5 elements Kirin, who was howling to the sky, to take a step back. And the flame sword light chopped straight on the giant tree that fell in the yellow river water. The deep blue flame was like mucus, splashed on the giant tree and only stuck to the bark of the giant tree, and naturally spread around the giant tree. "Ah!" The Red King came to the old mountain god, raised his hand, and extinguished his own flame magic, and said with a smile. The old mountain god gradually shrank back and turned into a 4-foot-tall tree man who fell on the river, emitting a series of painful groans from his mouth. "You It's too late. You can't escape now." He is the 5 elements Qilin, who has the innate magical power of knowing destiny. As soon as you made a move, he understood it. The old mountain god took a breath, immediately looked up at the Red King standing in the sky and told the Red King where the beast in front of him came from, and reminded the Red King to be careful of the 5 elements Qilin magic. Although the 3 flower fairies did not like the Red King, they could not care about the past grudges at the critical moment of life and death. Well, even if the Red King was narrow-minded, he still cut himself when rescuing himself, wanting to burn himself as firewood. Chapter 355 The Beauty of Qilin. Alas, it's too late. The old mountain god saw that the Red King did not listen to his advice, and was still confident and stubborn. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "The 5-element Qilin is difficult to deal with. That's for you." The Red King sneered and asked Su Yan, who was standing behind him, to go to the old mountain god's side. He took a step forward to fight the crazy Qilin with red eyes. "I'm just worried about the tribute this year. Now is the chance to please His Majesty the Wuxing Emperor?" The reason why the Red King stopped here and didn't care about the opening of the door of the Hebo Cave Mansion, or went to mark the place as a forbidden area, was not because of any noble virtues such as benevolence and morality. The rarity of the 5-element Qilin and the fruit tea produced by the old mountain god have reached the level of offering to His Majesty the Wuxing Emperor as a tribute at the end of the year. The existence of the 2 of them can save the Red King at least more than 200 million spirit stones in tribute. Therefore, the Red King took the risk to go forward and directly rescue the old mountain god, trying to subdue the 5 elements Qilin that only appeared in ancient documents. The value and profit of the 5 elements Qilin are so great that the Red King, who was born as a businessman, can't help but want to take risks. Nanming Li Huashen. The Red King raised his sword-holding hand and waved it in front of him. The dark blue flame turned into hundreds of beasts. In a scene of thousands of beasts running wildly on the water of the Yellow River, 2 dark blue flame dragons flew up behind the Red King and flew into the sky, connecting head and tail in the sky to form a forbidden formation. The dark blue light curtain took shape directly, covering the 5 elements Qilin on the river surface and the thousands of beasts running endlessly. The Red King showed a sneer on his face. The power of knowing destiny may be very powerful, but it is far inferior to the divine beast Bai Zhe, who came to the Red King's mansion and made a big fuss before. Bai Zhe has the ability to know the world, which is quite similar to the power of knowing destiny of the 5 elements Qilin. However, Bai Zhe not only knows the world, but also has terrifying strength and the power to intimidate the world's cultivators. The 5 elements Qilin's knowledge of destiny is the ultimate method of divination, predicting the short future. So what if you can calculate the absolutely accurate future? As long as this king forces you into a corner and leaves you with no escape, it's useless to break your abacus, and the final outcome is only a defeat. Ka ka ka. The 5 elements Qilin in Nanming Lihua town lightly dodges or suddenly stops, descends, dances in the beast group like a startled swan, and no Nanming Lihua beast can touch her. The figure of the 5 elements Qilin, which was more than 4 meters tall at the shoulder, began to shrink gradually while dodging and turning, and gradually turned into an orc figure of more than 2 meters, with a pair of goat horns raised high, and black scales covering the body surface. The towering figure in front of it revealed that the 5 elements Qilin in front of it was a female beast. The 5 elements Qilin slowly opened its eyes, raised its slender arms, and aimed at the beast in front of it, and rock particles appeared on its arms bit by bit, forming a rock armor. Oh no! The 5 elements Qilin is a female beast. Su Yan, who turned into a little fox again and squatted beside the old mountain god to reduce his presence and watch the show, couldn't help but show a look of surprise when he saw the 5 elements Qilin manifesting in orc form and revealing that he was a female beast. The old mountain god and the Red King may not know the true details and origins of the 5 elements Qilin, but Su Yan knew that the female beasts in the dragon clan all had huge bodies and extremely powerful fighting abilities. The stronger the female dragon's physique is, the more reproductive ability it has that other creatures can't reach. Fighting power can only be regarded as a byproduct. The 5 elements Qilin and the dragon clan are brothers and sisters, and they all come from the same ancestor. Therefore, the female 5 elements Qilin in front of him is very likely to be the same as the dragon clan. And the female beasts all have overwhelmingly strong physiques suitable for reproduction and survival. As soon as Su Yan's thoughts came up, the 5 elements Qilin in the Nanming Lihua restriction formation took action. The female Qilin with a streamlined body looked outside the Nanming Lihua cover, looking at her own Red King in the formation with a playful face. And her body turned into a beam of light and instantly crossed the beast tide, turned around and kicked heavily on the deep blue barrier. Bang! The Nanming Lihua cover was hit hard by the divine power. And it didn't last for a second and broke instantly. The figure of the 5 elements Qilin flashed out of the barrier. And suddenly moved sideways, dodging the sword stab that came in front of him the next second. He turned around and hit the head of the Red King with his sharp elbow. And then took over the Red King and made a spinning jump and landed. Evil beast. The Red King's jaw was dislocated by the elbow. But he didn't care about the injury on his body. After a burst of deep blue flames brushed across his face, the injury was completely recovered. And he swung the sword with a flaming sword energy. The sword energy was divided into a net and covered forward. But at the moment when the sword energy left the sword, the 5 elements Qilin turned over backwards, opened his legs and passed through the gap in the net, and used his hands to support the water to drive his body to rotate, and rolled up a water tornado with the power of his body, rushing to the sky to repel the dark blue dragon that tried to sneak attack him. It's really beautiful. Seeing the fighting posture of the orc-shaped Qilin, Su Yanqing couldn't help but sigh. When the 5 elements Qilin evades or attacks, it can no longer be described as fierce or not. She is like the gymnasts and single and double bars athletes that Su Yan saw in his previous life. Every move seems slow, but she is always unexpectedly elegant and beautiful. Su Yan, who always thought he was a slow-moving person, could not hide his impulse of being moved and liking the 5 elements Qilin when he saw her figure and movements. Of course, Su Yan knew that this was not love. But the 5 elements Qilin's movements were too graceful, and the female beast's figure was so beautiful that it seemed like a work of art, making people want to kiss her and hug her. Bang! The 5 elements Qilin swam on the river surface, dodging all attacks slowly, approaching the front of the Red King and stepping on the Red King's flaming sword, kicking him in the face unexpectedly. The 5 elements Kirin slid along, and its long legs covered with scales turned into a winch to strangle the Red King's neck, directly twisting the Red King's cervical vertebrae, and lowered its body with its weight. With its hands clasped on the river surface, it pulled up the Red King's body and threw it back to Su Yan and the old mountain god. Su Yan and the old mountain god hurriedly ran away on the river surface. The moment the Red King's body fell, it seemed to contain a huge force and splashed a 100-meter-high wave on the river surface. A water-level vacuum area was formed in a radius of hundreds of meters. The Red King's body was embedded in the river bottom, and the cervical vertebrae and spine showed a crooked and weird shape that ordinary people could not achieve. The Kirin's strangling force was extraordinary. The force invaded from the cervical vertebrae and completely twisted the entire spine. A mere spinal comminuted fracture was meaningless to the earthly immortals, and it could not kill the earthly immortals, but the spine was completely shattered. During the recovery period, the Red King could only use his spiritual power to replace the spine to support his body and continue fighting. He could not control it as freely as the original spine. But this was the effect that the 5 elements Qilin wanted. The female Qilin rushed forward and launched a fierce attack. Her body turned into thousands of fists and legs, and her shadow could transform into countless lights and shadows with every move, landing on the body of the Earth Immortal of the Red King. Chapter 356. The Frost Dragon. Bang! The female Qilin kicked out a light and shadow illusion, and hundreds of whip kicks fell directly on the Red King. The long legs that were originally beautiful and pleasing to the eye even with scales were completely transformed into a ruthless razor, and launched a cruel attack on the Red King, like cutting flesh and breaking bones. The eyes of the 5 elements Qilin glowed red, and her eyes were full of future scenes and pictures. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and the azure light glowed. She grabbed the Red King who was trying to turn into a flame and escape. She pulled him out of the escape light with a restraint of water invading fire, raised it above her head, and smashed it on the hardened river surface injected with spiritual power. At the moment of smashing the Red King down, the 5 elements Qilin seemed to see something and did not choose to let go. Instead, she tightly grasped the collar of the Red King. Her graceful and smooth body followed the force of the Red King's fall, and she flipped forward to grab the Red King and smashed it again on the hardened river surface. Boom boom. On the hardened river surface, the surface hardening was broken, and a vacuum pit with a range of more than 100 meters was formed in an instant. When falling to the bottom of the river, the Red King's face was gloomy. His eyes widened, and the bloodshot in the white area of his eyes due to anger was filled. There is always some difference between the power of knowing the world and the power of knowing the destiny. When facing the 5 elements Kirin, it is necessary to limit the action area of the 5 elements Kirin and adopt a siege to strangle the 5 elements Kirin. A one-on-one duel with the 5 elements Kirin is simply the same as seeking death. Because once the 5 elements Kirin has the upper hand, it can activate the ability of knowing the destiny and snowball the slight advantage into an overwhelming advantage. Now the Red King can't even fight back and run away. No matter how detailed the counterattack plan is in his heart, the 5 elements Kirin can always take the first step to interrupt all of the Red King's actions and the ability to predict the short future. Failure in the battle with the 5 elements Kirin is no longer a feeling of frustration, but a feeling of powerlessness. Therefore, the Red King could only use his spiritual sense to send a message to the adjutant in the Red King's mansion, asking him not to worry about the property and bills in the mansion, and immediately lead 300,000 Red King troops to support himself, who was about to be killed by the Qilin. The armor worn by the soldiers of the Xiaoyu dynasty all has the function of transmitting spiritual power. When forming a military formation, it can gather the spiritual power of everyone in one place and burst out with combat power far exceeding its own. As long as the Red King's army comes to support, while involving the 5 elements Qilin, it can also continuously bless the Red King with the power of 300,000 Red King troops. Old Mountain God. What should we do now? Su Yan looked at the 5 elements Qilin standing still, lowered his head to look at the sapling next to the little fox-shaped body. A drop of cold sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead, and asked the Mountain God, "What can I do now? I told you not to come here before." Looking at the Red King being beaten into a meatball, the Old Mountain God smiled bitterly and said, "If there was really a way, I wouldn't have to lie on the river to beg for a quick death before. It was because I had no other choice that I let the 5 elements Qilin torment me." The Old Mountain God was half dead by the Qilin, and then he was slashed by the petty Red King. Now he is only slightly stronger than a Jindan stage cultivator, facing the 5 elements Qilin that beat him to the point that he had no power to fight back even in his prime. He really has no way. Since there is no way, then I'm sorry. Su Yan turned sideways and picked up the Old Mountain God in one bite. His body gradually sank into the water of the Yellow River. He used all his strength to exert the Dragon Clan's ability to control water and escape to the place where Dragon Dad was. Originally, he thought that the Red King was reliable, but in the end, when he faced the 5 elements Kirin, he was almost beaten incontinent. Now without the protection of the Red King, Su Yan could only take a quiet way to escape, hoping that the 5 elements Kirin would not notice him. Splash! The 5 elements Kirin stomped on the water surface, and the escaping Su Yan and the Old Mountain God flew out from the bottom of the water. The little fox fell on the river surface with the buttocks, facing the 5 elements Kirin's disintegrating red eyes. The 5 elements Kirin looked back at the Red King, who was pretending to be dead, and walked on the lake on tiptoe gracefully. He walked towards Su Yan, bent down, and grabbed the roots of the sapling that Su Yan held in his mouth, and also pulled Su Yan's figure into the air. The 5 elements Qilin ignored Su Yan, and grabbed Su Yan's head with its big hand and pulled it towards its body, deforming Su Yan's face and forcing him to open his mouth. After pulling Su Yan off the Old Mountain God, the 5 elements Qilin grabbed the Old Mountain God, opened his mouth and put it in, chewing it for a while, and swallowing it into his abdomen to refine it. The black jade scales on his body were more radiant than before, and a burst of colorful spiritual power spirals burst out from his body. Because the 5 elements Qilin did not practice the 5 elements magic, it had all the 5 elements and was not afraid of conflicts, which made it impossible to awaken the power of the 5 elements magic. The 5 elements Qilin surrounded by colorful clouds represents that the 5 elements Qilin is currently in its heyday. After the 5 elements Qilin, whose beast nature was forcibly activated by the nightmare method, swallowed and refined the Old Mountain God, its head tilted back, its long black hair naturally fell to its waist, and it slowly spit out a blood-red smoke cloud to dissipate the remnants of the nightmare method in its body. The yellow rain in the sky gradually stopped. Su Yan, who witnessed the Old Mountain God being swallowed, looked at all this with a shocked expression on his face. Asshole! Su Yan felt a surge of anger in his heart, and was about to raise his hand to summon the red jade hairpin sword, stab the Qilin in front of him, and let her taste his power before he died. But at this moment, a plant root stuck in Su Yan's mouth suddenly spoke. "Don't be stupid. While I sacrifice my body to be refined by the Qilin, let's run away quickly. Don't stay here and wait to die." The voice of the Old Mountain God came out of Su Yan's mouth. Su Yan subconsciously licked his mouth with his tongue. The Old Mountain God hiding under the root of the fox's tongue hurriedly shouted, "Run!" A biting cold wind blew from the south, and the coldness of winter gradually froze the lake's surface that stopped tidal movement. You guys can really cause trouble for me. Ao Renlin's figure in black robe gradually appeared in the cold fog. With a stern face, he looked at the Red King and the old mountain god at the bottom of the river and said, "The female Qilin I let out for a walk was fattened up by you in the blink of an eye." Ao Renlin could not hide his anger. A cold wave directly hit the Red King at the bottom of the lake, freezing it into the ice containing freezing power. Although he was not here, but after releasing the activated 5 elements Qilin, he and Dalhua Jinju had resealed the door of Hebo Cave Mansion to calm the water of the Yellow River. But his consciousness could see what happened on the Red King's side. Ao Renlin knew that the backup plan arranged by Grandmaster Su Yanyujin himself should not cause any problems. He also knew that if he brought Su Yan with him, the process of releasing the 5 elements Kirin would be much easier. However, due to his fatherly responsibility, Ao Renlin did not choose to put Su Yan in danger, as Master Jin said, but chose to place Su Yan in a safer place. As a result, the Red King brought Su Yan with him. As a result, when Long Dad was sealing the door, he was almost distracted and failed to seal the door of Hebo Cave Mansion. You really deserve to die. Red King. Chapter 357 10 Poems. You all deserve to die for doing unnecessary things. The muddy yellow rain in the sky gradually subsided, and a cold air spread over the river surface. As the river surface froze, Ao Renlin walked out of the cold fog, looking at the Red King who sank to the bottom of the river and dared not show his head, and the 2 old mountain gods hidden in Su Yan's mouth. A black cloud covered the sky, and the earth immortals hidden in the demon cloud performed escape techniques, teleported to a special position thousands of miles away, stood horizontally, raised their arms to pinch different seals, opened their mouths, and bit their tongues to spit out the brilliant blood of the earth immortals. The Qilin, who had recovered his prime after eating, seemed to sense danger, and opened and closed his eyes again to look at Ao Renlin standing on the river surface. After a glance, the 5 elements Qilin jumped without even a trace of hesitation and showed his true body, and quickly escaped from the blood sacrifice formation that was about to be formed at a lightning speed. Caw. Ao Renlin raised his hand and pulled, and the coldness gradually chased the 5 elements Kirin that was trying to escape. A burst of azure cold air swept over the 5 elements Kirin, and the 5 elements Kirin, which was invisible to the naked eye, slowly emerged and began to slow down at a rapid speed. Roar! The red light around the 5 elements Kirin was bright, offsetting the influence of Ao Renlin's magical power. The flame surrounded the whole body and rushed on the river surface at a high speed, bringing a burst of evaporating water vapor, and fled directly to the outside of the range of the blood sacrifice formation. After Ao Renlin took a look at the 5 elements Kirin, he did not continue to pay attention to the 5 elements Kirin that was trying to break through. Because all this was planned, Long Dad appeared just to attract attention, and used his winter magical power to delay the 5 elements Kirin for a moment, so as to buy time for the subordinates of the 3rd Prince Xia Yu to form a formation. The 4,000 miles around Long Dad, as the center point, belonged to the coverage of the blood sacrifice formation. The 5 elements Qilin, which was blocked by Dragon Dad for a moment, could not escape no matter what means it used. Now it only needed to quietly wait for the formation to shrink and imprison the 5 elements Qilin in a small space, which would greatly weaken the effect of the 5 elements Qilin's knowledge of destiny. You guys really make me very irritated. Ao Renlin came to Su Yan with a frosty face. He did not speak to recognize him or reveal anything. He raised his hand to take Su Yan and pinched his palm. He pinched the fox's mouth and took out a plant root from Su Yan's mouth. Dalyu, the old mountain god, whose body was covered with fox saliva, was pinched in the hand by Dragon Dad's index finger and thumb. The old mountain god looked at Ao Renlin with embarrassment and said, I didn't know that you were hunting the 5 elements Qilin. I thought Hebo was disturbed by the cultivators and woke up, so I had to bite the bullet and go forward to close the door of Hebo's cave. The old mountain god may not know anything before, but after seeing the fully armed Dragon Dad appear and the Yellow River water universe gradually calming down, the old mountain god probably guessed something. Hebo's cave was not opened by the cultivators unintentionally, but by the dragon trader in front of him, in order to release a general who had once been under Hebo's command. The sudden arrival of him and the Red King obviously disrupted the plan of the dragon trader in front of him, and also made it much more difficult for him to hunt the 5 elements Qilin. Paw. Ao Renlin's face was full of indifference. He raised his right hand and flicked his finger to shoot the old mountain god to the bottom of the Yellow River. The old mountain god, with only one root left. Hit the Red King, who was lying on the bottom of the river pretending to be dead. A cold current containing freezing power burst out from the roots of the old mountain god, freezing the Red King and the old mountain god together in an instant. The river surface within a radius of 100 miles also turned into solid ice at this moment. The blood sacrifice formation will shrink later. You run towards the direction of the southern state. Dao Wazhenjuan will temporarily open a small door for you to let you out. Dad Long put the little fox on his left arm and put his right palm on Su Yan's back without leaving a trace. His index finger and thumb gently rubbed the fur, wiping off the saliva on his fingers from taking out the old mountain god. Okay. Su Yan saw that Long Dad had spoken, but he didn't argue about anything. He looked up at the sky and shouted, "Sword!" The red jade hairpin sword, which had been floating above Su Yan, came to Su Yan unwillingly, exuding a strong sense of disgust. Su Yan jumped out of Long Dad's arms, stood up in the form of a little fox, and stepped on the red jade hairpin sword, with his arms open to maintain balance. The red light on the sword body of the red jade hairpin sword was bright, and carried Su Yan to the southern state. After watching Su Yan leave, Ao Renlin looked back to the north, where the 5 elements Qilin fled. The 5 elements Qilin, wearing a flaming rock armor, hit the light red formation heavily, knocking out a bulge of hundreds of meters on the barrier of the formation. But the formation was not broken. The bulge on the barrier caused by the 5 elements Qilin was like a stretched rubber band. When the 5 elements Qilin's charge power was exhausted, it was ejected back into the formation. At the same time, the blood sacrifice formation was shrinking little by little, as Long Dad said, compressing the area that the 5 elements Qilin could use to dodge and hindering her escape. Roar! Seeing that there was no hope of escape, the 5 elements Qilin, full of animal instincts, turned around suddenly, stood tall, and stepped heavily on the water of the Yellow River with its front feet. Boom! The water surface where the 5 elements Qilin landed splashed a layer of weak ripples and spread out, affected by the trampling ripples. The river surface that had already calmed down was once again turbulent, and a wave rolled up. As the wave moved farther and farther, millions of tons of Yellow River water formed a rolling torrent and covered the area where Long Dad was. The 5 elements Qilin's offensive did not stop. After turning the Yellow River water around it into a weapon, it raised its body high again and stepped on the land. The yellow soil seemed to be given life, turning into a soil dragon and hardening into a rock dragon. The surface of the body was covered with a layer of armor formed by the roots of madly growing plants. The 5 elements Kirin, sensing the danger, did not fight like the Red King, but instead frantically urged the power of the 5 elements to bombard Dragon Dad. ZZ. The overwhelming feint attack has been formed. The 5 elements Kirin stood on the ground, opened his mouth, and the golden light with infinite power was condensed in his mouth. With the intentional compression of the golden light beam, it became more and more dazzling, and it only waited for Dragon Dad to show a flaw and pierced his body with one blow. But in the next second, the 5 elements Kirin's red eyes seemed to see something. The Kirin, who was originally standing firmly on the ground to absorb the power of the earth to create gold with fire, subconsciously showed a look of fear and took a small step back. Roar! A long roar of dragons and phoenixes erupted, and a bone-chilling cold wave burst out from Dragon Dad's body, sweeping across the entire space covered by the blood sacrifice formation in an instant. The endless rolling waves turned into ice, and the bodies of the earth and with dragons were gradually covered by ice. One by one, the giant dragons lost their power to move forward and fell from the sky, crashing directly into the ice layer formed by the waves. The collision between the two made a series of loud rumbling noises, but the ice covering their bodies did not show any damage. Roar! The scale showed a blue dragon claw of hundreds of meters, which pressed heavily on the top of the waves. One by one, the blue dragon heads poked out from behind the ice of the waves. The blue tin-headed giant dragon, whose length could not be measured by the eye, climbed to the top of the peak, and looked fiercely at the position of the 5 elements Qilin. The 10 heads opened and burst out a shocking dragon roar, shaking the air so that waves of waves appeared in the space. The 5 element Qilin, which was over 4 meters tall at the shoulder, looked like an ant in front of the azure 10-headed dragon. Although the 5 element Qilin tried to stretch her body to make herself more intimidating, her body was still not as big as the scales of the cold evil dragon standing in front of her. Chapter 358, the final puzzle of the dragon of Ingshuringda. After revealing his true form, the dragon father's body can really be described as covering the sky and the sun. The width of one dragon claw has reached hundreds of meters. The black dragon scales that were originally like the night sky have turned into azure blue. 10 ferocious dragon heads have grown on his neck and burst out with a shocking dragon roar, riding on the red jade hairpin sword. Su Yin, who was retreating to the edge of the siege array, looked back and saw the dragon father's body that covered the sky and the sun. A look of dementia appeared on his cheeks, and he slowly typed a question mark. What is that? Can my father's body really be so outrageous? Isn't it said that the supergiant female dragons of the dragon clan are only 1,000 meters? My father's body is obviously not just 1,000 meters. Su Yin was shocked by the real body of the dragon father. He never thought that he could see such a huge creature. Aunt Dichi's body looked so tender and cute in front of the dragon father. Boy, come here. Just when Su Yin was staring at Long Dad in a trance, Dao Wazhenjuan's voice suddenly sounded, calling Su Yin back from his stunned trance, and said, Stand still, and come out quickly while Ao Renlin is blocking the 5 elements Qilin. Su Yin retreated to the edge of the formation, and the blood sacrifice formation was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing Su Yin running stupidly to the edge without stopping, Dao Wazhenjuan reminded Su Yin not to bump into the blood sacrifice formation. Although the blood sacrifice formation has no lethality, when it touches the spiritual barrier, it will bounce the escapee directly back to the center of the blood sacrifice formation. If the celestial being does not open the universe to break the formation, it will take several moves to break the formation with brute force. Ao Renlin is not a reasonable guy. If he does not take good care of Su Yin and puts him in a dangerous place, Dao Wazhenjuan thinks that Ao Renlin will come and strangle him after rescuing his son. After stopping Su Yin and Hongyu Zhanjian, the blood sacrifice formation continued to shrink inwards, and came to a position less than a mile away from Su Yin. Dao Wazhenjuan raised his hand on the barrier that changed from light red to dark red, drew a circle large enough for Su Yin to pass through, and released Su Yin. Your luck is as wonderful as ever. Dao Wazhenjuan pulled Su Yin out, and said to the little fox with a smile on his face, Luck has never been divided into good and bad. As the saying goes, misfortune is the foundation of blessing, and blessing is the foundation of misfortune. The last time he saw Su Yin, he was inexplicably involved in the battle of luck. When he saw Su Yin again this time, Dao Wazhenjuan had a more comprehensive understanding of Su Yin and knew his life experience. He also witnessed with his own eyes that Su Yin was reluctant to escape from the dispute, but was involved in the battle between the 5 elements Qilin and Ao Renlin. Then, the Red King was crippled by the 5 elements Qilin. The old mountain god in the flower region lost half his life. But Su Yin, who had the weakest cultivation, slipped out unscathed. What a wonderful luck! If I had Su Yin's luck, I should have broken through the restrictions of the pure white tower of the beast taming gate and obtained the method of becoming an immortal. Right? Dao Wazhenjuan was full of regrets, and looked at the little fox in front of him with a little greed. As the blood sacrifice formation quickly shrank in scope, the 5 elements Qilins, but was already against the barrier, gradually approaching the azure dragon with 10 heads, making the 5 elements Qilin feel an unprecedented crisis. The 5 elements Qilin, full of animality, gradually began to act crazy. Puff puff puff. The 5 elements Qilin ran quickly on the land, spewing golden beams from its mouth, and launched a crazy attack on the 10-headed evil dragon, ready to fight to the death. But the 5 elements Qilin's continuous offensive dissipated into nothingness in the roar of the dragon. Ao Renlin stood on the iceberg, and the main dragon head looked at the 5 elements Qilin, who was gradually going crazy but whose movements were gradually slowing down, with an indifferent face. As the blood sacrifice formation retracted, the space where the two were located became narrower and narrower, from a radius of 4,000 miles to a space of less than 50 miles now. The coldness containing the freezing power inside was accumulating rapidly. Ao Renlin did not go forward to fight against the Qilin. Fighting against an enemy with the power of knowing destiny was not a particularly good experience. Every step of the action could be predicted and counterattacked by the enemy, but it was very aggrieved. Therefore, Ao Renlin mainly focused on defense, and through the advantages of narrow space and terrain, he gradually eroded the 5 elements Qilin through the power of the innate magical power of winter freezing. Seeing the 5 elements Qilin transformed into a human form and rushed towards him at a very fast speed as if preparing to behead him, Ao Renlin opened his 10 mouths and spewed out azure cold fog. The 5 elements Qilin seemed to be struck by lightning when it touched it, and quickly retreated, patting its tail on the ground with its paw pads, and half crouching to pat and remove the frost condensed on its body. Woo! Inside the space of the blood sacrifice array, the temperature has dropped to an extreme value, becoming a world of ice and snow. The five elements Qilin whimpered, and gradually lost its previous vitality under the influence of the cold air. The swift figure became extremely slow and stiff, and half of its body was frozen into ice by the cold, and it could not be removed. Bang! The five elements Qilin leaned forward and fell straight to the ground, unable to move. Roar! The 10-headed evil dragon opened its mouth, sucked in the air from a distance of 5 miles, and swallowed the five-element unicorn lying on the ground directly into its abdomen. It slowly exhaled a mouthful of cold mist and began to shrink rapidly back to human form. Ao Runlin, who had transformed into a 14 or 15-year-old boy, fell directly to the ground. Red lines gradually appeared on his fair skin, and his heart was throbbing. Ao Runlin took a few deep breaths, suppressed the muscle tissue that was twisting and wriggling under his skin, and rapidly changing strangely. He raised his hand and pressed it on his chest to release the freezing power to lower his body temperature. What a powerful force! Ao Runlin sensed the changes in his body, and a smile appeared on his cold face. The pure blood of the dragon clan, the blood of the 10-headed phoenix, and the blood of the five-element unicorn were slowly and steadily merging through the secret method of the Nightmare Town sect. As the degree of blood fusion rose a little, Ao Runlin's cultivation was also increasing. The method of nightmare suppression has a strange magic. Practitioners do not need any talent or effort. They only need to plunder. As long as they can integrate the power of the innate magical powers of all races, they can be above all living beings and rules, and become an extremely special individual who is invincible in the world. Heh! Ao Runlin sneered in his heart, and threw away the evil thoughts that suddenly came to his mind. He did not listen to the influence of the bewitching voice in his heart, and tried to integrate the magical powers of all races like a madman. You don't need to seduce me to self-destruct. After the ultimate goal is achieved, a set of flesh and blood clothes will be placed in the closet as its final destination. Ao Runlin stood up from the ground, looked back at the little fox outside the blood sacrifice array, smiled slightly, and said in a voice transmission, "Next, I need to leave for a while to integrate the power of blood. Take care of yourself during the time I am away. If everything goes well, we will go together to welcome your mother home in style." After Long Dad finished transmitting the voice to Su Yin, he looked at Dao Huazhenjuan beside Su Yin with an indifferent look. "Well?" Dao Huazhenjuan waved his hand and said, "Although the little fox's luck is really great, the hunting dog collar on my neck has not been untied. At least now, I will not do anything out of the ordinary." After staring at Dao Huazhenjuan for a moment, Long Dad turned around and flew up into a brand new giant dragon. The azure dragon was 1,000 meters long. 9 of its 10 heads shifted backward to form dark blue wings, and the outline of the dragon head turned into a black line, remaining on a pair of wings. And the dragon flapped its wings and swam towards the starry sky. Maybe the reason why the head of the South China Sea Dragon clan has red hair is really a mutation. Watching the departure of Dragon Dad, Su Yin secretly complained in his heart. Although the ancestor of the dragon has wings on his back, the wings of the winged dragon do not have hair. So the South China Sea Dragon clan will grow fur on its body? It can't be because the southern state is too hot. Right? Chapter 359. It's so outrageous. Su Yin watched as Long Boss spread his wings and flew up to the starry sky, away from the eyes, to fuse and settle his blood. In that case, we should go back too. Fox boy. Dao Huazhenjuan retracted his envious gaze, looked sideways at Su Yin who was flying beside him, and said, "We go back?" Su Yin looked puzzled, looking at Dao Huazhenjuan, who was looking at him from time to time. "Yes. Before Master Jean comes back, I will temporarily take over his position and be responsible for supervising you. I also need to ensure that too many people will not die in the training of the academy." Dao Huazhenjuan smiled lightly, turned his eyes to the Nightmare Town disciples brought by Long Ba, and said, "You all go away. The Xiaoyu dynasty does not welcome the Nightmare Town disciples at present. The Earth Immortals and cultivators, who use their blood essence to maintain the formation, are all the Nightmare Town disciples under the command of the third prince. In the current Xiaoyu dynasty, because of the disappearance of Xia Chongming, the leader of the Yinjin sect, all the Yinjin disciples have been lying dormant or have fled abroad. No Yinjin disciples dare to reveal their identities in Xiaoyu. As an old man in the Yinjin sect in the northern state, Dao Huazhenjuan also has some channels to understand the Yinjin sect in the central state. There are 2 factions. One belongs to Xia Chongming's Baiwujin sect, and the members are mainly human. The other faction is mainly composed of demons, who are funded by big figures in the Xiaoyu dynasty, and are the hunting dogs raised by Xiaoyu. Although they have fallen into a weak state because of maintaining the blood sacrifice formation, Dao Huaxinjuan is concerned about the people behind them. So he did not attack them to restore his strength. After using it, he waved his hand and sent them all away. Now, what should we do? Dao Huaxinjuan picked up Su Yin and flashed 100 miles away. He came to a giant ice sculpture and looked at the Qi Wang and Lao Shanshan who were frozen inside. His eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at Su Yin and asked, "Fox boy, do you have any good ideas?" As the door of Hebo Cave Mansion closed, the universe leaked from the inside gradually receded. The inorganic matter that was originally affected by the universe and transformed into the water of the Yellow River returned to its place. The flood that affected tens of thousands of miles was now as if nothing had happened. Only Qi Wang and Lao Shanshan were still frozen, with no intention of melting at all. But this was something that did not go well with common sense. With the return of the water of the Yellow River, all the objects affected by the universe should return to their original state. As a result, the Yellow River water that was frozen on Qi Wang was not moving at all, and had no intention of returning to its place. This is the strongest magical power of the North Sea Dragon Clan. The North Sea Dragon Clan, who have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, can even use the power of winter to create special items that exist forever and are not affected by any external forces. It is as if the objects that have been frozen have lost the concept of time and space. It will not change with the passage of time. And all kinds of magic and magical powers cannot destroy it. It is not in the 5 elements. Dao Huaxinjuan naturally knew the changes that had taken place in the Red King and the mountain god in front of him. And the reason why he specifically asked Su Yin was completely to trick Su Yin. Although it is unlikely that Su Yin knows. If Su Yin really knows something and tells him, then Dao Huaxinjuan thinks that he should be able to fabricate a more realistic North Sea Dragon Clan through the method of animal creation. Opinion? What opinion can I have? It's okay to summon fire to melt the iceberg. Su Yin looked at the iceberg in front of him and answered Dao Huaxinjuan's nonsensical question casually. Well, Dao Huaxinjuan shrugged helplessly, not knowing whether Su Yin deliberately fooled him or didn't understand what he meant. What you said makes sense. But let those Red King soldiers deal with it. It's time for my breakfast now. Do you want to go to the southern state with me to drink a cup of soy milk before returning to the flower official office? Okay. I haven't had it for a long time. Su Yin nodded and accepted Dao Huaxinjuan's invitation. Dao Huaxinjuan took Su Yin away. And a moment later, the Red King soldiers gathered from all over the Red King's territory and hurried to the iceberg that sealed the Red King. The Red King was suppressed in the center of the iceberg. His body bent into a shrimp shape as if his abdomen had been hit hard. The Red King's military adjutant looked at the iceberg and the Red King inside the iceberg with his eyes wide open, not seeming to be unconscious. He gradually had a bad premonition in his heart. He raised his hand to call the captain of the Red King's army, who was good at fire magic, and said, "Go and try to melt the iceberg and rescue the adults." "I obey your order." The captain of the Red King didn't think much after receiving the order. He was a warrior and did whatever his superior said. He came to the front of the iceberg and raised his arms to press on the surface of the iceberg. A burst of orange-red flame burst out from his arms, burning the iceberg in front of him to release the Red King. But as he was burning, the captain of the Red King was surprised to find that the iceberg in front of him showed no signs of melting. The mountain is hidden. The Red King's adjutant's face sank, and he waved his hand, causing the land around him to vibrate and roar. A 100-meter-long rock spear protruded and hit the iceberg that sealed the Red King. Millions of tons of force, combined with kinetic energy, hit the iceberg directly. Boom! The tip of the rock gun was flattened and damaged. But the iceberg that sealed the Red King was not damaged. Such a terrifying weight and kinetic energy could not even shake the tip of the iceberg to cause vibrations. The full-strength attack of the Red King's adjutant only made the iceberg move hundreds of meters to the south. What kind of evil thing is this? The Red King's adjutant was shocked, as if he couldn't believe that he couldn't even shake an iceberg. Earth rumbling. The Red King's adjutant had a calm face, waved the spear in his hand, and inserted it into the ground. And a yellowish-brown spiritual power wave spread out from this point. And the originally loose soil turned into extremely solid rock. One by one, the rock pillars with a metallic luster slowly rose from the iceberg as the center point, forming a hexagonal encirclement and closing at the top of the mountain in an arched circle. Boom! The Red King's adjutant punched the spear in front of him, and the vibration at the end of the spear was transmitted to the spearhead, and the hardened rock ground was used as a diffuser to madly increase the power of the vibration. The mountains and rivers were broken. The yin and yang were reversed. And the aftermath of the vibration changed the map. The vibration force gathered on the metal pillar, which was enough to shake the body and soul of the earth immortal. The vibration was transmitted from the crazy shaking metal pillar to the iceberg, trying to destroy the iceberg that sealed the Red King directly from the inside through resonance. However, the iceberg remained motionless, just like a dead pig that would not move no matter how hard you kicked it. Seeing this, the Chi-Wang adjutant fell into silence, slowly stretched out his hand to take out the long spear that was inserted into the void, and ordered. The immortal boat dropped the anchor. The soldiers picked up the anchor and tied the iceberg. Drag it back to the Chi-Wang's fiefdom. When the adjutant said this, he was very reluctant. How is treating Chi-Wang like this different from parading him in the streets? But the Chi-Wang army couldn't just throw Chi-Wang here. This place has reached the southern state, which is the territory of the demon sect. They may not have any ill will towards Chi-Wang, and they just pushed Chi-Wang off the cliff, into the river, or even threw him into the sea just for fun. By then, the Chi-Wang army would not be able to find Chi-Wang even if they wanted to. Chapter 360 Sierra. Awesome. Su Yan, who had breakfast with Dao Huajinjuan and Nambuzu, and was flying back to the flower office, happened to meet the immortal boat fleet towing an iceberg back to the Red King's fiefdom. Su Yan looked surprised, as if he was surprised that the Red King's army had not unfrozen the ice. The Red King's adjutant standing on the bow also saw Dao Huajinjuan, who turned into a stream of light and took Su Yan home. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he was about to speak to Dao Huajinjuan to help unfrozen the big ice that sealed the Red King. Don't think about it. I can't unfrozen it either. You should just notify Master Jean to take time to come and deal with it. Dao Huajinjuan seemed to see what the adjutant was thinking. He spoke to him and complained about his wild ideas. Then he sped away from the immortal boat fleet and rushed home. If the freezing power exerted by Ao Renlin was really that easy to unfreeze, he wouldn't have been hunted down by the Four Seas dragons. Dao Huajinjuan sent Su Yan back to the government office, and then slowly floated towards the Red King's mansion, preparing to return to the private room of Grand Master Luoha Jujin, brew a pot of hot tea, and start meditating to recover from the injuries on his soul. No one is there. Su Yan landed in the backyard of the government office, looked around and saw no one at all. Although the water of the Yellow River had receded, the sudden flood last night still scared the residents of the city, and they were discussing the flood on the street. The flood receded in less than 2 cups of tea. The Luoming County lady and her group, who were sent to the Red King's mansion by the Red King, did not return from the Red King's mansion. Zhou Yu drove Su Yan's ferry boat to an unknown place. Su Yan stood in front of the door of the government office, looking at the residents on the street discussing what happened last night. Turned around and looked at the few yamen runners who came to work, and said after a while, Xiaochen, go to the warehouse and take out the notice board that the boss has a happy event and will be closed for a day. Our government office will be closed for a day, and you don't have to open the door. The residents not only discussed the flood last night, but also had some verbal conflicts. For example, when fleeing, you touched me, or something in my house was washed into your house by the flood and I want to go to your house to find my things, or other trivial things that have accumulated over time. Now there is only Su Yan in the government office, and he obviously can't deal with the people who will come to quarrel later. So Su Yan thought about it, and simply closed the door. Today, the county magistrate of the government office has a happy event, and will be closed for a day. Then let the Hua family organize a clan meeting in the ancestral hall of the flower area to explain to the people what happened last night, and the reason. There was nothing that could not be said about what happened last night, except that the matter in Hebo Cave Mansion could not be told to others. The people were directly informed that the gods in the southern state had fought, and the aftermath of the battle had spread to the flower area. Although it seemed absurd, the people understood this explanation and felt it was reasonable. There was nothing too surprising. Living in the world of cultivation, it would be strange if you were not involved in the aftermath of the battle several times a year. There was no need to be surprised. It was just that this time the fight between the gods involved a larger area. After arranging the affairs in the government office, and notifying the Hua family to organize an ancestral hall meeting to boost the confidence of the people, Su Yan, who still maintained the form of a little fox, stretched out and lay on the table in the pavilion, ready to take a nap to relieve his tired spirit. Although he did not participate in the battle last night, Su Yan was tense all the time before meeting Dragon Dad. He was not relaxed at all, and was on guard against the powerful enemies that might appear. It was because of carelessness and insufficient strength that the old mountain god and the Red King almost turned into firewood, and the head of the other was almost twisted off by the 5 elements unicorn. Su-Yen was lying on the table and sleeping. A ghost with a slightly illusory figure popped out of Su-Yen's white and tender belly. The black veil covered her face, and only the word she could be seen. One of the 9 nethers of Empress Dowager Su. Sheer poked her head out of Su-Yen's body. After scanning the surroundings, there was indeed no acquaintance or the Lord of the Night. So she jumped out of Su-Yen's body and ran to the kitchen of the government office to find some food to kill time. A can of chewing gum. No. Just take a few to chew for fun. Taking too many will attract attention. Take half of the mango cake and throw the remaining half on the ground to blame the monkeys. Sierra took the food and blamed the other monkeys for the food that disappeared out of thin air, and then took out the monkey wine in the tree hole. Sierra held a pile of food in her arms and returned to the sleeping Su-Yen. She jumped up and landed on the snow-white fox belly, sank into Su-Yen's dream, and disappeared without a trace. It's time to eat. Sierra returned to the dream, and the black veil on her cheek faded to reveal the face of Empress Dowager Su. She looked at Su-Yen, who was squatting on the grassland in a daze, and called him to come to lunch. Ah! Su-Yen, who was squatting on the dream grassland, jumped up as if startled, looked around, and then noticed the fairy sister behind him, with a look of surprise. It's been a long time since I saw you, fairy sister senior. I didn't expect to see you when I was sleeping. Ah, Sierra responded, sat down with legs crossed, and said with a face full of resentment, since you are so happy to see me, do you have any interesting things on you? Take them out and let me see them. After half a year of nurturing, the ghosts split from the Queen Mother Su are gradually waking up. As they separated from the Queen Mother's main body, brought out some of their strength and magical powers, weakening the Queen Mother's strength in the realm of heaven and man. The injuries on the Queen Mother Su's soul are healing at an extremely slow speed. Sierra woke up relatively early. She had been dormant in Su-Yen's deep dream on weekdays, and basically did not show her presence, for fear that the Lord of the Night, who missed you every night but never saw you, would catch her. The Lord of the Night wanted a way to raise children and continue his own Tiantingo bloodline. Empress Dowager Su knew about this, so she secretly deceived the Lord of the Night, saying that she had a secret method to give birth to 3 or 5 divine beasts in one birth. But she interrupted the Lord of the Night at the most critical moment and asked him to wait until she woke up before talking about the child-raising methods of those girls. The Empress Dowager used this to hook the Lord of the Night and let her often pay attention to her own safety. Before the strength was restored to its heyday, it was impossible for Empress Dowager Su to meet the Lord of the Night. But among the ghosts containing the 7 emotions, the emotion of joy was the first to revive. She took into account the overall situation and the safety of her body, and had been dormant in Su-Yen's deep dream. In the past, she said she could bear it, but the scene last night was too lively, and the gossip on the street finally broke Sierra's psychological defense. She took advantage of the absence of the Lord of the Night to run out to collect the snacks she wanted to eat and cure the gluttony in her heart. Well, am I dreaming? The fairy sister in front of me should be the fairy sister, right? Su-Yen, who was turned over by Sierra and scratched on her belly, was full of contemplation, looking at the fairy sister, who was completely different from the cold fairy sister before, who liked to stick to her and was passionate. She slowly said, "Why do I feel something is wrong? Is there anything wrong?" Sierra, who was too bored, was looking for something to do and played with the little fox in her hand and said, "Don't you like it like this? Then, scratch the back too. You can't scratch the back when it's in fox form." Well, anyway, it's all a dream. Who cares? Anyway, it's okay as long as you feel comfortable. If you don't enjoy it, you'll really lose it. Chapter 361 A Cool Summer. What? You were sleeping at home? Su-Yen, who had come out of deep sleep and was lying on his back in the pavilion of the government office for a nap, was completely awakened by the complicated complaints in the courtyard of the government office. Su-Yen opened his eyes from his sleep, subconsciously controlled his fluffy tail to cover his belly, sat up straight and looked at his friends who were walking into the pavilion, yawned and asked, "What happened? So noisy." Su-Yen, who had not slept for almost a night, slept very well after returning to the government office from the southern state. He vaguely remembered that he seemed to have had a good dream. Originally, there was something wrong, but after seeing you, there was nothing wrong. Luoming County Lord's face was full of black lines, looking at Su-Yen, who was rubbing his eyes with his fox claws. He spoke. The princess of Luoming County. Feng Shiqi, Qingya, Su Yin, and Zhou Yu were all treated differently by the Red King. The 3 girls with high status and background were transferred to the Red King's mansion by the Red King, and received high-level protection throughout the process, fearing that they would die in the Red King's mansion. Su Yin was even more incredible. Because of the instructions of Master Jin before leaving, the Red King was carried with him for protection, and tried to lure him to work for the Red King's army. But, as the water of the Yellow River receded, the danger alarm of the Red King's mansion and its subordinate counties was lifted. The princess of Luoming County and the other 2 hurriedly returned from the Red King's mansion, and saw that the iceberg that sealed the Red King was placed outside the Flower City. And Su Yin, who left with the Red King, was nowhere to be seen. We almost thought you were missing. As soon as we returned to Flower City, we turned back to the Red King's mansion and found the Red King's adjutant and Dao Huajinjuan to ask about your whereabouts. Luoming County lady complained unhappily. The Red King's adjutant said he had seen you, but because you came back with Dao Huajinjuan, he didn't know where you went. We went to Luoheja to find Dao Huajinjuan and asked him that you went home to sleep. When we came back, you were really sleeping. Luoming County lady, who was furious, grabbed Su Yan's round face in the shape of a little fox and rubbed it angrily. We have been worried about you for most of the day. I don't know either. Su Yan responded vaguely, saying, I went to sleep after I came back from the southern state and finished my official duties. The Yamen runners have seen me. After seeing Bing Shan, Luoming County lady, and the others had no intention of returning to the government office at all. They went directly back to the Red King's mansion to inquire about Su Yan's whereabouts. They did not contact the Yamen runners at all, and naturally did not know that Su Yan had actually returned to the government office a long time ago. I'm so tired. The Luoming County lady saw that Su Yan was fine, so she stopped pursuing the matter of the loss of contact and said, some silver coins really can't be saved. When we are free tomorrow, we will go to the Red King's mansion to buy some sound transmission jades. Although the 1,000-mile sound transmission jade slip is easy to use, it is relatively expensive. In addition, the material is brittle and will definitely crack after being bumped. Once it cracks, the records of spiritual power fluctuations stored inside will disappear, making the sound transmission jade slip a priceless, but not completely worthless item. At least it can be used as a key accessory. However, spending 300 to 500 kilograms of spiritual stones to buy a key accessory is ridiculously expensive. Therefore, after Su Yan made a fortune in the government office, he only bought a sound transmission jade for everyone to share. And he was not so extravagant as to issue one to all the people in the government office. But judging from what happened last night, the matter of equipping the government office with more sound transmission jades should obviously be put on the agenda to avoid mistakes like today. By the way, is the iceberg really placed here? Su Yan jumped down from the stone table, and after making a pot of hot tea for the 3 people of Luoming County who had been running around all morning, he couldn't help but look outside the government office. Through the wall of Flower City, he could barely see the top of an iceberg. The iceberg that suddenly appeared was obviously the iceberg that the Red King army dragged back to the Red King's fiefdom from the southern state. A stream of cold air was emanating from the iceberg, so that the temperature of Flower City was dropping. But the iceberg had no intention of melting at all. Su Yan didn't think that the iceberg was a hindrance, but he just felt that it was not appropriate to put the iceberg here. The flower area belongs to a tropical agricultural area, where a large number of subtropical fruits and economic crops are grown. Such a huge iceberg stands here, exuding such a biting cold. Su Yan is worried that the farmers will have nothing to harvest during the harvest season. There is nothing we can do about it. I heard from the adjutant of the Red King that the seal cannot be opened for the time being, and the crops planted in the Red King's mansion and the surrounding counties are spiritual plants with higher value. The lady of Luoming County shook her head and said, the adjutant said that it is only temporarily placed here. The Red King's army has sent scouts to Xiaoyu City for help. If the crops are really damaged, the tenants can apply for some pensions. Of course, this news should not be leaked, so that the tenants and landlords will not set up a trap to defraud pensions. The adjutant of the Red King said that he was willing to cover the bottom line, and the county magistrates of Huahua City naturally had no objections. But they also needed to beware of sneaky people who secretly destroyed the crops in their fields after learning the news to defraud pensions. After all, they worked hard for several months to earn so little, and they could get the same amount of spiritual stones without doing anything. Naturally, the tenants would want to cheat for a wave of pensions, rest for a few months, and use their free time to find a good place to practice. Get ready to eat. After drinking 2 sips of spiritual tea, the county lady of Wanming County immediately felt a sense of hunger in her stomach. Last night, the flood hit, and they rushed all night. In the early morning, they found that Su Yin was missing. So they were busy all day. It was not until the evening that they were free. Everyone's cultivation was basically hovering in the gened end stage. They could do fasting for about half a month, using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replace 3 meals a day. But that was a special case. The food of the cultivators was spiritual plants and spiritual beasts. Ingesting spiritual energy through eating was also a method of cultivation. Unless the cultivators were in a tight financial situation or encountered some special circumstances, they would deliberately choose fasting. Where's Zhou Yu? Why don't I see him? The lady of Wanming County sat up from the stone chair, not treating Su Yin as an outsider at all. She raised her arms high, stretched her waist, and pulled her clothes to outline a graceful figure. Brother Zhou? Isn't he with you? I haven't seen him since I came back. Su Yin looked at the lady of Wanming County with a puzzled look and said, I thought he drove my ferry boat with you. No. We didn't see any ferry boat when we came back, the lady of Wanming County said. After the two checked the information, the backyard of the government office fell into a strange silence. The 4 people stared at each other, and suddenly realized that no one had ever seen Zhou Yu. Oh no! Brother Zhou is missing. Su Yin fumbled at his arms, and took out the wooden box used to seal and shrink the immortal boat. He turned the Ci Nan on the wooden box to locate the location of his immortal boat, so as to find the missing Zhou Yu. Caw caw caw. The front of the wooden box emitted a burst of light, making a sound of gears turning, and finally pointed to the northwest. Su Yin looked at the direction the wooden box pointed to, and a trace of cold sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. He said, I remember that the northwest is a big river running from north to south. The last time, the big monster's nest that Zhou Yu offended seemed to be there. Right? Could it be that when the flood hit last night, he asked that group of river monsters to take him back and get married? It's very likely. Wanming County Lord had black lines on his head, thinking that Su Yin's speculation was reliable. Chapter 362 Zhou Yu's Good Marriage. After learning that Zhou Yu might be in danger, Su Yin ran to the Hua family's territory, invited the Hua family ancestor, who was negotiating with General Bai to rescue the old mountain god, and went directly to the big river called Yuan River in the northwest. When he came to the edge of Yuan River, Su Yin really found his lost ferry boat here. The formations around the ferry boat were all closed, like an ordinary pleasure boat floating with the current. The ferry boat docked at the shore and dropped the anchor to the bottom of the river to anchor. Wait for me here for a while. The Hua family ancestor looked around, looked at Su Yin and the 3 girls, and sank directly to the bottom of the river with helplessness on his face, and went to the catfish monster's nest to rescue Zhou Yu. Whether Zhou Yu was at the bottom of the river, the Hua family ancestor knew it with a sweep of his consciousness. Zhou Yu was in the big catfish's lair, and what happened inside was quite abnormal. The Hua family ancestor couldn't say those things in front of the younger generation, so he went into the river without explaining anything to rescue Zhou Yu. I just hope that the friend surnamed Zhou will not have any psychological trauma in the future. Su Yin and his group stood by the river, sealed the ferry boat into the wooden box again, and waited for about a cup of tea. A wave surged on the river surface, and then the Hua family ancestor held one in each hand, bringing a wave to the river bank. Brother Su, Zhou Yu, who was stripped of all his clothes and only had a pair of trousers on, saw his friends who had been waiting on the river bank for a long time, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You came too timely. If you came half an hour later, I would not be able to save my life. Zhou Yu slowly stood up from the grass, raised his hand helplessly, wiped the oil on his body, looked at the ancestor of the Hua family, raised his hand and bowed, and said, Thank you for your help, Senior Hua. I am grateful for your kindness. In the future, when the Hua family goes to the government office to do things, I will open the back door. What's wrong with you? Su Yin glanced at Zhou Yu, and then looked at the big catfish monster who was reluctant to leave Zhou Yu, with a hint of curiosity on his cheeks, and asked. The big catfish monster in front of him was not ugly, but after the transformation, it was more than 3 meters tall. The plump figure was only slightly covered with bandages to cover the vital parts, and had a very capable short side bangs. With her looks, figure, and the cultivation of the spiritualization stage, she should have no shortage of admirers in the demon clan. Why is she obsessed with Zhou Yu? She even took the risk of forcibly abducting the county magistrate of the flower office back home. He seduced me. The catfish demon, who was sitting on the ground, was reluctant to speak. But the Hua family ancestor moved his legs and stepped on her fish tail without leaving a trace. The catfish demon was forced to speak the truth in pain. Zhou Yu, who was pointed at by the catfish demon, showed a look of surprise on his cheeks and retorted loudly. Hey! 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 You can't say that. Although Zhou is not a gentleman, I have never sold my body. Don't talk nonsense. You did. The catfish demon spoke with a firm face, saying, You still remembers that it was one afternoon, when I was cruising in the Yuan River. You suddenly opened your mouth and said, It's so hot. The weather is really dry. Then, you started to take off your clothes in front of me and touch things on your body, which made the lines on your body stand out. You posed in front of me like you were in heat and courting a mate. Zhou Yu slowly typed a question mark and looked back at his friends. The three girls seemed to be about to show disgust on their cheeks, but they felt that such an expression was too straightforward, so they kept holding it back. So the expressions on their faces were quite subtle. The ancestor of the Hua family had a dark face, looking at the truth that was gradually emerging. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhou Yu loudly refuted the words of the catfish demon. Zhou has only fished in the river twice. At that time, the season was just in the late spring cold, and the temperature was low at night. So I wore thick clothes, and the temperature would suddenly rise after noon. I was really just fishing. When I felt hot, I took off my coat and sat by the river to soak my feet in water. I didn't touch anything on my body. I just wiped off the sweat on my body. Concerning his own character and reputation, Zhou Yu thought hard and recalled all the details of that day, trying to explain why he took off his clothes by the river and that he really didn't touch anything like medicine on his body. I don't believe it. The catfish demon turned his head away and completely ignored Zhou Yu's explanation. When he glanced at Zhou Yu from the corner of his eyes, the lustful color inside was really not concealed at all. Zhou Yu took off his clothes and wiped his sweat on the river bank, which attracted the catfish demon to attack, which can only be said to be an inducement. The more important reason is that the catfish demon, who is more than 3 meters tall, likes Zhou Yu's wheat-colored skin, which exudes a healthy atmosphere and a strong body. Every time he recalled it, Zhou Yu dragged off his cotton coat on the river bank, and sweat flowed on his skin, slightly soaking his white underwear. When he opened his clothes to dissipate heat, his wheat-colored shoulders were slightly exposed. The catfish demon couldn't hide his throbbing feelings in his heart, and his face was full of lust. But he couldn't hide it. You guys chat slowly. Su Yin saw the catfish demon approaching Zhou Yu, and confessed with a lewd look on his face, saying all kinds of lewd words, and his words full of wolves, tigers and leopards made others unable to resist. Su Yin said goodbye bluntly, turned around and prepared to follow Luanming County Master back to the city for dinner. You guys, wait for me. Looking at the catfish demon, who was more than 3 meters tall, Zhou Yu held up his trouser belt and crawled and rolled to run with Su Yin and his group, who were gradually walking away. The catfish demon chased after Zhou Yu and couldn't help licking his red lips. Swoosh! Just when Su Yin was approaching the flower city, a whistle that sounded familiar suddenly attracted Su Yin's attention. Su Yin looked over and saw that Master Jin, who was supposed to be in charge of government affairs in the Xiaoyu court, was sitting in a tea house next to the farmland, drinking tea leisurely with the Red King's adjutant. Are you ready to eat? Take me with you? Master Jin said with a smile on his face. Dean, aren't you going back? Su Yin flew to the door of the tea house and landed, with a strange expression on his face, looking at Master Jin, who seemed a little strange, and asked. In Su Yin's impression, Master Jin is a calm and slightly naughty and conscienceless image, but the Master Jin in front of him gave Su Yin the feeling of being frivolous, as if he were a playboy. My original body is with Xiaoyu. He asked me to come over here and take a look. Master Jin rested his left hand on the table, supported his head, and looked at Su Yin. He raised his right arm and pointed to the iceberg outside and said jokingly, You are lucky. The iceberg that seals the Red King is a timed spell. It will take 3 to 4 months for the old guy to completely thaw out. Such a big iceberg. In the hot summer, the hot wind will cool the whole city. Master Jin's incarnation said with a smile. Chapter 363 Slightly Delayed Graduation. Anyway, I don't have any good ideas. Let Qi Wang live in the iceberg temporarily. The frivolous youthful version of Master Jin was full of smiles, answering Su Yan's doubts while informing the Qi Wang's adjutant of a conclusion he had drawn after a field investigation. Although Ao Renlin was annoyed that Qi Huang had put Su Yan in danger, Long Dad did not kill him, but only slightly used his magical powers to punish him, letting Qi Huang and the old mountain god live in the iceberg for a few months to calm down. Master Jean observed that the winter seal was timed, not a permanent freezing seal, so naturally he was not going to mess around with complicated things, and planned to let Qi Huang live in it for a while, so that Qi Huang would not have a cardiac arrest when he saw the list of consumed materials after coming out. The freezing power from the North Sea Dragon Clan can make things in the frozen area seem to stop in time. If you want to remove the seal of winter, the simplest way is to make the static objects move. You must break the seal of winter from the inside. But how to make the time-stopped objects move is something worth thinking about. Although the Xiaoyu dynasty has the technology to unlock the seal, it takes a long time. Or directly use the method of nightmare to pile up with life. I am afraid that the Red King is reluctant to spend such resources. It is better to let the old boy live in the iceberg for a few months. Let's go! I'm going back to Xiaoyu after dinner. Your Majesty skipped work and didn't know where to go. Poor me. An old dragon has to read hundreds of kilograms of memorials every day. The youthful version of the frivolous Jean Teicher looked at Su Yan on the side and motioned him to walk in front and lead the way to take him to the Flower City to taste some delicious delicacies. After Emperor Wusheng arrived at the Xianwang mansion and appointed the temporary regent, Emperor Wusheng received an invitation from the leader of Luoxing City to go to Tianjiguishu. I don't know when I can return to Xiaoyu. Now, all the big and small things in the Xiaoyu dynasty are on the shoulders of Grand Tutor Jean. Sometime after Grand Tutor Jean left, in the Flower City, Su Yan, who had just walked out of the brothel opposite the government office, was attacked by the summer cold wind and sneezed uncontrollably. He shivered all over, tightened his winter clothes, and subconsciously looked at the iceberg outside the Flower City that was slowly melting and emitting a lot of cold air. It's really like what the dean said, that you need to wear winter clothes in the weather of more than 30 degrees. The Flower District will have a very cool summer this year. Su Yan rubbed his hands, put them in his pockets, said goodbye to Lao Dai and his party, turned around and walked to the government office across the street, ready to go back home to warm up by the fire. The temperature in August in the Flower District in previous years could reach 34 or 35 degrees, and the highest reached more than 40 degrees. But the temperature in August this year reached an unprecedented minus because of the iceberg created by Long Dad. Even in winter, the Flower District has more than 10 degrees, and has never seen such cold weather. The combination of the Red King and Dragon Daddy brought some small shock to the people of Flower City. So much so that the Red King's mansion had to pay out millions of spiritual stones to cover the bottom line and pay out pensions. Huh. It's so cold. Su Yan returned to the back hall of the government office, and did not walk in human form as usual. He jumped up and turned into a little fox and turned into Qingya's arms. He shivered all over and let out a sigh. Because of the abnormal weather, Qingya has been very busy recently. She basically sits in front of the charcoal stove and bakes and roasts herbs for treating wind and cold. Monks usually don't get sick, but once they get sick, it is very difficult for them to recover by themselves, and they must be treated and conditioned. Su Yan couldn't explain the specific principle, but Qingya's general meaning was that the physique of monks at the foundation building stage and above is actually different from that of ordinary people. Ordinary wind, evil, and damp cold can't make monks sick. Once a monk gets sick, it means that there is a big problem with the monk's body, which will allow wind, evil, or other factors to invade the body. The cold air that permeates the Flower City is different from the cold and wind and snow in nature. It contains a damp poison and has a very strong corrosiveness. It will affect the balance of the 5 elements in the monk's body and make the monk seriously ill. This is why the Red King's adjutant is determined not to drag the iceberg back to the Red King's mansion. In the flower area, at most the common people will get sick and take some medicine. But in the Red King's mansion, the tens of thousands of acres of spiritual plant gardens will be ruined. Are you afraid of the cold too? Qingya, who was sitting on a small bench, controlled the fire of the charcoal stove around her with a round fan, and applied moisturizing ointment on the medicinal materials. She looked down at Su Yan, who was shivering in her arms, and asked. Su Yan, who was as white as frost and snow, looked like an elf living in the snow, different from the white-eared fox blood in her body that lived in the hot desert. Seeing a snow fox complaining about the cold weather, Qingya always felt something subtle. It must be cold. I used water heating when I spent the winter in Xiaoyu City. Su Yan said helplessly, I don't know when Master Jean will come back. It's almost 2 months since the end of the outing in the academy. Since Master Jean returned to Xiaoyu, Dao Jinjuan has been responsible for providing protection for the students in the academy. Dao Jinjuan's duties are like security, and he did not affect the power of the academy's outing process. During this period, Master Jean did not return to the Chiwang mansion at all, causing the outing, which was supposed to end a month and a half ago, to be delayed until August. In the past, Su Yin did not care when the outing ended. After all, it was still cultivation wherever he practiced, and there were spiritual stones here for him to spend. But now the weather in the flower area is too extreme, and Su Yin really missed his aunt's home. There is a letter for you. Just as Su Yin was complaining about the weather and the unreliable decision-making of the academy, Feng Shiqi, wrapped in a winter coat, walked in from outside the door, looked around, and saw Su Yin in Zhang Qingya's arms. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, as if she was a little unhappy, but she still walked in front of Su Yin and handed him a storage bag. Storage bag? What did Sister Nanwu send me again? Looking at the storage bag handed over by Feng Shiqi, Su Yin spoke with a slightly subtle expression. Since the beginning of last month, Jiao Nanwu, who was far away in Xiaoyu City, would send some food to him from Xiaoyu City through the post station and the official line. Most of the dishes were medicinal food, mainly covering the aspects of regulating one's own body's qi, blood and energy. Occasionally, there were some for strengthening the body and consolidating essence. Of course, Su Yin could not recognize these. The reason why he knew the purpose of those medicinal foods was actually because Qingya explained them to Su Yin. These medicinal foods, in Qingya's words, have a strong sense of craftsmanship. They are the regular medicinal food recipes that many human cultivators prepare to nourish their bodies 2 or 3 months in advance when they are preparing to reproduce. In late summer and early autumn, the mermaids also store fat for wintering. The mermaids who stay at home in winter will not feel bored. Instead, they will usher in the annual breeding season for the mermaids. At that time, the mermaids will share the prey brought back from outside. Calculating the time, Jiao Nanwu is indeed approaching the breeding season, so she should be preparing. Right? She specially sent the medicinal food from Xiaoyu, which is actually not something inexplicable. She is hoarding fat to make herself more plump. And by the way, she is conditioning Su Yin, so as to avoid Jiao Nanwu's intention and the little fox's inability to do it like last year, and even worrying that Jiao Nanwu will break his hip bone. What's in it? Qingya looked at Su Yin curiously and asked about the medicinal food in the storage bag. A pot of soup, with a lot of beetles in it, Su Yin said with a slight twitch in his eyes. Beetles? Qingya said after a slight pause. It seems that the girl who sent this thing didn't even put it in the bag. The beetles used to cook the soup should be water turtles according to common sense. It mainly treats the inability to pull up and float, and also has the effect of mildly moisturizing and strengthening and treating kidney disease. Su Yin thought about it, silently stretched out his fox claws, and made a 6 gesture. Sister Nanwu, you really prescribed the right medicine. The main point is that I am afraid that I can't get pregnant. Chapter 364 County Magistrate? No. 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 Keep it for me. Warm me up too. After returning to the government office from the street, the Luoming County lady, wearing winter clothes, looked around and locked her eyes on Su Yin in Qingya's arms. She hugged Su Yin and let out a long sigh of comfort. The Luoming County lady was also a person who was afraid of cold. The thin warm bird blood in her body made her hate cold extremely, especially when the temperature reached below 0. The fox fur that lay in front of the charcoal stove and stretched out its body stored a lot of heat energy. When you hugged it hard, the hair would squeeze out waves of heat. After using up the heat stored in the fox fur, you can put it in your arms to warm your stomach, which is really very useful. When Luoming County lady was in Xiaoyu City, she raised a red fox as a hand warmer. Unfortunately, the red fox died last winter due to a serious illness, and was unable to continue to perform its duties as a hand warmer for Luoming County lady. Hateful weather. Luoming County lady grabbed Su Yin and rubbed him, squeezing out the heat from him, then put him on her belly that could not be covered by her mink coat, and looked at Feng Shiqi, who was burning medicine and warming herself by the fire, and said, when I was doing business in the countryside just now, I met the master of the Chuangfu government office. He told us to prepare for the handover, and that Master Jean was going to come back to evaluate and comment on our outing. Finally, can I go home? Su Yin, who was lying on Luoming County lady's thigh and acting as a hand-warming fox, raised his head with a look of surprise on his face. What? Are we going back now? Zhou, who was drunk and sleeping under the bench, sat up straight and knocked over the chair in front of him when he heard the news from Wyoming County Lord. He looked at everyone with a shocked face and said, "How come it's so fast? We have just conquered the Flower District and the Southern Xinjiang District and haven't enjoyed it yet. In just about half a year, everyone went from being penniless and despised when they first arrived in the Flower District to becoming a county magistrate with real power, and formed a village with capital to make a fortune in the Southern Xinjiang District and become a respected name. At present, everyone in the Flower District and the Southern Xinjiang District only needs to rest on their merits and enjoy life. In the past, Zhou had to mix 3 kilograms of water with 2 kilograms of spirit wine to barely stop his addiction. Sometimes he couldn't even drink spirit wine and could only drink rice wine. Now he only drinks pure spirit wine without water. Now is the time to enjoy life. The news brought back by Wyoming County Lord is no less than a bolt from the blue for the poor Zhou, which makes him burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. It's so uncomfortable. Zhou's face was full of tears, and he lay on the ground muttering bad things about Master Jean. Brother Zhou, think about it. Each of us can get tens of thousands of caddies of spirit stones here in the government office. And Master Jean can also earn hundreds of thousands of dollars by completing the outing at the academy. By then, you will have 200,000 caddies of spirit stones in your hands. There is no place in the world that you can't go. Su Yan smiled and comforted Zhou. Flower District and South Xinjiang District. Although Su Yan has made a name for himself in the 2 places, the landlords and gentry will call him master as soon as they see him, and their fawning look is hard to hide. They all want to sit on the village led by Su Yan to have the capital to make quick money outside. But Su Yan had no regrets about it. Every day from 9 to 5, he sat in the government office, or went to the brothel next door to discuss business. He also had to deliberately divide and suppress landlords and gentry of different classes, and prevent them from uniting to weaken the power of the government office. Being a county magistrate is really tiring. This is the result of the county magistrate's work being divided into 5 parts, and a team of 5 people working in different fields. If Su Yan was really asked to take charge of the rural economy and manage public security, people's livelihood, penalties and taxation, Su Yan would be exhausted to death here. Su Yan, who had worked, already had some understanding of why his aunt, who had reached the realm of earthly immortals, did not go to the Xiaoyu court to seek a high-paying job, but chose to obtain a license issued by the Ministry of Rights to operate a brothel and eat minimum living allowance. The work of Xiaoyu officials is really too busy. When handling cases, they need to follow the law and the actual situation. It is not that you can do whatever you want. The master above is watching, and the subordinates below are also watching their positions. If they are tired to death by accident, the adjutant can accept their position and work happily. Su Yan used to think that the Minister of Personnel was joking with him, saying that at the end of each year, many officials died suddenly at their workstations due to overwork. Su Yan is now in charge of only 1 city, while the Ministry of Personnel is in charge of all household registrations in the Xiaoyu dynasty. The assessment, promotion, enthronement, annual inspections of officials from all over the country, and the storage of 6 archives and books. It is better to have a guaranteed income, without having to suffer, nor to bear a lot of responsibilities, lying to superiors and deceiving others, and always worrying that the Demon Suppression Department or the Ministry of Personnel will find out about their misconduct. What are you doing? Seeing Su Yan and his group exchange the official seal of the county magistrate of Huahua City and the key to the warehouse for him, the original county magistrate of Huahua City seemed to have seen a ghost, and hurriedly refused to take back his official seal. Su Yan is now in the heyday of Huahua, leading everyone to make a fortune everywhere, and can also take out spirit stones from the pocket of the Red King to pay pensions to everyone. He was generous to the Red King, earned his own name, and managed the Flower City properly inside and outside, and even sent those who complained to the prison. This was fair, reasonable and legal, and it was to raise the local moral standards. Now, not everyone can take the position of the Flower County Magistrate. To make money, you have to compare with the fierce bandit Su Yan. To maintain public security, you have to compare with Feng Shiqi. To judge and enforce the law, you have to compare with the Wyoming County Lord. Even Zhou, who had nothing to do, could pull the various clans and the demon tribe to sit at the same table and talk about everything, and resolve the original grievances and barriers between the various clans and ethnic groups. They are all a group of temporary workers, who come here to experience life and leave the village. like the reincarnation of a saint. A god who can turn anything they need into something. And if they don't have anything, they can also take it out of the pocket of the region or the Red King. Now the people of Flower City are about to erect a monument to Su Yin and his party to commemorate their kindness and selflessness. Even Qingya, who rarely moves around and stays at home in the government office, provided free medicine to save people during the invasion of southern Xinjiang and the abnormal weather not long ago. How can I compare with these saints? I am afraid that as soon as I sit in the position of county magistrate, I will be hanged by the angry people and landlords the next day, and then ask the Red King to invite Su Yin and his group back. Therefore, when Su Yin returned the official seal and the key to the warehouse, the former county magistrate of Huahua City jumped up from his fishing chair as if his butt was on fire, and hurriedly refused the official seal handed to him, crying and laughing. I really don't want to be the county magistrate. You have raised the standard of the county magistrate so high. If I go back now, those landlords who originally expected you to make money, and the people who benefited from you will think that I seized power and kicked you out of the government office. The official seal should be sent to the Red King's mansion. And let those masters decide how to appoint the next county magistrate. I don't want to swing on a tree with my old bones, said the former county magistrate of Huahua City with a helpless face. He didn't think he could do better than Su Yin. Su Yin had the power of the court behind him, and he could even influence the direction of the Red King's army. He led everyone to make money with the power and huge funds of the Red King's army, while the original county magistrate didn't dare to provoke the Red King's army. He didn't have the support of Master Jin and Dao Huajinjuan behind him. If you really dare to do what Su Yin did, you will probably graduate from the cultivation world and return to the netherworld in the next second. After saying that, the former Flower County magistrate ran away directly, not giving Su Yin and his group any time to react. Chapter 365 Recall. When it's time to leave, I still feel reluctant. After returning the official seal to no avail, everyone could only head towards the Red King's mansion. Su Yin stood on the hillside and looked at the newly built Flower City from afar. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. Alas, there is no fruit from the old mountain god to eat, and I can't eat and drink at Hua's house. The fruit produced by the old mountain god is the best of the best in every aspect. Even swallowing the fruit can improve the cultivation. Plant monsters, like the old mountain god, who consume spiritual energy to cultivate fruit are not common in the cultivation world. It's a pity that the old mountain god just came out of the iceberg not long ago and is still staying in the flower pot, using the ash made by spiritual plants to compost and rest. He can't produce fruit in recent years. Otherwise, I would pick some to take home and ask my aunt and Princess Wuxi to taste it. Come back and have a look later when you have time. Su Yin retracted his gaze and accelerated his steps to catch up with his friends walking in front. When they left, they did not deliberately publicize or ask for the umbrellas that officials longed for in the city. No one in the group was obsessed with the court. The umbrellas that were extremely important to officials were at most a souvenir for everyone. But it took the city half a day to collect them, which was not worth it. It was precisely because no one was obsessed with the court that Su Yin and his group could do their best to benefit the people, and did not take all the credit that originally belonged to everyone, and all the things that should have been taken on themselves to seek credit from the masters. Now that the outing to the academy was over, everyone naturally walked away directly like when they first came. Huh? Why is there a monkey on it? When Su Yin and his group left for half a day and the government office opened in the morning, the Yamen runners started their work. As usual, according to the rules set by Su Yin and his group, they first went to the streets to inspect and supervise the cleanliness and persuade the vendors who occupied the road. Then, because of an irreconcilable conflict, the two families came to the government office with curses, ready to ask the respected masters to judge and punish according to Xiaoyu law and local law. As a result, the position of the county magistrate in the Flower government office was not the four masters that were common in the past, nor the Qin doctor who saved the poor in the back hall, but a monkey wearing a county magistrate's uniform and a tall hat, sitting on the county magistrate's position and reciting the law with a serious face. Squeak! The monkey slapped the gavel and asked loudly who was in the hall and what was going on in the important place of the government office. The two families were all confused, looking at the monkey sitting on the county magistrate's position. Master Su? Where is Master Jun? Damn! The monkey started reciting the law. The masters disappeared. Spirit monkey. Don't ask me. How would I know that? I am just a working monkey with a monthly salary of 3 cents of spiritual stones. So, what's the matter with you? Let's not talk about the people in the Flower City, who found that all the masters of the flower office had disappeared. And the series of morning events that followed. Su Yin and his friends all arrived at the top floor of Luoheju before noon on August 17th according to the time given by Grandmaster Jean, ready to report all the details of the outing to the academy, and hand in the detailed homework they had written every day for more than half a year. Why is there something wrong here? Su Yin went to the elevator with familiarity, preparing to take the elevator to the top floor of Luoheju, and then saw a group of disheveled beggars in front of the elevator. Su Yin did not discriminate against beggars, but just felt that these people in front of him looked familiar, and he could also feel that they all had spiritual power in their bodies, and their cultivation had reached the level above the foundation building stage. When Su Yin was observing the group of beggars opposite, the group of beggars sitting next to the elevator also noticed the bright and beautiful Su Yin and his group. A beggar woman with a messy hair, branches stuck in her head, and skin blackened and cracked by the scorching sun, was stunned when she saw the Luanming County lady. Then, with tears in her eyes, she changed from squatting to rushing forward to rushing towards the Luanming County lady. Woo woo woo, Sister Juanxia. I'm so miserable. Stop. 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 The Luanming County lady saw that the person coming was not only sloppy, but also exuded a strange smell. She quickly waved her hand and called the beggar woman, who was about to rush over to her. Everyone would need to see the Grandmaster Jean in front of them later, so it was not suitable for them to go there dirty. You are? Hu Ruing. What are you doing? Why are you squatting in front of Luoheju with your whole body dirty and not going up? The Luanming County lady looked carefully, but she had no idea who the person in front of her was. She could only open her spiritual vision to recognize that the sloppy female beggar in front of her was an acquaintance she had met several times in Xiaoyu City. Hu Ruing is a member of Yongla Academy, and a member of the middle and senior grade group who participated in the academy outing. Without spiritual stones, I can't go up. Hu Ruing choked up and said, You? What's going on? Luanming County Lord asked with a little confusion. According to the information she knew, the students who participated in the outing were distributed in the marginal counties of the Chiwang fiefdom and took office as county magistrates. How did Hu Ruing become a beggar? Wow. Our city was broken and swept by the demon tribe. I was almost caught by the demon tribe and taken to the mountains and forests. Hu Ruing cried and complained, telling Luanming County Lord all the grievances she had suffered in the past 6 months. Hu Ruing and her group were also airdropped to the marginal city by Master Jean as county magistrates like Su Yin. The closer the city is to the edge, the more chaotic it is. The Chiwang also relied on absolute force to suppress the local snakes, and implemented extreme high-pressure rule to force out the troublemakers, and then killed a chicken to scare the monkeys. But Hu Ruing and others didn't know this. They were excited to take up the post of county magistrate, full of confidence and ready to show their strength to boost the local economy. Then, they encountered something similar to Su Yin. That is, the power of the government office was not great, and the bulk of the local economic income and land were in the hands of the landlords. Hu Ruing and his group angered the big landlords, and were taught a vivid lesson by the local people. The landlords almost succeeded in killing people with borrowed knives, and put all the blame on the local monsters. Iha's city was broken by the monsters, although Master Jean took action afterwards. Hu Ruing and his group were also out, and Master Jean sealed their cultivation and threw them into the wilderness as punishment. After wandering for more than half a year, they finally received a recall notice issued by Master Jean. Hu Ruing and her group ran to the Chiwang mansion crying, and then came to the gate of Luoheju. But the guard would not let them take the elevator because they did not have spirit stones to pay the fee. They could only squat in front of the elevator door, hoping that their classmates in the academy could take them to the rooftop. But the students who came here one after another were either beggars like themselves, or poor people with beautiful clothes but no money in their pockets. Let's go! Don't waste time. After listening to Hu Ruing's explanation, Su Yin had a bunch of black lines on his forehead. The fiefdom of the Red King. How to say it? The creatures on the land that is not directly under the Red King are afraid of the cruel and greedy Red King from the bottom of their hearts, fearing that they will be found by the Red King's army to confiscate their homes and behead them if they say or do something inappropriate. Although the cities are different, as the rulers are the same Red King, the landlords in the city where Hu Ruing is located should also be extremely afraid of the Red King. Then the question is, what did Hu Ruing and his group do to force the landlords to kill them at the cost of their lives? No, it should not be killing, but selling the men as rabbits and sending the women to the demon tribe as that. Su Yin couldn't figure it out at all. What kind of deep hatred did Hu Ruing and the local snakes over there have to make the story develop like this? What did you do? Well, after taking office, we learned that the reason why the business here is not developed is because of the poor public security. So we began to vigorously rectify the public security in the city and the surrounding areas. After getting on the elevator, Su Yan couldn't help but ask Hu Ruing and her group about their experience. He learned a very unexpected piece of information and then fell silent. Rectify the public security as soon as you take office? Good guy. You have offended all the local black demon cultivator forces. Do you really think that the border areas all obey Xiaoyu's laws? Chapter 366 Differential Treatment. Actually, we are pretty good. Hu Ruing saw Su Yan and his group looking at her with strange eyes, which seemed to contain surprise, pity, and speechless emotions. She weakly explained to her group. We just lived as beggars for half a year, sleeping in the wilderness, and couldn't enter the city. Not long ago, another group of classmates had a miserable experience. It seemed that they were about to overthrow the local clan, and were forked on the altar by the earth immortals to feed the birds. There are also several classmates who have fallen into the brothels to play music and sing. Hu Ruing was proud of herself, although her group looked dirty, compared with the several classmates who were forced to fall into the brothels, working day and night, and using music, chess, calligraphy and painting to earn money to subsidize the government finances. They were living a fairy-like life. The county where they took office was different, and the difficulties they encountered were completely different. Some of them are dominated by clan forces, and the might of the local snakes is hard to resist. Some county towns are so poor that they can't even pay the salaries of the yamen runners. The whole place is barren, and the people's clothes are covered with puddings, and they have to eat tree bark and weeds all the way. The team of students that Hu Ruing mentioned was appointed to such a deserted city. The people basically lived on the porridge distributed by the Red King's mansion. They were already pale and thin, and they had no energy to build the city. The students who just took office had no choice but to take a van to the next city in the early morning. Those who sang and sang, those who sold paintings, and those who told fortunes. They worked frantically to subsidize the city under their jurisdiction, hoping to make their city through the most difficult period. A group of Xiaoyu nobles were thrown into the border city of Xiaoyu by Master Jin, and they were tossed around. What about you? Look at Sister Juanxia. You are dressed beautifully. The city you took office should be very rich, right? Hu Ruing looked at Su Yan and his group and asked. Should be considered rich, right? The face of Wuming County lady showed a subtle color, and she said, we don't have as much experience as you do. It's just a simple war, a tin which passing by, and the city was destroyed twice. The flower city where Su Yan took office did not have so many shitty things. He basically ran for his life, and then took advantage of the situation to seize power, and gradually squeezed and divided the clan forces. Hu Ruing. Squeak. The lift stopped at the top floor of Luoheiju. Su Yan took out a spirit stone from the storage ring, and threw it to the maid who controlled the lift. He went up the stairs of the top restaurant to the sky courtyard above the Luoheiju platform. The courtyard was originally empty, but today, because Master Jin reserved the whole place, he specially set up a banquet according to the student groups to find the students who had returned from their studies. As soon as Su Yan walked out of the gate, he saw the students who had arrived earlier. Master Jin was sitting on a rocking chair with his legs crossed, flipping through the homework handed in by the students, with a bright smile on his face. Master Dean. Su Yan came to Master Jin and handed in his homework. Master Jin waved his hand, refusing the homework Su Yan handed in front of him, and said with a smile, I have also heard about your experiences. Now there is only one question. How much tribute money have you prepared? Su Yan's actions in Flower City were also heard by Grandmaster Jin, who was far away in Xiaoyu City. Su Yan, this little fox, saw that the Red King was sealed in the iceberg and stretched out his little feet to tease him. After making sure that the Red King would not jump out to fight him, he dragged the Flower City clan to the southern Xinjiang district to buy at the bottom, and established a dumping guild to buy all the valuable land resources in the southern Xinjiang district. The Red King's head was unsealed. After learning about Su Yan's actions, he cursed more than once and wrote a crazy letter to Grandmaster Jin asking him to control his students. What the hell are these unruly people? Taking advantage of the fact that this king can't move, they actually formed a group and ran to my house to move things. Is there still a king's law? Why can't the Xiaoyu law control these unruly people? The Red King was so angry that his chest hurt. But because his body was still stuck in the iceberg, and he couldn't get out at all. He could only send a message and write a letter to Master Jean frantically, asking him to come and collect all the unruly people thrown on his territory. It would be fine if Su Yin just robbed them. When they returned to Xiaoyu City, they couldn't take them all away. But it was different if they fell into the hands of the unruly people in Huahua City. Once they got the land deeds, they would be protected by Xiaoyu laws. And the Red King didn't dare to take the risk and rob them directly. This number. Su Yin glanced around and stretched out 2 fingers, shaking them in front of the dean. If you really want to prepare tribute to His Majesty the Wuxing Emperor, you can definitely get about 200,000 spirit stones in a week. If you want to get promoted in the Xiaoyu system, you can't just do things down to earth. You need to know how to rob the merchants to help the poor. And the tribute and tributes paid at the end of each year can directly affect the Ministry of Personnel's decision on the promotion of county magistrates in various places next year. Those who are capable can be promoted quickly, while those who are incapable may not be promoted even if they die. The reason why Master Jean asked students to record every day as homework is to let them find out what kind of virtues are needed to be an official in Xiaoyu, and how to do it. Su Yin knew those things because of Princess Wuxi and Sister Sierra's guidance. So Master Jean didn't say anything nonsense and asked him directly how much tribute he could pay to the Xiaoyu treasury. As for the tribute, to be honest, there is no hard target for tribute in the Xiaoyu court, and it is no problem to hand it in some local specialties at will. 200,000? Master Jean asked thoughtfully. Yes, only this much can be taken out. If all the spiritual stones in the government office are withdrawn, the economic system of Flower City may collapse directly. Su Yin said. The business in Flower City is money making money, and most of it is the money of ordinary people and landlords. They gave the money to Su Yin, and Su Yin used the name of the Red King Army to buy it. The spirit stones have now basically become real estate and remain in the southern border area. The government can only raise 200,000 spirit stones as tribute. If there is another 1,000 kilograms of spirit stones, the government may not be able to pay the salary next month. You can go home on the ferry boat. Master Jean smiled and took out the storage rings of Su Yin and his group from the basket on the table and exchanged them all with them. The students who had already sat down looked at Su Yin and his group, who took back their storage rings as if they had seen a ghost. Although they handed in their homework, Master Jean did not return all the storage rings to them. Instead, he asked everyone to have a good meal before they could start their journey and quickly return to Xiaoyu City. Dean Hu Ruing held the Wilderness Survival Diary in both hands and handed it to Master Jean. Master Jean pinched her orchid fingers with a slight look of disdain and put the homework book on the table beside her with her index finger and thumb. Go sit down. Master Jean saw that Hu Ruing did not leave and felt a little strange, so he asked the group to sit down. That storage ring. Hu Ruing looked at Master Jean eagerly. Little Fox and the others gave 200,000. Master Jean looked at Hu Ruing and said with a smile, "What about you? The loss of the last city has not been settled with you. Then can the dean lend me 1 or 2 taels? I want to buy some things for my daughter. In the past 6 months, I have been sleeping on the streets and in the mountains all day, and I have nothing," Hu Ruing said with a red cheek. "No, you need to walk home. You are not worthy of taking the immortal boat back." Grand Master Jean waved his hand and said, "Each of you asked me to borrow 1 tael. I have as much silver as I can lend you. Who knows if you little rascals will pool your money to squeeze into a van to go back? Go and find a seat by yourself." Chapter 367 Ant. I'm really envious. The students who could only walk back to Xiaoyu City because of their unsatisfactory grades looked envious when they saw Su Yin riding the ferry boat back to the city. Master Jean did not tell the students where they were wrong, because it took dozens of cities to walk from the Red King's mansion back to the main city of Xiaoyu. Master Jean gave the students of the academy one last chance to make up for the exam. If they could not comprehend the framework of Xiaoyu's laws and the underlying logic of Xiaoyu's establishment, then they could graduate directly from the academy. There was no need to stay in the academy to waste their time and the court's funding for Yongla Academy. It's not that there were no qualified students among the students, but they did not meet Master Jin's standards. Naturally, they could not ride the ferry boat home comfortably like Su Yin and his group. Go prepare some rouge and powder. After eating in the Sky Garden, when Lady Luoming was about to leave the banquet hall, she took out 2 caddies of spirit stones from her storage ring and gave them to Hu Ruing, asking them to buy some normal clothes and rouge and powder. Because the city was broken, Hu Ruing and her group were banned by Master Jean and King Qi, and could not enter any city in King Qi's fiefdom. They could only wander in the wilderness until the outing trip to the academy was over. They were also living a miserable life. Lady Luanming couldn't bear to see the fair and tender girls walking on the street with unkempt hair and rough skin. So she personally sponsored 2 caddies of spirit stones for them to buy a set of clothes. Sister Juanxia, Hu Ruing looked at the lady of Luanming County with tears in her eyes and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely return it to you as soon as I return to Xiaoyu City." The lady of Luanming County naturally moved her eyes downwards, swept over Hu Ruing's little buttocks, and smiled and said, "2 caddies of spiritual stones are nothing to worry about. When you return to Xiaoyu City, just treat me to a simple meal." "Okay. It's a deal," Hu Ruing said. "Let's go home." After getting the permit from the government office and going to the post station to handle the customs clearance documents over the Xiaoyu dynasty, Su Yin took out the wooden box from his arms, released the sealed cruise ferry boat inside, and boarded the boat in a flash, showing his fox body jumping onto the recliner and lying down, looking very comfortable. Life. It should be free and comfortable to do whatever you want. Sister Shichi, do you want to hug the excellent little snow fox? The days of wearing official robes are over, and Su Yin no longer needs to maintain the majesty of the county magistrate. He pretends to be shrewd and cunning every day, and it seems immature if he doesn't beat around the bush when talking. It is obviously a robbery, but he pretends to be a good brother. Those merchants are not tired, but Su Yin himself is tired. Therefore, after leaving the Qiwang fiefdom, Su Yin continued to live his harmless and cute life. There is no way to get delicious food and massage with a whimper. Since leaving the Qiwang mansion, Su Yan's identity has changed directly from a government official to a Xiaoyu 3-hab demon. There's a saying in Xiaoyu, no fox fairy can make a village, which shows how comfortable the fox is in Xiaoyu. The cruise ship moved forward slowly, passing through more than 30 cities in Xiaoyu's territory. However, because of the special fast-track clearance document approved by the Red King, it encountered no obstacles along the way. Some cities with strong defense forces even provided escort. An ordinary customs clearance document is like a passport, which is a certificate proving one's identity and place of origin. It is usually issued by the county magistrate of a local government office as a guarantor. When the immortal boat travels over Xiaoyu, it must find an official as a guarantor to apply for a customs clearance document. Otherwise, the immortal boat cannot move over Xiaoyu. The one who guaranteed Su Yin was Qi Wang. The officials who checked along the way were shocked when they saw Qi Wang's name. They thought that Su Yan's immortal boat was escorting some goods, so they didn't even dare to check and just let him go. The quick customs clearance document shows that Qi Wang, who has not yet escaped from the iceberg, hopes that Su Yin will get out quickly. After about a week of sailing time, the outline of Xiaoyu's main city was finally seen not far away. Looking through the thin clouds at high altitude, looking at the giant monster with no end in sight, with a slightly hazy look, Su Yin controlled the celestial boat to descend. The sky above Xiaoyu City was a strictly controlled area. The low altitude was open to the city's cultivators for slow movement, and the middle and high altitude was developed for officials, allowing them to pass relatively unimpeded. Special voyages were also open to the court-related celestial boats. Generally, the cargo celestial boats were lined up on the ground, waiting to dock at the airport for unloading. The airport was in the northeast of Xiaoyu City, and Su Yan's family lived in the southeast. With a distance of hundreds of miles between the two, Su Yan naturally did not foolishly run to the airport, but chose to enter from the main gate of Xiaoyu City. After walking for more than 10 miles, he could see his aunt's Ruchuing garden. Let's say goodbye here. Coming to an intersection, Su Yan was about to turn to the street in the east, so he stopped and said goodbye to Luanming County Lord Zhou Yu, Feng Shiqi, and Qingya, and prepared to go home. Well, be careful on the way home. Luanming County Lord responded with a smile and said goodbye. I'll go that way too. Zhou Yu smiled and stepped forward, put his arm around Su Yan's shoulder and said. Zhou Yu abandoned the royal family's surname, so naturally he couldn't return to the royal family's residence. In the past, when he returned to Xiaoyu City, he would either stay overnight in a wine shop or run to Wen Juantong's yard to share a bed with his good brother. Now that he is back, Zhou Yu plans to invite Wen Juantong to Wanhua Pavilion to drink wine all night, and ask his brother to order the playful big sister in the Jinden stage that he loves most in his life. I won't go to drink. I'm going to have a meal with my aunt and others to reminisce about the past after being away for more than half a year. Su Yin shook his head and declined Zhou Yu's invitation. He had no interest in going to Wanhua Pavilion to drink wine. After seeing the spring fruit street of the demon race, the brothels, and even the brothels of the human race became boring. Okay. I'll come to play with you tomorrow after I sober up. Zhou Yu walked out, waving to Su Yan, and went to find Wen Jutong with a smug look on his face. Aunt. I'm back. It was still early, and Aunt's brothel was not open for business. Su Yan climbed over the wall to the backyard and walked towards the lobby. As soon as he passed the door, he raised his head and shouted upstairs. Little fox. The one who poked his head out from the guardrail of the building was not the Aunt Su Yan expected, but Jian Nanwu, who was chewing snacks to replenish body fat. When Jian Nanwu saw Su Yan coming back, she turned over from the tea table on the 4th floor with a look of surprise on her face, hugged Su Yan and rubbed him hard in her arms, saying, Great. I thought you might not be able to come back this year. I was planning to go see you next month. Whoa. Panting. I can't breathe. Su Yan quickly broke free from Jian Nanwu's bear hug, raised his hand to rub his nose to dispel the strange smell, and said, It's been a long time since I saw you, Sister Nanwu. Where's my aunt? Why didn't I see my aunt? Aunt? She just went out to the Ministry of Rights to do some work. She won't be back until the afternoon. So, should we take advantage of the fact that my aunt is out to have a baby? Well, although the body fat is not enough, we can rehearse it now, so that we won't be inexperienced and flustered, and even go to the wrong door. Jian Nanwu pondered and asked Su Yan for his opinion. Chapter 368 Strange Things in Richuan Garden. Little Fox. Su Yan, who returned to his aunt's house, was warmly welcomed by the talented women in the brothel. After just a few minutes, a layer of light pink rouge and lipstick marks appeared on Su Yan's snow-white fur, messing up Su Yan's originally smooth hair. Long time no see. How is the business in the store during my absence? After Su Yan was carried around the brothel, he returned to Jian Nanwu's arms. Su Yan sat on Sister Nanwu's lap, put his hands on the table, and looked at the talented women. With a smile on his face, he asked about everyone's recent life. The outing to the academy was originally scheduled for half a year, but because of the sudden departure of Master Jin, the outing was delayed for 2 months. After more than half a year, Su Yan didn't know what the business in his aunt's brothel was like. My aunt's brothel used to be deserted. The eager young men all went to the brothels. The elegant young men preferred the Wanhua pavilion with its good style. Inside, the beautiful women with thin clothes and faint translucent light played musical instruments for the customers, which was really elegant. My aunt's brothel was neither good nor bad, because it was too formal. The people of Xiaoyu didn't like to come here. So, when Su Yan returned home, he first cared about his aunt and then the brothel business. Worried that his aunt was running the brothel at a loss. Business of the brothel. Jian Nanwu said with a strange look on his face. Our brothel is doing quite well now. We started selling custom clothes after opening in the afternoon, and operated the mahjong hall and Paijiu stall in the evening. From time to time, we can also receive some repair business introduced by the ladies. The brothel is indeed a brothel. But now the jobs of the talented women in the brothel have changed. In the past, they had to learn to flirt and try to develop strangers into regular customers, and trick them into coming to the brothel to give silver to redeem themselves. But since Su Yan came to the brothel, the style of the brothel has changed. The main profit point has changed from the fraud of talented women to the business of Xiaoyu noble ladies. As long as the talented women are sweet and serve the ladies who play mahjong well, they can get silver that poor scholars can't afford. My aunt is also happy to run a gambling house. There are not so many things that go wrong by charging by taking the table fee. In addition, the water heating that Su Yan tinkered with in the later period allowed the brothel to occasionally receive some repair and renovation projects. In winter, the boiling water flows through the copper pipes to heat the room. And in summer, the groundwater can be introduced to cool the room. It's just that, Jian Nanwu said. And said, there are some strange things in our clothing business. Clothing business? Su Yan looked puzzled. Jian Nanwu leaned back slightly, causing the little fox to lean back as well. Jian Nanwu pinched her skirt and pulled it up slightly to reveal her white silk ankles, saying, It's the insect-proof socks you made earlier. When the ladies saw it at first, they thought it looked good to wear. So they bought some samples and planned to wear them at home in the summer. Although Xiaoyu City is located in the central part of the continent, the summer climate is hot and rainy. When summer comes, the clothes of the people of Xiaoyu will change to a very loose silk long shirt and trousers, footwear and wooden-soled shoes. Su Yan was shy at that time and was embarrassed to tell his aunt about the purpose of stockings. So he stammered that he had invented an insect-proof footwear for summer, which was light, breathable and easy to dry. The stocking samples were also made as insect-proof socks. And they were thick and not transparent. As a result, no one wanted the good quality ones. And the poor quality ones were sold out in boxes. We sold the poor quality insect-proof socks at a higher price than the good quality ones. But those customers who bought in large quantities only liked the defective ones. Jiao Nanwu was helpless and shared some interesting things in the brothel with Su Yin. Thousands of pairs of fine spiritual silk insect-proof socks are enough for the people in our brothel to wear for more than 10 years. The good quality insect-proof socks could not be sold and piled up in a warehouse. But the poor quality ones were in short supply in Xiaoyu. High quality insect-proof socks are made of spider monsters and sea beasts. And there is a slight residual demon power on them that can deter ordinary mosquitoes and ensure that mosquitoes dare not approach them. In addition, they are durable, tough and elastic. They should have sold well. But customers love those made of ordinary silk. Those inferior products that cut corners, expose the flesh, and are easy to ball and snag are originally made to compare with their own high-end products. After a short silence, Su Yin said, "Maybe it's because it's more breathable? In summer, breathability is more important than durability and toughness." Although Su Yin understood immediately, the talented women's eyes showed strange colors. But Su Yin still gave a serious and reasonable explanation. To be honest, Su Yin made these insect-proof socks for shaping and outlining the body. And he didn't expect that the Xiaoyu people would think of tearing them for fun. Who cares about them? Anyway, customers like those frivolous ones. So we make more frivolous ones. Su Yin persuaded Jiao Nanwu earnestly not to dig into the details. We are a serious business. And we don't need to delve into the customer's habits when the money is in place. That's right. Jiao Nanwu nodded and said, "Our business has been very good for the past 6 months. My aunt went to the Ministry of Rights to discuss the matter of redeeming my sister. The brothel business has been booming recently. And the talented women have saved some money. My aunt thought about taking out the silver from the talented women and adding some of it herself to help them redeem the indentures left in the Ministry of Rights. Now the main business of the brothel is very bad. But the women's products business, repairs and gambling houses make money. The Ministry of Rights needs to take a cut of the silver earned by the convicted talented women every quarter, which can also be understood as a form of protection fee paid by the talented women." My aunt thought, "My brothel does not rely on the beauty and eloquence of the talented women to make money. But it is not a big deal to always take a cut from the Ministry of Rights. I might as well redeem all the indentures of the talented women and keep them myself. In the future, the talented women can come to me to buy them back when they have enough spiritual stones." The talented women were ecstatic about this. The indentures of the court were not just a simple contract but a magic, with their household registration kept in the hands of the Ministry of Rights. They were convicted without any social security and could not even leave the city gate. After the aunt redeemed them, they still had to work here to pay off their debts. And because the contract of sale contained the location, they could not escape. But the information on the household registration would change to an ordinary place of origin. It was like a young lady falling from grace to a maid. Instead of the image of a pair of jade arms that thousands of people had pillowed on, and half of her red lips that thousands of people had tasted in front of her in the eyes of outsiders. People won't listen to your explanation. They will only laugh at you and say, "What's wrong with a woman on record?" Now that you are free from the record of a criminal, you are equivalent to a good citizen. If someone points at your nose and calls you a prostitute, or if someone makes a lewd smile and touches you, you can directly sue the government. Fox Treasure. Su Yin was drinking the tonic soup cooked by Jiao Nanwu. And suddenly a familiar voice came from outside the door. The talented women were stunned and hurried to open the door to welcome Madame Wen into the lobby. Madame Wen looked around and saw Su Yin sitting at the table drinking soup. She said with joy, "Fox Treasure, come here and let Madame rub it. While they don't know the news of your return, I will kill them in one round." Madame Wen is Wen Juntong's mother, and Zhou Yu went to find Wen Juntong to drink before. Madame Wen naturally knew that Su Yin was back, and she was going to rob the fortune of the fortune fox, and win back all the losses yesterday with interest. Losing spirit stones is a small matter. I beat him up all night, but he couldn't even get a chicken beard, and he was beaten up continuously. Mrs. Wen didn't sleep all night last night. She was so angry that she even hammered a hole in the bed. When Jutong and his son climbed directly onto the big tree in the courtyard and hid in the tree canopy, trying their best to reduce their presence, for fear of blowing up Mrs. Wen's powder keg. Fox baby, come and rub it. Chapter 369. Heading to the Imperial City. Brother Su, you're back just in time. Come out and save me. Mrs. Wen came to the brothel, hugged Su Yan, and hugged him until he was embarrassed to reveal his true form. After rubbing Su Yan's fortune, she hurriedly left the brothel. Mrs. Wen had just walked out of Richuan Garden when Jutong dragged Zhou Yu over the wall and looked at Su Yan, who was about to drink a mouthful of soup to moisten his throat at the table. Su Yan held the soup bowl in his left hand, lowered his head slightly, and was about to drink the soup with a teaspoon in his right hand. When he heard Jutong's call, he raised his head slightly and showed a puzzled expression. "Brother Su, you have to save me this time." Jutong ran to Su Yan's side and said flatteringly, "This matter, in a big way, is about a man's face. And in a small way, it is also about the happiness of my life in the second half of my life." Su Yan's face was full of disgust. He pushed away Jutong, who wanted to get close to him and massage his shoulders, and said, "So what is your matter? If you don't explain it clearly, I dare not agree casually. What else does he have? He just made up nonsense and can't explain it clearly now." Zhou Yu, who was dragged to the side, tidied the collar of his clothes that was dragged to a mess, and complained about what Jutong had encountered in a bad mood. Jutong was not afraid of being beaten. He saw a female cultivator in the Jindan period in the fox shop. The female cultivator saw the top-quality snow foxes being sold in the fox shop, but was reluctant to buy them because of the price. Because of the fox tasting meeting, the price of small snow foxes in this year's fox market has soared, making the already expensive price even more expensive. The more similar the little white fox looks to Su Yan, the more precious it is. The female cultivator wanted it, but was troubled by the price. Jutong made up a lot of nonsense to chat with her, saying how much he knew about snow foxes, and that he knew a white fox demon who was praised by the Emperor Wuxing. And then he boasted. He also said that the white fox he raised could play music and sing, and occasionally recite a poem, which was quite elegant. As a result, after a round of chatting, the female cultivator in the Jindan period said that she wanted to go to Jutong's house to see the fox. Jutong also has foxes at home, but those foxes are all raised by Madame Wen, and the maids are responsible for walking the foxes. Those foxes don't like Jutong, who likes to raise pigs. That dead pig Shan Huan has a very bad mouth, and he would go to Madame Wen's fox when he has nothing to do. Playing music and singing? That means the foxes in Madame Wen's house have not become spirits and don't know how to use knives. Otherwise they would definitely chase Jutong with a knife and chop him. The lie has been told, and the big sister in the Jindan period will come to the door in 2 days. Jutong was so worried that he couldn't sleep, and he was thinking about borrowing a little white fox from someone to get away with it. The fox demon who knows how to play music and sing has the wrong fur color, and people don't agree with Jutong dyeing the fox. The little white fox with excellent appearance has not become a spirit, so it is impossible for it to play music and sing and recite poems. Slurp. Jutong was telling his story, and Zhou Yu made comments from time to time, focusing on how Brother Wen indulged his own Shan Huan and harmed the little white foxes that Madame Wen had raised as a front. After Su Yan finished the soup with a sip, he waved his hand with disgust and said, "Brother Wen, it's not that I don't want to help you, but it's a bit immoral for you to ask me to cheat on a girl. Other things are easy to talk about, but forget about this. It doesn't matter if you eat, drink, play, and borrow spirit stones. After all, everyone knows each other, and they all know that Jutong is not a bad person by nature. He is a street guy. He likes to take Shan Huan for a stroll when he doesn't do his work. He brags as soon as he sees a big sister in the Jindan period. But lying is always a bad behavior, and Jutong may not be able to hide it for a long time. Let alone Xia Yu. You can't find a top-quality little white fox who knows how to play music, sing, and recite poems in the pure fox clan. Now is the hot summer, and it is the end of the molting period for snow foxes. The fur is generally yellow, and it is absolutely impossible to find a little white fox like himself. The pure white fox can only be seen at the end of October, when it has shed its yellowish summer fur and replaced it with winter fur. Jutong's boasting was too outrageous, and there was no way to make it happen for him. Then I'll go and explain it clearly? Jutong looked at Zhou Yu and Su Yan and asked, "If you don't go, I'll go?" Su Yan and Zhou Yu spoke at the same time, scolding Jutong's next words. "Ah." Jutong sighed and said, "Since things have come to this, it can only be like this." Su Yan and Zhou Yu were all black, looking at Jutong with a wrong face. "Next time I see Mrs. Wen, I'll ask her to ask for help to send Brother Wen to the academy, so that he won't be idle all day and think of some bad ideas. Su Yin secretly complained in his heart. Afternoon. It was afternoon. Su Yin sent Wen Juntong and Zhou Yu, who were already drunk, to the guest room on the second floor. Sister Namu, I'm going out for a while to visit Princess Wuxi in the Imperial City. After waiting for a long time, but not seeing his aunt come home, Su Yin was ready to go out and visit Princess Wuxi. When he was in the Moon Rabbit clan, Princess Wuxi took good care of him. She also asked her to spend a lot of money to find the courtesans of Wanhua Pavilion to help him. He searched all over the city for the medium set up by the Nightmare Town to borrow his life to help him break through the middle stage of the Golden Core. After waiting for a long time, but not seeing his aunt come home, Su Yin was ready to visit Princess Wuxi first to thank her for her help in the Moon Rabbit clan. Su Yin happened to have some spiritual fruits and old tangerine peel produced by the old mountain god as a gift. Buzz buzz buzz. Hearing that Su Yin was going to see Princess Wuxi, the red jade hairpin sword, which had no vitality, suddenly poked out of the scabbard and knocked open the double door of the dormitory. Standing upright in front of Su Yin, although no expression could be seen, the red jade hairpin sword revealed a thought inside and outside. Ahem. Are you going to see Princess Wuxi? Take me with you. Su Yin looked at the red jade hairpin sword with a frown on his face and cursed directly. You are such a cheap sword. Why aren't you so active in the usual battles? Buzz. The red jade hairpin sword shook for an unknown reason, although it didn't convey any thoughts. The general meaning should be that it's not that the female foxes are not interested. As the sword of Emperor Wusheng, the hairpin sword believes that it was born for female foxes and died for female foxes. From birth to death, it needs to fight for female foxes. As for Su Yin, please, he is a little male fox, and male foxes should work hard on their own. If you can't win, call me up. If you have any needs, don't say it and want me to guess your thoughts. Chapter 370. It turns out that it's not about face. It's about my own health. Okay. I'll take you with me. Knowing that Su Yin was going to Princess Wuxi's house, the half-dead Hongyu hairpin sword flew out of the house and lingered around Su Yin, asking him to take her with him. In his heart, Su Yin secretly criticized Hongyu hairpin sword for being a lecher and said, Since you want to go out with me, go back to your bedroom and put on your scabbard. Otherwise it will be troublesome for you and me to get to the Imperial City. Although the security force in the Imperial City is not as strict as that in the Imperial Palace, not everyone can enter and exit. Su Yin has Princess Wuxi's token on him, so he can walk around the outer area of the Imperial City at will. But if he wants to enter the inner city, he still needs to go through the process or be brought by Princess Wuxi. Clang. Hearing Su Yin's complaint, Hongyu hairpin sword quickly flashed back to the bedroom to put on the scabbard, and flashed in front of Su Yin to show him the pattern on his scabbard. The scabbard was engraved with hundreds of grains, plants, mountains and rivers, and strange beasts. Su Yin showed a puzzled expression, looking at the red jade hairpin sword that was proudly showing off in front of him. And he didn't quite understand what it was showing off. The patterns of hundreds of grains, plants, and mountains and rivers belonged to the old totems of Xiaoyu. That is, the Xiaoyu clan emblem used when Emperor Xiaoyu held high the banner of founding the country. There is a huge difference between it and the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants emblems used by the royal family now. Don't say that Su Yin can't recognize the meaning of this emblem. People who are not 1,000 years old or have deeply studied the history of Xiaoyu's founding of the country can't recognize the meaning of the emblem on the red jade hairpin sword at all. The red jade hairpin sword was showing off in front of Su Yin. In fact, it wanted to tell Su Yin that as long as he held it, no matter how big the Imperial City was, there would be no obstacle. After all, he was the sword of His Majesty Wusheng Emperor. Whoever dared to stop us from seeing the beautiful female fox, just cut it off. Although Su Yin did not understand the meaning of the hairpin sword, it did not prevent him from going to the Imperial City. He flew low to the main gate of the Imperial City. After showing the token of Princess Wuxi, the guard at the gate of the Imperial City turned around and led Su Yin to the stable in front of the gate, and asked the coachman to take Su Yin to the gate of Princess Wuxi's mansion in a van. The service is quite thoughtful. Su Yin looked back at the van that had not left, turned around and walked to Princess Wuxi's mansion. When the eunuchs and maids at the gate saw Su Yin coming, they did not let Su Yin wait in front of the gate as usual, but directly led Su Yin into the house. This was not the first time Su Yin came to Princess Wuxi's house. In the past, the maids would go to inform, but Princess Wuxi later instructed the maids at home that if she was at home, It would not be so cumbersome to inform. And it would be okay to lead Su Yin to the courtyard. How come you are so free? Didn't you just come back from the Red Prince's mansion? The maid took Su Yin into the house through the wind and rain corridor. And another maid took a shortcut to the main house to inform Princess Wuxi that Su Yin was visiting. Therefore, Princess Wuxi smiled and asked when she saw Su Yin coming in. Princess, how did you know I was back? Su Yin said with a little surprise. Jun Xia just left. Princess Wuxi raised her fox paw, pointed to the tea and snacks on the table beside her, and said, she just left by car. And you arrived right after her. I didn't even have time to close the door of my house. She asked me to have tea, but I didn't go because I had no interest. After returning to Xiaoyu City, after visiting King Xian, Princess Luanming prepared an informal dinner to invite 3 or 5 good sisters to reminisce about the past. The dinner will be held the day after tomorrow. Princess Luanming came to Princess Wuxi just to send an invitation. As a prominent figure in Xiaoyu, Princess Luanming is busier than before after returning to Xiaoyu. She needs to prepare several banquets. One for Xiaoyu's close friends, and one for the officials and business friends. So that's why I was wondering why there were so many maids and eunuchs standing at your door. Su Yin showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and showed his true form, and jumped onto the carpet in Princess Wuxi's house. He took out the spiritual fruit produced by the old mountain god from the storage ring on his wrist and said, I came here for nothing. I just met a mountain god in the flower area before, and I pulled some spiritual fruits from his tree trunk, and I wanted to share them. Last time in the Moon Rabbit clan, thanks to the help of the princess, I was able to quickly break through to the middle stage of the golden core. Princess Wuxi jumped down from the bench and looked at the spiritual fruit handed to her by Su Yin, with the female official beside her looking hesitant. She chose a fruit she liked, wiped it, and put it in her mouth to eat. The female official looked nervous, worried that the princess would eat the spiritual fruit carelessly and get hurt. It's not that she was worried that Su Yin would poison her, but Princess Wuxi had a process of testing poison and curse for 3 meals a day. No matter what was delivered on weekdays, it had to go through the process first. Now that food that has not been processed has suddenly appeared, the female official will naturally feel terrified, fearing that Princess Wuxi will eat bad spiritual fruit or get an upset stomach. Although Princess Wuxi has a wild temperament, she is the only direct bloodline of the Xiaoyu royal family, and is very precious. It tastes good. After Princess Wuxi ate the spiritual fruit, she tasted it and praised it. The spiritual energy inside the spiritual fruit was negligible to her, and she mainly ate it for the taste. By the way, has the problem at your home been resolved? Princess Wuxi manifested her human form, stood barefoot on the carpet, waved her hand, and waved away the female official and the waiting palace maids. Then looked at Su Yin, who was eating the spiritual fruit with relish, and said, Su Yin responded subconsciously, but he fully realized what Princess Wuxi was saying. Those things about your parents' generation? They shouldn't have been solved yet. My old man clearly told me that he sent his subordinates to assist your father and solve your family's problems. Seeing Su Yan's confused expression, Princess Wuxi couldn't help but frown. Ah? After Princess Wuxi's reminder, Su Yan suddenly realized some problems and said in astonishment, You went to find the third prince? Yes. You said that you couldn't follow me because of your family affairs, and you were worried that your own affairs would drag down my great cause. So I solved the problem from the root. As long as your family's affairs are settled, you can also follow me and work together to conspire for a great cause that will last for thousands of years. Princess Wuxi continued to speak with a matter-of-fact look on her face. I am now only a few small realms away from the realm of earthly immortals. After settling your concerns, I will achieve the status of earthly immortals. There is no place in the world of cultivation that I can't go. Let's do something big. Su Yin looked at the princess with a stunned look on his face, and said with a little hesitation, It can't be said that the problem has been solved. It's just that an opportunity to solve the problem has been found. After Long Dad went to the universe, he never came back to contact Su Yin. He just said that he needed to fuse the blood of the 3 tribes to become a dragon of Yingsherinda. When Yinglong's body was refined, he would take Su Yin to Qingqiu country where the Nine-Tailed tribe was located, and bring Fox Mom back home in a grand manner. Long Dad should still be fusing blood now. When Long Dad planned to fuse blood, Su Yin really didn't know that Princess Wuxi was involved. No wonder the old man looked at him a little strangely at that time. It feels like I have unknowingly accepted the favor of Princess Wuxi and the third prince, I said. Why was the dean so enthusiastic about this matter before? It turns out that there is a relationship between the third prince and Princess Wuxi behind it. Su Yan thought with a black face. Master Jean had already withdrawn from the Dragon Clan. As long as he did not mock the Dragon Clan openly, the South China Sea Dragon Clan would ignore Master Jean for the sake of Emperor Wuxian. He should not have been involved in the Dragon Dad's affairs. Su Yan originally thought that it was his father's face that worked. And he brought Master Jean, who had an ambiguous attitude, over. In the end, it was not Dragon Dad's face that worked, but his own body that worked. Chapter 371. Let me see. Princess. Isn't this a bad idea? Su Yan came to Princess Wuxi's house, originally intending to give her some specialties, as a thank you for her help in the Moon Rabbit Clan's spiritual stones. But he didn't expect to hear even more exciting news. Princess Wuxi and the third prince were involved in Dragon Dad's blood fusion plan. They assisted Dragon Dad in collecting the essence of the Four Seas Dragon Clan and used the intelligence network to help Dragon Dad eliminate a large number of wrong answers, so that Dragon Dad could quickly locate the location of the 5 elements Qilin blood, without Princess Wuxi's help behind the scenes. According to the speed of Dragon Dad's digging the universe and Starry Sky Cave, it might take more than 10 years to find the last piece of the puzzle. Su Yan, who had unknowingly owed a favor, had already felt very embarrassed. But after Princess Wuxi learned about Su Yan's troubles and had found an opportunity to solve them, she prepared to treat Su Yan to a big meal to celebrate. But before the afternoon tea was served, Princess Wuxi also invited Su Yan to experience her bathhouse. When they were in the Moon Rabbit tribe, Princess Wuxi had told Su Yan about her daily life, but Su Yan showed an expression of disbelief. Therefore, Princess Wuxi prepared to let Su Yan experience it. Princess Wuxi said that when she bathed, there were usually 6 palace maids serving her. Su Yan naturally didn't believe it. How could so many people be needed to take a bath? As the water-type monk adjusted the water temperature in the bathtub to the appropriate temperature, a palace maid in a white off-shoulder dress took Su Yan into her arms and slowly walked into the bathtub with a slightly backward posture, so that Su Yan could lie on her more comfortably. Because of the fixed position of the headrest, Su Yan would not float around when he fell into the bathtub. At this moment, the palace maids who had followed behind also entered the bathtub. 2 of them sat sideways on the steps at the edge of the bathtub, and 2 of them walked to the 3rd step and half squatted. Su Yan's fox head looked left and right, looking at them curiously. The 4 maids smiled at Su Yan, and then pulled the tray floating on the water. On the tray was a piece of silver-embroidered white silk with some small wooden sticks rolled with cotton. We will start washing the young master now. If you feel uncomfortable later, please speak up immediately. After that, the 4 maids gently lifted Su Yan's hands and feet and took out the cotton swabs on the tray, gently and forcefully massaging the pink pads on Su Yan's hands and feet, making him feel relaxed and comfortable, and his muscles slightly relaxed. While Su Yan was relaxing, the maids raised their hands and took out cotton swabs to clean Su Yan's pads, using them to clean the gaps between the fox's paws, from inside to outside, and finally wiping the lines between the pads. Su Yan was so comfortable that he whimpered. Princess Wuxi on the other side was also like Su Yan, resting her head in front of the maids and enjoying the maids' help in washing her body. Unlike Su Yan, who was unfamiliar and nervous, Princess Wuxi was lying on her back with her legs spread out, a white towel placed in front of her to cover her vital parts, and a warm bath towel placed on her cheek to relieve eye fatigue. The female official was waiting by her side, urging the palace maids to serve Princess Wuxi attentively. Hey, that's not necessary. Just when Su Yan was so comfortable that he squinted his eyes, he suddenly felt someone lifting his tail. Su Yan opened his eyes and looked over, and saw that the maid who was responsible for massaging his left foot had finished washing it. Her left hand gently lifted her fluffy tail, and her right hand held a cotton swab that was more fluffy and finer than before, as if she was going to wash her rattle. Su Yan hurriedly stopped her. Sir, don't you want to wash it? The maid's face showed a little surprise. And then she explained as if she thought of something. Please rest assured, sir, we are all the most professional maids. We have been trained in this area in the palace, just to be useful for the princess's married life in the future. Please understand. Sir, if the princess finds out that we don't wash it properly, she will punish us. These maids seemed to have misunderstood something and regarded Su Yan as a little fox raised by Princess Wuxi. Therefore, naturally, Su Yan's whole body, the places that might be used later, must be washed, and the most important parts must be cleaned. They can also check whether Su Yan's body is clean or not. If it is found to be unclean, They can directly call the Imperial Guards to fork the scoundrel out. Hearing the noise next door, Princess Wuxi lifted a corner of the towel on her cheek, looked at Su Yin who was struggling and said, "Why are you making so much noise? Didn't I ask you to take care of the little fox?" Reporting to the princess, "We are preparing to wash the young master's body, but he seems to be a little resistant." The maid said, "I can do it here by myself." "No need. Really no need to be so polite." Su Yin took advantage of the princess looking at him and broke free, doggy paddling away from the maid holding the cotton swab, with a vigilant face. "In that case, let's go out for tea." Princess Wuxi saw that Su Yin seemed to be unaccustomed to being served, so she didn't force him, raised her hand to signal the female official to prepare a towel to wipe his body and get out of the bath. Su Yin originally came to give gifts, but ended up eating and drinking at Princess Wuxi's house, experiencing Princess Wuxi's daily life and living a life of a princess. Although it can't be said that he lingered. He had a lot of fun and completely forgot about time. If it weren't for the aunt's voice transmission message, asking the little fox to go home for dinner, Su Yin really didn't notice the sky outside the window covered with red clouds. In summer, the night falls later, and the red clouds can still be seen at around 7 o'clock. It takes 7:30 for the sky to get dark. And now the sky outside the window shows that it is already past 6 in the evening, which is long past the usual dinner time in Richuan Garden. Seeing that Su Yan's aunt urged Su Yin to go home, Princess Wuxi did not force him to stay, and ordered the female official to use her official privileges to send Su Yin home at high speed. If you borrow and return, it is not difficult to borrow again. If you force Su Yin to stay here to finish his meal, Princess Wuxi estimates that if Su Yin wants to come to her house to play next time, his aunt may not agree. "Auntie!" From the windowsill, Su Yin could see his auntie, who was sitting at the tea table on the 4th floor, tapping on the abacus. From a distance, he could not help but call out, "Little fox?" Auntie turned her head in confusion, and saw the little fox jumping on the windowsill and into her arms. Auntie looked at Su Yin with a frown on her face and said, "You don't need to do that. Do you? We haven't seen each other for a few months. Also, are you applying perfume? I can smell the fragrance from a distance." "No. It should be the floral scent of the princess's soap liquid. I just experienced the life of a rich fox at the princess's house. It's too luxurious." After Su Yin gave his aunt a bear hug, he noticed that the brothel was still closed and there was no intention to eat. So he asked, "Huh? Aren't we going to eat?" "Ah. Let's go to Luoheju for dinner." The aunt took out a purse from her arms and said with a slightly strange look on her face, "When I came out of the Ministry of Rites, I met Mrs. Wen. I don't know why. She took out 100 kilograms of spirit stones and handed them to me. Tell you to go home and let me, your aunt, close the business today and take you out to have fun." Su Yin heard this. His face was a little subtle. "Mrs. Wen came to the brothel before to take advantage of my luck. Maybe she is going to fight on the table tonight. And she doesn't want other ladies to know that I am back. Or even if they know, they can't use their luck to defeat their luck. Right? Is that so? Who cares? Anyway, just think of it as picking up 100 kilograms of spiritual stones when you go out." Aunt lifted Su Yin in front of her, smiled and rubbed Su Yin's fragrant cheeks fiercely, saying, "You are worthy of being my aunt's lucky fox. You bring me luck as soon as you come home. Eat. You must have a good meal. Let's all go to Luoheju today." Chapter 372. It is not a gentleman to watch someone in danger and not help him. From the fact that Madame Wen gave my aunt 100 kilograms of spirit stones and asked my aunt to take Su Yin to rest for a day, go out to play, and not let Su Yin come into contact with other ladies. She was really upset when she lost the mahjong game last night, and she paid a lot of money just for the experience of playing cards. After my aunt got 100 kilograms of spirit stones, she did not hide it. She turned around and took Su Yin and the talented women to Luoheju for dinner. "Everyone, take a look at what you want to eat. Don't be polite to me." When she came to Luoheju, my aunt asked the maids to open 2 large tables directly. One large table can seat 20 customers, and 2 large tables are enough to seat all the people in Richuan Garden. Even the spirit monkeys were assigned seats and experienced the surprise of eating at the table for the first time. Although the spirit monkeys need to make tea and serve everyone at the table after eating, at least they are sitting at the table to eat together today. Other spirit monkeys may not even have such treatment. Lychee with roasted chicken, scallion oil chicken, and a watermelon juice per person. After Su Yin took the menu, he glanced at it casually and ordered 4 or 5 dishes he liked. Then he handed the menu to Xiaohong beside him, indicating that after ordering, he should go down the list and order a few dishes that each person liked. Su Yin can be regarded as a regular customer of Luo Heiju. When he was in the flower area, he often went to Luo Heiju to find Master Jin or the later Dao Hua Jinjuan. He didn't have to pay for his consumption in Luo Heiju. It was directly recorded on the bill of Master Jin or Dao Hua Jinjuan. And the owner behind the Luohe chain store, Qi Wang, paid for it. Qi Wang didn't dare to accept Master Jin's spiritual stones. And Dao Hua Jinjuan's cultivation in the tribulation period was not for show. It was a favor for him to live in Qi Wang's Luo Heiju. He didn't ask Qi Wang for money because Xia Yu didn't dare to mess around. Qi Wang was not interested in provoking such a monster. The tribulation crossing stage is the most powerful existence below the heavenly men realm. One only needs an opportunity and a heavenly tribulation to become one of the existences that reign supreme in the world of cultivation. Is the matter at the academy over? Andy reached out and took out a cup of tea brewed by the spirit monkeys from the marble turntable for Su Yin. Put it in front of Su Yin and asked about Su Yin's arrangements at the academy. The outing has ended, so the next step is to prepare for the grading and classification of the results, and then collect the prizes. It should be almost over. Right? Only 2 groups of students have passed the exam. It may take some time for the dean to officially announce the results after all the other students take the make-up exam. Su Yin thought for a while and answered his aunt's question. Then asked, Aunt, is there anything? I don't have anything to do. But Nanwu girl may have something to do. The aunt glanced at Jiao Nanwu and said, Now it's the season for the mermaids to store fat once a year. She may let you accompany her home to report her progress to her parents. She has been talking to me before. I think it shouldn't be a big problem. I just want to see if you have any ideas. The mermaids? No. It should be said that the entire sea beasts and the land monsters have very different living habits. The sea beasts are organized into groups to divide the work and cooperate. There is a very clear division of labor for what beasts should do. And there is no such thing as a small family organization. Basically, everything that can be shared is shared. And the rest is the responsibility of the tribe. Jiao Nanwu reported to the tribe last year that she found an excellent male beast in the Xia Yu dynasty. Since the monster she found belongs to the land monster tribe, it may not be accustomed to the customs of the sea beast tribe. So it takes some time to persuade it gently. Now that autumn is approaching, Jiao Nanwu naturally needs to return to the mermaid tribe to report her progress. That is to take Su Yin home to meet his parents. The mother and father that Jiao Nanwu mentioned before are not his real biological parents, but the mother and father of the tribe. Jiao Nanwu had discussed it with his aunt before. After thinking about it carefully, the aunt felt that there was no problem. The rest depends on whether Su Yin wants to go. Go to the tribe of the mermaid tribe? Su Yan's face showed surprise and said, Can my current cultivation level go to the bottom of the sea? Su Yan's understanding of the endless sea. Except for the last time he went fishing with his mother on the sea. All other knowledge about the endless sea is based on knowledge in books. Due to the huge number of sea beasts and the endless reproduction of dragons, there are sub-dragons everywhere in the endless sea. The powerful power of dragons squeezes the living space of other sea beasts. As a result, the endless sea has always been in chaos. Humans basically only fish in the coastal areas. Once you go about 10 miles from the land to the sea, you can often see sea beasts that choose to migrate due to the suppression of dragons, or have the characteristics of patrolling. It's not just you two going. Andy is going too. Andy looked at Su Yin and continued. Well, to put it simply, my eldest auntie is going to Xia Yu to do something. And auntie is going to avoid the limelight. So she was thinking about going out with you guys. Su Yin had 3 black lines on his forehead, and he looked at his auntie and asked, That is to say, when Nanwu and I go home to see our parents, you will follow me. And if I don't go to Nanwu's house, you will follow Nanwu home, and leave me at home to look after the house? You are not wrong to understand it this way. Annie's cheeks showed a little disdain. And she said, Anyway, auntie is going to avoid the limelight. But when I go to other Taoist friends, I can't help but shake my hands. You know how empty my auntie's wallet is. And it's not even as thick as the height-increasing pad hidden in their belly bands. If you don't go, I can also help Nanwu girl cover up, so that she won't be scolded when she goes home. Auntie has a good impression of Jiao Nanwu. Although Nanwu looks silly, she is very good at selling in Richuan Garden. With a silly expression and a sincere tone of voice, she can always bring business to her aunt inadvertently. Now that Nanwu is in trouble, how can her aunt, who is righteous, Stand by and watch her die? It just saves me from sending silver to other Taoist friends. Originally, cultivation requires a lot of spiritual stones. If I gamble with my money, I'm afraid I will bleed and splash out. Su Yin pondered and asked, where does Sister Nanwu live? Not near the Dragon Clan. Right? Or in the direction of the South China Sea. Right? Seeing that her aunt was about to run away to avoid the limelight. And not seeing her aunt, who might come to Xiaoyu in the near future. Su Yin thought about it, and felt that there seemed to be nothing going on recently. It would take at least 1 or 2 months for the dean to complete the makeup exam. So he also prepared to go to the beach with his aunt to eat seafood. But before leaving, Su Yin still briefly talked about his concerns. You can't go to places close to the dragon's territory. Secondly, the area from the southern state to the South China Sea is affected by the Dragon Father. There are now subordinate monsters of the Dragon Clan everywhere. Su Yin doesn't want to be caught by the dragons and brought back to the tribe to give birth to 2 litters. Where do you live? The aunt was slightly stunned. Turned around and looked at Jiao Nanwu, who was washing the dust on the dishes, and asked, Nanwu girl, where do you live? Jiao Nanwu didn't seem to say her home. Every time she went home, she didn't actually go home. She just went to the water transport transfer station of the Xiaoyu underground water system to see her clan mother or clan father. Not really going home. My home? My home is in the West Sea. Jiao Nanwu looked at the aunt with a puzzled expression and said, what's wrong? Her home is in the West Sea. The aunt looked at Su Yin and said with certainty. Chapter 373 Theory of Immortality of the Strong. Yeah. Are you really willing to go home with me? Jiao Nanwu was puzzled about what the aunt and nephew were talking about, and how it involved where to live. Then, the aunt told Jiao Nanwu good news. After careful and serious discussion, the aunt and nephew decided that Jiao Nanwu's affairs were ours, and we must go to support her. That's really great. I was worried about how to report back before. If my mother knew that I had been in the outside world for a whole year and couldn't bring a male beast back to the tribe, my butt would be beaten to pieces. Jiao Nanwu said with surprise on her face. Nanwu is actually on a business trip now. The tribe has funded Jiao Nanwu to go to the outside world to find excellent male beasts. Whether Jiao Nanwu enjoys them alone or shares them, it is acceptable to the mermaid tribe. After all, the mermaid tribe does not want male beasts, but excellent species. But if Jiao Nanwu travels at public expense for a year, but does not bring back a good male beast, then Jiao Nanwu may need to use adult mermaid tears to repay the embezzled funds. In simple terms, it means to beat her buttocks and make the mermaid cry very loudly. Mermaid tears will crystallize just after leaving the lacrimal glands, forming strange crystals similar to pearls with extremely amazing beauty effects. Mermaid tears are therefore considered one of the important resources for the mermaids to trade with land creatures. But mermaids generally collect pearls from crying children, because mermaids are usually optimistic and generous and basically will not cry. Shall we go now? After being surprised, Jiao Nanwu looked at Su Yin and directly pointed to the dormitory in the upper space of Luoheju in public, asking Su Yin if he wanted to go up there to discuss new knowledge with him. Hey! Why are you leaving when you haven't even eaten yet? The food in Luoheju is not cheap. Don't waste it. And he grabbed Jiao Nanwu's mouth and looked at the interested Jiaoren with a frown. All these have been paid for. If you want to do something, you should finish your meal before you talk about other things. Luoheju is not cheap, and some of the dishes here already need to be paid with spirit stones. Seeing Jiao Nanwu's wasteful behavior, Auntie suddenly felt a dull pain in her wallet, as if she had her first period. After eating at Luoheju, it was late at night, and Jiao Nanwu excitedly pulled Su Yin back to the brothel to discuss the way to have a baby. Although she knew the process roughly, she had only seen the picture album from her mother and the academy books, and had never seen the real thing or studied it in depth. So now she was ready to discuss the way to have a baby with Su Yin. But accidents always come suddenly. Who? The Lord of the Night walked out of the gap in space, and the creatures around him gradually fell into unconsciousness and began to fall into a deep dream. Looking at the big fish pressing the fox on the bed, the Lord of the Night did not change his expression, as if he was used to disturbing Su Yin's good things. He looked at the surrounding scenery, pushed away the sleeping Jiao Nanwu pressing on Su Yin, and took Su Yin out. But what should I do now? The Lord of the Night looked at Su Yin in human form and fell into deep thought, thinking that Su Yin slept outside. He kept the fox form most of the time, slept comfortably, and avoided being disturbed by those mosquitoes without human and animal nature. The Lord of the Night also began to find the feeling of practicing on the little fox, laying a foundation for the future. Originally, the Lord of the Night came tonight and was ready to measure Su Yan's body shape, ready to understand the production process of animal skin clothes, the difference in material selection, and what kind of materials and styles children like. As a result, Su Yan did not play by the rules and did not maintain the fox shape as usual, which made the plan that the Lord of the Night had planned last night fall through. Reproduction? Will the little fox also have such troubles? After thinking for a moment, the Lord of the Night still planned to follow the previous calculation. If his future cubs maintain the form of a tengu, they may not need a piece of clothing that fits the body shape. On the contrary, when they are in human form, they may need some seasonal clothing. Therefore, the Lord of the Night climbed onto the bed, sat on Su Yan, pulled out a tape measure, and prepared to measure the size of Su Yan's whole body, including his fingers. The Lord of the Night accidentally saw Jianan turning over and revealing a booklet in his hand. After reading the contents clearly, he couldn't help but smile. The booklet recorded some reproduction contents and precautions during reproduction. Gently caressing can bring you into a good state. The factor of longing for immortality in the blood of the creature will guide both parties to act for immortality. Looking at the contents of the booklet, the Lord of the Night shook his head gently and gave the answer. It is also the theory of immortality of the strong that has been circulating secretly among the cultivators in the cultivation world. The desire for immortality is the instinct of creatures. The young beasts know how to find nutrients when they are born. Therefore, what the cultivators have been pursuing is not some powerful power, but the realm of immortality. Power is just a byproduct derived from the realm of immortality. When a creature is truly immortal and can last forever, reproduction loses its meaning. Before a creature becomes strong enough to live forever, no matter how strong the individual is, the factor of fear of death in the blood will urge the creature to reproduce, so that its bloodline can be passed on in another way. As strong as one of the yin and yang immortals of the demon race, the Lord of the Night will also continue his bloodline under the urging of the fear factor in his bloodline before the great changes in the world come, in order to prevent his bloodline from being completely cut off in this generation. Therefore, after seeing that Jianan carefully recorded the reproduction matters in the booklet, the Lord of the Night gently shook his head and answered the questions in her booklet. Reproduction does not require serious study and research. An instinct will urge you to make the most suitable expression for reproduction. Thinking of this, the Lord of the Night gently sat on Su Yan's lower abdomen and moved his body slightly. The sleeping Su Yan frowned, and his closed mouth made an incomprehensible muttering sound. Heh! The Lord of the Night felt the gradually rising heat, showed a slightly helpless smile, and whispered, "It is said that instinct will drive everything. Even me is no exception. It is unknown at what level to forget the instinct of reproduction. At least the Holy Spirit and the God-man still cannot forget it. After losing the instinct of reproduction, can the living beings really still be called living beings living in the same world as us and constructed from the same basic material? Such an existence, just thinking about it can make you feel a deep chill coming at you. The real forgetting of the desire to reproduce proves, to some extent, that such an existence is no longer limited by bloodline factors, which means that its thinking is already different from that of ordinary creatures to a certain extent. Perhaps even the most basic emotions of creatures, such as joy, anger, sorrow, hatred, and fear, cannot define the emotions of such an existence. Unpredictable, immortal, and boundless. What could be more terrifying than such a thing? Such a creature. According to the history and knowledge known to the Lord of the Night, it exists. And the theory of immortality of the strong is also a conclusion drawn by the creatures in the fairy world based on their worship of it. It's arousing my addiction, the Lord of the Night murmured. She could feel the changes in the world of cultivation, and she could also feel the urging of the genes in her body. So she had a sense of urgency to continue her bloodline. Let's stop here tonight. Looking at Su Yan's tender face, reason told the Lord of the Night that he should not be so beastly. But emotion, or instinct, urged the Lord of the Night. Yes, nothing is impossible. The young little fox has a strong temper, which is just right for removing moisture. Heavy moisture will cause coldness in the uterus. Chapter 374 Xia Yu's underground water system. The Lord of the Night sighed helplessly. The instinctive factors in her body were urging her. The environment in the world of cultivation was becoming worse. If she did not work hard to continue her bloodline, it would lead to the extinction of her bloodline. What really feared death was not the subjective consciousness of the Lord of the Night, but the instinct of living things. Ordinary creatures could not perceive instincts. nor could they hear the subtle movements at the microscopic level in their bodies. Nagging. The Lord of the Night snorted, suppressing the voice in her body that was madly shouting that the little fox was young and hot-tempered, and removing dampness and curing uterine coldness, and picked up the tape measure on the bed again to measure Su Yan's body size. After the measurement, the Lord of the Night did not wait until the second half of the night as usual, but directly drilled from Su Yan's bed into the gap in the space, leaving Su Yan and Jiao Nan was sleeping soundly on the bed. In the early morning of the next day, Su Yan slowly opened his eyes and stared at the mosquito net with a dull look. His heart beat wildly at a very rapid speed, completely different from the usual slow and powerful speed, as if he had a chance to breathe after lack of oxygen and was gasping for air. Su Yan had a dream. In the dream, he was lying on the lawn with the fairy sister in the woods and taking a nap. But a knight came from behind, dragging him into the white space. A pure black female shadow whose appearance and figure could not be seen clearly bit his neck and held his hands in front of him, with his left hand on the fox's chest and his right hand pinching his tail. In the dream, Su Yan was confused and had no idea what was going on. Then the pure black shadow with a slender figure loosened its mouth that was biting his neck, and disappeared like a tide. Su Yan also woke up from the nightmare and realized that he seemed to have had a spring dream. Su Yan opened his eyes and took a long time to get rid of the palpitation. He sat up from the bed and looked at Jiao Nanwu, who was sleeping beside him with her pillow. I'd better take less physiology classes in the future. What the hell did I dream about? Su Yan glanced at his crotch and then complained about his experience in his dream last night. Although Su Yan had never had such a dream, he had heard friends describe what it felt like before. It was said to be very pleasant and comfortable, with an unusual sense of reality. Su Yan also experienced the real feeling mentioned by his friends. But the shadow of pure black starlight was so huge that Su Yan even felt a sense of fear of a giant coming towards him. It was too huge and too real. And there was no face. If it weren't for her obvious female figure, Su Yan couldn't even tell whether it was a man or a woman. This erotic dream material was wrong. And it became Su Yan's nightmare and scared him. Su Yan got up from the bed, stretched his body and muttered, in the future, I should look at more real demon sisters and read less supernatural books. The material for erotic dreams is getting weird. After Su Yan simply stretched his body, he changed from a human to a little fox, stood on all fours, shook his body, made his hair fluffy, and shook out the faint protective fragrance inside the fur. Aunt, what do you want for breakfast? Su Yan walked out of the dormitory and ran to the 4th floor. He wanted to go to his aunt's dormitory and say good morning to her. But his aunt had already come out of the dormitory and ended her training. She was sitting in front of the tea table, drinking tea leisurely, tapping on a small abacus, and calculating something. Just eat something. When the aunt saw Su Yan strolling over, she smiled and put away the contract of sale she had redeemed on the table. She looked at Su Yan and said jokingly, You hesitated for half the night last night. I will take you to have a good rest at noon. You hesitated for half the night? No. Su Yan heard the teasing of the aunt, and a question mark popped up in his head. Last night, he and Sister Nanwu were lying on the bed discussing physiological health knowledge, and fell asleep in a daze and slept until early morning. How could he hesitate? No. Aunt looked at Su Yan with a puzzled look, and then said strangely, You haven't grown up yet. Forget it. Let's not discuss those things. Nanwu hasn't woken up yet. You're ready to leave. Huh? Su Yan looked puzzled and said, So soon? I want to go to the chewing gum shop today, and then visit the fairy doctor in the Imperial Medical Bureau. There is a chewing gum shop in Xiaoyu City. When Su Yan was in the flower area, he asked his aunt to help open it in Xiaoyu City. The business was good in the past, but Su Yan had never seen it with his own eyes. Originally, he wanted to see the chewing gum shop today, and then visit the fairy doctor in the Imperial City. We'll go early or late, so it's better to set off early to avoid any trouble. I don't want to have a few more insect eggs on my body after meeting my aunt. My aunt said helplessly. Our arrogant insect clan is famous for giving birth but not raising them. You don't want to have several arrogant insect babies hanging on your body, who are always asking questions and often causing trouble. Right? I have to make it clear in advance that arrogant insect babies love to spit. Arrogant insects have developed venom glands, and even the stinging hairs on their bodies have toxins that burn the soul and corrode the bones. Arrogant insect babies cannot control their venom glands very well, and often spray venom unconsciously. Once the venom is sprayed on ordinary people, they will die in a second. Cultivators who are not at the gened-in stage cannot withstand the venom of arrogant insect babies. When my aunt thought about taking care of those little soul-catching messengers, her scalp was numb, and she couldn't sleep at night. She just wanted to run away quickly and not meet my aunt, for fear that she would leave her little cousins with her for a while. Spit. Suyin thought about it carefully, and an exclamation mark suddenly appeared on his forehead. He said with a look of shock, "Aren't the proud insects full of poison? The proud insects that have revealed their true form are full of poison. Ordinary cultivators can lose half of their lives if they touch them." My aunt showed her true form to Suyin once before, but she is still in the state of molting. There is no stinging hair on her body, so Suyin can see her true form. But other proud insects are not necessarily the same. There is no regularity in the molting of proud insects. The molting frequency is only linked to the cultivation level. It's not 1 or 2. It may be 3 or 5. Or it may be more. My aunt shuddered as she said this. When she left home, she threw all the insect eggs to my aunt. Now it has been several decades since she left home. God knows how many proud insect babies my aunt has in her hands. Anyway, we can't afford to offend each other. If nothing happens, let's stay out of the spotlight. I've entrusted the talented girl to Huayu to take care of for a while. Now we just have to wait for Huayu to come pick her up." As the aunt said this, she took out a red paper request for leave written last night on the tea table, saying that the host was having a good time and wanted to go out for a banquet, and showed it to Suyin. "Then I'll go call Sister Nanwu now." Suyin turned around and walked back to the dormitory, woke up Jian Nanwu, and briefly explained the current situation to Sister Nanwu. From the anxious look on his aunt's face, Suyin could really see the word fear. Obviously, the fact that he had taken care of the children of the elders in the clan before had directly traumatized his aunt. She still can't stand the word arrogant baby. Go home. Oh. Jian Nanwu, who had just woken up, was a little confused. She nodded blankly and walked to the windowsill, almost jumping into the river. The river channel in Xiaoyu City is not a natural river channel, but an underground waterway artificially dug after Emperor Xiaoyu founded the country, filling the gap of Xiaoyu's lack of military ports. The underground waterway that Jian Nanwu took to go home went from the artificial river channel to the mainland underground water system. He took a special boat to the west for a few days to see the sea. Therefore, when the spell of sleeping had not completely dissipated and Jian Nanwu was still in a daze, she went straight to the windowsill when she heard Suyin say that she was going home, ready to jump into the river and show her true form to swim to the bottom of the river. "Sister Nanwu, what do you want to do?" Seeing Jian Nanwu preparing to jump into the river, Suyin quickly hugged Jian Nanwu's waist and pulled her back. "There's no need to be so anxious to leave. Go have breakfast first before going out. My aunt hasn't arranged everything in Richuing Garden yet." Chapter 375. Go to the Western State. Still, there is such a good thing? After receiving the message from the aunt looking for help, Hua Yuzhenren dressed up and came to Richuing Garden. The aunt briefly explained that she was going to go out to avoid the limelight, and asked Hua Yuzhenren to help take care of the talented women in Richuing Garden. But Hua Yuzhenren's focus was not on the talented women at all, but on the arrogant aunt. After learning from the aunt's tone that there should be some arrogant babies around the aunt, Hua Yuzhenren's face gradually changed from doubt to ecstasy. Doesn't this mean that there is finally a chance to kidnap the king of poisonous insects? The arrogant babies are also arrogant insects when they grow up, but it may take some time and resources. Is this really okay? After the aunt entrusted Richuing Garden to Hua Yu and asked her to help entertain her aunt, she immediately took Su Yin and Jian Nanwu away. Shortly before leaving, Su Yin couldn't help but look back at the front of Richuing Garden and said, "Aunt Hua Yu has always wanted to lure Jiao Chong back home to sign a blood contract and worship him as his own Gu Chong. Aren't you afraid that Aunt Hua Yu can really succeed? How should I explain it to you?" Aunt waved her hand nonchalantly and said, "Among the Jiao Chong tribe, my temper and personality should be the best. Other Jiao Chongs don't have such a kind temper as me. Hua Yu and Auntie should be able to spend a wonderful holiday together. Right?" Although Auntie said this, she had already seen her own aunt's face full of sarcastic face, riding directly on the back of Hua Yuzhenren, holding the whip high in her hand, whipping Hua Yuzhenren, who was flirting and slutty beside her all day long. Compared with the tyrannical aunt, Hua Yuzhenren, who was being held down by the aunt to ride a horse, had tears all over his face, and his snow-white skin on his back was covered with bruises and red marks. He pursed his lips with humiliation on his face, and 4 or 5 arrogant insect babies beside him looked at the 2 adults with curiosity, playing with their saliva. Probably nothing serious will happen, right? The ant muttered a little in fear, and then quickly sent a message to Hua Yuzhenren, asking Hua Yuzhenren to be honest after seeing her aunt. So cruel? After receiving the message from the ant, Hua Yu was secretly shocked, and then licked the corner of his mouth and said, as the saying goes, wealth and honor are in danger. A goo cultivator without arrogant insects is an incomplete goo cultivator. The ant and her group, who had already left. It is not known whether the warning message has aroused Hua Yuzhenren's rebellious psychology, making Hua Yuzhenren determined to lick an arrogant insect home. Under the guidance of Jiananwu, Su Yin dived to the bottom of the river in Xiaoyu City, went north all the way, and came to a bustling underground market through the underwater cave. On the top of the cave wall, there are red fire crystals hanging, which can not only illuminate the cave, but also suppress a large part of the water vapor. A port was built on the edge of the cave. Ships of different sizes were docked at the dock. Sailors carried wooden boxes from the hull to the dock. Although the box is tightly sealed, there is a pattern of marine life printed on the surface of the box. It is not difficult to guess that there should be storage bags inside. The storage bags should be loaded with a large number of classified seafood. The cave market was originally a military port, but now it is used as a distribution center for Xiaoyu seafood. Merchants from Xiaoyu City and surrounding satellite cities wait here every morning to get the goods. Don't come here if you have nothing to do. After taking a glance around, the ant looked at Su Yin and said seriously, although this place no longer has the attributes of a military port, as far as I know, Xiaoyu still has some military strongholds here. Once you run into it, the wooden thorns and nails sprayed by the plant monsters can fill your mouth. The cave is humid, and the climate is hot and humid, and not many soldiers are willing to garrison here. So the Xiaoyu dynasty secretly sent some plant monsters to guard here. Of course, as an ant, she shouldn't know these things, but a big cat talked to her after getting drunk, and told her some internal news of Xiaoyu. If there is nothing, I shouldn't come here on purpose, Su Yin complained. There is nothing fun in the cave, nor is there any beautiful scenery. It is just a cargo distribution port for Xiaoyu seafood products. Here. While the ant and Su Yin were talking, Jiananwu had already run to the wooden pavilion not far from the river, took out the spirit stone from the storage bracelet and handed it to the ticket seller, and bought 3 tickets for the cruise to the coastal area of the western province. By the way, ant, why don't we take the teleportation array to go directly to the western province? Su Yin looked at the ticket in his hand, and then looked at the ant who could move 100 miles in an instant. He didn't quite understand why there was a quick way without taking a boat. Now we are not in a hurry. What's the fun of taking the teleportation array to travel and play? It's meaningless. The ant also took the ticket for the cruise, smiled and said to Su Yin, the lifespan of a cultivator is long and long. If there is no emergency on weekdays, the ant still likes to travel slowly when traveling, admiring the fresh and beautiful humanities and scenery around, and cutting along the way. Therefore, when going to the hometown of Jiananwu on the coast of the western state, Maya chose to travel by boat. Get ready to go. The original cargo ship was quickly reorganized and turned into a passenger ship. Su Yin was stunned throughout the whole process, and was deeply worried about the quality of his journey. Facts have proved that Su Yin's feeling is not wrong. The guest rooms on the ship are relatively simple, with a bed and a thin sheet on the bed. There is nothing else in the bedroom, let alone a teapot that can improve the comfort of home. Su Yin wanted to find a 10,000 hand chamber pot that is necessary for going out for a long journey, but he couldn't find it. On the plywood of the cargo ship, the sailors were working hard to screw the tables and chairs together with the plywood to ensure that they would not move by the way. A slightly simple dining hall has been built. Let's go! When the time came, the captain of the cargo ship turned around and shouted to the crew without caring about other passengers who bought tickets but did not get on board, and then opened the ferry boat protection layer to take the fixed anchor back to the ship. The immortal boat gradually sank to the bottom of the water. The hull, which did not need any power, flew directly along the turbulent undercurrent of the river and was carried forward by the undercurrent all the way. The customers on the boat were thrown all over the place by the strong push on their backs. Seeing this, Su Yin showed his true form, crawling on the ground in a fox shape, with his 4 feet popping out nails, firmly holding the wooden floor and shouting back, "Captain, do you have VIP tickets? I'll pay more. Conditions are limited." The captain himself did not steer the boat again, but held the mast with a look of indifference, preventing his body from flying around because of the high speed of the boat. By the way, everyone hurry up. We may need to fly over a waterfall with a drop of 300 meters later. and the undercurrent below is 3 times faster than it is now. As a military port of Xiaoyu in the past, there are some natural formations in the river channel that use the terrain. Once the boat lands in a fixed area, you can experience the special experience of the rapid march of soldiers. Chapter 376, Thousands of miles of red land. Yellow sand all over the sky. Ah! The immortal boat activated the defense formation and dived into the bottom of the river. It was carried along by the undercurrent and moved forward at an increasingly faster speed. It jumped over waterfalls with a drop of 100 meters, directly fell into the lake below, and took off on the undercurrent at the bottom of another section of the river. Customers were flying around on the boat, and the monks with high cultivation could barely sit on the chairs in the dining hall. Suyin tried to land on all fours, holding the splint with his not-so-sharp nails, climbed out of the dormitory, jumped directly from the porthole, flew into his aunt's arms, and hugged her waist tightly. The immortal boat's navigation route was very strange. It was not moving forward normally, but falling all the time. It jumped over a waterfall, landed on another river, and then flew over the waterfall, moving forward at a minimum speed of 450 kilometers per hour. In just half an hour, it had dropped 2 kilometers. Sister Nanwu, let's take the ferry boat next time when we return to the southern province from the West Sea. We can't take a boat with turbulent undercurrents at the bottom of the river. Suyin poked his head out from under his aunt's armpit, looked at Jiao Nanwu, who was trying to hold the table tightly, and complained. If the living conditions did not allow him to take such a ferry boat, Suyin would not complain. When he escaped from home before, he would only sneak into the cargo hold of the freight ferry boat and sit with boxes of goods on the porthole to look at the outside scenery. But that was really a way out of the limited living conditions. Now that the living standard has improved, there is really no need to have such an exciting experience. Little fox, don't you like it? Hearing Su Yan's complaint, a hint of surprise appeared on his aunt's cheek, and she said, I thought you would like this flying route. Su Yan is a hybrid of a 9-tailed fox and a dragon. Entering the water should be like going home for him. Before the boat started, my aunt had always thought that when Su Yan landed on the dark river, he would jump to the table with excitement and cheer, and experience the rapid descent of the ferry boat. But from his performance of curling up, the little fox didn't seem to like such exciting projects. It's quite fun. Su Yan glanced at the customers flying around, and the fox's cheeks were slightly subtle and said, It's just that this ferry boat collected our ticket money, but provided us with such services. I feel cheated. 1 caddy of spiritual stones per person. Not expensive. Jiao Nanwu took the time to popularize Su Yan. This type of ship is mainly engaged in freight business, transporting goods from the 4 seas to the Xiaoyu dynasty. When it comes, it is full of goods. But when it returns to the 4 seas, it is hard to say. It is not every time that you can receive freight from the Xiaoyu merchants. Xiaoyu merchants prefer and are accustomed to using the ferry boats of the post station for air transportation, instead of letting the ferry boats return empty at a pure loss. This type of ferry boat will pull some customers on the return trip, and subsidize as much energy loss as possible. Therefore, the fees for this kind of immortal boat are really not expensive, and can even be said to be a bit ridiculously cheap. After all, a ticket for 1 caddy of spirit stones per person can cross half of the central state and the entire western state. 1 caddy of spirit stones per person. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this, and fell into deep thought for a while. He looked at the captain, who was holding the mast with a calm face, and asked, You said before that you can't get a VIP room if you pay more. Now if you add some spirit stones, can you see flying people in the sky? Yes. Now the immortal boat is not started. It is just relying on the undercurrent to move forward. Once the immortal boat formation is started, the flying speed can be increased by 4 or 5 times. The captain gave Su Yan a clear answer with a firm face. Looking at the captain's eager face, Su Yan pondered for a long time in his heart and rejected the previous proposal. After all, the boat ticket is really good and cheap. If you have to make an analogy, it is equivalent to Su Yan buying 3 interprovincial high-speed rail tickets for 30 yuan. Before knowing the price, there was an atmosphere of cheap rip-off everywhere. But after knowing the value, the immortal boat was simply stable, majestic and mature. After sailing for about 2 days and 1 night, the immortal boat finally left the undercurrent area, opened the defense shield, and the immortal boat rose from the water system under the primitive continent, and jumped out of the water directly to a red desert area. The immortal boat flew out of the cave directly, leaped into the sky, opened the formation, and continued to sail westward. Is this the western province? Su Yan looked at the yellow sand and the red land outside, and couldn't help but sigh. The Western Province has always been famous for its hot weather. Su Yin knew that it had the largest desert area on the original continent, occupying half of the Western Province. In addition to the desert area, there were high mountains and snow-capped mountains. Therefore, Sister Sheer once said that the monks in the Western Province were the sexiest under their robes, with only a few woolen threads and 2 pieces of white cloth that couldn't cover their bodies. This is not the Western Province. As soon as Jiao Nanwu, who was standing next to Su Yin, said this, she felt something was wrong. Her words seemed ambiguous. So she quickly explained, this is indeed the Western Province. But this is not part of the Flame Mountain and the Red Desert of the Western Province. This is already very close to the coastline of the Western Province. When I was born not long ago, this was a mountainous and hilly area. But later, the Dragon King of the West Sea destroyed everything within a radius of 10,000 miles, and turned the mountains, forests and hills into a land of withering and death. Jiao Nanwu explained to Su Yin that the immortal boat seemed to be sailing in the undercurrent. But when it flew out, it had actually passed through a teleportation array, and flashed directly from the edge of the central province to the coastal area of the Western Province. In addition to the Qizong located in the Flame Mountain, the Western Province actually did not have any large cities. They all belonged to a relatively primitive tribal society. Naturally, it was impossible for teleportation arrays to be everywhere like the Central Province. If you want to go anywhere, you can just take the teleportation array. Now everyone has arrived in the southwest of the Western Province, and it is only about half a day's sailing time from the coastline where the mermaids are located. Dragon King of the West Sea. After pondering for a long time, the ant finally remembered what happened here that year and said, "Oh right. This place was destroyed because the queen of the Dragon King of the West Sea was attacked and killed by the people of Nightmare Town. The Dragon King of the West Sea controlled the wind and created convection to disperse the clouds in the sky, allowing the true fire of the sun from the depths of the universe to descend here, directly destroying the area that caused his wife's death, and killing all the people of the Nightmare Town sect in the western state. Woohoo, we are finally going to the west coast. Our suffering was not in vain. Woohoo." Su Yin was gossiping about the West Sea Dragon King's furious attack, while other passengers beside him couldn't hold back their tears. Woohoo. As long as we can find the mermaid tribe, we can recover all the losses. I want to eat and take, and earn it back by spending the winter in the mermaid territory. 3 black lines appeared on Su Yin's head, and he looked sideways at Jiao Nanwu. Jiao Nanwu shook his head and said, "No. The male beasts selected by the mermaids during the breeding season are all carefully selected by female mermaids. They are first-class strong or have strange bloodlines. Not all male beasts can run around in the mermaid tribe with bare pants and pounce on mermaids when they see them." Chapter 377 Demon Cultivator? If you don't know me, don't get involved. In the late summer and early autumn, the diligent girls of the mermaid tribe have begun to look for winter supplies. Every year before the end of summer and early autumn, the coastal areas of the sea where the mermaids and Jiyu tribes appear will always welcome a large group of male cultivators who do not want to go home at the end of the year because their business is losing money, or who want to make a quick buck and experience life. But in fact, the mermaids have extremely high standards for the storage of winter supplies. Not all creatures can sneak into the mermaids' land to cheat for food and drink, and eat and take away their pants and run wildly in the tribe's land. The mermaids ask for scriptures from other tribes, asking for strong bloodlines to be left here so that the mermaids can live in the endless sea with a difficult environment. But they don't really treat them to food, drink and play for a whole winter. The mermaids are not stupid. Humans who don't have the talent for high-intensity training, or demons with strong bloodlines, can't spend the winter in the mermaid tribe's territory. The customer on the cargo ship said that going to the mermaid tribe to make a fortune is unrealistic. But the Jiyu tribe, who like sex, may find some handsome boys to spend the night with. Most of the monks like them who have dirty ideas and want to eat, drink and have sex for free will be cheated of the so-called introduction fee by the bad Jiyu tribe. And they may also be sold to the lonely big fish by the bad Jiyu. Jiao Nanwu frowned and thought for a moment, and came up with a phrase that can be used to summarize, saying, "Yes. It is what the people of Xiaoyu often say about the business chain. They cheat and kill, and then throw them wherever they want after squeezing out their value. The dirty monks want the bodies and money of the mermaids. But some bad fish in the seabed saw such a good opportunity for human trafficking and first advertised that they can help the monks contact the mermaids. But the monks need to pay a commission to themselves as brokers. After cheating 30 or 50 kilograms of spirit stones, Those bad sea beasts will contact the big fish or Jiu and sell the monks in their hands to them as prostitutes. The young prostitutes who were trafficked were basically faced with extremely high-intensity physical labor. But this was considered good, and it was not life-threatening. If they encountered the Nightmare Town disciples and the demon cultivators who were begging for money, it would be even worse. The demon cultivators and the Nightmare Town disciples were not much different. It was only because the Nightmare Town disciples' skills were harmful to the heaven, and there was no real heavenly strongman sitting in charge, that they had always been the focus of the cultivation world. When a creature fell into the demon cultivator's territory, he would first experience the demon cultivator's nourishment, and the withered body without nutrition would fall into the hands of the demon cultivator who practiced the sacrifice method. The blood and organs containing spirituality were all common items in the sacrifice method. Bones and skin can also be used to make sacrificial instruments. And the final soul can also be sold to the refining ghost gate, which specializes in the Ehun lineage. After going through a set of processes, there was absolutely no waste. The city is actually not safe. After explaining to Su Yin, Jiao Nanwu nodded very affirmatively and concluded that the city was not safe either. Su Yin did not show any fear. His family had lived in the southern state for decades, and he knew well what the demon cultivators were like. The situation that Jiao Nanwu described did exist. But the demon cultivators, who practiced such sinister techniques, to put it bluntly, they had no background, and no sect as a strong backer to provide them with resources. Since they cannot obtain a large amount of resources, they can only find another way to plunder renewable resources from other places to fill the gaps in their cultivation. All living beings are obviously renewable resources, which are easy-to-use materials. It is not that Su Yin is arrogant. If he really encounters a vicious magic cultivator who practices magic, and puts his ant in front of him, those three no magic cultivators in the cultivation world who have no background, no backing, and no spiritual stones will be numb. Any magic cultivator with a little bit of potential will not do those dirty work, but will run wildly on the road of enjoyment and completely let go of himself and do a lot of absurd things. Life should be enjoyed to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup face the moon in vain. Tomorrow's worries will come tomorrow, and today's wine will be drunk today. The magic cultivators that Su Yin knows are basically extremely extravagant hedonists, focusing on the present, and what level of life is matched with what level of cultivation. Otherwise, what is the use of longevity with this cultivation? And keep it to feed the dog? The main theme is a bohemian who has his own children and grandchildren. And I enjoy the happiness without children and grandchildren. Su Yin was not frightened by what Jiao Nanwu said, because he knew the demon cultivators. However, the other customers on the immortal boat were dumbfounded. They looked at Jiao Nanwu, who broke their dream of getting rich, with question marks on their faces. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are talking nonsense. Don't even think about disturbing my determination to make money. Hey! But what I said is true. I used to be in the coastal city, and often saw traffickers and Jiu trading. Jiao Nanwu said seriously. I don't believe it. The man was full of anger, and covered his ears, and refused to believe Jiao Nanwu's nonsense. Believe it or not, go and talk nonsense. The ant looked at the crazy self-hypnotist, sneered, and directly told him to get out of the way. What does it have to do with you when your family is chatting? Why are you so talkative? After driving in the red desert for most of the day, the coastline can be seen in front of the immortal boat. The red desert around it gradually turned into a yellow sandy area, and gradually some rocks and coconut trees can be seen. The red land is a man-made land. The cargo ship crossed the land affected by the magical power of the Dragon King of the West Sea, and the surrounding scenery quickly returned to normal. The two scenes were directly separated. The cargo ship docked at the coastal pier, but the dock embankment here was very strange. Generally, the dock embankment is only a few hundred meters long, providing large ships with docking and loading and unloading of goods and passengers. But the embankment here extends all the way to the sea. Su Yin can even see a building similar to an arch bridge at the end of the embankment. Moreover, the dock embankment here is very spacious, reaching the level of 8 vans. Here, Jiao Nanwu looked at the city on the left, then at the end of the dock embankment, and said, well, on the left is the market, which mainly gathers some vendors who migrate according to the seasons. At the end of the embankment on the right is an underwater city, which we usually call the Near Sea City. Once you go to the Near Sea City, you can go to the Far Sea City and the Deep Sea City through the teleportation array. However, if you want to go to the Far Sea City now, you need to apply 3 days in advance, and the monks can go to the Far Sea City through the teleportation array after passing the review. Jiaonan's hometown is near the Near Sea City. The Far Sea City belongs to the core area of the West Sea. It is a city occupied by the Dragon Clan and the evil beasts of the West Sea. Deep Sea City is no longer restricted to a certain area. It is the central area of the Endless Sea and the place where the four seas return to their origin. The Endless Sea Academy where Jiaonan was studied is located in the most prosperous Deep Sea City in the four seas. The end of Jiaonan's trip is to take Su Yin back to the Near Sea City to see his mother and leave a name for Su Yin on the winter supplies list. In this way, Su Yin can go directly to the mermaid tribe with the token when the winter comes. At that time, if he wants to match with me, he can match with me. If he doesn't want to match with me today, he can go to the ant next door to see if they are free. Or drink a cup of hot tea to warm up his body. Chapter 378 Dad. Sister Nanwu. Can we really just jump down from here? Under the guidance of Jiaonanwu, Su Yin also took off his shoes happily like Sister Nanwu, and walked on the long pier with the sea water floating faintly. It took about half an hour to reach an arch bridge at the end of the pier. At the end of the arch bridge was the Endless Sea. But there was a blue hole under the arch bridge, so deep that you couldn't even see what was at the bottom of the hole at a glance. Yes, the city below is the coastal city. A large part of the sea beasts need to breathe oxygen. So when the coastal city was first built, they adopted the human land construction method to build a city in the seabed. Jiaonan was stood on the edge of the arch bridge pier, bent over and leaned outside the stone bridge guardrail, picked up a wooden sign that someone had thrown on the edge, wiped the wooden sign, and took the time to answer Su Yin's doubts. Complaining, some people really have no sense of public morality. They pushed down the signboards of the coastal city here. After Jiaonan finished speaking, he inserted the abandoned signboard back to its original position, then took Su Yin in his aunt's hands and jumped directly into the hole that appeared out of thin air on the sea surface, like a whale's exhaust port. On the card that Jiaonan had put back in place, he wrote a slogan in a vigorous and powerful stroke. It is forbidden to dump corpses and excrement. If it happens, it will be sent back to your stomach and painted on your nascent soul. Call it, falling from the azure void. What came into Su Yan's eyes was a city without walls. There was an invisible barrier around the city, blocking the turbulent high-pressure seabed water flow. But looking from the sky above the city, in the buildings built on the coral reefs, you can see very complex and complicated waterways. The sea beasts who can transform and leave the water walk in the city on the sand. The sea beasts who cannot leave the water for a long time can also walk along the waterways and travel through the waterways in the air in various places near the sea. They can call the store to send them goods by sticking out a fish head. Shall we go home first? Jiaonan led Su Yin and his aunt with open arms, and glided across most of the city. After landing on the same sand as the beach, he looked at Su Yin, who was surprised, and said with a smile on his face, Jiaonan was born in the coastal city, and he was accustomed to the scenery here. He even felt that the buildings built on the coral reefs took up a lot of space, and he would hit the reefs if he was not careful when walking at night. Even the waist, buttocks and toes would directly hit the uneven coral reefs, which would hurt him terribly. But these coral reefs were the foundation of the coastal city, and could not be moved or broken at all. You can do whatever you want. Seeing that the little fox and Jiaonan turned their heads to look at her for advice, the aunt waved her hand with an indifferent face, and had no opinions to express. She just ran out to avoid the limelight. But she had no interest in hindering the two little guys from talking about love and mating. They just treated her as if she didn't exist at all. Then let's go to Sister Nanwu's house first. Su Yin looked at Jiaonan and said. Although Su Yin was very interested in the city's landscape, the purpose of this trip was to go to Sister Nanwu's house and report to her to complete this year's performance, so as to avoid Sister Nanwu failing to complete the hunting performance and being beaten by the mother of the merman tribe in front of the whole tribe. As it was about Nanwu's safety, Su Yin prepared to go to Nanwu's house without thinking and check in. By the way, do I need to bring some gifts to your mother or father for the first visit? Walking on the way to Nanwu's house, near the settlement of the mermaids near the sea, Su Yin suddenly remembered that he seemed to need to bring gifts to the elders' homes. But Su Yin didn't know much about Nanwu's parents' preferences, so he looked at Nanwu and asked, Gift? Not necessary. Jiaonan looked at Su Yin, smiled, and put her arm around Su Yin's shoulders, pulling Su Yin into her arms. It's the best gift for my mother to see you here. Jiaonan knew Su Yin, which could only be said to be a coincidence and accident. At that time, she followed her clan father to Xiaoyu on a boat. The sisters arrived early on a previous boat and wandered around Xiaoyu. By chance, they met Su Yin pouring the fragrant bath water into the river. Jiannan mistakenly thought Su Yin was a male beast in heat, and went to visit him directly to prepare to have a baby with him. But it was a pity. Last year, Su Yin was a little weak due to the long journey, and he was still young and could not complete the reproduction. Jiannan also reported to his parents in the name of hunting male beasts, and stayed in the prosperous Xiaoyu main city to play for a whole year. Moreover, in the process of being related to Su Yin, I learned from the sorrowful clouds and desolate 10,000 miles Ningxinjuan. Su Yin is not only cute. This little guy also contains the blood of the dragon clan. Although I don't know what kind of dragon he is. Judging from the dragon clan's disdain for the mermaids, the mermaids will never be able to obtain dragon blood, because the blood of the female mermaids has a very strong assimilation, no matter what group of cubs they are pregnant with. The final child must be a mermaid. But young mermaids have a certain probability of inheriting their father's innate magical powers. It is a thankless task for the dragons to visit the mermaids. Over time, the dragons were too lazy to care about the mermaids, and even spent spirit stones to invite the dragons. Influenced by the real dragons, the sub-dragons began to dislike the mermaids. By chance, Jiannan brought back a fox-shaped sub-dragon with dragon blood, and it was a sub-dragon certified by the real dragon, which was a great honor for the family. If a real dragon could be brought back, then Jiannan would definitely be given a separate mark on the genealogy of the mermaids to indicate his contribution to the mermaids. The real dragon lived with the mermaids for a winter, and with the physical strength of the dragons and the easy pregnancy of the mermaids. After 30 years, the land in the coastal areas of the western state will follow the surname of the mermaids. Therefore, Jiannan said that Su Yin did not need to bring any gifts to his home, and his existence was the best gift for the mermaids. Not only does he not need to bring gifts, but after he registers his name at home, his tribe will give him gifts. Please be sure to come when winter comes. Nanwu. When he arrived at the edge of the settlement of the mermaids in the city, he could already see a large number of restaurants. A large amount of cooking smoke was affected by the hole in the sky, and the smoke fell on the beach and disappeared completely. A large number of female mermaids were eating, starting to fatten up in autumn, and sitting in preparation. A young mermaid saw Jiannan coming home from the outside world, and with a smile on his face, he took the prey he hunted and walked towards Jiannan, showing off. Clang clang, come and see the winter companion I found. Long time no see. Xiaolin. Jiannan turned her head upon hearing the voice, and saw her good friend walking towards her. She turned her head, and took a look at the reserve supplies found by Xiaolin. The person who came was about 1.8 meters tall, with an extremely strong body, and a pair of thick white cat ears on his head. Judging from the thickness of its ears, it should be a tiger demon in front of him. Jiannan took a look at the tiger demon, and didn't pay much attention to its existence. She went straight to hug her good friend whom she hadn't seen for a long time, and staged a round of Mars hitting the earth. Dad? When the tiger demon saw Su Yin, he was surprised and asked Su Yin tentatively. Su Yin's face was completely different from the one he saw in Chunri Street before. But the fluctuation of spiritual power could not be faked. The 10-year-old boy in front of him was indeed the stepfather that his mother found for him. Hu Li, why are you here? When Su Yin saw Hu Li, the whole fox was almost shocked to reveal its true form. Chapter 379, The Mermaid Tribe. Dad? After Hu Li called out the word Dad, the atmosphere at the scene fell into silence. Auntie. Jiannan and Xiaolin looked confused and looked at Su Yin, who was in a defensive posture of Wing Chun, with a look of surprise on his face. It's really Dad. When Hu Li saw Su Yin recognize him with a look of surprise on his face, he immediately confirmed that the young man in front of him was really the cheap dad that his mother had brought for him. He immediately stepped forward with a smile on his face, and prepared to give Su Yin a big bear hug. Stop. Stop. Su Yin retreated repeatedly and said, We were fighting on Chunri Street before. Don't make the atmosphere between us so weird. The Hu Li in front of him was the white tiger demon mother and son that Su Yin had met on Chunri Fruit Street before. Frightened by Auntie Chi's fierceness and the Jiaozi bloodline in Su Yin, which came from the white tiger demon elder of the demon gate Wanhua Valley, he was ready to taste the flavor of the dragon clan Jiaozi. But later, because of the intervention of the Nightmare Town's criminals, the beast, Su Yin returned home empty-handed again. It's okay. It's okay. Hu Li said with a nonchalant look on his face. It's normal for my father to beat me when I'm idle on rainy days. I'm tough and resistant to beatings. Hu Li called Su Yin father very smoothly, without any sense of hindrance or shame. Of course, the reason why Hu Li called Su Yin father was actually a little tricky. His mother went to Chunri Street to have fun all year round. It's impossible for him to recognize his father every time his mother found a young man. Right? It was originally an act of pleasure. So naturally, there would be no relationship involved. But Su Yan was different. Having the blood of Jiazi proved that there was a real dragon on one of his parents. And he had an aunt. The Golden Crow Demon King. Who was in the refining void stage. The Dragon Clan and the Golden Crow were both demon clans that had the habit of raising offspring. The Golden Crow is now the undisputed king of flying beasts. And the Dragon Clan has dominated the four seas since ancient times. Although there are not many of them. They are definitely the only ones in the Endless Sea. Su Yan's background is so big and luxurious. Huli feels that it is really worth it to recognize Su Yan as his father. And he vaguely feels that he has made a little profit. What's going on with you? The aunt on the side had a black line on her face. Looking at Huli and the other two chasing Su Yan and calling him dad. She couldn't help but ask. My dad is joking with me. Huli said with a face full of confidence. Su Yan kicked Huli away with one foot. Jumped up and turned into a little fox again and rushed back to his aunt. He looked at the shameless Huli with a black line on his head and said, You are enough. Usually, it is said that the fox borrows the power of the tiger. Why is it the other way around when it comes to you? Su Yan couldn't help but cover his cheek and tell his aunt and Jiao Nanhua what happened, including his relationship with Huli in front of him. This tiger cub was not as handsome as himself, and could not compete with him in the brothel. So he ran to him naked to cause trouble. And then he was beaten by him. And Huli went to find his mother to help him. Su Yan was forced to call Aunt Chi, who held down the tiger demon and beat her and threatened that if she could not coax Su Yan, she would use hot melt to seal her excretion cavity. Then the leopard beast raid happened. You have a lot of experience. The aunt couldn't help but complain, I didn't eat the chicken, but I ate a mouthful of chicken feathers in vain. Su Yan was looking for fun, but he ended up helping Chunri Street solve a hidden danger. But he got nothing, and was too tired to even have sex, and didn't know what to say about this. Let's go. Stop fooling around. Aunt was speechless, and she pulled Jiao Nanhua with her and disappeared instantly to the land of the Merman tribe, leaving Jiao Lin and Huli in the same place. Both of them confused. It seems that this aunt is also a person with high cultivation. Seeing that the aunt disappeared instantly, Huli sighed helplessly. I should really go back to the market later to let my mother work harder, so that I can become a rich third generation as soon as possible. When Huli was thinking this in his heart, he suddenly saw the aunt teleported back again. Su Yan stared at Huli with a vigilant look on his face, and warned him, I almost forgot to tell you just now. Don't go around spreading my story, or I'll ask your mother to give you a good beating. The aunt left too suddenly, and Su Yan didn't have time to warn Huli not to spread the news about his Yazid bloodline, lest other dragon bloodlines from the west come to him to pay homage. Su Yan didn't forget that he was an illegal resident, and there was no such dragon in the dragon family tree. How could the Yazid bloodline not be on the family tree? Where did you come from? A Yazid without a household registration? After being warned by Su Yan, Huli looked at Jiao Lin in confusion and asked, Just now my father seemed to say that he missed my mother? No. He seemed to tell you not to talk nonsense here. Otherwise he would let your mother give you a good beating and humiliation? Jiao Lin answered Huli's question honestly. Isn't that right? Dad misses Mom, and is going to play mixed doubles with Mom against me. Huli happily took out the sound transmission jade and sent a message to his mother, who was sitting in the nearby sea market, saying that he met his father in the nearby sea city. The honest Jiao Lin was stunned to see Huli showing off his tricks. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand a syllable? Su Yan, who left through the water escape method, didn't know Huli's little thoughts. He came to a coral reef 30 to 40 feet high under the guidance of Jiao Nanhua. The coral reef is not a simple decoration. Su Yan can see a figure walking on the windowsill from a distance, entering through the gate at the bottom of the coral reef. There are rows of tiled buildings on the left-hand side, and a large number of things like awnings are built on the right-hand side, surrounding the right side of the courtyard. In the mountains of goods, people are busy with something. Nanhua's home is really big. The area of the courtyard should be no less than 10 acres. Su Yan, who was lying on his aunt's shoulder, sighed silently. Nanhua, the beautiful woman Jiren, who was standing in front of the greenhouse and holding a large account book in her hand, saw Jiao Nanhua, stopped her work and greeted her with a smile. Did Xiaoyu's trip go well? Did you find any majestic and noble beasts to let your aunt taste them? I'm so smart that I can definitely find them. I'm back now to take him to sign up. After seeing her aunt, Jianan would turn around with a bright smile on her face, picked up Su Yin, who was lying on her aunt's shoulder and looking around, and held him high in front of the nearly 2-meter-3-meter tall Aunt Juren, and said, "He is a good friend I met in Xiaoyu, and he is also the best gift for my tribe to spend the winter in the future." Ah! The aunt of the mermaid tribe looked at Su Yin, who was greeting her with a look of doubt on her face, and silently raised her palm with dark blue webs, and placed it next to Su Yin, who was held high by Jiananwu. When the two were compared, the little fox was about the same size as the aunt of the mermaid tribe. The aunt of the mermaid tribe showed a subtle look on her face and said, "It seems a little too delicate." The aunt who has lived for hundreds of years has basically seen all kinds of monsters except for the real dragon that has not seen the mermaid tribe spend the winter. But the aunt has never seen a small monster as delicate as Su Yin. Let's not talk about his abilities. Just say that his body can really survive a winter? But because Jianan was said that Su Yin was her friend, the aunt couldn't say something too straightforward. "Hello." Aunt looked at Su Yin, who greeted her and also greeted him. "Aunt, I am awesome." Su Yin is a sub-dragon branch with dragon blood in his body, confirmed by true Lord Cho Yunkin Dan Wanli Ning of the North Sea Dragon Clan. Aunt's originally subtle gaze, after Jianan Wu said the word Dragon Clan, seemed to trigger some key words, and shifted her gaze to Su Yin again. "Certified by the Dragon Clan?" "Yes." True Lord Cho Yunkin Dan Wanli Ning is a true dragon of the North Sea Dragon Clan. Some time ago, he was invited to Xiaoyu to participate in the Xiaoyu New Year Ancestor Worship Ceremony. We met True Lord Cho Yunkin Dan Wanli Ning there. She said in person to me that the little fox is dragon blood. Jianan Wu told Aunt the truth. Chapter 380 Clan Mother. A demon with dragon blood? After Jianan Wu told Su Yan's life story, not only was Annie Jiao stunned, but the female mermaids who were also counting goods around her poked their heads out from the gaps between boxes of goods and looked at the delicate little fox that Jianan Wu held up in front of Annie Jianan Wu. Some mermaids with sharp hearing even poked their bodies out of the tower transformed from the coral reef just to see the demon beast with dragon blood. What's wrong with everyone? Su Yin was originally very excited to say lo. But after Sister Nanwu finished speaking, the surroundings of the greenhouse became silent, and the sound of small crabs crawling in the sand could be heard from the outside world. Su Yin looked around with a look of doubt on his face, and saw that the other mermaids were looking at him, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Ahem. 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 The aunt of the mermaid coughed twice, breaking the weird atmosphere, and said, "It's really a rare guest." As the aunt said this, she glared at the other mermaid girls, who were looking at her, and forced them to retreat. "Can you be more steady? Such a rare guest is willing to come to our tribe as a guest. Don't scare them away. It's not even the season to store fat yet. And you want to be in heat?" After the aunt sternly forced the other mermaids to retreat, she looked at the mermaid Nanwu and Su Yin with a kind face, and said with a smile, "It's really a very good young man. Mother should be registered at Wash now. If you want to sign up for the hibernation celebration, you can go there to find her. When you sign up, and we'll treat you to a meal." Nanwu and two friends. You must be tired after traveling all the way from Xiaoyu. Please don't dislike our welcoming banquet later. Although she was curious about Nanwu and Su Yin, Anne still knew what was important and what was not. Such an important and noble male must be tricked into the tribe before it can be taken. Otherwise, if he is scared, who knows whether Su Yin will come to live in winter. After thinking about these things, the aunt simply put down the work in her hands and walked in front to lead the way, leading Su Yin and his party to the wash house where the registration work was carried out, for fear that the female mermaid would scare the little beast with impatience. She also asked the mermaid to prepare a reception banquet and arrange accommodation. The mermaid mother is currently in the wash house, which is the tile house where the mermaid meditates after turning left at the entrance of the coral reef. If you continue to walk forward, you can see a semicircular vaulted tile house. This wash house is used to place valuable goods, but now according to the custom of the mermaids, it is changed to the registration place for male beasts to participate in the winter festival. In addition to this location near the seaside city, there is also a registration point on the seaside market. They are lining up? After walking around the tile house, Su Yin, who was held in the arms of Jiao Nanwu, saw a long queue of 80 or 90 monsters outside the door of the tile house. Some sea beasts that had not even transformed came to sign up in their original form. Most of them are here to join in the fun. Auntie seemed to be worried that Su Yin might have misunderstood something, and she explained, "Those who can really go to our ancestral land are basically young talents selected by us mermaids from outside. The opening of the registration point for the Mermaid Winter Festival is actually a kind of human relations. It is not the lack of people that is worrying, but the inequality. You mermaids hold banquets in your ancestral land every year, but you only invite outsiders and completely ignore us sea people? That's enough. There are also exotic beasts and divine beasts in the endless sea, but there is serious class discrimination in the endless sea ecosystem. People who are not in the same circle cannot get together at all. Although the mermaids have some face in the four seas, they are only a few. Although they know that those who come to register are all scum and shrimps, who treat mermaids as fools to make quick money. However, due to the human relations and the factors of luck, the mermaids in the West Sea still insist on opening registration points every year to screen sea beasts, and select some powerful sea beasts with high cultivation from the tall ones among the short ones. The real main force of reproduction is still the talented monsters brought back by female mermaids from all over the continent. Register here. Because Su Yin was a selected mermaid, he did not line up with other sea beasts. Instead, he came directly to the long table at the entrance of the theater under the leadership of Annie Jiao and Jiao Nanwu, and said something to the merman who was registering his tribe and age. Under the surprised eyes of other sea beasts, Su Yin jumped onto the table and wrote his name. And then, he completed the registration and went directly into the theater. A fox is okay? The first sea beast was registering his tribe, age, and cultivation information on paper. Seeing Su Yin enter the theater without any hindrance, he could not help but complain to the merman girl who was in charge of receiving the registration. It's okay if you have a penis. The merman girl responded with a smile on the surface. But she was also muttering about Jiao Nanwu's selected reserve supplies in her heart. Bringing a fox back. Aren't you really afraid that your mother will beat your butt? Entering the tile house, the first thing you see is the floor paved with antique thunderstruck wood. A group of mermaid girls are walking barefoot on the floor quickly. There is a growing noise in the rooms on both sides of the entrance corridor. At the end of the corridor, in the dome space, you can see a huge lady with dark blue hair, sitting on a bench with an indifferent look on her face, watching the noisy sea beasts around her. Mother! When Jiao Nanwu saw the huge giant, a surprised expression appeared on her cheeks. She hugged Su Yin and rushed to the side of the mother of the mermaid tribe, hugged him tightly, and squeezed Su Yin to the side of the mother's chest. But compared with the giant, who was more than 4 meters tall, Su Yin's body in the form of immortal secret method was too small to attract the attention of the mother of the mermaid tribe. Of course, it is also possible that the mother thought the fox was a pet raised by Nanwu, so she didn't care about his existence. Bad news comes one after another recently. Did you bring any good news for the tribe? The huge tribe mother smiled slightly and looked at Jiao Nanwu, who was holding her arm. She tried to suppress the irritation in her heart and asked, Clang clang, I brought my friend back to sign up for the Winter Festival of the Mermaids. Jiao Nanwu held Su Yin high, and the ant beside her sent a message to the tribe mother to tell her that Su Yin contained the blood of the dragon tribe. Friends of the dragon tribe. The tribe mother, who had originally smiled very reluctantly, lit up her eyes after hearing the words, and suddenly became sincere and asked Su Yin's origins. Where are you from? I don't know. Su Yin noticed that there seemed to be other thoughts in the tribe mother's eyes, and responded honestly, I don't know my origins either. I was born wandering in the southern state. Later, I went to Xiaoyu and met Aunt Chong, who adopted me and barely had enough food. The ant could also sense that the eyes of the clan mother seemed to contain some thoughts. In addition, she had said that the mermaids had received some bad news one after another, and guessed that Su Yin's dragon identity might be of other use to her. So she no longer hid her presence and stood up to support Su Yin. Don't get me wrong, fellow Taoist. Seeing that the ant took a step forward, and seemed to be ready to stand between herself, Jiao Nanwu and Su Yin, the mermaid mother shook her head and said, I have no ill intentions. I just want to know where this dragon friend came from. We mermaids are going to encounter some troubles. If the blood of this dragon friend is still good, our mermaids want him to help us send a letter to the West Sea Dragon clan. Since the accidental death of the West Sea Dragon mother, the dragon clan has banned all uninvited outsiders from entering. Of course, those with dragon blood are not included. Therefore, after learning about Su Yin's dragon blood, the mermaid mother wanted him to go to the dragon territory and ask the dragon guards to deliver a letter to the dragon elders. Chapter 381, The Method of Taking Life. Send a letter? Su Yin ran back to Sister Nanwu's shoulder and looked at the huge mermaid mother with a look of surprise. Yes, it's to send a letter to the dragon tribe. The mermaid mother glanced at her aunt. then looked at Su Yin and said lightly, "Although the matter is very simple. Our mermaid tribe cannot get close to the closed Dragon Palace city. And we are also disliked because of poor fertility. And we can't contact other sub-dragon tribes," the mermaid mother said, not hiding her sarcasm at all. Raised her left hand horizontally in front of her eyes, and raised her palm to the sky in front of everyone, implying that the sub-dragon tribes looked up at the sky, extremely arrogant and rude, and never looked down at the creatures under them. The real dragons don't like to interact with mermaids, because mermaid mothers can't give birth to dragons, and the offspring born will inherit the innate magical powers at most, but not other things. Because of the dislike of the real dragons, the sub-dragons and dragon blood creatures of the vassal dragon clan also dislike the mermaids, and even get too close to the mermaids, and will be ridiculed. Some kind dragon blood creatures are also worried about being ridiculed in front of their own clan, and they are gradually drifting away from the mermaids. Therefore, the mermaids now have something to report, but they have been struggling to get around because they have no way out. When the mother of the clan just learned that her child brought back a creature with dragon blood, she was still a little relieved that she could finally send the letter. But when she learned that Su Yin himself didn't know what kind of species he was, the relief that the mother of the mermaid clan had just risen was extinguished by Su Yin. The dragon clan is all about blood, and a dragon blood creature whose bloodline is unclear can't reach the Dragon Palace city or get close to the sub-dragons. Alas, the mother of the merman tribe shook her head and sighed. It's all because of those damn fools. So, what happened? If there is no inconvenience, tell me. Maybe I can talk to your city lord, the ant asked the mother. Judging from the expression of the mother of the merman tribe, the merman tribe seemed to have really encountered some troubles, and the mother of the merman tribe had already figured out a way to deal with it. But she was unable to deliver the letter in her hand to the hands of the dragon tribe. If it was just to deliver the letter, the ant thought it was not a big deal. With her identity as a proud insect tribe, she could talk to the greedy ghost in the coastal city and send the letter to the dragon palace in the distant sea city. The mother of the mermaid tribe was silent for a while, and said, "There is actually no direct evidence. But because we mermaids have been traveling between the sea and the land for a long time, we are more familiar with the things at the junction of the two places. When we returned to the coastal city in the early spring of this year, we could clearly perceive that the number of demon cultivators in the western state had an explosive growth compared with the past. But a mermaid sent me a message before she died, saying that she saw human cultivators eating people. So, I suspect that the remnants of the Nightmare Town sect in the western state returned to the western state under the name of demon cultivators. There are a total of 5 states in the original continent. Due to different regions and customs, everyone's lifestyle and cultivation methods are quite different. The Nightmare Town sect is also regional. The central state borders the other 4 states, and has very rich biological resources and multiple climates. Therefore, the Nightmare Town sect in the central state mainly focuses on the method of merging souls and taking over bodies. It can seize the supernatural powers of living beings through soul fusion, and can also obtain the strong physique of other living beings through transplantation and connection. The eastern state belongs to the territory of the demon clan. If the method of soul fusion and possession is forcibly performed in the eastern state, the former by Shouju is a good example. Although they are extremely powerful and extremely vicious, they are still hunted down by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and dare not set foot in the eastern state to return to their ancestral land. Therefore, the eastern state Nightmare Town sect has derived the method of manipulating cause and effect by making cursed objects and citing rules and cause and effect to forcibly seize life, cultivation, and luck. The western state Nightmare Town sect, which was slaughtered by the Dragon King of the West Sea and almost lost its orthodoxy, practiced the method of nightmare before its death, which is called the method of taking life and plundering life. It is a kind of sacrificial evil method that kills by secretly following certain rules, and can devour the cultivation and luck of the loser. The most external manifestation of this method is swallowing, which means plundering the cultivation of the defeated by swallowing them. Once, the disciples of Nightmare Town in the western state planned an assassination against the Dragon Mother of the West Sea. They took advantage of the fact that the kind Dragon Mother had just given birth and was weak, and cooperated with the fools on the shore to directly complete the assassination. The mother of the mermaid tribe said slowly, "Although the Dragon King has completed his revenge, the sacrifice of the disciples of Nightmare Town has been more than half successful. They only need to swallow the Dragon Mother, who has turned into a pill, and they can plunder a powerful cultivation that is infinitely close to the realm of heaven and man. The heaven and man are already the upper limit of the world of cultivation. They only need to obtain the spirit of immortals to become true immortals. The disciples of Nightmare Town in the Western State planned this assassination against the Dragon Mother of the West Sea because they could not assassinate the heavenly man who owned the universe. So they chose the Dragon Mother whose cultivation was infinitely close to the realm of heaven and man. As long as the Nightmare Town sect can produce a heavenly man, it can reverse the current situation of the Nightmare Town sect in the world of cultivation, with the power and evil nature of the Nightmare Town method. As long as the Nightmare Town practitioners achieve the status of a celestial being, they will surely become one of the more powerful beings among the celestial beings. At that time, the world of cultivation will usher in a new era. So, I am suspecting that the Nightmare Town sect that was once slaughtered by the Dragon King has made a comeback, just to complete the unfinished sacrifice and allow them to obtain the power of the Dragon Mother. The Mother of the Mermaids explained the whole story in a leisurely manner, because the Chi sect is here in the Western State, plus the customs of the mermaids and Jiu. In previous years, some foreigners often come to watch the excitement, including some magic cultivators who like fun and are happy to take pictures with crystals. At the beginning of spring, after the mermaids return from their ancestral land to the coastal city where they usually make a living, they vaguely realized that the number of magic cultivators was a little more than in previous years. But the mermaids did not care about it. After all, the magic cultivators are free to do whatever they want, and the mermaids can't control it. Until half a month ago, a mermaid girl who went to the Western State to look for winter supplies sent back a message of cannibalism to the tribe mother through secret methods before she died. The mermaid tribe mother was shocked to realize that the Western State Nightmare Town sect might have made a comeback after decades. Well, don't you have evidence of telepathy? Tell Yaolong the news of the mermaid girl before her death, and the news you just said, Mother, and the problem should be solved. Right? Hearing the news about the Nightmare Town disciples, Su Yin pricked up his fox ears and listened carefully. After listening to all the information, Su Yin, who was digesting the information of the Nightmare Town sect, suddenly noticed a loophole in the information. That is, didn't the mother of the Merman tribe suffer from the lack of evidence and unable to find the sub-dragons to send a message to the Dragon Palace? Isn't the voice transmission sent by the dead Merman girl the most powerful evidence? Wouldn't they be excited to put this thing in front of the sub-dragons? This is a good thing that can please the Dragon King of the West Sea. The mother of the Merman tribe was silent for a while, and did not directly say the answer to the so-called loophole. Instead, she raised a question. What you said does make sense. But I ask you a question now. Those terrifying upright no. What do the human race like to eat in a general sense? The question asked by the mother of the Merman tribe directly stumped Su Yin. What do the human race like to eat? How can there be a standard answer to such a question? What the human race likes to eat is naturally determined by personal taste, regional factors, and what they like to eat today. People who don't know abalone naturally don't want to eat abalone. The question of the mother of the Merman tribe has no answer at all. What are you thinking about? Seeing Su Yan's serious thinking, the ant beside him sighed and said, she means that in the harsh Western states, is cannibalism really a problem? In harsh places, where not drinking water or eating food will lead to death, cannibalism is a very common thing. Chapter 382 Tao Thai Bloodline. The question raised by the mother of the Merman tribe actually did not require Su Yin to give an answer, but wanted Su Yin to understand a problem. In order to survive in a harsh environment, cannibalism is really not a problem. And it is even very common. Especially the human race is a well-known omnivorous creature. It is not a big problem for them to eat a fellow race when they have nothing to do. Unlike the demon race or the sea race, the human race has a deep preference for certain specific tastes. Cannibalism cannot be regarded as evidence, unless the dead Merman girl can record the group of people who engage in cannibalism, and then carefully identify them to confirm whether they are the people of the Western Nightmare Town. Because the Merman cannot provide strong evidence, the sub-dragons are also worried about falsely reporting military intelligence and being punished. So they naturally will not help the Mermen, who are not likable to begin with. Therefore, the mother of the Merman thought that she would directly skip the dragon and deliver the report letter to the Dragon Palace. In this way, the West Sea Dragon clan, who hated the Nightmare Town, would definitely investigate the Western State and find out those Nightmare Town members who were disguised as demon cultists. But it was very uncomfortable if the report letter was not sent out for a long time. And the demon cultivators in the market on the shore were also very annoying. Give me the letter. I will find the gluttonous Ghost City Lord later and ask him to help me, said the ant with helplessness. The situation of the Merman tribe is really troublesome now. They know that the Nightmare Town members have made a comeback, but because of their previous reputation for impatience, the Dragon tribe did not have any intersection with the Merman. The dragons were originally middlemen, but because the mermen could not produce strong evidence, they were unwilling to take the responsibility of false reports. Of course, there is naturally a reason for disliking the mermen. Once the information about the Nightmare Town was falsely reported, and the West Sea Dragon clan launched a large-scale investigation, but failed to find the Nightmare Town. The whistleblower, Yalong, would not only be blamed by the West Sea Dragon clan, but also be ridiculed by his own people, and directly experience social death. The problem faced by the mermaids is that under the bloodline system, people have little influence, and no one believes what they have seen and heard. Mayat was at a loss for words, but she was willing to help for the sake of Nan Wu. As for the follow-up, what does it have to do with me whether the West Sea Dragon clan can find the Nightmare Town? I just came here to travel, and reported the Nightmare Town. Whether you can catch them is your own problem. You are the one who said you hate the Nightmare Town sect. I notified you to catch them when I saw them. If you can't catch them, you blame me? Why don't you blame the wind in the dry toilet for not being able to poop and blowing the bamboo shoots that just popped up back? Andy took the letter from the mother of the merman tribe and opened it to the dragon tribe. She read the contents and prepared to pass it on to the mayor of the coastal city, asking him to inform the dragon tribe that there were people from the Nightmare Town in the western state. On the other hand, Su Yan, led by Jian Nanwu, squatted on the table in front of the mother of the merman tribe and looked at Sister Nanwu and the mother of the merman tribe with a puzzled look on his face. Forget it. I'll give it to you. The mother of the merman tribe looked at Su Yan, pondered for a long time, and did not say anything more. A rather strange expression appeared on her cheek. She took out a jade slip with a date from her storage ring, and recorded Su Yan's name and figure in a crystal. When winter comes, Su Yan can use his name and the jade slip in his hand to pair up with the mermaids holding the crystal to enter the ancestral land of the mermaids. After getting the jade slip of the mermaids, Su Yan has officially signed up for the winter festival of the mermaids. When the date on the jade slip comes, Su Yan can go back to the ancestral land with the mermaids to celebrate the winter. Can he do it? The mother of the mermaids stood up and said Su Yan and his group who agreed to help her deliver the letter. Looking at the figure that was gradually walking away, the mother of the tribe muttered a little about Su Yan's physical fitness in her heart, brought back by Jian Nanwu herself. The mother of the mermaids naturally would not think that Su Yan had any major problems. After all, the mother of the mermaids still trusted her children very much. But the bad thing is that Jian Nanwu actually has no relevant experience. Reproduction is not really a matter of one male and one female. It also depends on other factors, and the cultivation of both parties. Judging from the experience of the merman mother, Su Yan should not be very old. If he really has dragon blood as Jian Nanwu said, then it should take 3 to 50 years for Su Yan to mature. Obviously, the young Su Yan cannot become a breeding beast. But for the sake of his aunt, the merman mother did not say anything to reject Su Xiaoyu. Moreover, after getting along with him at close range, the merman mother vaguely noticed that Su Yan's body seemed to be covered with a layer of extremely hidden magic, which should belong to the magic of covering and concealing. And this method is extremely precious. If there had not been skin contact just now, the mother would not have been able to detect the abnormality of Su Yan. The magic of a mid-stage Jindan cultivator could actually hide the eyes of a half-step earth immortal. From this, it can be seen how profound the magic Su Yan performed was. Was Su Yan simply adopted? The merman mother felt that this was unbelievable. But she also had no intention of continuing to investigate. As long as it is confirmed that Su Yan is harmless to the tribe, then other things will have nothing to do with the mermaids. Please come this way. The welcoming banquet I asked people to prepare earlier should have been arranged. After leaving the registration theater, the mermaid aunt smiled and invited Su Yan and his aunt to move to the coral reef tower next to them. Drink a cup of hot tea, have a simple meal, and then go to the city lord's mansion to do business. Not to mention Su Yan's bloodline problem. Just because his aunt was righteous and helped the mermaids, she needed to be treated well. The harm of the Nightmare Town is still vivid in our minds. If the Dragon King takes action again, the mermaids may need to move back to their tribe to rest for a few years. On the day when the benevolent dragon mother died, the mermaid aunt witnessed the sea boiling with her own eyes. Not only did a vast expanse of red land form on the ground, but even the ocean thousands of miles away from the coast suffered a devastating blow. The mermaids and other sea beasts worked together and spent several years to rebuild the current ecosystem. The mermaids didn't want to see the Dragon King get angry, so they were so anxious to report to the Dragon Clan, preparing to kill the Nightmare Town on land. Aunt, do you know the Lord of Near Sea City? Su Yan, who was lying on his aunt's shoulder, asked his aunt with curiosity. It was not convenient to speak before because there were so many people. But now that he came out of the theater, Su Yin asked directly. I didn't know him before. But when I landed in the city, I sensed his breath. He was in the mansion with the words Near Sea City Lord's Mansion written on it. Ant smiled and said, that guy will definitely subvert your concept of fat and thin. His father is a glutton who is known as the fierce Tao Tai who swallows the sky and eats the earth. And his mother is a white snake demon with dragon blood. The blood of the two combined and gave birth to a ball. Chapter 383 Ta Ball. From the blood of the fierce beast Tao Tai, combined with the mother of the dragon blood creature. The result is a ball. And he spoke with a strange look on her face, introducing to Su Yin the fat sheephorn snake monster that she remembered. The current mayor of the coastal city should be a temporary classmate of Auntie and Fox Mom a long time ago. They met in the exchange activities of the two academies, and were classmates for a short period of time. Although the fat snake had extraordinary blood, it was very short because it was young at the time. After revealing its true form, the white snake body was directly fat as a ball, with a pair of slender antelope horns on its head inherited from its Tao Tai father. The true form usually rolls when walking, so Auntie was particularly impressed by the white snake monster. Isn't this combination of Tao Tai and dragon blood white snake the legendary fat snake? My aunt was talking about the snake monster with sheep horns and a snake body. But the image that emerged in Su Yan's mind was the famous fat snake he had seen on video in his previous life, the Gaboon Viper. Because of its relatively short body and fat body, the Gaboon Viper crawls like a caterpillar when it is not hunting, unlike other snakes that twist and turn seductively. After we have a meal and take a break, we will go visit our old classmates, the aunt said, and then sent a voice message to Su Yin. You don't need to worry about anything. Your mother only shows up with a fox head, with a smile on her face when school starts. Exams and promotions are held. The old glutton can't tell your identity at all. If he asks, just say that you are the lucky fox I adopted. Anyway, the fox fairy culture is popular in Xiaoyu, and you are embarrassed to go out without two foxes. The Xiaoyu people are famous for their weirdness in the cultivation world. They have been influenced by Emperor Wusheng and the Xiaoyu dynasty for many years. They are really crazy about beautiful foxes to a certain extent. The pure fox clan will cover their butts and run away when they see the Xiaoyu fanatics. Don't you see that in such a big Xiaoyu dynasty, there has never been any trace of the pure fox clan. Therefore, it is normal for the aunt, who has lived in Xiaoyu for a long time, to adopt a few little fox demons. In addition, the snake monster and the fox mother have not met many times. The aunt is not worried that the snake monster can recognize Su Yan's true identity. The aunt and Su Yan were talking through voice transmission, and in reality, they had already walked to the front of the coral reef tower. As soon as he arrived here, Su Yan saw a very strange scene. On the top of the tower, about 20 meters above the ground, a mermaid girl stuck her head out from the windowsill of the tower and directly stuffed her head into the waterway built in the sky. Her mouth opened as if she was saying something. Seeing such a strange scene, Su Yan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Sister Nanwu beside him. Jiao Nanwu was slightly stunned, and stood on tiptoe, listening to the sound waves coming out of the mermaid's mouth, and said, Auntie Jiren, it seems that she is calling for ingredients? It's a bit hard to hear because the distance is too far. She is taking the blood of the crab monster to make crab powder tofu, a special delicacy of our mermaids. Aunt Jiren looked at the crab monster rushing over from the end of the waterway, and smiled and explained to Su Yin, crab blood is colorless, odorless, and fishy and cold. So people on the ground are often confused about why crabs have no blood. In fact, after a little processing, crab blood is extremely delicious. It can be stewed with crab powder made from crab roe and crab meat to make a special delicacy of our mermaids. The crab paste tofu is delicious and fresh, but it is difficult for people on the ground to eat it unless they spend money like water, because just taking the crab blood requires 200 crabs to produce a plate of it. River monsters and sea beasts are inherently ferocious, and river and seafood are already expensive. Only the rich can make such luxurious specialties. The mermaids also need to pay spirit stones to the crab monster to take blood. Otherwise the crab monster is not stupid. How could they let the mermaids take their blood for no reason? Mermaids don't usually eat this dish, and they only cook this dish during festivals or birthdays. It sounds so troublesome. Su Yin looked up and saw the mermaid girl, took out the hose, and poked his arm into the crab monster's crab SHL. Streams of colorless liquid slowly flowed out. After taking half a caddy of blood, the mermaid girl took out 3 caddies of spirit stones, and gave them to the crab monster as nutrition fees for the crab monster's blood donation. After the crab monster took the spirit stone, its 8 legs loosened from the bottom of the elevated waterway, and its body leapt along the water flow. Its movements are so skillful. Su Yin couldn't help but complain when he saw it. Spiritual blood is not essence blood. And the crab monsters also know that their blood can make delicious food. When they don't have spirit stones to practice, they often come out to sell blood. Annie Jiao explained to Su Yin. Half a caddy of blood can be exchanged for 3 caddies of spirit stones, which is enough for a foundation building cultivator to practice continuously for about 10 days without sleep. If you save a little money, 3 caddies of spirit stones are really enough for a month of practice. Ordinary blood is not essence blood. And with the physique of the monster race, it can be compensated by eating and drinking well. Then pack a portion for me too. I may need to give it out as a gift later. Annie Jiao introduced the delicacies of the merman tribe. My aunt pondered and asked her to pack a portion, which might be useful when she visited the mayor of the coastal city later. No problem. I'll order someone to prepare it. Let's sit here and have a cup of tea first. The mermaid aunt invited everyone to sit inside the house, and smiled and agreed to what my aunt said, and asked her to prepare another table of sumptuous dishes for my aunt to pack as a small gift. Before the dishes were served, the mermaid aunt was responsible for making tea and entertaining. However, under her well-mannered appearance, she had a pair of charming eyes that would attack the little fox from time to time. Who doesn't want their son to become a dragon? Now the opportunity is in front of her, and the aunt can only endure it because her body fat rate is not up to standard, which does not meet the body fat rate standard required for the reproduction period of mermaids. And she is worried that Su Yin will not dare to come in winter. Otherwise she would have run to the alley of the tile house with Su Yin in her arms. After having lunch in the Coral Reef Tower, after a short rest to digest the food, my aunt took Su Yin to the city lord's mansion to find the snake monster, ready to ask him to help send the recopied letter to the Dragon Palace in Yuanhai City. Jiao Nanwu and Aunt Jiao Ren originally wanted to go with my aunt, but my aunt was worried that their identities might cause trouble, so she declined their invitation. Who? Do you have anything to do? If not, please leave quickly. We are very busy. The gate of the city lord's mansion in Jihai City was not locked. My aunt led Su Yin to the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals holding trays of food were running around in the city lord's mansion, passing food around. They were out of breath after serving lunch. Nothing. Just come to Lao Tao to reminisce about the past. Auntie waved her hand to send away the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, looking at the big snake monster entrenched in the empty lobby with a height of 8 meters. As if aware of the gaze of the Annie, the snake monster, which was entrenched in the lobby and madly devoured the food, enjoying it until his eyes were slightly narrowed, stopped the power of telekinesis, swallowed all the food in his mouth into his oval body, and looked at the 2 strange monsters standing at the door of his house. Friends of the monster clan? Lao Tao's body swayed slightly, raised his snake head that was originally crouching to eat, looked at the auntie and asked. The person in front of him called out his old name. He should be a Taoist friend he knew a long time ago. But Lao Tao thought about it in his mind, and he couldn't remember where he had seen the 2 monsters in front of him. It's me, Chong Chiong. Andy looked at the white fat snake in front of him that was so fat that it could no longer coil up its snake body, and spoke. Chong Chiong. Lao Tao was stunned when he heard this. As if he remembered something, his eyes suddenly widened and his expression was shocked. You are Chong Chiong? What happened to you? Why did you become so much shorter? Why did your 1.8 meter long legs, which you were proud of, become short legs? The Chong Chiong in front of him could not be said to be exactly the same as the Chong Chiong in Lao Tao's memory, but there was no similarity in their figures and appearances. When he met Chong Chiong, her height was the most attractive among the demons of the same grade, and her long legs attracted countless demon classmates to lie on the ground, hoping that Chong Chiong could step on them and walk over. But what is the kid in front of him doing? Chapter 384 Reverse Growth. How did you become so thin? The snake monster tried to coil up, but because of its fat body, it failed to do so. The white figure raised its eyes in shock, staring at the ant who seemed to have shrunk in front of it, expressing its confusion. Because in Lao Tao's impression, when he first saw Chong Chiong in the academy, Chong Chiong's height was as high as 1.8 meters and nearly 1.9 meters. At that time, classmates were all joking that Chong Chiong was 1.8 meters tall and his legs accounted for 1.2 meters, which was very tall. That was more than 200 years ago. The Chongqiang that Lao Tao saw now was about 1.6 meters tall. And his originally beautiful and mature face became childish again. Are you getting older and older? From the concave side of Lao Tao's white snake body, an arm similar to that of the human race slowly stretched out. And the pure white arm had 5 distinct fingers. Lao Tao stretched out his hand on his head and scratched his itchy scalp due to overheating. Humph. And he waved her hand and said, "Don't worry. We are all like this. When we grow to a certain limit, our bodies will go back as our cultivation increases." And he omitted some things here. In fact, the proud insects did not have the reverse growth attribute before. The current reverse growth is actually because the Queen Mother of the West entrusted the immortal grass to the proud insects before she fell asleep. The proud insects are affected by the immortal grass, and will enter the reverse growth cycle after their demon bodies are fully developed. It's really weird. The old glutton stretched out his hand and scratched his forehead while complaining about the weird talents of the proud insects. What kind of tribe would need the innate power of reverse growth? Su Yin looked at his aunt, and then looked at the snake monster lying in the hall with a pair of human arms stretched out, scratching his head and stroking his face, complaining about his aunt's weirdness. And suddenly a subtle emotion arose in his heart. If you say weird things, you should be a little weird. Right? Whose big snake has a pair of human arms? Forget it. Forget it. I don't want to think about those things anymore. The old glutton retracted his scattered thoughts and looked at his aunt and Su Yin, who came to visit him, and said, "Old classmate, what's the matter with you coming to see me? If I remember correctly, you are definitely the type who won't come to my house for no reason. Besides, you are carrying a big bag of food." Although the old classmate's figure may change, his personality should not change. Because the Demon Academy does not recruit young children. The demons who come to the academy to study are basically close to maturity, or are ready to leave the demon territory and go to the outside world to stir up trouble. What they learn in the Demon Academy is the common sense recognized by the cultivation world, and the situation and the powerful strength of various places. It's not the general education of children's literacy. When he met Chongqiang, Chongqiang was already a big demon who was about to mature, and his temperament was fixed. Nothing special. I was just about to come here to join in the fun. I saw some Nightmare Town members in the coastal area of the western state, so I thought of reporting them. I remember that the West Sea Dragon Clan seemed to particularly hate the Nightmare Town members, and I could report them to get a reward. The ant put the food aside, took out the letter she had copied, and used the method of controlling objects to send it to the Tao, the lord of the Near Sea city, and said, "I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for so long. You have now become the lord of a city. Before I was young, I didn't know how to live a comfortable life with someone to take care of me. After more than 10 years of walking alone outside, I experienced rain, hunger and poverty. And now I know what life is." Lao Tao shook his head and explained, stretched out his hand to take the letter sent by his aunt, used his spiritual power to read the contents of the report letter, and said, "I have read the contents inside. Do you want me to help send the letter to Longmong City?" To be honest, the West Sea experienced a great change more than 20 years ago, and now it is particularly sensitive to the Nightmare Town people, old classmate. Can you guarantee it? Don't let Lao Tao treat me like a kuju by the Dragon Clan. The matter of the Nightmare Town people was dispensable in the past. They didn't go to the Endless Sea to make trouble, and the Sea Beast clan didn't bother to pay attention to them. But now things are different, because the wife of the Dragon King of the West Sea was assassinated by the Nightmare Town people. The Dragon King of the West Sea has not come out yet. If the content of the letter is authentic, then the Dragon King of the West Sea, who is sealed in the Dragon Palace City, will definitely come out. The content can definitely be guaranteed to be authentic. But what we saw was not from your western state, but escaped from the Xiaoyu dynasty. You should also know that when Xiaoyu was offering sacrifices to his ancestors, the Nightmare Town followers attacked Xiaoyu city in public and offended the face of Emperor Wusheng. Later, the entire territory of Xiaoyu was blocked, and the door was closed to beat the dog. The ant assured Lao Tao, "Anyway, you just help me deliver the letter, and when we get the reward, we will split it 30% and 70%. Lao Tao said with a face full of laughter and tears, "The logic in your head is still so robbery." After the ant said the 30% and 70% split, Lao Tao also understood what the ant meant. She was sure to see the Nightmare Town followers. But those Nightmare Town followers belonged to Zhongzhou, because the ones who fled to the western state because of the anger of the emperor of the Xiaoyu dynasty were not those native western state guys who ate living things without spitting out bones. Lao Tao would like to call the ant's move a genius, who cheated bonuses and received minimum living allowances. How can I know what sect the followers of Nightmare Town belong to? I'm just asking if you are a follower of Nightmare Town. After discussing the matter of delivering the letter, the aunt took out the packed food she brought with her and put it on the table to reminisce with her old classmates. Lao Tao did not raise any objections to this and raised his hand to call the shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the mansion to bring up his fine wine. A 70-centimeter high earthenware jar was carried to Lao Tao by the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. The earthenware jar was filled with fragrant water-based spiritual wine. And the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, who were responsible for setting up the scene, also brought a wine jar. The wine in the jar was the same as the spiritual wine in the earthenware jar in front of Lao Tao. Come on! Let's go! The old Tao, who still maintained his original appearance, stretched out his hand to hold the earthenware jar in front of him. And a smile appeared on his snake face. He poured all the wine in the earthenware jar into his big mouth. Aren't you going to sit over and eat? Seeing Lao Tao's strange behavior, the aunt couldn't help but ask. I can't sit over there. After taking a sip of strong liquor, Lao Tao said, I'm too fat. It's a big burden for me to show my human form. And I'm worried that you won't be able to eat in the orc form. That's it. Just have a good chat. The food Lao Tao eats is all spiritual food, which contains a lot of spiritual power. In addition, his way of eating can be said to be pouring food. He opens his mouth wide and lets the servants pour it into his mouth crazily, and then swallows it all into his stomach in one big mouthful. The amount of spiritual power absorbed through eating is too huge. If Lao Tao shows his human form now, he may be so full that his flesh and blood will crack according to the fragility of the human form. Therefore, Lao Tao usually keeps his original body to act, and opens his orc form when he needs to fight or other situations. Ha ha ha. Come and drink. It doesn't matter if you eat as much as you want. Don't be polite. There is enough food and wine. Chapter 385 in the Sea. Reminiscing about the past at Lao Tao's house. Su Yin and his aunt didn't eat much because they had eaten in the land of the mermaids. They just drank a few glasses of wine. Lao Tao started eating with his hands, and then he lay down like a snake. The servants in the house hurriedly walked to both sides of the master and threw the food on the table and the dishes into Lao Tao's mouth. Judging from the servants' cautious expressions, some of their colleagues must have fallen into Lao Tao's mouth before. Right? Su Yin originally wanted to try the 3 fresh stew on the table, but when he saw Lao Tao's way of eating, he suddenly felt that his stomach was full and he didn't want to eat anymore. Should I say that he is really worthy of the blood of Tao Tai? When eating, he ate the bowl and the table together. No wonder. When he first came to the hall, there was no furniture. It turned out that my aunt's classmates had eaten all the food. Su Yin, squatting on my aunt's lap, looked at Lao Tao and secretly complained in his heart. Come often when you are free. I may not borrow money, but I have plenty of food and wine. Sitting in the city lord's mansion until the afternoon, my aunt said that she was going to play on land, and said goodbye to Lao Tao, who was still eating and drinking. After Lao Tao swallowed the food in his mouth, he smiled and said goodbye to my aunt. As for the report letter, it will take a few days because of the long journey. Just wait for my good news. Okay. You don't have to send it. Seeing Lao Tao's snake body wriggling like a caterpillar, my aunt waved her hand helplessly to stop him, and took Su Yin out of the city lord's mansion. The Tao's body is not abnormally large, but its overly fat body is abnormally bloated. When crawling, it crushes the bricks and stones on the ground to the point that its feet are raised. If the Tao really sends a distance, the city lord's mansion in the coastal city may need to be renovated. But the Tao has no way to deal with this. His body is originally used for eating and leisure, and his orc form is covered with white scales. His eyes are borne on his shoulders, and his area and chest and abdomen are all Tao's big mouths. In addition, the influence caused by the Tao's cultivation, ordinary people may trigger incurable hysteria after seeing it, and it is not suitable to receive friends. Then you go slowly. Come often when you have time. After the Tao smiled and sent the ant out of the hall, he slowly crawled back to the ground where he was originally lying and called out. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the city lord's mansion immediately got busy from their resting state, and continued to transport dishes to the hall to feed the snake monster Tao. But after a round of feeding, the servants in the city lord's mansion, who were too busy to notice something was wrong. Why do they feel busier and busier? Are there fewer servants to take care of Master Tao Tai? A shadow extended from the hall, moving quickly on the ground, and came to the feet of a servant who stopped and looked back with a confused look on his face. The oval black shadow split a red crack in the middle. suddenly jumped up from the servant's feet, revealing a large mouth with jagged fangs, and swallowed the stopped servant into his stomach. As the oval shadows moved, the servants inside and outside the city lord's mansion were slaughtered. The old glutton lying in the hall of the city lord's mansion, with a silent face, retracted the shadow under himself, extended a white arm from the snake body, took the report letter that had been properly placed on the city lord's desk, threw it into his mouth, chewed it into pieces silently, and swallowed it into his stomach. Old classmates. Old classmates. It's actually good to pretend that you didn't see some things. Lao Tao shook his head and spit out a jade slip from his mouth to ask the butler to recruit a group of servants. These servants who are currently used, they heard something they shouldn't have heard, so they naturally couldn't stay. After the aunt and Su Yin left the city lord's mansion, they didn't return to the mermaid's territory, but went snorkeling directly on the sea surface for the sake of avoiding suspicion. By the way, they sent a message to Jiao Nanwu in the mermaid's territory to inform her of the whereabouts of their aunt and nephew. The situation of the mermaids is rather awkward, now that they have recognized their old classmates in the coastal city. Lao Tao's earthly immortal realm cultivation. Even if he doesn't deliberately sense the situation in the city, he can roughly know where the aunt and Su Yin are going. If Lao Tao knew that the report letter from the aunt came from the mother of the mermaids, he might really re-examine the truth of the content of the report letter. So, after leaving Lao Tao's house, my aunt went directly to the offshore market for snorkeling, pretending that she really came to the western state to join in the fun. As long as she leaves a certain distance and hides her breath again, she can come back. My aunt was also very speechless about this. How could the mermaids be so miserable? The mermaids obviously have a considerable fortune, and they also have a clan mother and clan father who have cultivated to the level of earth immortals, but they have not obtained the corresponding social status. However, considering that the Endless Sea is basically a one-man show for the Four Seas dragons, my aunt can't say anything on the territory governed by the dragons. If it were the barbarians of Xiaoyu, who had the resources and strength of the mermaids, but did not obtain the corresponding social status, I am afraid that they would have risen up long ago, made a big fuss and directly stabbed in front of the Wuxing Emperor, and asked the Wuxing Emperor to come out and judge. I have shed blood for Xiaoyu, built it, and am willing to live here forever. Why can't I enjoy it? If something happens to Xiaoyu, we, who have our family businesses here, will not help. So, why don't you let me enjoy life? The Xiaoyu dynasty was founded by military force and ruled by law. In the eyes of people from other ethnic groups, the purebred Xiaoyu people are barbarians who kill and burn. They hacked the ancient beasts that originally lived in the central state to death, and then occupied the territory of the beasts with confidence. It is polite to describe them as cunning people. They are a group of mobs who burn, kill and rob whoever dares to ride on the heads of the Xiaoyu people. They dare to overthrow them directly. If the mermaids were replaced by Xiaoyu people, I am afraid that they would have planned how to overturn his old dragon's table the next day. My aunt is used to dealing with the Xiaoyu people, so when she saw the situation of the mermaids, she would naturally think about what would happen when the Xiaoyu mob came here. Because the mermaids are very similar to the Xiaoyu people, both of them have a more ethnic concept. When facing oppression, the people of Xiaoyu would naturally think of a question. Who doesn't have old and young in the family? I am an old and lonely person who is oppressed. If I don't think of some ways, won't my descendants be slaves? Forget it. I will suffer a little loss and go up to him, so that my descendants can enjoy endless happiness. Even if I die, I can still live on the homepage of the family tree and eat the first incense stick every year in festival. At the beginning of the founding of the Xiaoyu kingdom, it was Emperor Xiaoyu who led his clan to plunder magic weapons everywhere, and then distributed them to the fearless Xiaoyu people to revolt and push forward all the way. The mermaids have not resisted until now, and it is also a strange thing to use force to fight for their deserved interests. You should not have swum in the sea, right? Do you want to try it in the sea? The aunt carried Su Yin to the hollow arch bridge, looking at the rippling ocean, looking at Su Yin sideways, asking him if he was interested in swimming in the sea. No. When I was at the Huang family, my mother took me out to swim in the sea, but it wasn't fun. Huh? The little guys in the sea are really fierce. I looked at them, and they splashed black ink all over my face. Su Yin glanced at the sea with disgust on his face. Chapter 386 Dao Yu's family. The sparkling blue sea does seem to have a unique charm, making people want to step on the edge of the beach to face the sea breeze, look at the boundless sea horizon, and cleanse their tired souls. But that is for the human race. The last time Su Yin came to play in the sea, The cute animals in the seabed, when they saw Su Yin, either hurriedly burrowed into the sand to escape, or put on a threatening posture as if they were ready to fight Su Yin to the death. As a demon, Su Yin, even if he tried his best to hide the demonic aura on his body, those animals with a keen sixth sense and able to detect the danger, either hurriedly fled or were ready to fight Su Yin with no hope of escape. Where Su Yin swam in the sea, basically there was a lot of chaos, and even the seawater was muddied. The bitter sea water mixed with sand and ink taught Su Yin, who ran to the sea to play for the first time, a lesson. So, when the ant asked Su Yin if he wanted to go swimming, Su Yin's eyes twitched slightly, and he politely declined. Being sprayed with ink and eating sand is definitely not a good experience. So Su Yin didn't plan to harm those little guys living in the sea. Since you don't want to swim, let's go to a tea house in the town and have a cold drink. Seeing that Su Yin had no intention of going into the sea, the ant didn't care too much and left directly through the escape technique. She originally thought that the little fox had never touched the water, and it happened to be at the seaside now. So she asked Su Yin if he was interested in going to the sea to experience the feeling of the dragon clan and stir up the sea. Since Su Yin had no interest in this, the ant naturally wouldn't force him to throw him into the sea. After all, the sea is indeed more dangerous. And even in the offshore area, you may encounter sea beasts of the golden core and yuanying. Arriving at the tea house on the coast, the ant looked at the price list on the wooden wall, ordered a portion of pepper and salt sea snake slices, and 2 portions of ice saltwater coconut juice, and then returned to her seat to look at the little fox squatting on the table and laughing. Su Yan's little fox face is really weird. Whenever you look at him, you will see his blue eyes and short mouth, which seem to be smiling. The reason for this is that the skin at the corners of his eyes and mouth are black, and with the fluffy white hair, the corners of Su Yan's eyes and mouth in the fox form seem to be stretched. At a glance, Su Yan seems to have been squatting there and smiling. By the way, why don't you change back? Is it convenient to keep the fox form? The ant took a sip of saltwater coconut juice and looked at Su Yan squatting on the table with his fox head tilted to suck the bamboo tube. A black line appeared on her forehead. She didn't quite understand what the little nephew was doing. After changing back to his original form, he seemed to forget that he could transform. In the human territory, all supplies and food are made according to the human feel. For the demon race who cannot transform, it is very inconvenient to use. Ah, I don't want to walk. It feels very troublesome to walk in the sand with my heels in the sand. Facing the confusion raised by the ant, Su Yan answered the ant's question with an honest face. Walking on the sand will get sand stuck in your shoes. In addition, the weather in the western state is hot, humid, and sunny. Su Yan chooses to treat himself as a pendant, hanging on his aunt's shoulder or sister Nan Wu's shoulder and moving around. You really know how to enjoy life. Looking at Su Yan, who was laughing so happily, the auntie was furious and pulled Su Yan's cheeks and kneaded them. Next time, you keep your human form, and I will turn back to my original form and hang on you, so that you can also experience the life of a cow and horse. No, my original form is too big, and my shoulders can't bear my weight, Su Yan said. Little fox really cute. The auntie and nephew were waiting for Jiao Nanwu with laughter. A group of white-robed people who came in from outside the tea house came up to the fox squatting on the table and praised it. Su Yan looked up at the visitor, and saw the black demon shadow emblem on the white robe in front of him. His eyes widened, and he tucked his tail between his legs. He quickly went to his aunt's arms, and said in a voice transmission, "Aunt is a demon cultivator from the Daoyu family. The black demon shadow emblem is the symbol of the Daoyu family, one of the 3 major demon families in the cultivation world. No one else dares to pretend to be a demon cultivator from the Daoyu family. The top forces in the southern province are Wanhua Valley, which is based on the method of training the body and raising gu. Lianyuman, which is based on the method of refining souls and offering sacrifices. And the last one is the Daoyu family, which drives the progress of cultivation with the mind method. The 3 major demon sects are divided into body refining, soul refining, and mind refining. They divide the world of the southern province into 3 parts. When Su Yan saw the cultivators of Daoyu's family, he ran away with a look of horror on his face. He was not afraid of how cruel and brutal the cultivators of Daoyu's family were, but he was afraid that Daoyu's family would praise him for being cute 1 second, and then pinch his bell the next second, and record the scene with a crystal and go home to spread the word. Among the billions of demon cultivators in the southern state, the cultivators of Daoyu's family are the most self-indulgent. Hey! Why did you run away? The white-robed demon cultivator took off her hood, revealing her southern state-like appearance. But she was wearing the dancer's costume of the natives of the western state. The bright red tube top covered the front of her body, and the bell gold chain that made a light sound drooped down, connected to her red gauze loose trousers. And the white thighs and red gold silk briefs of the girl in front of her could be seen very directly. "Can I touch it?" The Daliu family demon cultivator dressed as a western region dancer saw Su Yan running into the arms of his aunt and asked if he could touch Su Yan's fur. No viewing. No recording. The corner of the aunt's eyes twitched slightly, and she directly rejected her request. The Daliu family cultivators are somewhat problematic. They usually have the habit of using crystals to record their lives. The touch mentioned by the girl in front of her may mean that she wants to record a video with Su Yan. Seeing Su Yan's horrified expression, the aunt probably guessed something. Her little nephew probably suffered from the crystals of the Daliu family, so he ran away when he saw the Daliu family cultivators reach out. What a pity! The monk from Daliu's family saw that his aunt had a stern face and refused to let him touch the fox. He showed a little disappointment on his cheek and said, "Okay. Since you don't want to now, I'll come back and ask later." The girl from Daliu's family looked at Su Yan reluctantly and turned to the table where her companions were. "Have you suffered losses at the hands of Daliu's family?" The aunt looked at Su Yan, who was leaning out of her arms, and asked about the gossip of her little nephew. "It can't be considered a loss. The cultivators of the Daliu family are really notoriously difficult to deal with. When I lived in the western state, the mayor of Chicheng was a demon cultivator aunt who ran away from the Daliu family. She seemed to be possessed by music. Ever since she saw my pink flesh pads, she felt that using my claws to play drums would definitely produce perfect music and help her perfect state of mind. She wants to cut off your claws to refine musical instruments." The aunt's face became a little serious and she asked, "No. Every time. She would take advantage of my mother's inattention and come over, cover my mouth with a white cloth, tie me back to the city lord's mansion, and force me to study and learn music." Su Yan's face was full of pain. "My mother didn't care about the aunt of the Daliu family. Once I fell into the hands of the aunt, I had to take classes to make up for the music, and it would take a whole day. If I got angry or rolled around, she would record it with a crystal and sell it to the big forest in the southern state at a high price to those old aunts of the pure fox family. She also said that if I made a little more noise, the pure fox family would love to watch these childish fox movies. The demon cultivators of the Daliu family are all evil ghosts." Chapter 387 Little Lover. "I know nothing about music, but my aunt forced me to take music lessons. She said she wanted to train me to be a top musician in the world of cultivation, so that I could dance with her and shock the world." Su Yan complained to his aunt with a sad face. The cultivation method of the Daliu family is very strange. It is a method that satisfies the inner desires of the stage, so as to achieve the perfection of the state of mind and promote the improvement of cultivation. It is precisely because the cultivators of the Daliu family are all practicing their own desires and doing a lot of absurd and speechless things in the world of cultivation that the name of the sect, which was originally called Lingxiangwen, has quietly become the Daliu family today, which is both good and evil and tends to be evil. The city lord had thought that Su Yan's fox claws were beautiful, so she thought that his claws would be able to beat out extremely amazing and wonderful music when playing drums. So she ran to the fox mother as soon as she was free and took Su Yan home. Although the city lord aunt is a cultivator of the Daliu family, she is also a top musician in the world of cultivation. She charges 3,000 yuan for a piece of music, and can earn 40,000 to 50,000 kilograms of spiritual stones for a night of performance. Such a famous teacher is flattering her face and is a disciple. In addition to providing meals, there is also a pickup service. Fox Mom thought about it and felt that it was also very good. It is better to learn music than to hang out with those pig friends all day long. So she did not interfere with the city lord aunt's kidnapping of Su Yan. Su Yan likes to read, but he reads strange stories in the world of cultivation or biographies of cultivators, which are similar to novels. Fox rolled his eyes when he read serious courses. Therefore, when Su Yan saw the group of Daliu family cultivators, he immediately recalled his miserable life when he was a child, being sandwiched in front of the city lord aunt and unable to move left and right, squatting in the music palace to read music. He subconsciously ran to his aunt's arms, fearing that he would meet some kind sister who would take a fancy to his body parts and give him tutoring. "So, you know Daliu family very well?" Aunt comforted Su Yan, who was complaining bitterly, and looked in the direction of Daliu family's cultivators. "I can't say I know very well, but I know some common sense about Daliu family's inheritance." "Right?" Su Yan said. Among the three major demon sects, Dao family mainly cultivates magical powers instead of cultivation methods. Although they hold a large-scale Immortal Ascension conference for the people every year, the number of people in their sect has always remained at a scale of several hundred. Moreover, unlike other sects, there are positions of senior brothers, junior brothers, and elders. Su Yan thinks that their way of accepting disciples should be called family-style education. It is a strong man of Dao family who leads his disciples and grandchildren to live and teach them. It is each family that manages their own affairs. The current strongman of Dao family is the former closed disciple of the master of Dao family. I can't sense the cultivation of this group of people in front of me through their white robes. But judging from the cultivation of the girl who wanted to touch me just now, they either came out in a group to kill the crazy elders who had entered the devil, or they came from the Dao family to have fun together. Su Yan just got rid of the shadow of his childhood and spoke out his analysis. Using artificial stage desires to create shackles. Using the satisfaction of the state of mind to drive the improvement of cultivation. As long as you practice your desires in practice. It is not an exaggeration to describe the speed of cultivation as 1,000 miles a day. Once the Dao family cultivators lose their minds, or let their desires blind the altar, they will fall from the steel wire, and there is no medicine or method to save them in the world. The out-of-control Dao family monks were very scary. As for what was so scary, the city lord did not say. Only that the Dao family monks would personally recover the out-of-control disciples. This was all Su Yan knew about the Dao family. The ant looked at the Dao family monks, and after confirming that they had come to Su Yan before, they really just wanted to touch him because Su Yan's fox form was too cute, and had no other unreasonable thoughts. She shifted her attention. Su Yan did not slack off, and honestly manifested his human form, sitting in a tea house on the coast, eating salt and pepper snake slices and drinking iced coconut milk, waiting for Sister Namwu to greet the tribe and come to meet him. It turns out it's really here. Before Jiao Namwu arrived, a chubby figure dragged a plump beautiful lady and pushed her straight into the tea house, saying with a smile on his face, "Dad, I brought my mother to you. You two can have a good chat. I still have to go back to the Jiao people's land to participate in the registration meeting for the winter festival." Hu Li smiled brightly and pulled his mother into the tea house and sent her to his father's arms. Hu Lian, who was pushed into the tea house by Hu Li, rolled his eyes unhappily, gently lifted his hair that was messed up by the sea breeze, and said with a slightly helpless look on his face, "I haven't seen my little fox lover for a long time. I was wondering why my tiger cub was so excited. And he was talking nonsense about some surprises, calling me to go around the mermaid tribe and taking me to the shore." Hu Lian was speechless. Since his tiger cub met Su Yan's elders, he automatically made up a lot of nonsense in his mind, mumbling in front of him every day that he wanted Su Yan to be his father. But it must be said that the Divine Beast tribe is indeed a huge force in the cultivation world. In addition, because of the era of chaos among all races, the major Divine Beast tribes all formed alliances with each other to ensure their survival, and formed a lifelong friendship. If you can really get close to one or two families, your future life will be more comfortable than being an elder in Wanhua Valley. Sister Hu Lian. Seeing Sister Hu Lian's white gauze skirt looming, Su Yan raised his hand and beckoned her to come sit down, and introduced Hu Lian's origin to his aunt. "Aunt, this is one of the 4 demon girls who accompanied me and she led me to Chuanri 100 Fruit Street. Tiger Lian, the head of the Wanhua Valley Guyuan, a cultivator from Wanhua Valley." After murmured in her heart, the aunt looked at Hu Lian and introduced herself, "Pure Fox, Hu Weiwei." After having the experience of Hua Yuzhenren, when making friends with fellow Taoists from Wanhua Valley again, the aunt made up a fake name and identity without thinking, for fear that her identity as a proud insect would drive the cultivators of Wanhua Valley crazy. After all, the proud insect, known as the king of poisonous insects, is really no less than any natural treasure that only appears in legends for the cultivators of the Gu cultivation lineage. If a Gu cultivator can take a proud insect home, he will wake up with a smile in his dreams. "You guys chat. I'll go find an inn outside." After saying low to Hu Lian, the aunt found an excuse to go outside the tea house and leave a seat for Su Yan and Hu Lian, 2 single men and women. "Hey." Hu Lian looked at his son, who ran fast, and his aunt, who left with a slightly ambiguous smile, and sighed silently and said, "Since we last parted, I've been thinking about finding Chuanri Fruit Street next year. Looking for." Hu Lian stopped talking halfway, slowly turning his head to look at the Dao Yu family monk sitting in the dark corner. Smash your crystals for me. If I feel peeping again, I will fill all your eyes with crystals regardless of whether you are secretly filming or not. Obviously, when Su Yan introduced Hu Lian's identity to his aunt, the 3 words Wanhua Valley attracted the Dao Yu family, who were also from the demon sect. And there was still an old cow eating young grass here. Such gossip must be recorded. But the Dao Yu family did not practice well. And Hu Lian felt a sense of strangeness when they were secretly filming. Chapter 388 Stolen Photos. Stingy guy. You don't have the moral integrity to share at all. The Dao Yu family monks, who were scolded by Hu Lian, reluctantly put away the crystals in their sleeves and collars that were pointed at Su Yan. They seemed to be a little dissatisfied and muttered in a low voice the original matter of having a picture and the truth. But Hu Lian's intervention made it become a matter of no picture or truth. Don't pay attention to those Dao Yu family cultivators. The shameless nature of the creatures in the southern province has been fully developed in them. Hu Lian retracted his gaze, cursed the creatures in the southern province and the Dao Yu family, looked at Su Yan who was sitting opposite him, and said with a trace of helplessness, I really didn't expect that I could meet you here by chance. It's really a pity. Meeting Su Yan again made Hu Lian gradually feel helpless. At the beginning, when he was threatened by Jinwu pinching his big butt in Chuanri Street, Hu Lian was ready to spend several months with Su Yan until he let Xiao Yazi get pregnant and get a sense of accomplishment. After all, for some monsters, the slow improvement of cultivation is not as exciting as conquering a powerful female beast. The ultimate conquest is to let the female beast give birth to a baby for him. Although he was threatened by Jinwu, Hu Lian thought in his heart that it seemed that giving birth to a sub-dragon cub with Yazi bloodline was a profit. Hu Lian had no intention of speculating on what other people were thinking when they had babies. But her initial idea of reproducing was to give birth to 2 boys and raise them to be filial to their mother when they grew up. When Hu Lian was mentally prepared and no longer had a mentality of enjoying but a mentality of reproducing, Su Yan disappeared from Chuanri Street when she woke up. Hu Lian learned from Jiuying that because of the attack by the people of Yinjin and the public brawl between the managers of Jinwu and Chuanhu clan, Jinwu took Xiao Yazi home. At that time, Hu Lian was full of black lines, and took her own tiger child to find the way Jinwu left, and was ready to take seeds from Su Yan to give birth to boys no matter what. But when she asked along the way and found the Moon Rabbit clan, she completely lost Su Yan's information. And when Hu Lian's reproduction period was over, the easy pregnancy pill she had taken before having sex with Su Yan completely lost its effect. And Su Yan directly poked his head out. After Hu Lian recalled the whole development of the incident, the whole white tiger was speechless. Why is this nagging kid so mean? If Su Yan had shown up a week earlier, the effect of the easy pregnancy pill made by the fairy doctor would still be alive and well. With the effect of that pill, she would definitely get pregnant in 3 days. When thinking of this, Hu Lian couldn't stop feeling upset. Although Hu Lian's wishful thinking didn't work out. When facing Su Yan, who had reunited after a long absence, Hu Lian still invited Su Yan to go to the inn in the coastal city tonight to complete the previous unfinished agreement surrounded by warm sea water. Although the wishful thinking didn't work out, after getting the dragon clan for free, she could brag to other sisters about her deeds of teaching the young dragon to appreciate the femininity when she returned to the sect. It can also be regarded as adding a deed that attracted the attention of the goddesses and the courtesans on her resume. The dragon clan, which is full of lustful female beasts, fell into the hands of the elders of Wanhua Valley one day and was humiliated. She would be very proud to brag about it. Are you here to attend the auction as well? After reminiscing about the past, Hu Lian had changed from sitting face to face to sitting next to Su Yan, pulling the young man's arm to his lap, smiling and chatting with Su Yan about family matters, trying to reduce the sense of alienation and lay the foundation for a thorough good night tonight. Auction? Su Yan showed a puzzled expression, looked at Hu Lian with a strange face and said, I thought you were all here to attend the winter festival of the mermaids? They love to do such wicked things, taking the crystal to spy on people's sex. We in Wanhua Valley disdain to do such things. While Hu Lian was talking, he led the topic to Dao Yu's family, attracted the attention of the Dao Yu's monks, and attacked them again with words. Obviously, there should be some historical friction between the 2 demon sects of Wanhua Valley and Dao Yu's family. Otherwise the verbal attack would not be so smooth and silky. Per thousand not less than is not equal to is identical to square root. The Dao Yu family cultivators, who were complained by Hu Lian, looked up at Hu Lian, and then began to whisper to each other about something. From time to time, they secretly glanced at Hu Lian and started to quarrel fiercely. Su Yan looked at Hu Lian, and then looked at the girl of the Dalyu family, who seemed to be planning something. A row of black lines appeared on his forehead, and he asked, "By the way, didn't we just discuss the auction?" "What type of auction?" As for the auction, Su Yin had participated in it several times with Fox Mom and Dragon Dad before, and it was basically an activity to join in the fun and taste delicious food and cakes. Because the auction in the cultivation world is actually equivalent to a promotional activity. Take the appraisal pavilion as an example. Once there is a phenomenon of hoarding of pawned items in the shops in various regions, they will promote it locally and open auctions according to the preciousness of the inventory items. Common auctions are divided into 3 levels from low to high: monthly auctions, annual auctions, and private tastings. Monthly and annual auctions are equivalent to the discount promotions in the supermarkets that Su Yin knows. That is, only in private tastings can you encounter some treasures. At other times, auctions are just for fun and cakes. Of course, there are exceptions to auctions. That is, when the value of the items is high to a certain extent, so expensive that 99.9% of the cultivators in the cultivation world cannot afford it, a special auction will be held, and a cultivator with a strong background will be the convener. Such items are difficult to measure with money, and basically belong to the place of barter or trading favors. It's just a stolen goods auction. Some cultivation circles have banned the sale of things, Hu Lian said indifferently. To put it simply, a group of people killed the entire Nightmare Town sect. They have no way to sell most of the items, so they secretly contacted us, the unrestrained demon cultivators. I came here to see if there are any who have practiced the Nightmare Town method and deformed their bodies. You also know that we raise poisonous insects in Wanhua Valley. Some poisonous insects need corpses as hatching nests. Among the vast number of living beings, the deformed bodies of the Nightmare Town disciples are the most useful, and the poisonous insects hatched from them are particularly strong. If you come across them, buy a few hundred of them. If they are not used up, you can sell them to your fellow sisters. It would be best if you can buy about 1 or 2,000. In this way, I can also make a lot of money from the price difference. The stolen goods auction does not have any real goods. The things inside are all produced by the Nightmare Town sect. The bodies of the Nightmare Town disciples, who were killed, can naturally be traded as goods. Sects like Wanhua Valley that raise goo worms like to buy these Dharma bodies with overflowing spirits and even deformed bodies to feed goo worms. The monks of the Dalyu family may have stayed here because they needed something. Of course, it is not ruled out that they really came to sign up for the Mermaid Winter Festival. The monks of the Dalyu family may do anything on a whim, including but not limited to running to the alley to have an argument with the same sex, or licking the deformed corpses of the Nightmare Town disciples to taste the salty taste. The Dalyu family cultivators are free by nature and do not accept the definition of any creature in the world of cultivation. Their leader even suddenly had a whim and felt that the name of his family was too tacky. So he took down the plaque and wrote Dalyu family on the place where the plaque was hung. Then Ling Xiangguan changed its name on the spot. The cultivators in the world of cultivation were all dumbfounded. But the Dalyu family did not react to this, and naturally accepted that their family Dao Tongi changed its name overnight. The name of the sect can change as it pleases. Anyway, the leader does have such power. As long as it does not affect his comfortable life, he can do whatever he wants. Chapter 389. To avoid any more nightmares. Let's go! What are you doing? Jian Nanwu, who came late from the land of the mermaids, came to the tea house in the coastal market and saw Su Yin and Hu Lian beside him in the tea house. Su Yin and Hu Lian were chatting, drinking salted coconut juice, and talking about the auction of stolen goods held in the coastal city. Stolen goods auctions are not allowed to be seen in public, and not every cultivator can get involved. Su Yin didn't know much about it, so Hu Lian explained it to him with a smile. Jian Nanwu, who came in from the door of the tea house, didn't hear their conversation, but saw a female cultivator wearing a white off-shoulder luochuan, with most of her chest exposed, pressing on Su Yin's shoulders. Can you take me with you? Jian Nanwu didn't feel anything about it. She was just curious. What were the two talking about? Why were they so close to each other in a mysterious way? Where's my aunt? Take you with you? Hu Lian looked at the mermaid girl who was approaching, and side glanced at Su Yin beside him, and said with a strange expression, It's not impossible to take you with you. But do you really know what we are going to do later? Although the two were sitting here drinking tea now, Hu Lian was going to take Su Yin to the inn later. Although the effect of the Yu pill had passed, there was an ignorant and immature Jiaozi in front of him. Hu Lian had no reason to let him go. As the saying goes, there will be 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. When the spring comes next year, Hu Lian can come to Su Yan again to get seeds. So, when the little mermaid who seemed to be Su Yan's friend suddenly asked if he could take him with him, Hu Lian showed a strange expression on his cheek. What are you going to do? Jiao Nanwu looked at Hu Lian in confusion, then looked at Su Yan and asked, By the way, where is my aunt? My mother specifically asked me to inform the mermaids to hold a banquet at the post station tonight. You and my aunt must come and have a drink. The banquet held by the mother of the mermaid tribe was mainly to entertain my aunt and Su Yan. The former helped the mermaids, and the latter was a heavyweight guest of the winter festival. Of course, there were not only Su Yan and his friends at the banquet, but also other monks brought back by the mermaid girls, who would also attend the banquet tonight, so that the guests and the mermaid girls could get to know each other. My aunt seemed to go to the treasure appraisal pavilion to buy something. She should be back later. Su Yan nodded and agreed to Jiao Nanwu's attendance at the banquet tonight. Will you attend the dinner? Hu Lian glanced at the sky outside, then at Su Yan and Jiao Nanwu, and suddenly felt a little worried that the night would be long and full of dreams. She knew that the little Yazi in front of her was a master at running away, and often disappeared directly from under her nose without paying attention. Last time, she, who was in the earthly realm, grabbed Su Yan's legs. Bai Fu and Jiaoying locked Su Yan's arms respectively, and Cheng Huang locked his neck from behind. But Su Yan was able to slip away. That was still on the bed. If the scene was changed to a banquet hall with many people, who could know what kind of accident would happen? Forcing Yazi to run away from her? When Hu Lian thought of this, she took Su Yan's hand and put her hand on Jiao Nanwu's shoulder, and said, It's still early for the dinner, so let's take advantage of the time and go to the inn where I'm staying to take a bath together. Ah! The three people sitting in the tea house turned into a black light and disappeared in Su Yan's voice full of doubt. When Su Yan reappeared, the surrounding scenery had changed drastically. From the tea house where people came and went, he went directly to a large house with complete furniture and furnishings. The sound of running water could be heard faintly. Su Yan sat on the left side of the bed. Hu Lian sat in the middle of the bed, and Jiao Nanwu, who was confused, sat on the right. We are going to do business now. Understand? If you don't understand, there are fruits to eat in the yard outside. Hu Lian, who returned home through the escape technique, sat up from the bed, untied the collar belt around his waist, and threw it on the hanger beside him. With a light shake, the original white luochuan fell off his body, revealing the underwear with a very Western style inside. Of course, I understand. After seeing Hu Lian's posture, Jiao Nanwu, who had been in a confused state, suddenly showed a look of sudden enlightenment on her cheeks and said, We mermaids are all educated. I only need to lie on the bed, hold my chest with my hands, and lock the hard-working male beasts with my feet to prevent them from being sneaky and not selling seeds to us mermaids. Jiao Nanwu responded to Hu Lian's ridicule of her ignorance of the world with a confident expression on her face. What a historical thing. After hearing this, 3 black lines appeared on Hu Lian's head silently. It can't be said that there is anything wrong with what the mermaids teach. After all, they are sea beasts with a breeding season. They will not be in heat unless they are under certain circumstances or taking medicine. Mermaids reproduce to give birth to cubs, so the things they teach their family members are mainly practical. They don't teach anything fancy. If you want to know those things, you can figure it out yourself. It's not good in broad daylight. Right? Hu Lian led Su Yan to the side room, and after passing the wind and rain corridor, they came to the front of the bathing pool. The inn where Hu Lian stayed was located on the edge of the Red Desert, although there were no outsiders or stalkers around. Su Yan, who had changed his clothes and wrapped a bath towel around his waist, still looked at Hu Lian and Jiao Nanwu a little shyly and said, Why don't we talk about it at night? Hu Lian and Jiao Nanwu had already arrived at the bathing pool. Hu Lian was wearing a Western region bra and briefs, and Sister Nanwu took off her coat and shoes and socks. When she was soaking in the water, her strong tail naturally appeared. She was not wearing the blue bellyband in the Xiaoyu period, but SH.L underwear that Su Yan had never seen before. It was just 2 shiny SH.LS, and then put on a flat belt with great elasticity and toughness. Su Yan, who was standing on the shore and not in the bathing pool, was watched by Hu Lian and Jiao Nanwu. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Maybe it was because he was too familiar with Sister Nanwu? Su Yan knew very well that he was not shy or bashful now, but felt very embarrassed. Mr. Su, come and have a drink. I put drugs in this glass of wine. When Hu Lian saw Su Yin coming out of the locker room, she was stunned for a moment. She thought that Su Yin had returned to the young man he was when she first met him. She didn't expect that Su Yin still maintained the body of a young man. But those were just minor details. Hu Lian was just simply greedy for Su Yin's bloodline. As long as his appearance was barely acceptable, it didn't matter what form he took. Besides, Su Yin was so cute and handsome, even if he didn't have the blessing of the Juzi bloodline. As long as he came to her side and called her big sister twice, Hu Lian was still willing to treat him to 2 bowls of warm almond milk in the guest room for Su Yin's appearance. Chapter 390. Stop fighting. My home is gone. Come over here. Soaking in the bathtub next to the dormitory, Hu Lian looked at his side with a relaxed face. A mermaid and a shrew looked at each other and fidgeted a little. Obviously, they didn't have much experience of ascending to heaven in broad daylight. After seeing Su Yan's reaction, 3 black lines gradually appeared on Hu Lian's head. It is more suitable for both parties to be alone in a quiet room with a handsome little beast like Su Yan, talking and laughing about some ethical things inside, teasing the little beast's cheeks to blush and look at him with an uncontrollable face. Hu Lian originally planned to do so, ready to spend 2 hours of free time with Su Yan under the eaves and talk about love and romance. But the plan is not as fast as the change. The time that should have been for the 2 of them to be alone. Now there is a mermaid. And the originally imagined quiet room trip is obviously not okay. Although I don't care. The 2 young and inexperienced little guys are too embarrassed to let go. These things can't be let go, and there will be no follow-up. Hu Lian complained in his heart. Took the initiative to let Jiao Nanwu sit next to him. And complained, "Didn't you dare to fight with me just now to compete for the mating rights of the male beast? Why are you unable to speak clearly after taking off your coat? I'm not trying to take out your sharp tongue." Hu Lian and Jiao Nanwu exchanged seats, letting Nanwu and Su Yin sit close together. Jiao Nanwu hesitated for a long time and said, "The book doesn't teach you how to get into the water. I don't know how to start now. I said your family's way is old-fashioned." Hu Lian started to instruct Jiao Nanwu. "You too. Just close your eyes now. Hold hands and face each other. And feel each other's face. Don't worry about kissing the wrong place. Just kiss wherever you kiss. Yes. That's it. Come closer. Hug each other." Hu Lian sat cross-legged on the shore, instructing Jiao Nanwu on what to do, and quietly swung out his tail to gently stroke the mermaid's back and thighs to give them some help. When the demon race reproduces, the most important thing is not whether the male beast is willing or not, but the female beast. As long as the female beast enters the state, it will emit a special fragrance with temptation and enchantment. As long as the male beast does not feel any psychological pressure, it will automatically, because of the obstruction of Jianan mist. Hu Lian's seductive eyes were all cast to the blind man, and he was unable to guide Su Yin to open his dragon power mode. With a leap, he rode on his back and bit his neck, expressing his intention of conquest and claiming sovereignty. Hu Lian, who was sitting in line on the side, put down the wine glass containing the elixir in his hand, subconsciously raised his head and sent out his spiritual sense to the bamboo forest barrier, and found 3 sneaky figures in white robes holding wooden barrels. Hu Lian put down the wine glass in his hand, stretched out his tail into the bamboo forest, broke off a section of 3-finger-thick iron bamboo, waved it in his hand to weigh the field, and then jumped up and quietly went around, looking for the right time, and fiercely swept the buttocks of the 3 Daoyu family cultivators. The iron bamboo swept out with great force and swept on the buttocks of the 3 Daoyu family cultivators, making a crisp sound. The bamboo stick in Hu Lian's hand also shattered with a sound. With a sneer on his face, he looked at the Daoyu family monk who flew 100 meters away with his butt covered, and the wooden barrel in his hand fell and scattered pig blood all over the ground. "You 3 are really idle. Do you know what it means that a spring night is worth 1,000 gold?" The Daoyu family monks, who covered their butts, looked at Hu Lian, who attacked from behind with a look of shock on their faces. "How did you have time? Shouldn't you be screaming under the pressure of the male beast? You ask how I had time? I'm also curious. How can I have so much time to catch the peeping thief?" Hu Lian reached out and broke off another iron bamboo, with a sneer on his face, looking at the 3 trembling Daoyu family members. "I will treat you to a big drink later. The wine containing the bliss powder will ensure that you can drink as much as you want at one time. What's the point of sneak attack?" One of the 3 Daoyu family monks lifted his white hood, covered his buttocks, and said with a face full of complaints, "Tiger women have no martial ethics." As she spoke, a stream of blood-red divine light rose from her body, and arms holding weapons stretched out from her body. A big hand held a long sword in reverse and slashed at Hu Lian with a shocking sword. The blood-red knife light spread several miles away, leaving a gully on the ground. Bite her! Hu Lian dodged the sword of the 100-armed demon child, raised his right arm with a seal, and fiddled with his long hair with his left hand. The long hair flew up and burst into endless golden light. Goo insects with golden light on their bodies emerged, flapping their elytra and turning into beams of light to pass through the bamboo forest, like locusts passing through. The immortals of Wanhua Valley and Daoyu's half-step immortals started a fierce battle here. The Red Mountain god quietly poked his head out, found a seat and sat down, watching the 4 immortals, who went up to the sky and down to the earth to cause trouble for several miles. He sighed slowly and said, "What's going on here again? Is it easy for me to open an inn and earn spirit stones? Take it easy. Don't demolish all my inns." "No. It's better not to demolish any of them." What happened in the outside world could not affect Su Yin and Jiao Nanwu in inn. Before Hu Lian left, he used the golden cicada goo to set up a soundproof ban in the inn where he lived, so that no sound or movement from the outside could be transmitted here. Jiao Nanwu sat on the steps at the edge of the bathing pool, and used the method of shape-shifting to reappear in human form. With red cheeks, she pulled Su Yin in front of her, found a position to lock Su Yan's waist with her legs, and her eyes were full of tears. "Huh?" Su Yin sat next to Jiao Nanwu, and Jiao Nanwu's body slowly slid into the water, only revealing her eyes and looking at Su Yin with her eyes blinking, slightly aggrieved, as if she had done something wrong. "No. I'm fine. I just need to slow down. We have no experience, so we should understand these things. Mermaids come from the depths of the sea. Except for returning to the seashore to reproduce and lay eggs, they basically stay in the seawater at other times. Therefore, after Hu Lian left, Jiao Nanwu gradually got into the mood and kissed Su Yin and fell directly to the bottom of the water. Fortunately, Su Yin has the blood of the dragon clan, and can also exchange oxygen with the water flow underwater, so he didn't drink all the bath water in the bathtub. Kiss. Jiao Nanwu saw that Su Yin forgave her, so she kissed him on the cheek with a happy face and said, "Well, it's not quite what I imagined, and it's different from what the ants and ants said. Although I can't say I hate it, I can only reluctantly accept this feeling." Jiao Nanwu spoke out her feelings. "I just feel like I want to go to the toilet but can't. The muscles on both sides of my legs and waist muscles are particularly sore. I don't like this. If the little fox finds it interesting, these things should always be possible. Mermaids have a breeding season, and they can't enjoy themselves like Shiyu outside the breeding season." Nanwu was just practicing the content in the book, and then shared her true feelings with Su Yin. Su Yin pondered and didn't say anything. At this moment, he was recalling the feeling just now. Of course, Su Yin was not thinking. It was completely because he really had no feelings. As a Jiuzi or a fox dragon that has not grown up, the ancestral law inherited in his blood cannot be changed. Children should be like children and don't think about unrealistic things. Even if he could change into human form to cheat, Su Yin did not feel any pleasure. He just cooperated with Sister Nanwu to practice the lessons of the mermaids. "Are you done?" After a fight outside, Hu Lian, with disheveled hair and dirty white skin, returned to the inn. Seeing the 2 people who were happily playing water fights with their fox body and mermaid body, Hu Lian was stunned. "Yeah." Jiao Nanwu looked at Hu Lian, smiled and said, "Sister Hu Lian, do you want to play in the water?" Su Yin just changed all the water in the bathtub. Now the spring water in the pool is just extracted from the ground. Great. The 3 Daoyu family monks, who were tied up by Hu Lian and dragged into the house from the door, saw Hu Lian stunned, and then looked at Jiao Nanwu who invited him. Their little brains turned, and they immediately accepted the swimming invitation for Hu Lian and crawled over. Tiger Lian was dumbfounded, looking at the white Jiaozi, who had manifested his true form, and was paddling in the bathtub. "You are fine. What about me? I am so hacking."